The Red Collective did all of that with the continued input and consideration of the people and major powers of Red humanity, which fixed the biggest flaw of the Red Association in the Red Fleet. The upper and lower councils continued to function as intended, with the latter doing most of the lifting. From what Ves had heard, the lower councillors had done a good job of expanding and refining the legislation to respond to the needs of the masses and to ensure the RC played a productive role in society. As for the upper councillors like Ves, all they needed to do was to check up every once in a while and put their rubber stamp on the bills that had managed to survive the lower council. Certain upper councillors were more active in voting against certain bills that threatened the interests of their principals. They occasionally dropped opposition after the masterminds of the bill agreed to make changes or include provisions. However, this was a rather delicate dance, as those very same concessions might piss off the original supporters. Ves never showed any interest in this politicking. He had meticulously kept himself out of the mud fights, preferring to maintain a neutral stance whenever possible. He had yet to encounter a bill that threatened his interests so much that he felt compelled to use his influence to block it. This would probably happen sooner or later, though Ves did not exactly know when. This made it all the more important for Ves to reconnect with the collies and get up to speed with the developments that they were reluctant to share to outsiders. Gloriana made one request: if you are visiting the Astral Octagon, then can you seek help from the collies about your Phase Lord cultivation? They should know how to tackle this problem better than others. It would be reassuring if they can solve your problem or find a means to mitigate the risks. Ves nodded. That is one of the reasons why I wanted to stop by the headquarters of the Red Collective. He had neglected this issue long enough. One way or another, Ves needed to find a way to reclaim sovereignty over his entire physique. Sev could not be allowed to stay and compromise his control over his own body. Chapter 7131, Implacable Stance. The Astral Octagon had turned into a hive of activity. Many different events caused the members of the Red Collective to become swamped with work. From the return to the cybernetic empire to the emergence of the mutated Vorabugs, the new super-organization had to scramble in order to stay on top of the situation. The lower council spent long hours debating on new legislation meant to form a unified response to the latest events. This immediately resulted in a lot of arguing, as the lower councillors all comprised people elected from different territories. Those who hailed from Rubarthan space loudly screamed for the RC to put its full weight behind reinforcing the Rubarthan Pact. Others were much more hesitant about squandering so much manpower and resources against an opponent that could overwhelm most defensive measures by relying on overwhelming numbers. Then there were the headaches caused by the cybernetic empire. When Ves navigated through the crystalline corridors and finally entered the office that he had not visited in person for quite a while, his chief of staff dutifully stood up and greeted him with great deference. "Welcome back to the office of the chief counselor, sir. We have long been waiting for your return." Eliza Mo Regadan did not behave much differently from last time they met in person, but Ves could immediately spot a lot of differences. For one, Eliza carried herself with greater confidence. The months she spent while standing in for Ves had increased her sense of importance, causing her to gain an invisible momentum that made it easier for others to take her seriously. Her chi cultivation had also progressed considerably. The Minister series of chi cultivation methods rewarded its practitioners for properly doing their jobs in government institutions. Her relatively high position also granted her access to the Red Collective's exclusive cultivation resources. These were newly developed elixirs and other reagents that had proven to be effective at accelerating progress, though usually at a hefty price. The fast pace of progress meant that the most effective solutions also tended to be experimental. Although the RC was not stupid enough to place completely untested products onto their internal exchange, there simply was not enough time and manpower to test everything to the strictest standards. The collies eventually chose to put products that had passed the initial trials up for exchange. This allowed for members such as Eliza Mo Regadan to make their own consideration whether to brave the risks in exchange for faster progress. This was a rather dangerous but highly effective policy. Eliza was hardly the only chi cultivator that Ves had encountered in the halls of the Astral Octagon that had made rapid progress in their cultivation. From what Ves could tell with his sharp senses, Eliza had already reached the later stage of the first major cultivation rank. That was roughly equivalent to a senior mech designer such as Ves. He had worked earnestly as a mech designer for more than 15 years, yet Eliza was able to catch up in less than a year. This was a testament to her talent, discipline, the quality of her modern chi cultivation method, as well as the reagents she expended. It was only a matter of time before the Red Collective produced a mass wave of Qi cultivators of the second major cultivation rank. This was an important divide, as those who had become powerful enough to reach this stage usually became powerful enough to affect battlefields with their extraordinary capabilities. That did not necessarily mean that they could beat up mechs by themselves, but they became a lot more useful than before. Given that the headquarters of the RC was filled with people who had doped themselves on reagents, this was clearly a matter of great importance. As Ves moved to his desk and sat on the seat that had remained empty for a long time, he briefly closed his eyes and tasted the air of tension and unease. "So," he said, "you know why I am here. I only have 5 days or so to take care of business before I need to depart." His chief of staff's expression grew tight. "We will have to make the most out of your stay here. The good news is that many different colleagues wish to speak to you in person. I have taken the liberty of filtering out the vast majority of requests, taking your objectives into account. Your first appointment is already on the way. Now that you have become more engaged in our affairs, it is vital that you become aware of our growing problems. You urgently need to become apprised of certain pieces of classified intelligence that the secret department do not dare to spread too far." Ves nodded in understanding. "The secret department has been expanding rapidly, right? Secrets have become more and more important," she affirmed. "I am not ignorant of the fact that this goes against the founding principles of the Red Collective, but we have no choice. We are constantly locked in division as many different stakeholders already exert too much influence on our internal affairs. Their interference is causing our operations to turn into political battlefields." Ves formed a wry smile. "That is one of the reasons why I have deliberately maintained my distance from all of those acrimonious disputes. It is better to be disregarded than to be forced to pick a side. Everyone else has noticed. Your refusal to take their sides has reduced the weight of your name. Nobody likes a fence sitter. Since you have not done anything for them, they will not go out of their way to help you. The advantage is that no one outright hates you. The other department heads and counselors at least respect your neutrality, even if it is mostly a result of your disinterest and strategic inaction. I am told that there are certain colleists that want to leverage my neutrality, correct?" "Yes, sir. You will probably receive a request from your next appointment or the one after that. This is a delicate situation that has been allowed to fester for too long. We need to find a resolution before a rift can occur." They continued to speak for a while longer. Ves periodically kept in touch with Eliza over the galactic net, but this was a highly secure means of communication. He was able to gain more sensitive information by possessing Argent, but even then he and the colleagues did not dare to assume it was impervious. In fact, they were right to be paranoid. Just the web mistress alone should have easily been able to intercept messages if she felt inclined to do so. This only further emphasized the importance of holding meetings in person. Their conversation finally paused when a visitor arrived. The dark-robed figure kept his head hidden underneath his hood. He could have been mistaken for a cultist if he did not exude an atmosphere that made it easier for people to cast their attention elsewhere. Curious. While this trick worked for most people, it did not work for Ves and Eliza. The latter had already grown familiar with the antics of the secret keepers while Ves was resistant towards these kinds of effects. The new arrival made a shallow bow. "Secret Keeper Zariel 775. I shall be briefing you on a collection of urgent dossiers today." Ves waved his arm. "Charmed. Please go ahead. I am eager to learn what is truly going on inside the Red Collective these days." The robed figure did just that. "Let me start with the most immediate external problem. This is a subject that has caused a great amount of polarization within our ranks. The Red Collective has formally extended an invitation to the Cybernetic Empire to become a part of our cooperative effort." Ves could already foresee how that went. "I take it the Cybers did not say yes." The male secret keeper nodded underneath his hood. "The Cybernetic Empire has rebuffed our offers. We have made repeated concessions, allowing the Cybers to maintain a greater autonomy and control over their own cultivators so long as they take responsibility for the consequences. This is similar to the special arrangements that we have made to accommodate the Red Association and the Red Fleet. Unfortunately, the Cybernetic Empire has refused our well-meaning accommodations." "Are the Cybers principally opposed to the Red Collective?" "Not entirely," Zariel 775 replied. "After pushing the matter, the representatives of the Cybernetic Empire have expressed a desire to gain access to our services and gain representation in the lower and upper councils. What is problematic is their refusal to allow our people and organization to gain a foothold in their empire. The latest terms they have made state that they want to establish their own branches of the RC that are staffed by their own personnel. They want to maintain separate databases and gain veto power over all of the rules and orders issued from the Astral Octagon. Ves snorted. You might as well call them freeloaders. The cybers want to gain access to everything good within the RC, but they do not want to share any of their own good stuff. It is all about control for them. The cybernetic empire is a highly centralized polity by design. The polymath has completely rejected the authority of the Red Association and the Red Fleet. Her policy towards the RC is not much different. Anything that threatens to compromise her absolute control over her own star empire is unacceptable. Zariel 775 remained silent for a moment. Ves could somehow feel that the spy was staring harder. You have intersected with the polymath numerous times. You have a good understanding of her personality. I do not dare to make that claim. Ves quickly defended himself. I am sure that your secret department has conducted a much more thorough analysis of her. Based on what little I know about the polymath, she thinks she is the smartest individual in the Red Ocean, which means that only she knows how to best lead our race to victory. She cannot stand the thought of letting others wander into her well-laid plans and completely ruin her layout due to reasons that she finds idiotic. Now that she is finally able to lead her own little empire, she will never relinquish control to anyone. What you have described largely falls in line with our analysis. The secret keeper spoke in his emotionless voice. As hopeless as it may seem, do you have any suggestion that might persuade the cybernetic empress to reconsider her stance towards the Red Collective? Yes, but you won't like the answer. The only viable solution that I can think of is to put her in charge of the Red Collective. As long as she is in charge, she will no longer have any objections. That is unacceptable. We are a collective. We are accountable to the very same people that we are responsible for. To answer to only a single individual goes against everything we stand for. Star designer or not, she is only a single person. Ves nodded in agreement. That is what you and I think, but the polymath is cut from a different cloth. This is an ideological dispute. The RC's governance model stands in opposition to the cybernetic empire's governance model. Whereas the RC tries its best to be more accountable to the masses, the cybernetic empire is run by technocrats appointed by the smartest of them all. The former has adopted a bottom-up approach, while the latter is the epitome of a top-down approach. When put in those terms, it was no surprise that the cybernetic empire did not get along with the Red Collective. So are you able to offer any reasonable alternative or suggestion that could persuade the cybers and their sovereign to reconsider their stance towards the RC? Ves spent a few seconds of thought. He could not think of any way to apply enough pressure to the polymath to persuade her into giving up on her principled stance. No, I am sorry, Secret Keeper. I think that the cybernetic empire will never become a part of the Red Collective so long as the polymath is in charge. We will just have to get used to this reality. Chapter 7132, Forceful Revelation. There was nothing Ves could do about the cybernetic empire. Sure, Ves had talked to the polymath just recently, but that did not mean he had her ear. She cybernetic empress had her own agenda, and she was extremely stubborn about pursuing it. Ves knew without a shadow of a doubt that she would never compromise her vision just to accommodate the Red Collective. From the response given by Secret Keeper Zariel 775, it seemed the leaders of the RC knew this as well. They only asked Ves in case he possessed a secret weapon that could persuade the polymath to change her mind. The collies were expecting too much from Ves. He was not a miracle worker. He was just a mech designer. Since there were no gains to be made on this issue, Zariel 775 shifted to another topic. Your return to the Astral Octagon has taken place at a convenient time. As the first human phase lord, we believe you can be of assistance with addressing a growing problem within our ranks. You are talking about the phase lord department. Ves made a guess. Correct. So far, your chief of staff has only given you a shallow explanation of what we are concerned about. This is deliberate as the matter is too sensitive to be discussed over remote channels. The main reason why this delicate situation has not led to any drastic incidents is because we have made strides to keep it under wraps. We cannot afford to spread unnecessary panic and doubt when we are still a young organization. Ves began to frown. How badly has the Phase Lord department diverged from the rest of the Red Collective? The members of this department have effectively gone rogue. The Secret Keeper said, as far as we can tell, it started with the human Phase Lords. Every member of the Titan phalanx and the Flesh Chopper phalanx have changed after they have increased their phase water concentration past a certain threshold. The soldiers suffered a similar phenomena that has afflicted you, but the consequences are much more dire for them. Not a single one has successfully managed to repel or wrestle back control over the hidden personality that has sprouted from their abnormally strong physiques. You are the only success case, which means your input is all the more valuable. Ves frowned deeper. I am afraid that you are expecting too much from me. I may be a human phase lord, but my case is probably a lot different from the others. The only reason why I managed to regain control over myself is because my fellow Larkinsons happened to be strong enough to force my alternate personality to give up control. I am not sure whether that will work with the Phase Lord department since it is so much bigger. That is so. The secret keeper nodded under his hood. All of our departments are spread over at least a dozen different physical locations in order to prevent a decapitation strike from causing us to lose all of our institutional knowledge and other gains. However, this has also made it difficult to keep all of the members of the Phase Lord department under control. By the time we realized the nature of the problem, it was already too late. This was a clever approach, but it was never meant to be used against humans. Now, Red humanity might have to contend against Phase Lords that were much more alike to them than expected. Everyone understandably grew squeamish about confronting these possible renegades. How exactly did this work? He said. Before we managed to discover their sudden changes in mentality, the human Phase Lords and their subordinates have done well at blending in. If you do not know the truth, it is nearly impossible to discern that they are not themselves anymore. It is only when we learned what happened to you that we began to look at our existing human Phase Lords differently for drastic changes in personality. That was when we picked up the suspicious behavior. The Phase Lord department has to know you have figured out their secret, right? Yes, but that has not yet caused us to undergo a schism. We have undergone an unspoken accord more or less. So long as we pretend that all is well and that nothing is wrong, this landmine will not explode in front of our faces. Instead, we continue to put our weight on it, knowing that any shift could lead to a catastrophe that will devastate both of us. Months have passed since then as we sought a cure to the affliction that has overtaken all of our human Phase Lords, but we failed. Ves narrowed his eyes when he heard that. You allowed the problem to fester because you were hoping to find a perfect solution. The secret keeper made a shallow nod. The members of the Phase Lord department that have become compromised over the last year used to be our brothers and sisters. Whether their condition is similar to yours or not, we owed it to them to do our best to recover their original condition. I take it that these attempts have failed. Yes, we have not exhausted all of our options, but our optimistic outlook has faded. We no longer believe that we can recover their original personalities as the nature of their transformations is different from your own. After many probes and examinations, we have learned that where you have resisted the temptation to sacrifice your humanity for power, our compromised members have embraced their God complex, with all of the consequences that came with this decision. As far as we know, all of the human Phase Lords have become compromised to the same degree. Zerial 775 brutally revealed. They have all struck the devil's bargain. This has caused them to undergo extreme personality changes, but not one that has caused them to adopt completely different identities. This is why they were initially able to escape notice. They have retained enough of their original selves to camouflage their changes of heart. Ves grimaced when he heard that. He had already guessed that not every member of the Phase Lord department possessed his resolve, but it was still disappointing to hear that so many collies had fallen prey to this trap. I need to understand their new conditions. From what you have described, their personality changes are less extreme than in my case, but they are still unquestionably changed, right? The member of the secret department paused for a moment as if he needed a moment to compose his next words. This was an extremely delicate situation. Any inaccuracies on his part could lead to serious consequences down the line. Our theory may be flawed, but we suspect that the compromised human Phase Lords are still themselves. The reason why their behavior has changed so much is because they have been swept by a revelation that they have inexplicably accepted. Their changes are similar to secularists that have been converted into a faith. They are so convinced that their new views are correct that they have completely denounced their old views. What makes this so concerning is that each of them have willingly embraced the new truth as they see it. None of them have held true to their old values. Both Ves and Eliza Mo Regadan looked discomfited by this description. It was pretty awful to hear how every human Phase Lord had fallen prey to this particular weakness. So let me get this straight. Since every human phase lord has failed to resist this temptation, they did not get taken over by a radical second personality. They instead changed their mindsets on their own initiative, thereby developing a god complex, but not to the point of turning into a stupid dissident or anything, right? You can say so, Chief Counselor. What is good about this is that the compromised human phase lords are not radical to the point of rebelling against the Red Collective and human civilization as a whole. We believe that despite developing a god complex as you describe it, they still maintain enough sentiment towards humans to stay aligned with our race. So you aren't afraid that they will defect to the Red Cabal due to developing a sense of brotherhood with alien phase leaders? Ves asked with clear concern in his voice. Our analysis may be wrong, because we do not have evidence that this is the case. The human phase lords may have developed an inflated sense of self, but they still consider the alien phase whales and phase lords to be enemies on the same level. Our fallen members see themselves as gods of the human pantheon. The Red Cabal is a rival pantheon. Both are currently contesting for control over the Red Ocean. The compromised human phase lords will still side with the rest of us because we have more in common with them than their alien counterparts. I see, Ves said. This sounds more optimistic than I expected. I assumed the human phase lords already thought about defecting. We are monitoring their situation from a distance. The Secret Keeper said, one of the reasons why we have avoided confrontation so far is due to the risk that pushing too hard may inadvertently cause us to drive them into the arms of the Red Cabal. As compromised as they may be and as tenuous as their humanity has become, we still have hope that they can still identify themselves as humans. That was the big question. Sev had developed a very strong superiority complex. He believed that phase lords existed on a completely different level than mortals. The gulf between the two was so great that they no longer strictly belonged to the same race anymore. Ves felt disgusted by this attitude. The way his alternative personality regarded other humans was the same as if he was looking at ants. Sev would probably feel nothing if he happened to squash a crowd of humans beneath his feet. If the compromised human phase lords possessed the same mindset, then there was no way to negotiate with them. Their sense of separation from ordinary humans had grown too strong to rein in their arrogance. However, so long as their opinions were not as extreme, there may be hope in obtaining their support. Ves did not hope for anything more than that. It was probably impossible to shake them from their delusions. I understand now, he quietly said. Given my unique identity and position, you want me to approach these human phase lords and persuade them to cooperate sincerely with the Red Collective, right? These guys don't respect mortals, such as you. They only respect their fellow gods, like myself. If they see a human phase lord like myself working with other humans without any issue, they may be persuaded to follow my example. The Secret Keeper appeared pleased that he did not have to explain this much. Yes, we have other plans to address this problem that do not require your personal intervention, but we estimate that their success rate is less than optimistic. You have a history of solving unusual problems. We call upon you to do so again. Ves crossed his arms. You are piling a lot of expectations on my shoulders. Aren't you afraid that I will botch my attempt? I am not a professional diplomat or whatever. We can coach you on how you should speak to them and how to respond to specific situations. Zariel 775 noted. Other than that, we trust you to navigate your conversation with your fellow human phase lords as you see fit. We will be pleased as long as you can persuade them to open up and resume their cooperation with the rest of the Red Collective. You are asking for much. These guys, if my suspicions about them are correct, they will demand far more than cooperation. They will insist that we put them in charge. Chapter 7133, Transit to Jotunheim. Ves agreed to intercede in this matter. The Phase Lord Department should have been a powerful contributor to Red humanity's defense. Its phalanxes were expensive and time-consuming to set up, but could put up a mean fight against alien phase lords once they deployed on the battlefield. Unfortunately, many people seemed to have forgotten about human phase lords as their appearance on the battlefield petered out shortly after they appeared. While they enjoyed a modestly positive track record in the initial months, the secret personality changes that overcame them when their body cultivation advanced past a certain threshold caused them to care much less about their military obligations. They had retreated to their bases and remained isolated from the rest of Red humanity. The other members of the Red Collective initially did not find this strange. Human phase lords were a very new phenomenon, and who knew what problems or bugs these pioneering humans encountered. Yet as the human phase lords continued to sequester themselves while the frontlines burned, everyone's patience was slowly running out. Even if these body cultivators encountered a troublesome issue or three, shouldn't they be able to solve them or tough it out already? The front lines continued to get pushed back. Without enough reinforcements, there was no way that red humanity could prop up the entire front lines. It was only when the incident related to Ves became known that the Red Collective fully accepted all of the gathered intelligence. The Phase Lord Department had become compromised. In the face of such a major problem, Ves expected the distraught collies to figure out a way to solve this delicate but vital problem themselves, but their best solution amounted to waiting for him to stop by and intercede for them in person. Well, it made a certain amount of sense. It is well known that you are not the most dutiful chief counselor. Eliza Mo-Ragadan told Ves as they had all made themselves comfortable aboard the Tarask that was about to bring them to the outskirts of the Yurnstal Central Star Node. However, you are one of the individuals that is most strongly associated with the Red Collective. You are the founder and hold one of the highest legislative positions in our super organization. Requesting you to render aid is more expedient because we can still keep this internal. So the collies were afraid of making a fool of themselves. So the alternative plans all involve asking for help from external parties, is that correct? Secret Keeper Zerial 775 naturally accompanied Ves as they all made their way to the distant planet that housed the headquarters of the Phase Lord Department. While the human Phase Lords were set up across human-occupied space, their highest leader as well as a sizable number of giant troops had holed up at the headquarters located on the Yurnstal 27, which had recently become known as Jotunheim for whatever reason. Jotunheim was not the most distant planet from Yurnstal's 3 stars, but it was pretty out there. It lacked the warmth and illumination enjoyed by the closer planets that were situated more comfortably in the inner system. This isolation happened to work in favor of the Red Collective. It was much easier to hide any irregularities related to their internal cohesion if the human Phase Lords never showed up in more densely populated planets such as Yurnstal IV and Yurnstal V. During the transit to Jotunheim, Ves made good use of his time by pumping his chief of staff and the accompanying secret keeper for more information. How many human Phase Lords does the Phase Lord Department command? Assuming that they have not suffered any attrition on or off the battlefield, the department should number 361 in total. Eliza Mo-Ragadan reported, the Titan Phalanx is the first and most elite unit that numbers just 60 in total in order to guarantee their strength. The Flesh Chopper Phalanx is the second elite unit that also amounts to 60 human Phase Lords. Then there is the Faceless Giant Phalanx, which is the first standard unit that is comprised of human Phase Lords. They are able to field 240 weaker and less developed human Phase Lords, though they still have a small number of powerful champions to help them resist more powerful foes. That is 360 human Phase Lords, not 361. Ves pointed out this small discrepancy. That is because I have left out the department head and leader of the Phase Lord Department, sir. Do not be intimidated by the large number of the Phase Lords that the estranged collies have at their disposal. Many of them are weak and equipped with good but not stellar combat equipment. It is not economical to outfit them with excessively expensive combat gear that is sized for their enlarged physiques. That is an expense that we cannot afford. That was the troublesome part about fielding human Phase Lords. Just like warships, these body cultivators relied on size and mass to become stronger, which meant that it became increasingly more expensive to outfit them with good gear. It did not surprise him that the Phase Lord Department only raised 2 elite phalanxes before moving to raise a standard phalanx. The latter may have a lot more Phase Lords to throw at enemies, but their gear was probably at least an order of magnitude cheaper. That did not necessarily mean that they were weaker. Ves was fully willing to believe that several squads of the weakest human Phase Lords could make the life of any greater Phase Lord miserable. This was especially the case if they were equipped with modern gear and demonstrated impeccable teamwork. I won't be meeting with the human Phase Lords at the heart of their home base, right? Ves asked with a little concern as he thought about what might happen if the talks went sour. I do not think I can overcome an ambush of dozens of human Phase Lords, even if the Blue Jay fleet is ready to assist. I won't be able to teleport away when I am in the presence of so many powerhouses that can disrupt the local space and block any displacement attempts. That will not happen, the Secret Keeper immediately responded. We have already arranged a clandestine meeting aboard a civilian transport vessel. There, you will meet the head of the Human Phase Lord Department along with a small number of his cadre. While the department is staffed by a large number of normal humans, they are inconsequential to the problem at hand. The only people you truly need to convince are the ones who have surpassed the physical limits of the human race. So tell me about these leaders. Zariel 775 waved his hand and activated a projection that displayed a strong male leader in human form. This is Department Head Ves Larkinson. He is only 66 years old, but he is one of the most impressive pugilists in the Red Ocean. We chose to appoint him as a head because he was one of the strongest advocates in support for human phase lords. He is only an able administrator, but he is remarkably charismatic and understands how to keep unruly soldiers with too much strength and energy in their bodies under control. Ves Larkinson did have the look of a muscular athlete and fighter as opposed to a bureaucrat or an intellectual. He probably shoved all of the paperwork and other tedious obligations to his overworked staff. I have a feeling that your explanation is not quite complete. Ves told the mysterious dark-robed spy. Anyone who is able to persuade a bunch of powerful people to get appointed in this important position is not simple. What makes him dangerous? Good question. The secret keeper smiled under his hood. The department head here used to be a competitive boxer. This means that he has grown up as a designer baby that is optimized for brutal fistfights. He has trained in boxing and other martial arts for practically his entire life. He has received many augmentations that barely fall in the scope of legality according to the galactic boxing governing bodies. All of this training and investment has paid off. He has won dozens of regional championships. His best career result is winning 19th place in a past prestigious galactic boxing tournament. That was a big deal. Perhaps winning 19th place did not sound impressive, but this was a tournament that gathered the best boxers from all of human space in the old galaxy. This was back during the age of mechs where the conditions were much better at the time. Ves looked at Ves Larkinson with much greater vigilance than before. This was a born fighter and a proven champion. Now that he presumably became a human phase lord, he would be able to translate his fighting skills perfectly with his new physique. Okay, I can see how a champion boxer like him can gain the respect of his supersized troops. He said. What was his personality like before he became compromised? The department head was enthusiastic. Eliza referred to the few times she spoke to the man in person in the past. He was the characteristic athlete that had a passion for the sport and cared about being the best. When the Red War broke out, he felt useless because he would not be able to translate his excellent boxing skills on the battlefield. This was still back in the time when Carmen Mechs had not yet been announced or released. He took inspiration from your accidental transformation into a human phase lord and initiated an effective influencing campaign. He single-handedly forced the nascent Red Collective to include the phase lord department. This guy most definitely deserved his place in the department. Ves admired a man like Ves Larkinson who was not the strongest and did not have a lot of wealth, but still managed to win enough people over to gain an outsized voice. While we believe that the department head's original personality has not completely been subsumed by his new personality traits, the new Ves Larkinson has become a much different leader. The secret keeper mentioned, you can read the full details in the information package that I am about to transmit to you, but you can imagine that he has become much more arrogant and fixated on becoming a physical god. Ves snorted, if he is anything like Sev, then I don't need to know much more. What I need to know is how I should complete my objective. Do I need to pressure them into falling back in line, or do I need to coax them as if they are misbehaving children? Both, counselor. On the one hand, you cannot afford to present yourself as a phase lord that is weaker than them. The new department has undergone many changes where the strong hold authority while the weak can only obey. You must not give them the impression that you belong in the latter category. At the same time, these human phase lords still retain a bond with red humanity. You cannot afford to scold them too hard and cause them to lose the remaining vestiges of their loyalty and duty to the human race. That made Ves look pensive. How the hell was he supposed to juggle these two opposing concerns? Push too hard, and he might drive the human phase lords into the arms of the Red Cabal. Push too little, and he would be labeled as a weakling before the human phase lords kicked him back into orbit, literally perhaps. You guys may be expecting too much from me, he complained. I may be a human phase lord, but I am a mech designer by profession. There is no way I can beat the former 15th best boxer in the Milky Way in a fistfight, and they will know it right away. If I try to overcompensate, then it is easy to insult the prickly human phase lords. Those guys do not sound like the type to let that rest. We understand your doubts, but we believe you have the best chance to convince the phase lord department to return to sanity. Your status is exalted among them. The human phase lords still respect you for being the first. The examination of your true body has been vital in deciphering a systematic means to convert humans into phase lords. Each of them owes you for the power they have gained, whether they like it or not. That alone demands respect. Chapter 7134. The Ascended Giants. The first meeting between Ves and the leaders of the Phase Lord Department took place in high orbit of Jotunheim. Although the base of the Rogue Department was well protected, it had powered down its active turrets and other weapon systems as part of a pre-negotiated settlement. The Blue Jay fleet did likewise, keeping its mechs in their carriers and the weapon systems of its warships in lockdown. Many people could feel the tension in the air as those involved in this troublesome affair realized how easily both sides could come to blows. Any provocation could lead to escalation. If the human phase lords were not willing to back down out of paranoia or misplaced pride, then they may decide to launch an attack, thereby starting a chain of events that would lead to massive losses to both sides. The Urnstall was supposed to be the safest and most secure star system after Bridgehead 1. Any incident where warships, planetary bases and human phase lords started to exchange blows would definitely be detected across the central star node. Many more people would find out about the internal irregularities, turning it into a full-blown scandal that could not be contained. The Red Collective would suffer a huge crisis of faith. Every leader involved in this botched affair would suffer a huge hit in reputation. This included Ves. He therefore needed to be very careful and avoid setting off the compromised collies. Yet he could not allow the Red Collective to suffer too big of a disadvantage either. The RC had its bottom lines. It could not afford to tolerate outright betrayal. If the human phase lords did not fall in line, then the Red Collective had little choice but to call in the big guns. This likely entailed drastic measures such as requesting the intervention of a god pilot to sort out the recalcitrant human phase lords. Of course, it went without saying that such a move came at an enormous expense. Just the fact that the RC had to divert a god pilot from a vital responsibility was enough to affect the war effort. Nobody wanted the situation to deteriorate up to this point. Ves carried the hopes of many RC leaders. They wanted him to try and see if he could resolve the problem. Quietly and without drama, Ves personally did not have that much hope of success. He was not a professional diplomat and still felt he was lacking too much context. However, the RC promised rich rewards if he succeeded in convincing the human phase lords to submit themselves to authority. More importantly, if he failed, he would still come away with a generous consolation prize. The RC had plenty of good stuff that Ves desired, from exclusive hyper materials to forbidden knowledge. What Ves found most crucial was structural knowledge on how to convert alien phase water organs into human-compatible versions. This was a long-standing shortcoming of the Larkinson Biotech Institute. The Phase Lord Department conducted a huge amount of research in this field. Though much of the research data was locked inside bases such as Jotunheim, the RC's other databases possessed a sizable quantity of early research reports, enough to satisfy Ves's appetite. The thought of those databases caused Ves to turn towards another important figure. Lucky raised his head and looked questionably at Ves. "Are you ready for another infiltration mission? This isn't like the last attempts. Jotunheim is secured with lots of modern human tech. You cannot afford to be sloppy. Retrieving vital intelligence from their data cores is important, but preventing the human phase lords from finding out that we are sneaking behind their backs is even more important. You can literally start an internal war if any phase lord, any human thrall or any electronic system has detected your traces." The gem cat arrogantly lifted his head. Meow. It was as if Lucky felt insulted that Ves would even question his infiltration capabilities. "Hey, we got exposed while we were attempting to infiltrate the protector of Karnak's underwater lair, remember?" Lucky believed he would be able to remain completely undetected if he did not have to babysit Ferrum this time. Whatever the case, the consequences of getting caught were much more severe this time. That was why Ves did not insist on employing his infiltration-oriented mechanical cat avatar. Compared to an amateur like Ves, Lucky was much more experienced with infiltration. Ves turned to Zariel 775. "Are you sure Lucky will be able to find anything particularly important or incriminating? Even if these human phase lords are not the sharpest tools in the workshop, they shouldn't be stupid enough to document their evil master plan. You would be surprised how negligent individuals can be." The mysterious spy responded, "Even the best can fall prey to complacency. It is still worthwhile to take the risk to send out your pet on an infiltration mission. The absence of proof also constitutes an important data point in itself. The results will at least provide more certainty to the astral octagon." Do not be too concerned about the possibility that your pet will get caught. We have discreetly mobilized a troop of formation masters and other cultivators that will provide various means of remote support. The human phase lord should not possess the means to detect these discrepancies. Are you sure about that? Ves questioned. They all have companion spirits, right? The secret keeper nodded. That is true, but none of them excel in detection as far as I am concerned. Their companion spirits are mostly oriented towards enhancing and supporting their direct combat capabilities, which mostly comes in the form of elemental energy manipulation. They possess certain means of detection, but our experts have already taken this into account. What is much more important is that you do your best to attract their attention. We are certain that the self-styled Polymarchos is broadcasting this meeting to the rest of his troops. He has no other choice given how much they look up to you as the trailblazer of their current path to power. Polymarchos, when we found out that the human phase lords have become compromised, the department head has already taken the first step to distancing himself from our organization by adopting separate ranks for himself and his subordinates. Following the traditions of the alien phase lords, Silocarnian has cast off his mortal name, and prefers to be known as the Oscillating Fist, the Polymarchos of the Ascended Giants. That is a drastic change, Ves remarked. He is one step away from designating human phase lords as the giant race. We know. We believe that the Polymarchos have deliberately assumed these new names to fulfill multiple goals. Among them is to use the threat of declaring the existence of the giant race to force us to accommodate his other requests. It is working. The Red Collective cannot afford to let this catastrophe come to pass. The stakes were too high. Ves felt more pressured than ever. He continually doubted himself. He truly did not feel he was not the right person for the job, because the RC could not find anyone better. They defaulted Ves. It seemed reckless and unnecessarily risky, but the collies had conducted a thorough analysis and concluded that letting an amateur like Ves make an attempt was better than all of the other alternatives. As Ves continued to absorb more information, the Blue Jay fleet finally approached the orbit of Jotunheim. Just as agreed, the Tarrasque along with a small amount of escort vessels continued onwards while the remainder of the Blue Jay fleet remained a bit further away. In case either side launched an attack, the bulk of the mechs and warships would have to spend precious minutes getting closer before they could offer material assistance. This was a gesture of goodwill on the part of Ves and the Red Collective. Hopefully, the human phase lords would not make Ves regret his decision to proceed with the plan. As the Tarrasque and her meager escorts approached the target orbit, Zariel 775 took Lucky away in order to prep the Gem Cat for his mission. Ves knew that the Tarrasque was ready to launch a stealth shuttle that was currently parked in a blind spot on the exterior of her large hull. This shuttle would hopefully approach the headquarters of the Phase Lord Department and drop Lucky off without setting off any perimeter alarms. Ves silently wished his cat would stick to the mission and not get up to any unnecessary mischief. Minutes continued to pass as the Tarrasque assumed a stable orbit. Ves along with his chief of staff and a fortified troop of Apocalypse Wardens boarded an armored shuttle that would take him to the commercial transport vessel parked in a nearby orbit. The shabby venue was specifically chosen to prevent any ambushes and limit the damage if the human phase lords became too energetic, for whatever reason. Ves glanced at his bodyguards. They came from the 2nd Apocalypse Warden Battalion of the Enforcement Department. They were well trained and talented in chi cultivation. They received a regular supply of elixirs to accelerate their growth, but even if they had gained a certain level of combat effectiveness, he doubted that they could pose a serious threat against even a single phase lord. The difference in scale was too great. The only upside was that the Apocalypse Wardens were all trained in combining their strength to launch collective attacks. That should give them at least a decent chance of slowing down their opponents. The armored shuttle flew over to the empty transport vessel without any incident. As Ves and his entourage stepped inside, an attendant from the Phase Lord Department bowed and wordlessly led the party to the main cargo hold. Ves knew that the human Phase Lords had all become indoctrinated by the heavenly authority of the Red Ocean, but that did not explain why the regular human staff of the Phase Lord Department still did their jobs like nothing had changed. "Hello, can I ask a question?" The attendant turned his head and looked at Ves even as he continued to stride forward. "You are not a Phase Lord. Why have you chosen to remain in the service of your current superiors?" "You would not understand," the man said while shaking his head. "Try me," Ves challenged. "My orders do not allow for that. My only responsibility is to lead you to the right destination." "Damn, Ves would have loved to gather first-hand insights from a member of the Phase Lord Department. They eventually entered a large and hollow metal cavern. While the transport was only middling in size, the vessel's cargo capacity was still impressive in absolute terms. Instead of ferrying raw materials or finished goods back and forth, the transport had now become the improvised meeting place between two parties. Ves and the others immediately caught sight of the delegation from the Phase Lord Department. They would have to be blind to miss the presence of 4 human giants. Each of them had adopted a uniform size that allowed them to match the height of 2 average mechs stacked on top of each other. They all wore nanosuits instead of raiments, which Ves interpreted as a good sign. Ves did not believe for a second that this was their maximum size limit. The oscillating fist stood at the head of the small procession. He exuded a great amount of strength. His gigantic but handsome face belied a strong sense of conviction and personality. This was not a leader who gave up easily. Ves briefly glanced at the other 3 Phase Lords. Each of them were the heads of the 3 active phalanxes. He recalled their names and their biographies, but seeing them in the flesh breathed life into their stories. The human Phase Lords all formed a united front. They observed Ves with a mixture of caution and respect. As Ves and his party stopped a respectful distance away from the 4 giants, a tense silence ensued. Chapter 7135. I identify as giant. The 2 sides looked completely different from each other. On one side of the empty cargo hold, 4 human Phase Lords stood tall and proud. Each of them wore decorated nanosuits that had been programmed to take on the form of uniforms that showed off their superhuman physiques. On the other side, Ves along with his chief of staff and his bodyguards practically looked like ants in front of the 4 monstrosities. The confrontation did not look equal at all. Just one of the human Phase Lords could easily the human-sized figures with a single foot. Ves did his best not to let the extreme size difference bother him. It was not much different from meeting people who were noticeably taller than him. Sure, the gap was much greater this time, but he already anticipated this in advance. Seeing as the 4 human Phase Lords had yet to break the silence, Ves decided to do it himself by raising his hand to form a casual wave. Hi. He deliberately assumed a more casual tone in his greeting in an attempt to disarm the tension in the cargo hold. This usually worked, but not this time. All 4 Phase Lords scowled or showed signs of displeasure. Shameful, Silo-Carnian said with contempt. I never expected our progenitor to cling so much to his mortal human failings. We looked up to you, Larkinson. You have opened up a route that allows for people to undergo a physical transformation that turns them into gods. Why have you not embraced the divine physique that you have been blessed with? This is a gift from the universe. To spurn it is not only blasphemy, but also a denial of your true identity. Ves could immediately tell that this was not going to be an easy conversation. The sentiment betrayed by the department head along with his decision to approach this meeting in his current stature showed that he had truly fallen for his delusions of godhood. Good day to you too. Ves calmly responded. I greet you in this form because I identify myself as human. I am not doing this to insult you and your like-minded subordinates. My humanity is precious. Since I am a proud and upstanding member of human society, it is natural for me to retain my original height. It is rare for me to use my Phase Lord physique for anything. As a mech designer, I have less need to tap into the greater power of my true body. I believe we are both civilized people. My stature should not have any bearing on this conversation. The Polymarchos shook his head. You are propagating falsehoods. You deny the truth that is locked inside your transformed biology. From the moment we have ascended into godhood, we already sense that we have assumed a new destiny. The revelations that we have received after we have grown has confirmed it. We are mere humans no longer. We are giants. We are myth turned to life. We are the children you have wrought. It is only right for you to present your divine form to us. Your refusal to do so is in poor taste. Ves absolutely could not go along with their demand. Not only would doing so validate their delusional claims about giants, but the bigger problem was that it would allow Sev to usurp control over his body. The latter consequence was unacceptable and had to be prevented at all cost. Who knew whether Sev's crazy delusions would encourage the compromised human Phase Lords to completely separate themselves from the human race? I regret that you think this way, but I still choose not to meet with you in the form of a Phase Lord. I come here as a representative of the humans who make up the Red Collective and Red humanity as a whole. I take on their form so that they will know that I am on their side. I may have made the opposite decision if I was interceding on your behalf, but that is not the case this time. Although the human phase lords did not like it, they reluctantly dropped the matter, though their good mood after meeting with their progenitor had faded. The air grew more tense as a result. Although Silo-Carnian maintained a deliberate posture of control, his phalanx leaders looked a little more poised to go into action. This subsequently riled up the Apocalypse Warden guards who were ready to take action themselves if necessary. Mr. Carnian, I would like to stop. The leading phase lord raised his palm. We may have acquiesced to your denial of your own identity, but do not deprive us from our own identities. To call us by our former human names is to imply we are still vulnerable mortals. I have discarded my mortal human name because it no longer represents my ascended self. I have become the oscillating fist, the polymarchos that reigns over the ascended giants. We forgive you for dead naming me due to your ignorance of our ways, but we will not tolerate your misstep again, even if you are our indirect creator. Ves wanted to palm his face at this artificial nonsense. What was wrong with holding two names? Why were these ascended giants so sensitive about their names? It was a rather bad sign that they held so much contempt towards the names that tied them to their human identities. They tried so hard to distance themselves from their mortal human origins that it was as if they were afraid of anything that suggested weakness. Ves decided to no longer push them on this particular issue. The first time already sufficed as a test. There was no reason to provoke this bunch any further. Would you like to introduce your fellow officers to us? Ves asked. I have read their records, but I figure that they have made the same decision as you and taken on new names for themselves. The oscillating fist smiled and placed his giant hand on the shoulder of one of the men standing behind. Indeed they did. This is my second in command. The unshakable king is the most indomitable ascended giant among us. He controls his fury the best among us. As the strategos of the Titan phalanx, he leads the most exceptional force of ascended giants in this galaxy. Kirzan Hoslin, now going by the unshakable king, took a step forward and made a somewhat respectful salute towards Ves. It is an honor to meet with the progenitor of giants. It is regrettable to see that your human minders have denied you from embracing your true strength. We look forward to liberating you from your shackles. The oscillating fist proceeded to introduce his next commander. The fiery axe is one of the best weapon masters among the ascended giants. Do not let her disciplined facade fool you. She is a monster when she is fully unleashed. She is the undisputed strategos of the flesh chopper phalanx. The phase lord department counted significantly more male than female phase lords. Nonetheless, Phasia Melidor managed to stand out and become the head of the flesh chopper phalanx. The female human phase lord stepped forward and bumped her rigid fist across her chest. Progenitor. The woman formerly known as Phasia Melidor stepped back after completing her simple greeting. She had conveyed all she wanted from her look, gesture and words. The oscillating fist proceeded to introduce the third commander. The divine harpoon is my choice to command the faceless giant phalanx as its strategos. He is one the oldest among us and possesses the calm and experience to keep all of his men in check. The man who used to be an infantry commander by the name of Herodi Mullane stepped forward with an impeccable posture and bumped his fist against his chest like the previous strategos. It is a pleasure to meet with you, progenitor. We regret to meet you under these circumstances. We would have been happy to welcome you to our base if you did not choose to repress your true self. There is no shame in admitting that you have become one of us. We are not enemies of red humanity. But they could be, was the unspoken implication. As the last commander stepped back, the oscillating fist proudly faced the human delegation. The four of us may be small in number, but we speak on behalf of all ascended giants, or at least we hoped that would be the case. We had hoped to conduct a fruitful and substantive talk with a fellow ascended giant, but your choice of stature and your open denial of your true identity is an insult to us, no matter whether you intended it or not. We know what you want from us. We refuse to follow your script. There will be no negotiating between us. Whatever you hope to accomplish through dialogue is doomed. What? Just because Ves insisted on sticking to his human identity and stature, these ascended giants rejected the possibility of trying to talk their way out of an impending conflict. Had these guys gone crazy? No, wait. That was a stupid question. There was no doubt that they had lost their sanity. Let me make sure I heard you correctly. Ves said, are you sure you want to stop any hope of figuring out a way to realize a peaceful end to the current disputes? Not precisely. The oscillating fist responded. We object to the method that you have chosen. You are under the mistaken impression that we wish to address our disagreements through dialogue. That is the human way. We have most passed such flimsy means. We are ascended giants. We rule through might, not words. We are still willing to end our conflict in a manner which does not lead to widespread bloodshed. We would like to offer you a counterproposal. Ves had a feeling that he might not like what he was about to hear next. The Phase Lord leader began to smirk and assume a more aggressive posture. Fight us, challenge us, conquer us. As long as you duel my commanders and win, I shall permit you to challenge me for leadership over the ascended giants. Win, and we shall acknowledge your leadership without any further disputes. Lose even once, and we will refuse to listen to you any further. We respect strength above all, so if you believe you have the guts, then prove your qualifications to lead us with your fists. Oh, before I forget to mention it, we only accept challenges from other ascended giants. Do not challenge us as a human. Do not fight us with a Karman mech. The only way you can truly earn our submission is for you to prove beyond all reasonable doubt that you are the most superior ascended giant. For a moment, Ves could not believe what he just heard. Instead of engaging in a tense and difficult dialogue where both sides would continue to verbally wrangle each other until they reluctantly formed an uncomfortable compromise, these ascended giants wanted to solve their disputes in a different way. Through martial duels. It was a delightfully simple yet incredibly primitive way to determine primacy. Ves did not have any desire to enter an arena and brawl against any of these human phase lords. He was a mech designer, not a prize fighter. There was no way he could stand a chance against these professional and experienced warriors. Besides, as soon as he unfolded his true body, Sev would return from the depths of his mind. His alter ego was a disaster. Who knew what Sev would do once he took over Ves's body? Perhaps he might side with the ascended giants and lead them into declaring full independence from the human race. The oscillating fist and his fellow commanders looked down at Ves with contempt. We deny your rejection. Either fight us, or get lost. You have no other choice. On account of being our progenitor, we will permit you to return to your ship and deliberate your decision with your weak human friends. You have 24 standard hours to transmit your final response. If you do not satisfy us, then do not blame us for what we will do next. Chapter 7136. Fighting Qualifications. Ves remained in a foul mood as he sat in the armored shuttle that brought him back to the Terrask. The first meeting with the leaders of the Phase Lord Department unfolded completely outside anyone's expectation. In hindsight, he realized that he may not have pushed hard enough. He let the human Phase Lords take the initiative, from agreeing to use their new monikers as opposed to their original human names to letting himself get completely stumped by the demand to duel their leaders. Ves became overtaken by their verbal offensive that he could scarcely catch his breath and figure out a coherent response that did not amount to a complete capitulation. The only positive outcome from his first meeting with the compromised human Phase Lords was that he did not set any of them off. He did not look forward to fighting his way out of that mess. As Ves boarded the Terrask yet again, he first tried to find out whether Lucky had already completed his infiltration mission. Ves let out a huge breath after seeing the dark metallic archimetal cat enjoying a rich treat. Lucky leisurely dipped his head into a bowl. It was filled with a mixed collection of high-grade exotics and hypers courtesy of the Red Collective. Did my cat retrieve the data that you wanted? We are still parsing through it. Secret Keeper Zariel 775 placidly said. Much of the sensitive data is locked behind encryption. The staff of the Phase Lord Department have not lost any of their competence despite following their masters into madness. It takes a considerable amount of processing power and decryption ingenuity in order to quickly crack the contents. That said, we should be able to unlock the first truly valuable data dump before the end of the day. Ves looked forward to what they might find from the data. He did not have too many expectations, though. These human Phase Lords should be well aware that Xianxia was home to some of the best hackers of red humanity. Perhaps only the cybers were better at it due to their greater technological advancement, but the mechers and the fleeters were quite good in their own right. Seeing that it would take a bit more time to learn about the gains of Lucky's successful infiltration mission, Ves turned his attention back to the main issue at hand. He looked carefully at the Secret Keeper. Even now, the man still refused to remove his hood from his head. The way it cast a shadow over his face was so unnaturally effective that not even a direct light could illuminate it. The entire robe was probably an artifact of sorts that was so good at obscuring that it didn't even register as special from Blinky's senses. It didn't matter. Though the Secret Keeper was so well trained that he did not betray any clues, Ves had a sense that the absence of any reaction already constituted an answer in itself. You predicted this outcome, didn't you? He made a guess. You sought me out specifically because I am the only human phase lord that is not a part of their club. You sent me over to that transport vessel on short notice and inadequate preparation because you guys already foresaw that further coaching was redundant. From the start, you already deduced that the only way to truly get those human phase lords to back down was for me to present myself and provoke them into a series of duels, am I correct? He had developed this suspicion during the shuttle ride back to the flagship of the Blue Jay fleet. Ves did not believe that the secret department of the Red Collective could miss this possibility. The spies of the RC had monitored the human phase lords for a long time. They should have compiled entire libraries worth of behavioral models that could roughly tell them how they would respond to different stimuli. An outcome like the one that just unfolded earlier should have fallen within the calculations of those behavioral models. Even if the RC was not as obsessively data-driven as the polymath, the collies were still modern humans who possessed good familiarity with advanced technology. Processing data was an essential part of any serious organization. The secret keeper at least had the decency to be honest. We did anticipate this particular outcome. The collie admitted. We did not believe the probability that this scenario would unfold was as high as 100%, however. We believed that there was only a 46% chance that the human phase lords would challenge you to a duel. This result should only happen if they genuinely respect you as their progenitor and if they judge that you are a worthy challenger. Ves blinked. Huh, did I hear that right? Do not think that the human phase lords are simple-minded brutes. Zariel 775 warned. They may appear that way due to their proclivities, but they are still members of the RC. None of our hires are simple, particularly those who have been appointed as department heads or military unit commanders. They have their own ways of judging your strength and combat readiness. In their eyes, they believe that you can test them. Perhaps winning is a distant prospect, but so long as the probability exists, it is still a worthwhile endeavor to invite you to duel with them. Just the bragging rights of having dueled against the very first human phase lord is enough to make them proud. Was that what Ves had been reduced to? Did those ascended giants see him as nothing more than a trophy to be won in the dueling arena? Why the hell do those phase lords think I can even last more than a couple of seconds against them? Ves frowned. Is it because they believe my phase water concentration is higher than theirs? That should not be the case. My phase water organ collection is not that impressive either. I have not done much to progress my phase lord cultivation, deliberately so I might add. Besides, even if my mass is twice as much as that of the oscillating fist, I bet you the Polymarchos will easily beat me black and blue in a matter of minutes. He was the 19th best boxer in the Milky Way once upon a time. Even if he fell off hard after all of those years, he is still 10 times a better fighter than myself. The collie spy did not let Ves get away with such a lopsided comparison. The gulf in fighting skills is indeed large, but not as excessive as you describe. From our studies of the few pieces of combat footage that we have of you, we believe that you are a natural fighter. Your Larkinson bloodline is strong. You are a highly competitive individual and you are accustomed to performing under pressure. Aside from that, your fighting techniques with a polearm are surprisingly decent. It is nothing to write home about, but if you combine your serviceable foundation with other advantages such as technology, systematic cultivation and intelligence gathering, we may be able to shape you up into a winner. Are you serious? Ves may have swallowed an enlightenment fruit that had instilled him with skills on how to fight with a staff, but he mainly redeemed it because it taught him how to manipulate darkness energy. From what he could gather from the skills he acquired from the enlightenment fruit, their origin came from a disciple who had spent all of his time performing the same drills in a dojo. Perhaps he occasionally sparred against others, but these were highly restrictive sparring sessions where both sides had to abide by a lot of rules. Therefore, despite knowing how to fight with a staff, Ves did not actually gain a lot of actual combat experience out of the fruit. Come now, Professor Larkinson. You are a mech designer. You should know combat well enough that winning is a process of utilizing your advantages better than your opponent. It is undeniable that you will lose in terms of pure fighting skills, but what if your equipment is more superior than theirs? What if your companion spirit is much more powerful than their own? What if we provide expert coaching to you so that you have a better idea of what to expect when confronting known quantities? Ves pressed his lips. What you are saying is logical on the surface, but combat is way more than a game of sums. There are a lot of unquantifiable factors that can determine the outcome of a battle. Stuff like discipline, martial spirit, experience and many more are stuff that those professional soldiers have in abundance. As for me, I am a mech designer. The time I spent in actual combat is just a fraction of the time I spent on designing mechs. The secret keeper stared pointedly at him. The spy did not back off on his argument. Ves the mech designer is indeed not a good fighter. He has talent in abundance, but he has never developed it in any acceptable measure. Sev the first human phase lord on the other hand appears to be much more proficient at employing those fighting skills correctly. He is the version of yourself that has spent serious time in learning how to employ your skills and how to better fight against competent opponents. There are still many shortcomings to his combat approach, but he at least possesses a foundation that can give us a serious chance of winning a handful of duels. Ves grew angry. Did these collies seriously think it was a good idea to rely on his evil alter ego? Summoning Sev for anything sounded like pure madness. His other personality was liable to defect to the ascended giants. I refuse. Ves squeezed between his gritted teeth. Sev is a liability to myself and to others. He is a slave to the Red Ocean. Zariel 775 slowly leaned forward. Did you not visit the astral octagon in the hopes of finding a resolution to your problem? We can help you, Professor Larkinson. We have developed certain theories and derived potential solutions to your condition, though none of them are as absolute as you would like. Each of them demands that you face your other self and form a compromise that both of you can live with. It is not much, but even a partial answer is better than no answer. I strongly advise you to consider. If you can convert Sev from an adversary into an uneasy ally, then you can rely on him to fight your battles. This was unacceptable. Ves could not bring himself to take this crazy proposal seriously. The collies hoodwinked him. They sought this outcome from the start, so they manipulated him behind his back. It was only now that they came clean, but they had already pushed him into a corner by this time. He scowled. He felt disgusted by all of the manipulation. The RC did not respect its founder and chief counselor as much as it should. Perhaps it was his fault for neglecting his duties and letting Eliza Mo-Rigadan perform the bulk of his obligations on his behalf. His lack of commitment had left him bereft of allies within the organization. Regardless, that did not mean that Ves was about to accept this arrangement. It sounded stupid on the surface. The subsequent explanation did not make it any better. Seeing as he was getting nowhere, Ves let out a discontented huff and turned around. He wanted to go back to his design lab and spend his time on more worthwhile pursuits such as helping his wife finalize the design of the Riot Mark III. Just thinking about tinkering with mechs lifted up his mood. He was a mech designer. He was not a fighter. Sev did not represent his true self. The mere idea of compromising with an uninvited intruder to his own body should never take root. Chapter 7137. Degrees of Betrayal. Ves managed to recover his mood after assisting his wife. The Riot Mark III project was nearing its ultimate conclusion. The initial combination of high-grade superdimensional matter and architect was anything but perfect or elegant, but Gloriana had already conducted enough experiments to verify that the new solutions worked. The resonance smith did not shortchange her in this regard. Though Ves did not possess enough of an understanding of architect to help his wife redesign the more difficult aspects of the Riot Mark III, he was still able to help her design the easiest sections. It helped that his understanding of superdimensional theory was better than her own. There were not many aspects that he liked about his phase lord cultivation, but he had to admit that it was an enormous boon to his handling of phase water technology and superdimensional technology. The Riot Mark III will be a machine without peer once he has taken on this form. Gloriana crowed. For all of its problems and complications, Architect is still a superior tech base in terms of performance, resilience and damage control. Combining these strengths with the exceptional resistance of armor-grade superdimensional matter will result in the most powerful first-class expert mech in both the old galaxy and the new frontier. I dare say that no other expert mech will be able to match the extravagance of our design for years. Only the Larkinson clan can afford to pamper its expert pilots to this degree. It is still just an expert mech, though, Ves said in a more tempered mood. According to Kutiz's theory, once Venerable Rosa Orphan takes possession of this machine, her Earth score should shoot up so much that her breakthrough is practically guaranteed. Yet, nothing is absolute. If she fails to trigger her second apotheosis, then this project will become known as the biggest and most expensive blunder in the mech industry. Ves and Gloriana were essentially gambling on Venerable Orphan's breakthrough. This was a dangerous and risky decision that may very well bite them back. Is that why you insist on applying your special treatment onto our work. Gloriana quietly asked, just look at our work. Do you think with a mech this powerful, Rosa Orphan will fail to live up to the Riot Mark III's potential? I question the necessity of amplifying its performance even further, especially through questionable and dubious means. You know that this has always been the plan. He responded coolly to her, making it clear that he did not accept refusal on this issue. The Riot Mark III is meant to become the epitome of chaos on the battlefield. In order to exemplify this trait, he has to be cruel to his enemies as well as his own pilot. The friction produced between the pilot and machine will become the fuel that allows the combination's performance to reach the next level. Out of all of the high-ranking mech pilots in our mech roster, Venerable Orphan is by far the most suitable candidate to receive this special treatment. Ves did not want to wait any longer. He had access to demoncasting for a long time, yet did not utilize it often enough to justify its selection. That had to change. In truth, Ves wanted to push for the creation of the very first D-Mech because he continually questioned whether he had chosen the right upgrade track. He could not possibly forget that he could have chosen upgrade track 3, superdimensional transformation, during the latest system upgrade. At the time, Ves had no special feelings about this superdimensional business. It was only after Kedis did her research and opened up a portal to the blue dimension on her first attempt that Ves, along with everyone else in the Red Ocean, became introduced to the wonders of superdimensional matter. If he understood the enormous strategic value of superdimensional matter at that earlier junction, then he may not have chosen to invest in upgrade track 2, demoncasting. Alas, the timing was horrible. If he had waited a couple of months after upgrading the system, he may have made another decision. That did not mean he was dissatisfied with the choice he ended up with. Although he did not spend too much time on it, Ves had already confirmed multiple times that demoncasting could yield powerful upgrades without needing to introduce another scarce wonder material. D-Mechs had enormous potential. Ves just had to ensure that he was prepared and ready to perform the secret process onto the Riot Mark III. As the pair continued to work, the conversation inevitably strayed to the conversation between Ves and the human phase lords. Thankfully, Gloriana fully recognized and agreed that Ves had been right to turn away from the Red Collective's nonsense. HMPH. No matter whether it is the estranged Phase Lord Department or the supposedly prim and proper Astral Octagon, they are both staffed by ideologues and extremists. None of them are on your side. They all want something from you. If you ask me, you need to put more effort into standing up for yourself. You are the head of the upper council, Ves. You preside over a gathering that brings together almost all of the major human powers of the Red Ocean. That should convey a considerable amount of weight to your name. Ves sighed. You are probably right, but it is not that easy for me to assert myself among all of those big players. Perhaps it is not worthwhile for me to retain my seat in the upper council. There is no point in keeping the position if I can't throw my weight around. Sure, it is nice to receive regular intelligence reports, and I can procure a large variety of exclusive goods from the internal exchange, but I can already get much of this through external trades. Although Ves would always feel proud for playing a pivotal role in bringing the Red Collective to life, it had already evolved into its own beast. The super organization had become unrecognizable to him. It had its own leaders, culture and interest groups. Ves did not really feel like much of an insider. He was not cut out for politics. Perhaps it was best to repeat the same move he did in the Larkinson clan and resign from his position. After Ves and Gloriana finished their work for the day, both of them grew satisfied with how the mech design was shaping up. They had not encountered any troublesome complications that could cause the completion of the mech design project to be delayed. You can pass on the good news to Venerable Orphan, Ves told his wife. If the remaining design sessions are just as smooth, then we should be able to begin the upgrade process very soon. Everything else is already in place. Gloriana formed a tired grin. I am already looking forward to it. I am confident that the Riot Mark III will turn into an excellent masterwork, at least before you apply your special treatment. What comes out after that is anyone's guess, but I am afraid the end result will be far from matching my ideals. We all have to make sacrifices, Gloriana. Do not remind me, Ves. As Ves was about to retire for the night, he received a notification from Secret Keeper Zerial 775. A part of the data stolen by Lucky had finally been decrypted. The intelligence gleaned from it was interesting enough that Ves needed to know about it as soon as possible. Though Ves was not in the mood for more manipulation, he couldn't help himself. He did not think he could enjoy a proper break without satisfying his curiosity. This better be good, he muttered. A short time later, Ves entered a secure chamber where the secret keeper was already present. The other man handed over a secure data pad. What did you guys uncover? Ves asked as he began to skim through the messages on the screen. The data cores that your mechanical cat managed to hack into are protected in different layers. The weakest cores are relatively lightly encrypted as they contain data that is deemed low priority. These cores are also used to exchange data that is frequently accessed and transmitted. Their speed and lack of latency makes them more convenient in usage. Over time, these speed cores automatically transfer their data to the more secure but also slower cores. Ves roughly understood what was going on. So you only managed to crack the data retrieved from the weakest and least important cores. From what I am reading, you have only managed to retrieve scattered exchanges of messages between the members of the Phase Lord Department. Correct. While you can expect them to exercise a certain degree of discretion, there is enough explicit mentioning of their agendas for us to understand what the leaders of the various units truly seek. The messages that Ves perused contained snippets that contained varying degrees of incriminating statements. Much of it sounded treasonous. They only differed by degree. I don't have time for this, Ves instructed. There are too many exchanges. Give me a summary. Tell me what I should truly know. Zariel did so. There are 7 individuals who truly comprise the leadership body of the Phase Lord Department. These are the Polymarchos, the 3 Strategoi as well as the 3 champions of their respective phalanxes. You have not met the latter, but they stand to take over leadership if their superior is taken out of the equation. Okay, take the Faceless Giant Phalanx for example. Its commanding officer is Herodi Mullane, the Divine Harpoon. As an old hand and a former infantry commander, he is the most steadfast among their gathering. According to these internal messages, it is clear that he is still loyal to Red Humanity and a proponent for keeping the Phase Lord Department within the RC. He serves as an important counterweight to the others who have much stronger desires to go independent. The Divine Harpoon needs to be pushed upwards as much as possible. Zariel 775 said. He is on our side, pretty much. That is good news to us, but he is not without his own problems. His obstinacy has made him many enemies among the other ascended giants, chief among them his own champion. Ges Verkin, known as the Divine Arsenal, is a powerful potentate with D-grade genetic aptitude that is nonetheless able to control a hybrid between a mech and a raiment that is integrated with multiple weapon systems and other tech. While he has never explicitly made his intentions clear, his word exchanges imply that he intends to initiate a leadership challenge to the Divine Harpoon in the near future. Oh, Ves found this to be mildly interesting. How likely will the Divine Arsenal succeed? The Secret Keeper lowered his head. We do not know if we are being honest. We do not have a good understanding of their combat power. The Phase Lord Department has kept much of its activities behind closed doors. However, the Divine Arsenal would not make his attempt if he thought he was unlikely to succeed. The underlying message was that the Red Collective needed to resolve its problems with the Phase Lord Department before this leadership challenge could happen. If the Divine Arsenal won his duel against the Divine Harpoon, then a crucial restraining factor would disappear. The entire leadership of the Phase Lord Department may very well be in support of declaring independence and turning the Ascended Giants into a separate race. What are the other leaders like, then? They are considerably more problematic. Phasia Melidor, now known as the Fiery Axe, is a strong advocate for independence, but she also despises the Red Cabal. There are voices that actually propose that applying to join the Red Cabal and adopting the alien ways is their best option. We can at least rely on the strategos of the Flesh Chopper Phalanx to restrain these voices among her subordinates. Trying to turn the Ascended Giants into its own separate race was one thing. Ves thought it was stupid, but he did not have overly strong feelings about it. To him, it sounded similar to the Dwarven initiative to turn their kind into a race of their own. What Ves could not accept was outright defection to the Red Cabal. This was a serious betrayal to Red Humanity and detrimental to all of the people they left behind. The fact that this suggestion was a legitimate proposal within the Phase Lord Department showed that it had truly gone astray. Chapter 7138, The Chameleon Giant. It did not surprise Ves that much that the Phase Lord Department contained a multitude of different opinions. The Ascended Giants were just like humans or any other intelligent race for that matter. Individuals always possessed different opinions on everything. It would have been more remarkable if they completely agreed with each other on many issues. However, the question of what the Ascended Giants were supposed to do in the future was not just any issue, but a defining subject that could lead them to glory, or ruination. After becoming indoctrinated by the heavenly authority of the Red Ocean, their desire to stick with red humanity had weakened to a devastating degree. That many of them openly flirted with defection and betrayal should have never been tolerated under normal circumstances. However, once all of the ascended giants had accepted their own divinity, they developed such wild egos that they had lost their affection for their original race. This was a detestable change of mind. Ves thought worse of the human phase lords for failing to stick to their duty. How come a mech designer of all people managed to resist better than all of these professional soldiers? The most important unit under the command of the phase lord department is Kirsten Hoslin. Secret Keeper Zariel 775 continued his explanation. As the strategos of the Titan phalanx, he is the most powerful among the commanders and is deeply trusted by the Polymarchos. The Unshakable King is also the Oscillating Fist's hand-picked successor. This is deeply troubling for various reasons, chief among them is the Unshakable King's abnormally strong god complex. Every message he sends reveals how much he has accepted the belief that he is a god. Ves snorted and crossed his arms. The Unshakable King is just a lesser phase lord. That hardly puts him on the same level as the ancient phase whales, let alone a god pilot. He should at least reach the third major cultivation rank before he calls himself this way. The Secret Keeper inclined his head. He agreed with this description. The human consensus towards organisms ascending to godhood is indeed as you described, but the native aliens that our race has fought against have a different perspective on the matter. They are unfamiliar with the concept of invisible gods that act through mysterious ways. To them, gods are real, physical and enormous. Most of the intelligent alien races of this dwarf galaxy commonly regard any organism as a good as soon as even a sliver of phase water has begun to flow through their veins. Of course, we may also be dealing with mistranslations. Perhaps their definition of a god also happens to include saints. That may be true, but the point still stood. The native aliens elevated phase lords to godhood way too easily. Sure, any phase lord was powerful beyond their peers, but they were not completely invincible. They could still be taken down as long as the attacking party was willing to pay a significant price. So the leader of the Titan phalanx has the strongest god complex of them all. What does he want to do, exactly? Ves asked. He understands red humanity's sentiment towards godhood, and he knows that there is no future for his vision so long as the phase lord department remains of our civilization. This is why he has been trying to persuade his fellow ascended giants that they need to join the only side that accepts the premise that phase lords are gods. The enemy, Ves flatly said. The native aliens. Correct. The Unshakable King is obsessed with the grandeur of godhood. He wants to be worshipped by trillions of mortals and he deeply wants to be treated as a god by his fellow phase leaders. Before his transformation into a powerful phase lord, he used to be an empathic commander, a soldier who understood his duty and a willing defender of common humans. After his transformation, he has lost all of those traits if his unfiltered messages are truly emblematic of his true views. He is a man who is willing to let 99% of red humans burn as long as he is able to join the Red Cabal and enjoy a protected status as an ascended giant as opposed to a human. That reminded Ves a lot of the personality changes that affected mech pilots once they crossed the extraordinary threshold. Certain individuals hardly changed after they triggered their apotheosis. Saint Tusa Billingsley Larkinson was a good example of this instance. Others went through such a radical shift that it was as if they had turned into completely different people. Venerable Janzi Larkinson practically embodied this phenomenon in his mind. Ves never really associated the two separate phenomena with each other, but it made sense if they were related. Whatever the case, if these messages were authentic and if they were not part of an ingenious deception scheme, then the Unshakable King has to be eliminated or removed from power. The longer he remained in his position, the more time he could spend on persuading the Polymarchos and the other ascended giants that it was a good idea to defect to the Red Cabal. How good is the Unspeakable King's relationship with the other ascended giants? Ves asked. He has won the respect and admiration of his subordinates. Many Titans might not be as eager to defect to the Red Cabal as their strategos, but they are not violently opposed to the idea, which indicates that every ascended giant carries the seed of betrayal in their hearts. There is only a minority of Titans that have openly rejected their superior's vision. Their champion happens to be among this group. Friedrich Safenka, otherwise known as the Grapple King, still remembers his duty to red humanity, if only barely. He strongly rejects the decision to side with the native aliens. He may still advocate for separating the ascended giants from the rest of the human race in order to exist as a race of their own. That is much better than the alternative. The Titans were the first human phase lords. They had been picked from the most elite and skilled candidates and received the most resources out of the three phalanxes. All of this meant that the Titans, and more specifically their strategos, carried much greater weight than the other ascended giants. The only human phase lord whose opinion carried even greater weight was the Polymarchos himself. What of the oscillating fist himself? The messages reveal little about his opinions. Professor Larkinson. He communicates mostly in person and through his staff. He rarely sends out messages over his department's internal network, and if he does, he mostly addresses neutral topics. Then what do the other ascended giants think about his viewpoints? They all seem to think that he is sympathetic towards their views. The secret keeper smirked. The divine harpoon believes that he is successfully reminding the Polymarchos of their original intention to serve red humanity. The fiery axe is convinced that her superior is in the process of turning the ascended giants into a separate race in the Red Ocean. The unshakable king has expressed optimism that his persuasion is slowly swaying the Polymarchos towards defecting to the Red Cabal. It sounds like the oscillating fist has yet to make up his mind. Ves slowly concluded. He reminds me of myself whenever I am at a junction where I have to make an important decision that can change everything. Whether you have already made up your mind or not, it is still a good idea to let your subordinates contribute their views and participate in the discussion. That way, you make them feel as if their opinions matter and you can be sure that you have considered every angle. So what do you believe the Polymarchos is inclined towards? Ves furrowed his brows. I am not sure, to be honest. My meeting with him lasted too short for me to get a good read on him. However, if we think about what we know about him, he is an extremely competitive person. He used to be a champion boxer and all. His first career still defines him. From that perspective, what he probably wants is for the ascended giants to exist as a special class of people, and that may mean going independent. That does not necessarily mean he wants to join the Red Cabal. But if red humanity regards the Phase Lord Department as traitors that have to be eliminated whenever possible, then there is nowhere else to go for protection and shelter. It was quite difficult to be in the oscillating fist's shoes. His transformation into a Phase Lord may have turned him into a raging egoist who believed that the ascended giants had distanced themselves from their human roots, but that did not mean he had lost any of his political ability. Perhaps part of the reason why the oscillating fist became so well liked as a leader was because he put a lot of work into finding acceptable compromises and getting as many people as possible to agree with his agenda. It was not because he possessed extraordinary charisma or anything. While all of this sounded like an interesting puzzle, Ves suddenly recalled his determination to have nothing to do with this mess. He put down the secure data pad. If this is all you have retrieved from the weakest data cores, then I am not interested in exploring any further. This is stuff that your secret department is responsible for analyzing. There is not much reason to present it to me. I am not going to accept their challenge. Zariel 775 stepped forward and made a gesture with his arms. Do not be so hasty, Professor. We have listened to your complaints and have resolved to be more open and transparent with you. Stay and listen to what we think. First, let me start by stating that you are in a position to make a great contribution to the Red Collective and our civilization as a whole. You have listened to what the ascended giants are considering. Instead of letting them go independent or defect to the Red Cabal where they will be asked to actively fight against their former race, you can keep them on our side, but only if you are accepted as their leader. Ves curled his lips downwards. That sounds nice, but the premise is that I win all of their bouts. It is already a pipe dream to win a duel against one professional soldier turned Phase Lord. Having to do it 4 times in a row is crazy, especially if I don't have enough time to recover from my exertion in between. We have yet to accept their counterproposal. Zariel 775 pointed out. We have noted that the ascended giants are all eager to fight with their progenitor. We can leverage that to negotiate a more equitable arrangement. We predict that the Polymarchos and his 3 strategoi will agree to reasonable changes to the terms. For example, we can demand that the duels will not be to the death or submission, but rather first blood or a scoring system. This should preserve your health and stamina as you or rather Sev fights back-to-back duels. We can also demand that your alter ego can win the leadership challenge and take over the Phase Lord Department by winning 3 out of 4 duels. We may be able to negotiate that down to winning just 2 out of 4 duels depending on the circumstances. That actually sounds a lot more realistic. not that my chances of winning are great to begin with. Ves quietly remarked. Furthermore, we can demand terms such as restricting technologies and weapon systems that the ascended giants rely on, while permitting tech that you rely on the most. There is a lot of room for manipulation. The more we tilt the rules in your favor, the easier it is for you to win your duels. Ves agreed that this could make a difference. But that was only relevant if he agreed to play along, which was definitely not the case. None of what you are saying is enough to change my mind. I know. This is why the department head of the enforcement department is currently on his way to the Tarrasque. He will make a personal appeal that you should listen to. Please withhold your judgment until then, Professor. Chapter 7139. The patient builder receiving a visit from the department head of the enforcement department was a big deal. The enforcement department played the same role as its counterpart in the Red Association. It was the military arm of the Red Collective. Every department of the RC fielded its own troops, but the enforcement department was special because it organized all of the real military units and made important strategic decisions. Its department head was a big deal. The Red Collective was set up as a decentralized super-organization courtesy of Ves, so it explicitly lacked a single absolute leader or a small group of people who held all of the reins of power. Even so, the department heads held much of the power of the RC by virtue of their executive authority. Unlike the councilors who could only exercise their power indirectly by voting on different bills, the department heads could decide how to implement the acts that the two councils had passed. Even if they had to abide by their directives, they had so much leeway on how to follow the new laws and directives that they could pursue their own agenda much more than other collies. It was therefore extremely vital that the collies chose the right leader to take charge of the enforcement department. Due to the heavily fractured power structure of the Red Collective, it was nearly impossible to get enough groups to agree on a single candidate. It was far too easy to find flaws that would cause a candidate to become unviable in the eyes of different interest groups. This was why a former High Marshal of the Chromo Republic managed to score this top job. Demetrius Saul Clavia was a 200-year-old man who once served as a Mech officer, a Mech general until he finally presided over the armed forces of a first-rate colonial state. During his long years of service, he never really managed to excel in anything flashy. He was not a brilliant Mech commander like Casella Ingvar. He was not a leader who inspired worship like Ves Larkinson. He was not even known as a particularly brilliant strategist. What he excelled at was the boring stuff. He was a numbers guy. He prioritized logistics above everything else. His favorite strategy was to build up infrastructure and spend lots of time training troops. His goal was never to start a fair fight. It was to build up military capabilities so much that by the time a conflict finally erupted, he had already won because his forces were so much better prepared for battle compared to the enemy. It was not for nothing that Demetrius Saul Clavia earned the moniker of the patient builder, though he preferred not to make use of it himself. Although a man known as the patient builder very clearly lacked energy, excitement and charisma, he did not lack vision. He had a very clear understanding that the Red Collective was just a new super-organization. It took time and effort to build up all of the infrastructure and to raise military units that were ready to participate in total war. An added complication was that raising armies of chi cultivators was not like raising armies composed of mechs. Mechs usually started off at full strength as soon as they rolled off the production lines. A mech corps comprising 50,000 mechs had a predictable amount of combat power so long as its numbers stayed the same. The same could not be said for cultivators. Gathering 50,000 of them, and they would start off severely underpowered and lacking in experience. Give them a few years of preparation, and their cultivation advanced by varying degrees depending on the complexity of their cultivation methods, their average talent and their access to elixirs and other assisting tools. In short, the RC's armed forces needed to spend as much time as possible on training and preparation in order to unleash greater strength on the frontlines as possible. This was the general reason why the patient builder led the enforcement department. He had no hunger for glory and would steadfastly stick to his slow strategy in order to guarantee that the RC would be able to make a strong showing once it finally unleashed its full might on the battlefield. While Ves had heard plenty of hearsay about Demetrius Saul Clavia over the months, he decided to ask the opinions of those who met the old department head in person. I know much about the head of the enforcement department, but it is not my place to share them with you. Zariel 775 plainly told Ves. We are called secret keepers for good reason. We come across a large amount of classified and sensitive information. We can start wars, provoke conflicts, break friendships and shatter alliances if we freely shared what we know to the wrong ears. I will not explain the specifics to you, but I am restricted from divulging information that is not critical and will break the confidence of a protected individual. That sounded disappointing, but Ves should feel grateful for the integrity of the secret keepers. These guys were the real deal. They likely knew a lot of secrets about Ves as well, and he would appreciate it that they did not carelessly leak them on the galactic net. Can you share with me information about the incoming department head that does not violate your vow of secrecy that I should know in order to ensure a more productive meeting? That was a difficult request. The collie spy had to pause for a dozen or so seconds before he opened his mouth again. The reason why he has dropped all of his appointments and has left the astral octagon to travel all the way out here is because he wants to convey the sincerity of the Red Collective. You do not have to question his honesty because this affair is of great importance to us all. The intelligence gathered by Lucky has confirmed one of our greatest fears. It is one thing for the Phase Lord Department to fall victim to a collective delusion and declare independence so that they can live on as part of a new giant race. It is another thing for them to outright defect to the Red Cabal and serve the aliens as gods who have an absolute right to rule over mortals. If the latter scenario unfolds, it can potentially unmake the Red Collective. The Secret Keeper may be a little dramatic with his words, but he was not wrong. The worst-case scenario could inflict so much damage to the RC's legitimacy that it may very well break up afterwards. Nobody could trust it to serve the best interest of red humanity when there was solid proof that it had far too little control over its own cultivators. One of the main reasons why the Red Collective existed was to regulate cultivators and prevent them from doing any harm to human society. For the enforcers of human order to actually degenerate into its own enemies was too absurd for people to accept. Given the potentially catastrophic consequences, it sounded a lot more logical for one of the most powerful leaders of the Red Collective to drop by an appeal to Ves. Ves did not want to disrespect such an important figure by refusing to meet with him. He originally intended to visit the Astral Octagon to build new relations and form friendships within the super-organization. This was a great opportunity to form a connection with one of the key figures who held a lot of power and authority. So long as the head of the enforcement department was on his side, Ves was sure his place in the Red Collective would remain secure. Since the department head chose to travel to the Tarask under lighter than usual escorts and with fast vessels only, he arrived remarkably quickly. Ves, Zariel 775 and Eliza Mo Regadan met the department head in one of the small conference rooms of the flagship of the Blue Jay fleet. The Farseer and several other collies of the Moloch squadron requested to attend this meeting as well, but Ves rejected it because he did not want to turn this into a spectacle. Head, everyone rose from their seats as soon as the head of the enforcement department entered the compartment. The man wore a predominantly silver uniform across his slender body. He maintained a stoic and dignified posture. He was not a man that people would recognize as a strong leader, but he possessed a quiet bearing that subtly indicated that he was anything but average. Chief Counselor. The older gentleman greeted Ves by his position within the RC. It is a pleasure to meet with you. I have come to address a crisis that is threatening to spill out of control. Is that truly the case? Ves asked as he moved right past the small talk. I mean, even if I don't lift a finger, you guys definitely have plenty of contingency plans in store. No matter how powerful these human phase lords may be, I don't think that any of them are greater phase lords, which limits their strength. You don't even need to call over a god pilot to subjugate them by force. A single superdimensional ace mech should be able to do the job. If you guys don't have access to one, I am sure our clan can loan one out to you guys for a price. The patient builder did not appear appreciative of the offer. We do have contingency plans, but so does the Phase Lord Department. They are humans as well. As much as they are trying to deny their origins, the Ascended Giants are still similar to us in thought. They know that we may choose to respond to their actions with force, so they have preemptively dispersed the bulk of their Ascended Giants across many different locations. We have not been able to track their coordinates. If the compromised personnel are intelligent enough, then they will deliberately not record or remember the locations so that we can never retrieve it. If we move to conquer the headquarters of the Phase Lord Department, then the rebels will transmit a signal that will command all of these hidden human Phase Lords to flee and possibly join the Red Cabal. It was impossible to catch all of these Ascended Giants. They were enormous and difficult to lose track of, but they could still do so by passing through lots of uninhabited star systems. They had a much higher chance of getting rid of any tails if they crossed the border and entered alien space in advance. Aside from that, they could still shrink their bodies to human scale, so that made them even harder to track if they truly wanted to hide. They could land on any planet and live in an underground base while waiting for a signal from headquarters. Letting any of these human traitors go would inflict a huge blow to the Red Collective. The more ascended giants joined the native aliens, the more severe the consequences. This was why it was in the Chief Enforcer's best interest to ensure that 0 ascended giants defected to the Red Cabal. The only way to do that was for Ves to win the leadership challenge and take over the Phase Lord Department. I am earnestly requesting you to fight for the good of all red humans. The patient builder sincerely requested. You should have a rough understanding of what is at stake. Do not let all of the Phase water, resources and manpower we have spent on raising 361 Phase Lords go to waste, or worse, benefit our enemies. From the moment an ascended giant steps onto the battlefield to fight against red humans, the Red Cabal will receive so much recrimination from the public that we will lose much of our support and legitimacy. So what? Ves skeptically pushed back. It won't be pleasant, but becoming unpopular is hardly a death knell to the RC. Why not lay low for a decade before you reintroduce yourselves to the public? That will not work. We need heavy infusions of funding and resources to ramp up our operations. Many of our plans rely heavily on goodwill and strategic partnerships. All of that will become ruined if we lose our broad support, thereby leading to the diminishment or collapse of our great project. Systematic cultivation will no longer become regulated as well as before. Many more people will go on to abuse flawed cultivation methods and either kill themselves or turn mad in a similar manner as the ascended giants. Chapter 7140, Loss Mitigation Strategy. He was willing to be a little more respectful in front of the head of the enforcement department, but that did not mean he was about to change his mind. You are both asking for me to do something that I cannot fulfill. I am not a fighter. Neither is Sev for that matter, though he would protest heavily if you told that to his face. Whatever the case, what you are asking for simply can't be done. Let alone winning 3 out of 4 duels, I do not think I can squeeze out a single win. I don't know why you guys keep pushing me to undertake the leadership challenge. Because only you can prevent the Phase Lord Department from turning traitor. Demetrius Saul Clavia directly stated to Ves with a serious expression. We have calculated all of the options. My enforcement department is responsible for taking action and coordinating our partners in the event we need to employ any of the violent options. None of the projections look good. We have only tracked the coordinates of roughly half of the human Phase Lords, and that is because they are mostly stationed at known bases and starships. In order to stop them from running, we need to divert valuable ace mechs from the front lines of many war theaters, thereby causing those regions of space to suffer increased losses, up to losing numerous strategically important locations. It was easy to overlook how difficult it was to defeat a Phase Lord, even one of the lesser variety. As long as an ascended giant did not allow an ace mech to get into close range, he or she could easily utilize his spatial abilities to warp away and leave a star system by relying on his own body alone. Once a Phase Lord reached the deep dark interstellar space, it was virtually impossible to track this rogue element down. It would be like finding a needle in a very large haystack. The Red 3 simply couldn't afford to divert so many precious resources just to capture a handful of treacherous human Phase Lords at most. In fact, an ascended giant did not have to maintain a true body in order to get away. Unlike Ves, these fellows had embraced the offer of the heavenly authority of the Red Ocean, which meant that they had sincerely embraced their identities as gods. Changing back to human form did not change anything because their personality would remain exactly the same. It was much easier to sneak away when an ascended giant could shrink and become visually indistinguishable from a regular human. Even Ves felt the onset of a headache when he thought about tracking all of them down. Perhaps there were prophets and other unusual cultivators that could trace their locations through mystical means, but there were far too many ascended giants out in the wild. Dozens of them would definitely slip through. Once these traitors reached the Red Cabal and formed an accord of sorts, the blow to red humanity would be devastating. The RC did not need to do much work to persuade Ves just how bad this scenario could be if the treachery went public. Red humanity had always managed to stick to its bottom line of uniting against its alien adversaries. Sure, the cosmopolitan movement very clearly did not play along, but they had been ostracized for such a long time that most people did not really treat them as humans anymore. It would be much more serious for a significant chunk of humans to defect to the slave civilization that the more ardent ascended giants dreamt of founding. Under the protection of the Red Cabal, Traitors such as the Divine Arsenal and the Unshakable King wanted to found a slave society where humans were reduced to worshipping laborers who toiled for their supposed gods. I understand the necessity of stopping the Phase Lord Department from continuing on its disastrous course. You do not need to convince me that action needs to be taken. Ves told the head of the enforcement department. What I am disputing is why I should be the one to take action. Sure, I will concede that all of your other plans are hardly ideal, but they are much more realistic than letting me take action in person. I will just get beat up if I challenge one of those professional fighters turned Phase Lords. The patient builder shook his head. Do not put yourself down. You are more resourceful than you appear. Throughout your career, others have underestimated you time and time again. Whenever they sought to challenge you, they have often suffered setbacks because you have unveiled a hidden capability of 3. You are more than a mech designer. You are the inheritor of the 5 Scrolls Compact and a man who has received the favor of multiple star designers and god pilots. Do you know what our seers foretold when they cast their gaze at the future? They claim that you and your alter ego can present a worthy challenge to each of the leaders of the Phase Lord Department. I don't believe you, Ves flatly said. Everyone knows that prophecies are not absolute. How probable is it that I can beat all 4 of those guys? Less than 10%, Demetrius Saul Clavia honestly admitted. However, there is around 30% chance that you can at least defeat 2 out of 4 human Phase Lords, which is enough to make this gambit worthwhile. Total victory is not necessary. What matters is that you earn their respect. If you can defeat just 2 ascended giants, you will have proven yourself to be a sufficiently strong peer. Your voice can sway the opinions of the compromised leaders and bring back a measure of sanity in their minds. As long as you can keep them loyal to red humanity, that is already a qualified victory. That actually sounded a bit more realistic. It did not sound as hard to squeeze out 2 victories, but then Ves recalled the enormous gap in fighting skills and combat literacy. What is in it for me? He asked. You are asking a lot from me. I do not like to get beat up, you know. Besides, not all duels tend to end when one side taps out. What if the fighting goes too far? What if one of those crazy giants wants to earn the honor of slaying their own progenitor? I would not put it past those fanatics to claim my head if given the chance. The patient builder took a breath and faced Ves with as much sincerity as he could muster. You may claim the Phase Lord Department for yourself as long as you gain at least partial control over it. As long as you can conquer the hearts of the ascended giants and take over leadership, we shall officially confer the position of department head onto you. My fellow department heads and I have already pre-signed a secret order that will confer the position of acting department head onto you. The councils will convene with haste and confirm your appointment within a week. After that, the Phase Lord Department is effectively yours. That was a massive concession. It sounded too good to be true to Ves. Really? He skeptically asked. Are you willing to give total control over 361 ascended giants to a single mech designer? We are, the patient builder said with a completely serious expression. We will put it all in writing if you doubt our intentions. We shall implement new rules, some of which are secret, which will reduce the ability for others to intervene in your management of your new fief. You may do with your powerful new troops as you will. Keep them in training and seclusion. Add them to your Blue Jay fleet in order to turn it into a super strong combined arms force. Dispatch the phalanxes to the Terran Alliance or the Rubarthan Pact. Have them focus on conducting deep raids into alien territories. Use them to form a wall of flesh in an attempt to slow down the mutated Vorabug invasion. Ves blinked. I can do anything I want with the ascended giants without anyone nagging me or ordering me to deploy them to specific warfronts. Yes, Demetrius Saul Clavia confirmed. Look at it from our perspective. Right now, the Phase Lord Department is on the verge of becoming lost and may even defect to the Red Cabal by the end of the year. Any other outcome is much more preferable than that. Our hubris and our lack of caution has led to this crisis. We are willing to accept our punishment. If the Phase Lord Department is destined to slip from our fingers, we at least want it to fall into friendly hands as opposed to enemy ones. Having you take effective ownership over the ascended giants is still a better outcome than the alternatives. This is how we view this crisis. I am being completely honest with you. That is why I have come to meet with you myself. Trust me, as long as you accept our arrangement and fight to a satisfying conclusion, you will no longer serve the RC in the capacity as a chief counselor. You will have to resign from your current post, but you will become so much more. As a department head, you will occupy one of the highest executive positions within the collective. You shall gain real power because you control one of the more powerful military forces of our civilization. No one should ever take you lightly again. What stops you from going back on your word? It was difficult for us to come to a consensus, but we have eventually agreed to put our complete trust in you, Ves. Time and time again, you have proven your loyalty and duty towards our race through deeds. We have not ignored your sacrifices. We believe you are the right person for the job, far more than letting you languish as an absent chief counselor. If that is not enough to convince you, then let me inform you of one more fact. I carry with me a virtual document that contains the secret guarantee of the evolution which, if anyone inside or outside of the Red Collective has any problem with takeover of the Phase Lord Department, the God Pilot will intervene to protect your rights. The man finally gave Ves a clear and honest answer about what the RC was thinking. The collies were mainly concerned about loss mitigation. It took a lot of courage to admit that they could never retake total control over the Phase Lord Department. As long as they formed this idea, then letting Ves turn the Ascended Giants into his private army did not sound like a bad idea. At least Ves was a human Phase Lord that still remained staunch loyal to Red humanity. The probability that he would turn traitor was nearly zero given that he possessed way too many connections to human society. Even if he would have second thoughts later on, one of the God Pilots who he was acquainted with would definitely take action and set him straight. Ves had to admit that he felt incredibly greedy for a moment. Who didn't want to have an army of 360 or so human Phase Lords at his beck and call? He believed in the Chief Enforcer's promise that the RC would avoid trying to meddle with his control over the Phase Lord Department. If the man lied, Ves could always approach the Evolution Witch and have her sort out the dispute. If there was one thing high-ranking mech pilots and especially God pilots especially hated, it was people who broke their promises. However, Ves did not get blinded by the outrageous concept of turning the Phase Lord Department into his private army. I am interested, but that does not mean I agree right away. Ves finally said, I am not going to participate in this wild scheme of yours if it is too unrealistic. I want to see a game plan from you. I will wait for you to negotiate terms with the Phase Lord Department and see if the duels can be structured in a way that gives me a decent chance of winning. I don't care what your discount profits say about the future. I make my own judgments. I am giving you one chance. That is all we are asking from you. The head of the Enforcement Department said as he smiled for the first time since this meeting. Chapter 7141, Dueling Rules Real Power. The temptation was too strong for Ves to ignore. Ves knew that anyone who was able to command 361 human Phase Lords would become an individual to be feared. No one could tread easily around such a leader. Even Tier 1 galactic citizens had to treat Ves like a serious adult instead of an immature child. How could Ves possibly resist the allure of taking command over the Phase Lord Department? Sure, in order to achieve this outcome, he needed to put up such a good fight that he defeated at least a couple of Ascended Giants. Then, he needed to persuade the Oscillating Fist and the rest of these brainwashed idiots that it was in their best interest to transfer leadership over him. That would definitely take a lot of convincing. Although Ves still thought it was nearly hopeless for him to win a bout, the difference this time was that he strongly wanted it to happen. How could he resist? As long as the reward was extravagant enough, Ves was willing to go through a great deal of suffering in order to get the job done. The fact that the Evolution Witch apparently cared so much about this development that she had taken the time to write a personal guarantee showed that this issue had become an even bigger matter. Somehow, Ves taking over the Phase Lord Department advanced the goals of the Evolution Witch and subsequently the Oblivion Gate Consortium. This reassured him a bit as he knew that his mother and her allies were watching over him. He might be able to call upon their help under certain circumstances. That reassured him a lot. After the head of the Enforcement Department conveyed his intentions to Ves, he worked quickly. Even before he arrived at the Tarrasque, he and his extensive staff had already formed a game plan for Ves. Half a day went by. Ves patiently waited for the two sides to hash out the rules for the leadership challenges. He had already shown a willingness to reject the effort if it asked too much from him, so that should give the RC negotiators a lot of leverage. Once the two sides formed a consensus on the duels, Demetrius Salclavia directly visited Ves in his private office. Zariel 775 and Eliza Mo Regadan were present yet again. This time, the Formation Master Andrea Voss of the Moloch Squadron attended the meeting as well. When the head of the department head sat down, he presented a secure data pad to Ves. This is a summary of the rules of combat that both sides have agreed upon. We did our best to give you a fighting chance, but the human phase lords are not easy to deceive. Many of them are your fans and possess at least a passing knowledge of your demonstrated capabilities. Ves maintained a neutral expression. Let's see what you managed to secure. Rules: ritualized combat between two human phase lords, ascended giants, in the form of a leadership challenge. The duelists will fight each other in the form of a phase lord scaled to 2 times the height of an average first-class multi-purpose mech. Any change in size and scale past a moderate threshold will constitute an automatic forfeiture. Up to 4 duels will take place between Chief Counselor Ves Larkinson and the 4 highest-ranking members of the Phase Lord Department. Duels will end upon submission or surrender. Each duel has a time limit of 1 hour. When reached, the winner will be selected based on a points system applied by an AI. Fatalities are discouraged but not prohibited so long as the deceased has not admitted defeat. Subsequent duels will take place with no less and no more than 3 hours of recovery time in between. Third parties are prohibited from intervening during the duels, which explicitly includes god pilots, star designers, chi cultivators, smart ice with access to an excess quantity of processing power, mechs, Karman mechs, exo-organisms and intelligent alien species. Companion spirits belonging to the duelists are exempted from this rule. Equipment and weapons are allowed when carried by the duelists and operated by themselves, but must abide by a total mass limit of up to half of the mass of a human phase lord at the specified scale. No weapons of mass destruction. No smart metal other than an undersuit meant to preserve modesty. No products made with the direct assistance of a star designer or a god pilot. No use of equipment originally made for mechs. High-level artifacts and living equipment are allowed as long as the source of life is not external. Use of phase water technology is allowed, but not extra stores of raw or semi-processed phase water. Use of superdimensional technology and superdimensional matter is prohibited. If Ves Larkinson wins 3 out of 4 duels, he shall take over leadership of the Phase Lord Department. If Ves Larkinson wins 2 out of 4 duels, he will be permitted to participate in a fair election for leadership between himself and the Oscillating Fist. The order of duelists from the Phase Lord Department is chosen by Ves Larkinson. If Ves Larkinson has become the effective leader of the Phase Lord Department, he shall be confirmed as its department head for a single 20-year term, which he will retain unless he has voluntarily resigned or severely abused his position. Grounds for early dismissal can include openly betraying red humanity and mass murdering large amounts of red humans. The Phase Lord Department under the leadership of Ves Larkinson shall enjoy a wide range of autonomy, but will still nominally belong to the Red Collective and retain access to its goods and services. After the end of the first 20-year term, the Upper Council will vote on whether to renew his term for the same duration. If Ves Larkinson resigns or is removed from his leadership position, the Ascended Giants will conduct a leadership contest to determine his successor. Ves thoroughly read the rules and came out impressed. It was truly comprehensive and did not seem too unreasonable for either side. It looks as if you guys have thought of everything. The patient builder nodded. Almost. The same applies to the Ascended Giants. This is only a summary. The full terms are much longer, but largely deal with exceptions and potential loopholes. There were a number of concessions that we failed to secure, such as permitting the use of design spirits or raising the mass limit of your raiment and weapons. The Ascended Giants acknowledge that there is more to a fight than relying on the strength of the muscles in your phase water organs, but they will not acknowledge a victory attained through means that they themselves cannot or will not employ. In other words, Ves at least needed to adopt the pretense of fighting like a phase lord. It made sense as the Ascended Giants only wanted to follow a leader who exemplified their strength. He needed to present himself as a role model, which meant that he could not rely on underhanded means to secure his wins. Ves tried to evaluate whether he had a realistic shot at satisfying the minimum win condition. He reluctantly began to believe in that 30% prediction. The odds were still against his favor, but not to the point of making this leadership challenge pointless. You are still asking a lot for me to fight multiple duels with only 3 hours of rest in between. Ves argued. If the first duel has almost destroyed me and my gear, I won't have time to recover. The patient builder remained optimistic. You should be able to manage as long as you adopt a proper strategy. We fought hard to allow you to select the order of duelists. This is an extremely vital concession that opens up many options to stack the deck in your favor. You do not have to prepare a single set of gear for all 4 matches. It is permissible for you to customize 4 sets of weapons and raiments, each of which are precisely designed to counter the strengths of each individual opponent. Ves looked surprised. They are okay with this approach. The ascended giants recognize that you are a mech designer as opposed to a professional soldier. We argued that you should be permitted to fight like one, which means designing gear that solves specific problems. They have accepted in the hopes that you can present a real challenge with the help of your toys. That sounded convenient to Ves. There was a lot of room for operation here. Even if these ascended giants had thought of almost everything, they definitely did not understand his full capabilities. He could think of several ways to exploit the rules. Of course, the ascended giants wanted him to be honorable and avoid any unanticipated loopholes, but Ves had no appetite for that nonsense. Honor was reserved for real soldiers. Since Ves was a civilian, he felt more than justified with the determination to use every trick in the box to secure victory. So long as he made a convincing enough performance, the human phase lords shouldn't quibble too much over the details. The more he imagined the possibilities, the more he grew confident that he could squeeze out at least one victory. There was only one elephant in the room. What about Sev? As promised, we shall help you come to terms with this alternate version of your personality. Demetrius Saul Clavia promised. We are preparing a treatment site as we speak where you can safely let out the beast without fearing damage or escape. We are also preparing special equipment that may help you secure control over Sev. The department head's explanation was short on details, but Ves was willing to give him and his men a chance. Okay, assuming that I can get this done, a single 20-year term is quite different from my expectations. Does that mean I will lose my private army of human phase lords as soon as my term has come to an end? We included this restriction in order to incentivize you to put your forces to good use, Ves. You may still do what you want with your ascended giants short of outrageous behavior such as defecting to the Red Cabal, but if you did not make a modest attempt at contributing to our defense, we will insist on taking back your department. Our circumstances will be much different in 2 decades. We should have many more means at our disposal that can force the ascended giants into compliance. You may have also grown strong to the point where you no longer need to rely on this unruly gathering to exert power. That was a good point. 20 years was an abnormally long period of time for stuff like this. Ves could do nearly anything with his troops without having to answer to anyone. So if I want to retain the ascended giants, all I need to do is to let them do their jobs as they were originally supposed to do anyway. Yes, we will be lenient in our evaluation 20 years later. We do not strive for excellence. We strive for stability and prevention of setbacks. Ves did not entirely believe in that, but it was not too important. If it came down to it, Ves only truly needed to borrow the power of the Phase Lord department for a decade or so. He would definitely be promoted to a master mech designer during this period, thereby speeding up his power accumulation. He let out a deep breath and faced the department head in the eyes. If we are doing this, then I need a workshop, access to high-grade resources, technical support and competitive dueling consultants. We are already preparing them as we speak. Okay, then, I am in, against my better judgment. The patient builder smiled. You will not regret this decision, Ves. Chapter 7142, Intelligence Support. Ves felt he had boarded a pirate ship. The worst part of it was that he did so voluntarily. He was supposed to be a mech designer, yet agreed to initiate a leadership challenge against the highest-ranking officers of the Phase Lord department. Those 4 leaders also happened to be among the most powerful fighters of that very same department, or it was not possible for them to maintain their ranks. The prospect of fighting against them instilled his heart with fear. What if the gap in strength was too big? What if they pulled off a killing blow before he could issue his surrender? What if the ascended giants did not respect the rules? There were many uncertainties surrounding the leadership challenge. Ves felt as if his mind would explode if he tried to deliberate over them all. There were way too many breaking points. Fortunately, he was not alone in this. Demetrius Saul Clavia noticed Ves's growing distress and tried to pull him back to sanity. You are not alone in this, he said. You have the broad support of the Red Collective behind you. Our resources, our expertise and our backing is yours. No matter whether you win or lose, we will not let you suffer unjustly as you are one of our own. Your loyalty and commitment to the cause is much greater than that of the ascended giants. That makes you far more valuable than these body cultivators gone rogue. His words helped to ease Ves's rational as well as irrational concerns. Ves closed his eyes for a moment. If we are about to do this, then I first need to know what I am dealing with. I have only read descriptions of the Polymarchos and the Strategoi, but that doesn't tell me nearly enough how they fight. We are already preparing information packages that contain footage of their characteristic fighting styles before and after they have transformed into human phase lords. The department head promised. The encrypted data that your cat had retrieved from their headquarters is continuing to reveal its secrets as we unlock them. This effort has already borne fruit as we have obtained scattered footage of training sessions, ability testing and instruction classes. The human phase lords are all enthused about their rapidly growing strength and capabilities. They cannot resist the urge to show off their power. Ves could understand the sentiment. Unlike him, they were all professional soldiers and warriors. They had long been relatively powerless during the age of mechs. Their poor genetic aptitudes meant that they were unable to join the mech craze and could only get their fix by specializing in personal combat or serve the military in another capacity, such as becoming a staff officer or serving on a carrier vessel. The Phase Lord department completely remade them. They had turned from weak and puny humans into giants that could crush the average mech with their bare fists. The acquisition of so much power in a matter of months could cause any fighter's ego to inflate. The indoctrination of the heavenly authority of the Red Ocean was insidious enough to feed these impulses. These ascended giants did not flirt with defection because they got brainwashed into becoming completely different people. Instead, the influence of the alien galaxy merely amplified their hidden but wildly ambitious thoughts. These heretical ideas should have remained buried in the depths of everyone's minds, but the indoctrination merely brought it forward while almost completely removing any scent of stigma. How the hell was Ves supposed to reassert their loyalty to red humanity? The only answer was to perform convincingly enough in the leadership challenge that no one doubted his strength. To do that, he needed to know what he was dealing with. Intelligence was crucial for him to gain an edge. Zariel 775 here is responsible for presenting our intelligence to you, the chief enforcer said as he gestured to the secret keeper. He is also responsible for conveying your intelligence demands to us. Do not be afraid of asking him questions. One of the reasons why he is assigned to you is because he was one of the secret keepers tasked with monitoring the Phase Lord department. He possesses greater insights into their thinking than others. Secret Keeper Zariel 775 stepped forward. An important development has occurred. The additional data that we have decrypted from the data cores has yielded a large amount of miscellaneous information. Not much of it is immediately relevant to you, but we have obtained a number of blueprints of raiments, weapon systems and other gear. Their completeness is not high, but they should give you a better idea of the equipment that you are expected to face. That was incredibly valuable information. Ves was able to make much better use of such detailed technical information on account of being a mech designer. He could design his gear with greater certainty that they would counter whatever his enemies carried into battle. Of course, who knew whether the Polymarchos and the Strategoi prepared a secret set of equipment that was different or much more powerful than usual? Ves could not assume that every piece of intelligence was reliable. What about their phase water organs? Ves asked. We can indirectly piece together a number of phase water organs that they have integrated into their true body. The secret keeper responded. We do not have direct access to medical records or other intelligence that can help us gain a more complete overview of their phase water organs. That data is locked within more secure data cores, as it should. This was disappointing news. Ves knew that there were phase water organs that could do a lot of weird stuff. It would be nice for him to know what he was dealing with beforehand. He may even be able to build a special gadget that could counter a specific function. That said, we are not completely reliant on the data core to glean enemy intelligence. Your formation master may be able to supply more answers. The Farseer, who had remained quiet all of this time, finally stepped forward. The headquarters of the Phase Lord department is quite secure and is meant to block any intrusion, no matter whether it is physical or through other means. However, the defenses and countermeasures of the base built on the surface of Jotunheim have not been updated in months. In contrast, my scrying methods are constantly growing. My methods are also more effective with more intelligent support. Scrying becomes easier when you have a fairly complete and up-to-date map of the headquarters. It also becomes easier if you have access to images and footage of the interior as well as the personnel residing within. You can think of every packet of information as a partial coordinate. Collect one of them, and I narrow the range and precision of my scrying by a noticeable margin. Collect enough of them to complete the coordinates, and I can lock onto specific individuals and locations with a higher degree of precision. That made scrying a lot more practical and useful. Ves could think of many ways to make good use of the intelligence gathered through remote viewing. Wait, Ves suddenly frowned. Does this work against us as well? The Farseer nodded. Yes, but there are methods to protect against it. We are constantly developing new wards, chi formations and other countermeasures that can block against it. You do not have to worry about the Tarask or most other vessels in the Blue Jay fleet. We have already been working together with the Red Association and the Red Fleet to implement numerous safeguards. The flagship is especially well protected due to housing you and your family. However, you should not put your absolute trust in our countermeasures, as there are cultivators who are constantly developing better ways to spy on others. The intelligence game used to center around the development of technology. Spying gadgets and technological countermeasures had been locked in an arms race for multiple millennia. From the start of the Age of Dawn, Red humanity expanded this competition to encompass the endless possibilities of systematic cultivation. In order to show Ves what she could do with intelligence support, the Farseer brought forth her iconic astral mirror. The surface of the proto-high-level artifact flickered and shimmered until it displayed a large and cavernous training area. Around a dozen ascended giants were milling about. Ves recognized two of them sparring and exchanging words in the large and shielded sparring ring. We can finally see our progenitor in action. Do not expect much from him, just a mech designer. No one can defeat our Polymarchos, not even the progenitor. Don't underestimate the divine harpoon, he hasn't shown off his power in a long time. The scattered conversations already provided Ves with a better understanding of the Phase Lord department. Of course, all of this hearsay may not be completely reliable, but they could be used to verify intelligence gathered from other sources such as the data cores. What Ves found important was the conversation taking place between the two sparring ascended giants in the center. The strategos and the champion of the flesh chopper phalanx initiated a fierce exchange of blows with practice axes. These axes were smaller than Ves expected, but that also enabled the ascended giants to wield them deftly and with greater speed and precision. It was fascinating to see them dance around each other. They preferred to evade rather than block. Their speed was also quite amazing even when considering their modest scale of 2 times the height of a mech. Lend me your borrowed plasma axe. Phasia Melidor spoke. The mass allowance allows me to carry an extra weapon. I need to carry yours as backup and in order to prepare for what is necessary. Arcade Andrulevich, otherwise known as the Plasma Axe, furrowed his large brows after hearing this request. You never had any desire to borrow my plasma axe in the past. It handles quite differently from your fiery axe. It is not made to wield in your palms. That is okay. I do not intend to rely on it to defeat our progenitor. I intend to rely on it to land a killing blow in case he proves to be too disappointing. I know that the lethality of your plasma axe is higher than my own weapon if I briefly overload its plasma edge. I will never let a weakling lead our race, even if he is the reason for our existence. Let him become remembered for his contribution to our race. The female ascended giant spoke with conviction. There is no way a mech designer of all people is a serious martial contender. Mark my words, he will shame our race by putting on a pathetic performance. Rather than let him disgrace our race further, I will honor his memory by ending his life by my own hands. Let me cut off his existence so that he will not live long enough to disappoint our race. The plasma axe's expression remained neutral. I cannot say whether I would make the same decision as you, but you will have my plasma axe if that is what you need. How do you ensure you can kill our progenitor before he surrenders? With my latest phase water organ. The fiery axe smirked. You know what it is capable of. My strength has soared since it settled into my body. I will hold myself back and keep it in reserve until the time has come. I do not think I will need to rely on it to defeat our progenitor anyhow. He is not a fighter. Ves and the others quietly listened to the conversations that the astral mirror magically conveyed through an unknown method. This fiery axe wants to kill me if I don't put up a good fight. Ves flatly said, what a pleasant woman. I thought she was a more moderate ascended giant from the information I received before, but it appears she is just as crazy as the others. Chapter 7143, Giant Ambition. The Farseer was one of the most competent scryers of the Red Collective. She was not able to observe the entire headquarters due to complications deeper within the planetary base, but she was still able to catch plenty of glimpses elsewhere. They did so with the help of formation anchors that had been secretly planted underneath the surface of Jotunheim. The ascended giants did not have perfect control over their icy planet. The collies successfully snuck formation anchors and listening devices all across the planet, though they did not dare to bring anything too big and powerful for fear of detection. The compromised personnel still retained their skills and knowledge even if their views had changed. In any case, Andrea Voss along with other scryers would continue to monitor the ascended giants as they prepared to participate or witness the ritualistic challenge. Not everyone was easy to read as the fiery axe. The scryers failed to observe the oscillating fist and only caught fleeting glimpses of the unshakable king. The latter was a key figure. He was the leader that most strongly fell for the illusion that Ves lords were gods. This led him to believing that he could only realize his ambition of being treated as a god if he defected to the Red Cabal. Suffice to say, if Ves could accomplish just one goal during the leadership challenge, it was to find a way to not only defeat the unshakable king, but kill him before he could spread his poison any further among his fellow ascended giants. Ves felt quite troubled by this task. As the Tarrasque temporarily withdrew from Jotunheim's orbit and flew to a different location in order to solve a necessary problem, the scryers and the other collies that in place managed to gather a crucial piece of intelligence. The unshakable king seeks to claim your head as well, Zariel 775 quietly reported to Ves. We do not have absolute certainty that this is true, but we deem that it is over 85% likely that Ves didn't know how to feel about this. That makes 2 out of 4. What is his motivation behind his desire to kill me? Does he have similar sentiments to the fiery axe? Not quite, Zariel 775 responded. His ambitions are stronger than his pride. The unshakable king is convinced that human Ves lords deserve to be treated as gods, and he prefers to be the greatest god among his kind. According to the intelligence we have gathered, he is not that hopeful that he will be able to defeat the oscillating fist. This is why he is aiming at your head. He is motivated by the bounty on your head. He knows that if he is able to kill you and present himself before the Red Cabal, the Ves whales will welcome him with open fins. The native aliens will regard the unshakable king as a hero and treat him much more favorably than the other ascended giants. He may even be appointed as their leader. Ves raised his eyebrows. He quickly recognized the political brilliance of this scheme. The leader of the Titan phalanx must be really lacking in confidence in his ability to compete fairly against the oscillating fist. Since the unshakable king can't become the most powerful god through martial might, then it is pretty clever for him to maneuver his way to the top through political scheming. It isn't as honorable, but the native aliens don't care so long as he is able to present my head to them. The Ves whales have no choice but to honor their earlier commitment and help the unshakable king promote to a greater Ves lord. As long as the unshakable king became the first greater Ves lord among the ascended giants, all of his gigantic brothers and sisters had no choice but to acknowledge him as their absolute leader. Not even the oscillating fist would be able to rely on his exquisite boxing skills to overcome the enormous gap between lesser Ves lords and greater Ves lords. The good news is that none of the other leaders are motivated by the bounty, for the time being. The secret keeper said, most of the ascended giants still respect you and look up to you for enabling their own physical transformations. Do not underestimate this sentiment. For various reasons, all of the members of the Ves Lord Department have undergone a radical culture change. They may still harbor diverse opinions in private, but when it comes to official matters, they have a tendency to form a united front and obey their superiors without question. The human Ves Lords as well as their mortal servants have become much more hierarchical than in the past. We are uncertain why this is the case. That sounded odd to Ves as well. I have been thinking about this unusual phenomenon as well. Do you think that a third party has intervened in secret? We are increasingly suspicious that this is the case. Secret Keeper Zariel 775 responded in a morose tone. One of the reasons why we are monitoring the headquarters so closely is because we want to find proof of third-party intervention. We currently suspect that the cosmopolitan movement has secretly fanned the flames by providing them with covert assistance. That sounded entirely plausible. The cosmopolitans were probably salivating to introduce the ascended giants to the Red Cabal. In a sense, the ascended giants represent the ideal that the cosmopolitans were working towards. The crazy ideologues wanted humans to assimilate into alien society. What better way to do that than to elevate a human version of the kind of ruling class that the native aliens were accustomed with? The ascended giants would be able to fit right into alien society. With the cosmopolitan movement acting as lubricant, the probability that this would happen was much greater. I am not about to present my head to the unshakable king so that he could turn it into his trophy and present it to the Red Cabal. Ves said with growing determination. That said, beating him or just avoiding death is a tall order. The unshakable king is regarded as the second strongest ascended giant after the oscillating fist, correct? The secret keeper nodded. That is what the ascended giants believe. Whether that is true or not remains to be seen. The oscillating fist has never lost a challenge and has deterred his strategoi from mounting one in the foreseeable future. We do not have a good overview of how much progress the unshakable king has made as he remains unchallenged within his own unit. We can only rely on less reliable and outdated sources to build up a model of his fighting style. So what should I expect if I duel against the head of the Titan phalanx? The Titans enjoy some of the best equipment issued to human phase lords, and their strategos only more so. The Titans excel in defense and always wear the heaviest possible raiments that they can get away with. Their defenses are formidable. This is their focus as they were partially meant to serve escort and bodyguard duties. Their speed is obviously not a strong focus, but the rules of the leadership challenge discourages avoidance, so do not think you can win by running circles around the unshakable king. You will have to confront him head-on if you want to earn the respect of the ascended giants, but this is where the danger lies. In other words, Ves needed to strengthen his offensive power and make sure he wielded a highly penetrating weapon in order to overcome the unshakable king's formidable defenses. If he failed to meet this requirement, then there was no hope of winning the duel. I understand, he said. I think it is best if I wield a spear. The extra reach will allow me to maintain my distance from this powerful but relatively slow monster. It is also easier to punch through armor with a spear than with most other weapons. I think it might be possible to attain better results with a war pick, but I don't think I can wield this armament with any level of proficiency in a short amount of time. He was most familiar with wielding the staff and by extension other polearms. He had no real skill at unarmed combat and other weapons were pretty much foreign to him. The only way to remedy this was to swallow an enlightenment fruit that just happened to impart the right skills. A simple strategy will not suffice against an opponent of this caliber, counselor. The unshakable king is regarded as the second strongest ascended giant for good reasons. Even if he has not demonstrated his strength all that often, you should understand that his high rank and prestige grants him greater access to phase water, custom gear and phase water organs. He understands his strengths and weaknesses very well. He should have prepared countermeasures against an opponent that is reluctant to get close. We are trying our best to uncover his secrets, but he is considerably more disciplined in how much information he reveals than others. That the lack of intelligence made Ves wary of this opponent. He did not like uncertainty. The less he knew, the more ways the unshakable king could surprise him in the dueling field. Given that death was a very real possibility in these duels, any mistake could prove fatal. Ves continued to peruse the intelligence supplied by the secret keeper. Not all pieces of information were reliable or relevant to him. Despite the best efforts of the secret department, they could not confirm everything, so Ves still needed to employ his own judgment and consider whether the ascended giants were playing a high-level deception campaign against their observers. The Turask finally reached one of the many asteroid bases that had been built across the Xianxia central star node. The abundance of stars and planets had a powerful regulating effect on asteroid belts and the likes. Xianxia hosted many more asteroid belts and asteroid fields than usual. These were good places to hide different ships and bases as it was unreasonable for anyone to deep scan every single section of every collection of asteroids. Ves teleported over to one such secret base with his RC entourage in tow. He proceeded to go through a fairly extensive physical examination before being led to a ritual chamber prepared by the Red Collective. Ritualists and other strange figures were still at work with painting symbols on the walls and carving runes into the deck. At the same time, engineers were installing a range of protective and restraining equipment, all tailor-made to suppress a phase lord. Ves noticed with a bit of wariness that the collies had forged a sizable collection of chains and shackles out of mid-grade superdimensional matter. Each of them had already been carved with runes and embedded with a variety of hyper-materials that provided different enhancements. This was a crude but effective way to suppress a phase lord. He wondered what all of the other ritualistic characteristics were for. They seemed almost redundant. These rituals perform a variety of different functions. Andrea Voss explained to Ves. They will attempt to calm your alter ego and reduce his hostility. The rituals will also help with keeping you conscious and aware by empowering and anchoring your companion spirit. We do not have to address you one at a time. We can speak to both of you at the same time. Additionally, we can give you the opportunity to speak with your other personality directly. One way or another, the two of you need to reconcile and make peace with each other's existence. Ves did not like the sound of that at all. Is there an alternative? I do not believe that this is the only option you guys have prepared. You should have contingencies in place. We do, but the results are not as promising. The Farseer replied, we have conducted more studies on the phenomenon that you are bothered with. Some of our bolder analysts have proposed a compelling theory. What does this theory entail? Sev is not a foreign personality that has been planted into you by a powerful third party. He is actually an aspect of yourself that you suppress so deeply that you have never acknowledged its existence. There is a part of you that actually delights in the views espoused by your other self. You secretly love power and like nothing more than to be treated and worshipped like a god. Quote, that is a crap theory. I will not even deign to entertain it with a response. The formation master gave him an unreadable look. It is true that we still lack too much empirical data to verify this theory and other theories. The upcoming process shall hopefully yield us enough data to prove or disprove our assumptions about your condition. Ves's mood darkened. There was no way he believed in this outrageous theory. It was easy for people to look on the outside and come up with all sorts of easy explanations, but proving them is another matter. Hopefully, Ves would be able to find out just how extensively Sev mirrored himself. Chapter 7144, The Self-Showdown. The time had come for a showdown. Ves had already changed into a nanosuit. It was fairly thick at its current size, but he was sure that it would stretch to a thin layer once he realized his full size. He was having second thoughts about unfolding his true body, though. Although he knew that it was best to confront Sev under controlled circumstances, what if that was not enough? What if Sev decided to stick around and couldn't be stuffed back in the bottle? Ves did not want his alter ego to hijack his body and stay put despite all of the opposition. Yet if he continued to postpone this operation, it would continue to haunt his thoughts. He was also afraid that the problem would only grow worse over time. If his phase lord cultivation advanced even further, Sev would grow stronger and gain more leverage. From a logical perspective, it was best to deal with Sev when he was still weak and incapable of relying on force to break his way out of all of the restraints. Ves eyed the superdimensional shackles and chains with great suspicion. Am I supposed to put them on? He asked. Yes, the Farseer said. Do not worry, we will move them across your body by remote control. We only ask you to remain still so that we can minimize the variables. The next steps will proceed much smoother if there is no need for our mechs to step in and teach Sev a lesson. The shackles should be effective at restraining a lesser phase lord like Sev. The same could be said for Ves. If he ever lost the support of red humanity and turned into a wanted criminal, superdimensional shackles could easily be used to confine him and make sure he stayed in place. The collies had not forgotten about his ability to manipulate E-energy radiation either. The walls of the ritual chamber contained plenty of dampening materials similar to B-stone that was able to block the passage of E-energy radiation. The only E-energy that was allowed to circulate in this protected chamber came from hyper-materials and other controlled sources. The collies wanted to leave as little to chance as possible. Only by holding all of the cards would they be able to corner Sev into accepting a compromise. Ves let out a nervous breath as he tried to shove these uncomfortable thoughts away. Let's get this over with. Where should I stand? A gaggle of collies led him to the right position. Ves stared closely at the superdimensional restraints and experienced existential fear. There was no way he could break out of them by relying on his own power. Most tech and materials would not be able to do more than scratch them. Superdimensional matter and technology was too well positioned as a counter against phase lords and many other subjects for that matter. Many people began to retreat from the ritual chamber. All of the painted and carved symbols seemed to create a strained atmosphere. Ves already felt affected by them despite the fact that barely any E-energy circulated along the ritual circles. Chief Counselor, we have completed our preparations. The voice of the Farseer transmitted from the overhead speakers. Get ready and unfold your true body. As you do, make sure to maintain a strong connection to your companion spirit. Blinky should give you a measure of awareness and control even as your other personality is roused. You may begin whenever you are ready. Ves took a few more measured breaths before he decided to pull the trigger. There was not much point in procrastinating any further. He overcame his strong resistance against this move and began to unfold his body like he did in the past. As the mass and dimensions of his body began to enlarge, his nanosuit automatically adjusted to keep him covered. At the same time, the chain shackles came to life. They lifted off the floor and began to assume the right positions. Though Ves still felt in control over his body, that rapidly began to fade once he reached a certain threshold. A part of Ves strongly urged him to stop and turn back before it was too late. It took an even greater amount of courage and conscious effort for him to break past his renewed hesitation and firmly put his fate in the hands of the collies. I have returned, Sev victoriously crowed as he came to possess the true body yet again. Behold, my ascended giants. Your god king has arrived and he shish urkh. Release me, you are abusing your only savior. Sev's arrogant tone immediately turned indignant as the superdimensional restraints locked onto his form. Thick superdimensional shackles captured his wrists and ankles in an instant. The chains attached to them started to get pulled into multiple directions. Sev's gigantic form immediately started to lose footing. The Phase Lord fell to his knees while his arms got pulled behind his back. This was a profoundly humiliating pose. Unhand me, you dare touch your god. This is a travesty. Oh, shut up, you idiot. I can't believe that you were born from my body. With the help of the ritual circles and other support, a larger and more empowered version of Blinky emerged from the human Phase Lord's head. The RC managed to pull it off. Vase felt as if his consciousness had temporarily shifted over to Blinky. Although his alter ego tried his best to pull Blinky back and stuff him in a deep dark hole, that did not work this time. The entire ritual chamber was working all of the subversive personality's attempts to assert control. You, Sev spoke with vitriol as he recognized Vase right away. You are a weakling and a failure. Your complete inability to embrace your destiny has set you back in ways you cannot imagine. What is so great about being a mech designer when you have to work so hard only to let others steal all of the glory with the help of your works? What is so wrong about working for yourself? You have yet to make a Carmen mech for yourself. I am working on it, you imbecile. If you are a part of myself, then you should know that already. You could have become a god if you realized how much greater you have become, but still you cling to your identity as a human as if you are suffering from Stockholm Syndrome. These weaklings are holding you back from achieving greatness. It is no surprise that I have come into existence. I am the strength that you deny. Blinky or Vase grew furious. Sev stood against all of his values and principles. How the hell were they supposed to accept and play nice when they had nothing in common? Fortunately, Vase was not by himself. The Farseer began to speak through the speakers. Mr. Sev, it is a distinct pleasure to be graced by your presence. Let us dispense with the posturing. We are aware that you know everything that Vase knows. You should understand why we have given you an opportunity to appear. Let us set aside your many differences with us in Vase. Let us focus on a goal that we all wish to realize. How do you feel about becoming the department head of the Phase Lord department? The allure of this possibility was so strong that Sev became a lot more serious. You are too presumptuous, mortal. Even if you have correctly identified a point of interest of mine, you should at least give me the courtesy of using the correct terms. The Ascended Giants have chosen their own name. Use it, do not refer them to their mortal names. Now that we are on this subject, you should call me by my real name, not the Sev that you have foisted upon me without much thought. The disgust in the Phase Lord's voice was obvious to everyone. Sev felt so strongly about it that he gave off the impression that he would withhold his cooperation unless the others indulged his requests. The Formation Master remained silent for a moment. The collies must probably be deliberating on whether they should meet the Phase Lord's request at the cost of showing weakness. Vase already made up his own mind. I don't like you, but I am willing to be reasonable with you. I only hope that you can reciprocate my gesture. What alternative name have you chosen for yourself? Sev grinned as he turned as best as his restraints allowed. The Phase Lord stared at Blinky as if he wanted to devour the spiritual cat. My chosen name is the Dark Apostle. Vase did not like this choice. He immediately had the urge to veto this choice. It was only because he needed to take the greater mission into account that he held this impulse back. Vase had a few ideas why Sev chose this moniker. Perhaps the main reason why Sev chose this moniker was to tweak his cowardly human counterpart. I am not sure whether you have made the right choice. Blinky carefully said, an apostle is the envoy of a more powerful god or existence. Adopting this name means that you already put yourself underneath another being. That is true, but so what? I worship supreme power. You have touched it yourself once upon a time. When you learned how to wield the power of darkness with adequate proficiency, you glimpsed the fundamental truth that is hidden to most gods and mortals. They have no understanding of the sinister existence that threatens to unmake all life. How can you not be awed by such strength? It is an honor to tap into this dark power and learn how to wield it to exact destruction on our enemies. Besides, who says I am content to remain an apostle? My new name is not permanent. One day, I shall rise up and supplant that supreme existence. Ves almost couldn't believe what he heard. The Dark Apostle, or whatever, was talking complete nonsense. The Dark Apostle's self-defense manual fruit had taught him how to channel the power of darkness through staff techniques, but it also came with a lot of religious nonsense. Unfortunately, not all of it was complete fantasy. The Dark Apostles were missionaries of a vast and unknowable force of darkness that lurked in the depths of the universe. Suffice to say, this dark entity was not benign. Few people appreciated it when a Dark Apostle walked up to them and tried to convert them into worshipping this nihilistic force of nature. The entire point of the self-defense manual was to help a Dark Apostle survive the backlash of his own proselytizing. Ves wanted nothing to do with the dark existence that was associated with the self-defense manual. Unfortunately, the Sev had different ideas. Please reconsider. You won't earn much respect from the Ascended Giant if you don't assume a domineering enough name. Blinky argued. I mean, just think of what others call themselves. There is the oscillating fist, which evokes the vision of your body getting shaken to pieces if you are struck by one of his fists. Then there is the unshakable king. He sounds as if he is invincible while not being too blatant and direct about it. Then there is you, the Dark Apostle. You sound like you are a student rather than a champion that has earned the right to lead the Ascended Giants. The Phase Lord tried to move his arms, but his shackles kept them behind his back. He opted to smirk. A student is at the start of his journey. I still have room to grow. One day in the future, I shall crown myself a king, but that day has not yet come. Even I am not as presumptuous as the unshakable king, who has already claimed a crown despite transcending his mortality in a year. The Dark Apostle refused to change his decision. For better or worse, the others had little choice but to accept this new name if they wanted any hope of working together with this conceited personality. Chapter 7145, To Share or Not to Share. Ves let his alter ego claim his childish victory. He may call himself the Dark Apostle or the Dark Idiot all he wanted so long as he made concessions of his own in return. As Ves's true body remained in a kneeled and shackled position, the newly renamed Dark Apostle looked inordinately proud for having everyone recognize his chosen moniker. Given that he was in a good mood right now, Ves decided to strike while the iron was hot and voice his key proposal. We do not need to be enemies with each other. Ves spoke through Blinky's manifestation. Look, I know that neither of us like each other. In fact, I would be more than happy if I can get rid of you, and I believe that you harbor the same intentions. That is not going to happen, though. For better or worse, we are stuck as one body sharing at least two distinct versions of ourselves. Rather than complain about it, I would rather do something productive like forming a mutually beneficial arrangement. The Dark Apostle sneered. Why should I cooperate with you? I hate you. I despise your weakness. I loathe your continued insistence on sympathizing with these mortals. At least the woman known as the polymath has the right idea. Humans are incapable of ruling themselves, so they need a guiding hand, and who better to undertake this responsibility than gods? The cybernetic empress is a god in all but name. I admire how extensively she has taken control over the richest star system in this dwarf galaxy. She is proof that even a mech designer can become a qualified god. Why couldn't you be more like your idol? She is not my idol. Ves defended himself, causing Blinky's fur to puff up. I respect and admire her knowledge and her many innovations, but that is the extent of my respect for her. When it comes to statecraft and other stuff, she is a horrible person. The polymath has strayed from the goals and intentions that mech designers hold sacred. We are not talking about her today. We are talking about ourselves. We need to form a resolution that both of us can accept. You talk about us as if we can truly become a team. The Dark Apostle frowned. That will never happen. Just as you think of me as a usurper, I think of you as a stubborn vestige that has refused to make way for the superior version, namely myself. Everything you do goes against my views. I can imagine that the same applies to you as well. Any deal we make will end up in a situation where the two of us counteract each other. That doesn't necessarily have to be the case, Dark Apostle. Ves responded while referring to his alter ego by his preferred name rather than the one that reminded him of his human side. Look, I have been thinking about this a bit more. Time is precious to me. The more time I give up on other stuff, the less I am able to contribute to society. However, so long as giving up a few hours of my time per week can keep you happy and productive, I am open to letting you out and control my body so long as you behave. You will have to agree to strict monitoring. Mechs that are especially equipped to neutralize your ability to do anything harmful will shadow you everywhere. However, as long as you don't do anything stupid and stay away from my own business, I can tolerate your existence. The human phase lord raised his eyebrow. For all of your complaints that you do not resemble the polymath in the slightest, I know you crave control. You bear a great hatred for factors that are outside of your control. In your eyes, I am one of them. I can do anything while I am in control of your body. Are you truly willing to let me out and do with this body as I will? Blinky shook his head. Do not misrepresent my words. I have told you that you will be given a set of our rules to follow. The members of the Blue Jay fleet will accompany you and watch your every move in case you step out of line. You are not given a carte blanche. Threaten my people, and they will put you back in the shackles that currently restrain you, understand? The human phase lord scowled after hearing all of those restrictions. It galled him to be bossed around by weak and pathetic mortal humans. From his perspective, everything was upside down. The weak ruled over the powerful. Unfortunately, the Dark Apostle did not get to have a say over how society should be run. Human civilization was too big and strong for him to overturn it all at once. Outside of exceptions such as the polymath, regular humans still ruled large parts of human society. Fortunately, everything could change. The Dark Apostle recognized that this might not be the right time to assert all of his rights. Too few years had passed since the start of the Age of Dawn. Many changes needed a lot more time to work their way across red humanity. The better strategy would be for him to remain patient and promote incremental changes to society. In order to do that, he had to play along with these weak mortals and make the best use out of his parole time, or whatever. A calculating expression appeared on his face as he contemplated his new game plan. While he preferred to solve this problem directly and through violence, his disadvantages were so severe that he had little choice but to follow the current arrangements. That did not mean he was willing to roll over and accept every condition that these weaklings imposed on him. He was a phase lord, no, an ascended giant. He had his own pride, just like all of the other ascended giants. Give me 40 hours of the week to train and do my thing, he demanded. 40 hours? That is way too much. I am asking for no more than the hours that a normal person spends on sleep, if they are not consumed by work and study. You already squander at least several hours a day on maintaining a normal sleep cycle as if you are still human, which you are very much not. You know as well as I do that your need for sleep is mostly a self-imposed one at this point. For whatever reason, you depend on the daily sleep cycle to maintain a vestige of your fading humanity. My proposal will not change. You will still be allowed to go to sleep. I just happen to regain control of the body that you have usurped from me and lead the ascended giants. You should feel grateful that I am still leaving you with most of the hours of the week. The Dark Apostle already recognized that Ves would never accept a demand that would give him control over what he considered his own true body for a longer period of time. Even if they acted as separate people, they still shared the same body and brain, after all. They both had a good understanding of each other's views and opinions. Just as the human phase lord knew that Ves would not tolerate any heavier demands, Ves also recognized that the Dark Apostle's bottom line was not too flexible. 30 hours. Hell number 40 hours or the deal is off. I will not allow you to treat me like a mental order that is allowed to run its course for a few hours a day. I am an ascended giant. I deserve respect. They went back and forth a few times, but the Dark Apostle dug his heels, willing to bet that his harsh demand would eventually get accepted. Ves and the collies needed his cooperation. Their alternatives for handling the Phase Lord department were all worse. They slowly arrived at a middle ground that both of them could reluctantly accept. I will give you your damn 40 hours, but aside from subjecting you to strict monitoring from the Blue Jay fleet, you will not do anything to impersonate me or meddle into my affairs. You will especially stay away from my family. At the same time, I will try to leave the Phase Lord department alone as much as possible and let you lead it, but only as long as your orders and intentions are reasonable. The Red Collective must be allowed to put their own men into the department in order to monitor its operations and ensure that it will continue its original mandate, which is to protect Red humanity. I agree with most of your demands, but I do not agree with letting you keep me from my family. They may still be weak and vulnerable mortals, but they are still mine as well as yours. Hell no, I will not subject them to the confusion of dealing with the two of us. Do not touch my wife, and especially do not touch my children. They are mere humans anyway. There is no reason for you to build up a relationship with them. My wife and children are off limits, do you understand? I will make sure that the forces of the Blue Jay fleet will shackle you and deprive you of your control over our true body if you ever step over the line. Quote. At least let me get in touch with Andraste. Out of all of our children, she has the greatest potential to become a god without peer. She only needs guidance and motivation. Blinky looked really angry at this time. Rejected. When I tell you to stay away from my family, I mean all of them, including Andraste. She will never follow your footsteps. Faced with all of this opposition, the Dark Apostle finally chose to take a step back, but not in a direction that Ves and the others had anticipated. An unsettling grin suddenly appeared on the true body's face. If you insist on keeping your family to yourself, then it is only fair to give me the opportunity to start my own family. Blinky appeared completely speechless. Ves almost couldn't believe what he just heard. Are you for real? Completely. Do you want my cooperation? Fine. You want me to refrain from breaking the pathetic mortals around me? Fine. You want to keep me away from your precious wife and children? Fine. I will do all of that as long as you accept my needs as well. There are female phase lords among the ascended giants, though not as many as I wish. Regardless, let me approach them and start a relationship with one of them, or maybe more. Let me marry them and see if we can have children of our own. Give me this right, and I will abide by the terms you have mentioned as honestly as possible. After all, why should I violate them and risk losing my access to my own family? What a clever bastard. Ves understood what the Dark Apostle was after. The right to start a relationship with a, hopefully female phase lord would give Ves and the Red Collective greater leverage. His wife, and any children that they may have, though Ves had never heard of the possibility of two phase lords being able to procreate naturally, could be used to guarantee the Dark Apostle's good behavior. It was a stable and reliable means of keeping this arrogant alter ego in check, but only if he genuinely cared about his family. Ves would be able to tell. After all, the Dark Apostle was his other personality and occupied the same body. This was a surprisingly elegant means to build up trust between the different parties. The Dark Apostle adapted quickly to reality and proposed a solution that ensured that he would continue to enjoy limited freedom 40 hours a week for a long time. It was pretty much the best outcome he could aim for when anything better would get shot down in an instant. While Ves could see how this could work from a purely logical perspective, his emotions were in turmoil. He couldn't quite accept a reality where the Dark Apostle would use his time allowance to spend time with another lover. Chapter 7146. 40 hours. The negotiation between the Dark Apostle and Ves progressed smoother than expected. That did not mean that both sides got hung up over a few outrageous demands. To Ves, the thought of surrendering 40 standard hours per standard week sounded like an intolerable surrender of autonomy. Why should he give up so much precious time when he was doing fine when he ignored his alter ego's existence? The Dark Apostle did not think so. He graciously let Ves retain ownership of the 128 hours of the remainder of the week. He had made an enormous concession by giving up any attempt at establishing a more equitable distribution. Quit complaining, you weakling. If I had my way, I would have demanded you give me 84 hours of time to control our divinely sculpted body, but your many friends would probably object to that. 40 hours is my only demand as well as my bottom line. If you do not give me enough time to actually enjoy this life that the heavens bestowed upon me, then we may as well call off the deal right away, because I would know that you have no intention of treating me sincerely. 40 hours is the minimum of uptime that I deserve for not trying to usurp control. Ves had little choice but to accept this sum if he wanted the Dark Apostle to play along. The repercussions were great, especially if the alternate personality started to walk around with a giant version of his own face. He would have to inform a lot of people and make sure they could distinguish who was dominant at any time. In order to claw back a measure of control, Ves began to demand access and control over the Phase Lord department. No matter whether you call yourself the Dark Apostle, you will be running around with my face and true body. As far as the public is concerned, Ves Larkinson has become the department head of the Phase Lord department. This should at least give me a measure of control over the ascended giants. Look, I will do my best to avoid stepping on your toes when it comes to your own arrangements, but I want to be involved in the decision-making concerning R&D into phase water organs and the kind of assignments that the ascended giants should undertake. The ascended giants are mine. No, they are ours. My name is on the records. Those who remain ignorant of condition will assume that I am in charge. I want to be at least partially truthful when I deal with these people. Besides, I do not think that anyone can ever trust a human phase lord with an ideology as radical as yours with complete control over the phase lord department. Give me partial authority and the Red Collective will rest much easier. The two haggled a lot on how to share authority over the phase lord department. The outcome eventually favored the solutions proposed by Ves, if only slightly. The deal they made about the department was a bit complex and lacked definition. They just made a general agreement that the Dark Apostle was the overall leader, while Ves turned into a vice leader of sorts who could issue a large range orders to the mortal staff but possessed much more limited authority when it came to commanding the ascended giants. In order to help Ves gain more control over the less exciting parts of the phase lord department, the Dark Apostle had to permit the RC to insert a lot more hand-picked staff into the hierarchy of the phase lord department. The infusion of new blood that had not been brainwashed would ensure that the middle and lower ranks of the department would remain in line with the policies of the Red Collective. The reason why Ves felt so keen on this demand was because he wanted to make sure he could steer the phase lord department by managing its staff. This was a rather sneaky way for Ves as well as other RC leaders such as the Patient Builder to exert control over the phase lord department. The Dark Apostle was most definitely smart and observant enough to be aware of this trick, but he did not put up too many objections. It was not always the best idea to point out hidden traps and implicit concessions. Both sides were better off if they left certain arrangements unspoken. The Dark Apostle proved to be quite good at judging what he could get away with. The strategic value of the Phase Lord department was great. With a roster of 361 human Phase Lords, anyone who controlled the department held enough martial might to reconquer half a zone from the native aliens. Given how much destructive power he may have at his disposal soon, a degree of oversight and supervision was mandatory if the Dark Apostle wanted to remain in the good books of the Red Collective. He hated the RC very much for being so fractured and so deferential to mortals, but he knew that cooperating with the Collies was a necessary evil if he wanted to keep his ambitions alive. The Dark Apostle was astute enough to realize that it would not be great if the Ascended Giants became isolated from the rest of Red humanity. The human Phase Lords needed access to lots of Phase water, high-tech products, logistical V support and more. He and his men would be able to grow considerably faster and gain more influence in the Red Ocean if the RC kept fulfilling their needs. In order to make that possible, the Dark Apostle forced himself to let the weak and pathetic humans take care of logistics and other tedious affairs. He, reluctantly, agreed that Ves and the officers of the RC embedded into the hierarchy would be able to steer the Phase Lord department in various ways, most notably by influencing the mortal staff. Direct contradiction had to be avoided at all costs, but was that truly possible? Neither Ves nor the Dark Apostle thought so. There were just too many areas where both could butt heads against each other. This is not going to be an easy agreement to uphold. It is still better than the alternatives. This was a messy agreement that could lead to fights between Ves and his alter ego down the line. They had little choice but to deal with those problems when they occurred. All that mattered right now was to form an initial consensus. Who exactly controlled the Phase Lord department and what they were allowed to do could be refined over time. There was no need to take every unlikely scenario into account at the start. In the end, the Dark Apostle was happy enough that he would still be able to command the Ascended Giants, who were the only individuals that mattered. Ves was happy enough that he could steer the development of the Phase Lord department and make sure that his other self did not completely lead it astray. There's one more subject we need to discuss. And what is that? Blinky began to circle above the human Phase Lord's head. Battle. Assuming that I win the leadership challenge and take control over the ascending giants, I cannot send them off into battle while I remain in the rear. If I want to maintain my authority over them, I have to step onto the battlefield in person and inspire them with my strength. If I do not do so, they will mount another leadership challenge in time. That caused multiple collies to frown. This was a very serious issue. Ves also did not like what he heard. I am not eager to throw my true body onto the battlefield, especially in situations where it is not needed. I do not care how you feel, weakling. What matters is that when a serious fight takes place, you should take a step back and let me take charge over our body. I can contribute much more on the battlefield than a mech designer like you. It is not as if you have a habit of designing and fabricating mechs mid-battle. Your work is only relevant before and after a battle has occurred. I have no problem with what you do during those times. Just give me control during the rare times when my forces and yours enter into a conflict against serious opponents. Though Ves did not like it, the Dark Apostle raised a few good points. There were not a lot of logical arguments that Ves could bring up to counter his alter ego's arguments. A mech designer was not supposed to participate directly in combat, but it was a different story for a human phase lord. Fine, I will let you take control when we are involved in a battle. However, I don't want you to push me out entirely. The collies are currently working on a solution that will allow me to maintain my awareness and continue to use Blinky as a vessel outside of this ritual chamber. This is one of the special measures that is designed to give us an advantage when we start the leadership challenge. Both of us have to work together in order to defeat at least 2 out of the 4 leaders of the Ascended Giants. The ritual chamber was both a stopgap measure as well as a testing platform. The formation masters, ritualists and other chi cultivators were currently gathering a lot of data about Ves and the Dark Apostle's current state. The hope was to discard everything that was either unnecessary or did not work and compress the stuff that did work into a much smaller and more portable tool. Whether they would be able to complete this tool in time remained to be seen. If the collies failed to make it, then the Dark Apostle would have to fight against those scary Ascended Giants by himself or perhaps only with the aid of Blinky. Granted, Blinky was a powerful enough companion spirit, but Ves himself could bring a lot more to the table on account of being a mech designer. He had cooperated with mech pilots in combat situations in the past and had always proven extremely helpful. Ves was sure that the Dark Apostle needed his expertise on technology to target the weak points of enemy gear. The two resumed their talks. After forming a reluctant consensus on the most important demands, the hostility between the two mellowed out as they began to hash out agreements on less important subjects. Ves still hated the Dark Apostle and vice versa, but they had formed an implicit truce for the time being. There was no reason to direct their hostility at each other at this early junction. They had yet to conquer the Phase Lord department. They needed to prioritize their collective goal over their emotions towards each other. In the end, Ves was glad that the Dark Apostle proved rational enough to set aside his irrational desires and focus on the bigger picture. Whether he would continue to behave in the future remained to be seen, but Ves strangely felt optimistic about their cooperation. To be honest, Ves still felt a little sour about losing 40 hours of the week, but he could live with the outcome so long as he gained the backing and the protection of the Ascended Giants. No matter the technicalities involved with who exactly was in charge, nobody would take Ves lightly once they learned that he commanded the loyalty of so many human phase lords. Ves would finally step up in high society and become qualified to participate in greater affairs. He could effectively take advantage of the direct military power at his disposal to sway the outcomes of entire campaigns. He could help his friends and allies win crucial battles, allowing them to survive and thrive in the dangerous years ahead. He could also turn his Ascended Giants into de facto mercenaries. He could send them to reinforce faltering states and groups while demanding heavy rewards in return. In short, Ves could do much with so many phase lords at his disposal, but none of it would mean anything if he and the Dark Apostle failed to win the leadership challenge. Now that we have agreed to work together, let's talk about the combat gear that we will be using. Chapter 7147, Strategizing. After securing the Dark Apostle's cooperation, Ves was eager to move to the next step of the preparations. As a sign of goodwill, the collies had unlocked the shackles and removed the chains. That did not mean that they had disappeared. A pair of mechs continued to carry them around as they shadowed the human phase lord. The message was clear. If the Dark Apostle acted out in any way, he would get locked up before he could escape. In any case, despite his awful attitude, the Dark Apostle was not stupid enough to test his limits. So far, he remained civilized and tolerant to the humans around him. The fact of the matter was that he needed to rely on their help if he wanted to have any chance of success in the leadership challenge. Their tech, materials and other support could make a massive difference in the upcoming duels. Ves still utilized Blinky's manifestation as a vehicle. It put a bit of a strain on him to maintain this particular form, but it was better than nothing. Department head Demetrius Saul Clavia bravely entered the ritual chamber in order to present the initial game plan. The two of you will be able to pass the leadership challenge so long as you win 3 out of 4 matches. This means that we only have to take 3 opponents into account at most. I do not think that any of you will mind if you concede the duel against the oscillating fist before it can begin. I object. The Dark Apostle immediately spoke up. The Ascended Giants want to take the measure of my strength. To evade a fourth duel when I am in a position to fight further is an act of cowardice. I want us to be ready to fight a fourth time if necessary. I do not have to win. I only need to last long enough while putting up a good enough performance to earn the respect of my men. Won't it be counterproductive if the current Polemarchos smacks you around on the dueling grounds? Ves countered. It is true that I will not paint myself in a good light by losing against the oscillating fist, but at least I will have earned a decent measure of respect from him as well as the other ascending giants for mustering up the courage to make the attempt. A contract between us may compel the oscillating fist to step down if all of the strategoi have lost, but he will not be able to trust me completely if I have not yet exchanged blows with him. This is a necessity. As long as I have won him over, I will smoothly be able to take over the ascended giants. He raised a decent point. The ascended giants had become a lot more honorbound. They cared about their pride and honor so much that even the Dark Apostle wanted to seek a confrontation that was not strictly necessary. Besides, the Dark Apostle grinned with Ves's giant face. If I ever lose 2 out of 3 matches, I need to win the final bout if I still want to remain eligible to take over the ascended giants. It is best if you take this matchup seriously. The chief enforcer nodded after hearing this. Very well, we shall do so, but the probability of victory is still low no matter how much preparations we make. We should still pin our hopes on winning the duels against the 3 strategoi, of which 2 of them are more vulnerable than the remaining 1. The department head waved his arm. Multiple projections came to life. They each depicted the last known images of the phase lords in full battle regalia. These images had been taken from the decrypted data stolen from the data cores at the headquarters on Jotunheim. Not all of these images are up to date, but they should give you a certain impression of what you can expect to encounter on the day of the leadership challenge. We know the least about the oscillating fist, but from the archival footage that we have retrieved, he is a close-range warrior that is fast, tough and hard-hitting. Countering him is nearly impossible because his fundamentals are too strong. His boxing skills remain impeccable and he possesses the best raiment built for the Phase Lord department. Both Ves and the Dark Apostle felt intimidated by the depiction of the oscillating fist. This was truly a warrior beyond comparison. Perhaps the only way to defeat him was to rely on high mobility and ranged weapons to kite him around and whittle down his defenses over time, but the rules were not friendly towards this scumbag method. The Dark Apostle would never be able to win the respect of the oscillating fist and the ascended giants if he actively avoided close quarters combat. If winning is out of the question, then it is better to emphasize defense over offense. Ves analyzed. The goal is not to win the duel, but to exchange fists long enough with the oscillating fist to look impressive and prove your courage. A defensive approach is not as effective against the oscillating fist. The patient builder warned. He is named this way because he has mastered a fighting method that enables him to generate destructive oscillating shockwaves that can penetrate past most physical defenses. The fact that he is able to produce this effect with a naked fist is already impressive enough. When he is equipped with gauntlets that contain special amplifying tech, he is theoretically able to defeat a greater phase lord that has lost his spatial barrier. Does that mean that the oscillating fist is not as good at tearing down energy defenses? Yes, but this is only relative. The oscillating fist will most definitely carry a space suppressor around that can weaken Azure energy shields and spatial barriers. His raiment may be equipped with other weapon systems that are designed to counter energy defenses. These are necessary measures when fighting against alien phase leaders. The oscillating fist possessed too many advantages at close range. It was ridiculous to even think about gaining the upper hand against this adversary in a direct collision. Blinky swished his tail. My original point still stands. Even if defenses are not as effective against the oscillating fist, they can still slow him down to an extent. We will lose in an instant if we neglect our defenses. That does not mean we can ignore our offense either. Given that his raiment is of such high quality, our weapons need to be absurdly powerful in order to have any chance of winning this match. Do you have any suggestions, counselor? I do, but let us consider the other matchups first. Demetrius Saul Clavia nodded. I understand. Since the rules state that we are allowed to choose the order of duels, it is necessary for us to settle this matter so that we can accurately formulate our plans. Of the 3 strategoi, the Unshakable King is described as a stronger and more resilient ascended giant than the other phalanx leaders. The real question is whether you first wish to challenge the Fiery Axe or the Divine Harpoon. Both of them are traitors, but the severity of their treachery is not as bad as it could have been. Ves said, from what I have learned from the gathered intelligence, the Divine Harpoon is probably the only strong voice that still advocates for maintaining at least a loose relationship with red humanity. The Fiery Axe is a staunch proponent of independence. She also plans to kill us if we do not put up a good enough fight according to her judgment. That caused the Dark Apostle to scowl. I care little for the Divine Harpoon's weak sentiments, but the Fiery Axe cannot be allowed to survive. Anyone who seeks my head must be prepared to lose their own in return. Have you been listening to what I am saying? We do not necessarily have to kill her. As long as we gear up with short-lasting but powerful combat gear, you can overwhelm her so much in the first minutes that she will never think of you as weak and unworthy. It is best if you can force her to admit defeat at that point, because once your weapons and gear have reached the limits of their tolerance, they will fall off hard. Then I should make the best use of this time to cut off the Fiery Axe's head. The Dark Apostle was way too quick to resort to killing as a solution. Ves hoped that he would mellow out or change his mind when the duel had begun. He was not hoping to spare the Fiery Axe. He simply believed that it was a waste to kill a precious human Phase Lord when she would no longer pose a threat once her future leader impressed her on the dueling ground. Besides, warriors tended to be at their most desperate when they were pushed to the brink of death. Who knew what kind of nasty surprises the Fiery Axe had in store when the Dark Apostle went all out in trying to kill the leader of the Flesh Chopper Phalanx? Borrowing the Plasma Axe was probably just one of several solutions. Demetrius Saul Clavia voiced his own opinion. The Phase Lord department needs a culling in order to set it straight again. Removing an unreliable phalanx leader such as the Fiery Axe will give you the opportunity to appoint a more loyal and reliable ascended giant in her place. My suggestion is to be opportunistic. Make sure to arm yourself with a suitably lethal weapon and be ready to launch the killing blow if you see an opening. They discussed a bit more on what kind of weapons, raiment and strategy they should choose against this axe-wielding giant. Once they agreed on a specific configuration, they analyzed the other opponent. The Divine Harpoon is rumored to be stronger than the Fiery Axe. The chief enforcer said, "There is no proof that this is the case, but it is best not to underestimate him. He is almost a century and a half years old and possesses a wealth of experience. As his new name suggests, he is a master at throwing harpoons, but can fight well enough when wielding them as spears." How to fight against such an opponent? If honor is not a priority, then it is best to adopt a fast loadout and maintain as much distance as possible. Ves suggested, it becomes exponentially more difficult to land any hits against an increasingly distant opponent. A fairly accurate but fast-firing rifle should be able to whittle down the Divine Harpoon's defenses while limiting our exposure to risk. Unacceptable. I will not adopt the strategy of a coward. This is not cowardice. This is winning. Everything can be excused so long as you win. Mortal, give me an alternative suggestion that satisfies my honor. Aside from wielding a spear yourself, I believe that the combination of a sword and a physical shield fares quite well in this matchup if everything else is equal. Acceptable. Ves did not quite agree, but it appeared that he had no choice but to accept this direction. Hopefully, the Divine Harpoon will be the least threatening opponent we face in the leadership challenge. The intelligence paints him as sympathetic towards the RC and red humanity. This may give him a reason to not put his best into the fight, though he has to be careful not to be obvious about it. The Ascended Giants will not let him give up so easily. I suggest we fight against him first so that we can build up enough momentum and preemptively prove to the Fiery Axe that she does not need to kill us out of a misguided sense of pride. Demetrius Saul Clavia shook his head. I do not agree with that, Counselor. If the assumption that the Divine Harpoon is sympathetic towards us is correct, then we should not face him in the first duel, but rather the second or third one. No matter the score up until then, you can fight against the leader of the Faceless Giants at a lower intensity and earn your victory with less effort than before. This should give you another 3-hour window of valuable rest time to prepare for the next duel. That was a clever approach. Ves and the Dark Apostle both saw the necessity of making sure that they could maintain their condition as much as possible as they concluded one fight after another. A leadership challenge was never supposed to be easy or fair. The demand to fight once every 3 hours was meant to portray the strength and the perseverance of a potential leader. This was also why it was not strictly necessary for the Dark Apostle to win all 4 duels in order to take over as leader. Being able to topple the 3 strategoi without enjoying adequate rest in between already served as an adequate show of force. After fighting so much, there was no way that the Dark Apostle could fight the 4th and final duel in their peak condition. Losing became the expected outcome, which meant that they would not bear much shame if they got beat up by the oscillating fist. That was fine with Ves. Chapter 7148. Shared goals. There was not enough time for Ves to dedicate his time towards designing and fabricating 4 sets of equipment. As much as he wanted to do everything in person, it was unrealistic to do so when the leadership challenge was scheduled to take place in a matter of days. Ves therefore talked it over with the Dark Apostle and the Patient Builder. The latter agreed to mobilize the RC's vast resources and manpower to develop and construct 4 sets of raiments that complied with the rules set by both sides. Demetrius Saul Clavia felt honored by the trust he received. "We shall endeavor to fulfill your expectations. Winning the leadership challenge is paramount to stabilizing this source of uncertainty and converting the human phase lords into a helpful addition to our armed forces. As we speak, the defenses of dozens of star systems in the Rubarthan Pact have succumbed against the Vorabug onslaught. We urgently need you to encourage the Phase Lord Department to mobilize against one of the war fronts so that we can free up more forces to slow down the new threat." The mention of the mutated Vorabug elicited a disgusted reaction from the Dark Apostle. "These space insects are foul and unnatural." Ves's alter ego snarled. "They are a plague upon the dwarf galaxy. They have no redeeming quality that can convince ascended giants that they have a place among the stars. They worship no god aside from their mysterious queen, who prefers to lead her battles from behind rather than the front. Honor is completely alien to this menace. That reason alone is enough to condemn this detestable race to extinction." If that was how all phase leaders thought about the mutated Vorabug threat, then that would hopefully lead to the native aliens redirecting more forces to the new warfront. Who was he kidding? Ves did not think that the Red Cabal could let go of their hatred against red humanity long enough to tackle the greater threat first. While many people got distracted by the Vorabugs assailing the Rubarthan flank, the native aliens had quietly increased their troop buildup and tempo at the Terran front. With all of the changes that took place inside human space, the native aliens correctly recognized that the entire Terran alliance was only protected by a single god pilot. As fast as the light of Sol may be, even he could not cover all of the border systems by himself. Amidst all of the crises assailing red humanity, it became utterly ridiculous that the most powerful troops of the Red Collective had been sitting on their thumbs for so many months. Other than an early showing, the oscillating fist had commanded many of his underlings to spread out and hide in all kinds of hidey holes. This showed that the ascended giants already started to treat red humanity as an enemy rather than their brothers and sisters. The lack of action from the Phase Lord Department had caused incalculable damage to the Red Collective. Their other cultivator troops were quite special and interesting in their own way, but they were sorely lacking in hard power. In contrast, the 361 human lesser phase lords represented a significant force, especially if they were deployed in larger groups. The RC invested so much phase water and other resources in them that could have been spent on building up lots of other forces. If Ves and the Dark Apostle were able to gain control over the ascended giants, then neither of them intended to keep them idle. Ves was motivated by the need to save red humanity. There were too many disasters unfolding at the same time. If he could help his civilization deal with one of them, then that would go a long way into turning everyone's fortunes around. The Dark Apostle wanted to earn glory and turn his ascended giants into a force to be feared and respected across the Red Ocean. While his attachment to red humanity was not as strong, he had no interest in letting the mutated Vorabugs devour every planet of life, thereby ultimately turning the dwarf galaxy completely barren. Everything hinges on this upcoming leadership challenge. Ves spoke while continuing to possess Blinky. To that end, I will personally design and fabricate 4 sets of melee weapons. I may not be as good as Kedis, but I have my own tricks. Just give me access to your workshops and strategic materials reserve. The department head of the enforcement department paused for a few seconds. I shall make sure you will get most of what you want. Unfortunately, our strategic materials reserve is strictly guarded. Not only that, but many of the resources stored inside are already claimed or reserved by other members of the Red Collective. Furthermore, there are several classes of special exotics and hypers that are so rare and exceptional that even I am not authorized to withdraw them. Our reserve is a collective pool that many different parties have contributed to. That also grants them all a measure of control over it. The rules are especially formulated to deny any single individual or party sole access. That was unfortunately right. Ves once again got screwed by his own layout. The Red Collective was too fractured and divided. Even if Demetrius Saul Clavia was one of the most powerful executives of the Red Collective, he had to rely on his relations with other department heads to drum up so much support for the current initiative. Perhaps it was for the best. The same rules that prevented the chief enforcer from mobilizing all of the resources of the RC also hindered him from abusing his authority. It was impossible for a figure like the polymath to take over the Red Collective in a single sweep. In any case, Ves could not ask the RC for more considering that it was shouldering so many different responsibilities. He felt grateful enough that the department head of the enforcement department suspended his busy schedule in order to address this issue in person. "I need to get to work," he said through Blinky. "While I appreciate that I have been able to talk to you, Dark Apostle, I need to regain control over my body in order to design the new weapons that will hopefully deliver enough victories in a few days." The human phase lord clearly felt reluctant to give up control over their shared true body, but he understood that this was the mech designer's time to shine. "Fine, I shall relinquish control over this divine body for now. Do not forget our agreement, and do not attempt to challenge the ascended giants by yourself. From today onwards, there is no need for you to fumble around during combat. I am the superior warrior. I shall fight your enemies on your behalf, because I do not trust you to keep this shared body safe against the foes that you always seem to provoke." "Gee, thanks. You are welcome, weakling." The human phase lord did what he said and voluntarily withdrew by shrinking his true body. Ves soon felt his consciousness getting drawn back to his human-scaled body where it belonged. His nanosuit automatically adjusted and returned to a thick but comfortable form. "Please mobilize the tech and resources as soon as possible," Ves reminded the chief enforcer. "I won't be able to work with all tech and materials, but I am sure I can make selective use out of a handful of good stuff." After discussing the details with Demetrius Sol Clavia for a moment, Ves finally exited the ritual chamber before teleporting back to the Terresk. Just before Ves was about to head into his design lab in order to design the new set of armaments for his phase lord personality, he made sure to drop by his wife and children and briefly inform them of what he planned. The children looked confused and worried. "Are you sure that your other personality is trustworthy, Papa?" Aurelia asked with concern. "Your deal with him mainly worked because he was surrounded by unfriendly mechs and other forces. Once we have left your install, he can surround himself with dozens of ascended giants and forcibly break through any potential blockage. What stops him from getting away? We are still working on it, to be honest. I like to think that for all that he comes across as different, he still shares a few traits in common with me. One of them is my hatred of traitors and insistence on adhering to contracts. My other self must know that if he breaks his word once, I will never trust him again. My future dealings with him will be a lot more coercive. Neither of us wants our relationship to devolve to such a deplorable situation. You are gambling on whether this, Dark Apostle, is rational enough to recognize that it is in his best interest to abide by the current agreement." His daughter noted, "From what I have heard from you, none of the ascended giants are entirely rational. Their norms and values have changed to the point where some of them see little problem with defecting to the Red Cabal." Ves smiled and reached out to pat his eldest girl's head. "That doesn't necessarily mean they are irrational, honey. Their logic may be twisted, but it is still logic. The biggest reason why they think so weird is because of the central assumption that they are no longer human anymore. They call themselves ascended giants as if they are convinced they have become a new and arguably superior race. It is like the difference between regular whale-like species that have evolved from planets such as Old Earth or other places in the phase whale race. The latter is so much more superior than anything similar that they deserve to exist in their own category." "Oh," Aurelia looked intrigued as she thought of all of the implications. Meanwhile, Gloriana still looked extremely concerned about letting her husband fight 4 elite warriors. "Since it has come to this, I will not question your motivations or cast doubt on your chances," she slowly said. "I do not even care whether you can win. I just want you to prioritize your survival above all else. It is not shameful for a mech designer to admit defeat in a duel against a champion. It is outrageous that these so-called giants wish to test you on your martial prowess as opposed to your actual strengths. In my opinion, you only need to show up and display just enough courage to avoid being seen as a coward. Everything else is unnecessary and life-threatening." Ves responded with a wry smile. "It is not that simple, dear. The ascended giants are sharp enough to recognize if I am fighting half-heartedly. Besides, I am not the one doing the fighting. It will be the Dark Apostle as he calls himself for weird reasons. He is much closer in nature to the ascended giants, so you can be assured that he is bound by honor and pride to make an earnest attempt in every duel. Quote, Do you need my assistance to develop the weapons? Or would you like me to assist with the development of the raiments? I can help turn them into masterworks. Ves shook his head. Don't bother. They won't make use of architect, and there is too little time to refine their designs to the point where they turn into masterworks, especially at their projected scale and level of complexity. The RC and I can take care of ourselves. This is an internal matter as far as we are concerned. You should continue to spend your time on finalizing the Riot Mark III project. What is the point of trying to finish it within a week when you will just end up injured and crippled to the point where you cannot take part in the fabrication run? She questioned. Do not forget that your participation is vital if you want the Riot Mark III to turn into the chaotic mech of your dreams. I have little interest in knowledge in the special techniques that you have recently acquired. Then we will just ask Venerable Rosa Orphan to wait a few more weeks. Ves dismissively waved his hand. Besides, I am not too sure whether I will end up in that state. Hopefully I will be better off when I have completed the leadership challenge. Chapter 7149. Lethal plans. When Ves entered his design lab in order to draft out and design the melee weapons that he intended to wield in the upcoming leadership challenge, he was joined by an unexpected guest. You are not supposed to be here, young lady. Don't kick me out, Papa. I can help. I know lots about fighting. I can give you advice and stuff. Ves directed a dubious glance at his middle child. Andraste looked way too excited to drop this matter. Although a part of Ves wanted to punish his girl for sneaking away from her mother, another part of him felt it wouldn't be bad if he had a father-daughter bonding session. Quote, Fine, if you want to help, then come over here and sit. I will only let you watch me at work when I draft the different armaments. As soon as I transition to the more technical aspects of my work, it is off to bed with you, young lady. This is the boring part of my work, so it is not as if you are missing anything. His daughter was fine with that. She ran up and seated herself on a floating chair that automatically adjusted in height. So who are you fighting and what weapons are you thinking about making? She eagerly asked. Ves briefed her on the 4 ascended giants as well as the rudimentary strategies that he and the others had devised. The red-headed girl quickly furrowed her brows. She recognized that none of the duels were easy matchups. How strong is your dark self? She asked. No, wait, the better question is how skilled he is at wielding weapons. He is not a dark reflection of myself. Ves objected. He merely calls himself this way for reasons. Anyway, from what I have been able to gather, he is actually pretty good, but only with the weapons that I am familiar with, which is polearms. He doesn't have any notable proficiency with swords, axes and other weapons. That said, nothing is absolute. There are unconventional solutions that can quickly remedy this problem, though only after paying a hefty price. His daughter understood the difficulties that her father had to overcome. That sounds bad. Unless you have mastered the spear, you will be at a disadvantage when you try to fight against brawlers like the oscillating fist. He can outmaneuver your attacks and get inside your reach with ease. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Ves said, according to the plan that we have formed, my first duel will be against the unshakable king. Isn't he the second strongest phase lord? Yes, which is why it is important to fight him when my alter ego is in the best condition. The most ideal outcome is to win 3 out of 4 matches. Don't worry too much. One of the reasons why we have decided it is best to start with the unshakable king first is because he excels at defense. That does not mean his offensive power is weak, but I am confident that the Dark Apostle will be able to withdraw and admit defeat before he suffers a crippling injury. Winning a match against this opponent is nice, but not strictly necessary. Andraste analyzed the images and archival footage of past versions of the leader of the Titan Phalanx. His raiment was thick and impressive, so much so that if he wanted to abide by the limitations of the duel, he could not bring his usual arsenal of weapons into the fight. What weapons will he use? The young girl asked. That is a bit of a mystery. Ves responded. His normal set of armaments consist of a pair of impact hammers, a kinetic cannon and amplifiers for his spatial abilities. I am pretty sure he will change to a lighter set of weapons in order to comply with the rules, but I do not have any clue what they may be. When it comes to his phase water organs, we know that he excels at solidifying the surrounding space and increasing the strength and mass of his true body. He turns into a rock that slows enemies down and mitigates every incoming blow. Andraste frowned and scratched her head in a cute manner. Can you bring a big cannon and bombard the unshakable king from a distance? Ves became happy when she made this suggestion. This showed that she had not become as irrational as the sword maidens who believed that their blades could solve every problem. Instructing the Saint Commander to tutor Andraste in ranged combat paid off big time. I can do so, but not only will I look like a coward in front of the ascended giants, but I don't think the weapons that I can carry into the duel have the firepower to penetrate through the unshakable king's defenses within an hour. This guy is highly experienced in taking hits and has many different solutions to spread out all of the incoming damage. I need to rely on a solution that works up close. What about a plasma weapon or a destroyer weapon? A destroyer weapon is out of the question. Ves immediately replied, the low-tier stuff isn't strong enough to make a difference and the high-tier stuff is very rare and difficult to acquire. Besides, most of them are made for mechs, which makes them too small when wielded by phase lords at this scale. A plasma weapon is a decent suggestion, though. They can potentially burn through the unspeakable king's defenses, but their power consumption is so high that any power solution that I can integrate into my raiment will be hard-pressed to last that long given the obvious size limitations. I will have to carry a big and volatile backpack module on my raiment. Andraste did not see much of a problem with that. A power reactor mounted on your back does not sound like a bad idea. If he is as slow as you say, he won't be able to maneuver behind your back unless he can teleport or something. She raised a good point. If Ves was able to mount a bigger but more vulnerable reactor on his back and keep it safe, he could wield a weapon that could inflict a lot of damage to the unshakable king's defenses. While Ves doubted whether this was enough to whittle down this opponent fast enough, it was better than most other options. He quietly transmitted his ideas about this raiment to his chief of staff. She would make sure to pass it on to the teams responsible for developing his dueling raiments. Plasma swords are the simplest and generally the most effective variety of plasma-based melee weapons. He said, unfortunately, I am not skilled with the art of the blade. You do not strictly need to be good at wielding swords if you rely on plasma to do all of the damage. His daughter pointed out, it certainly helps if you can wield it with skill, though. It may be better for you to wield a plasma spear and preferably a lengthier one. That will make it harder for the unshakable king to get close enough to land his blows on you. If you have an advantage in mobility, then you can keep poking at him whenever you have the chance while darting back if he tries to launch a counterattack. That sounded like a viable game plan. Ves began to draft the suggestions in the design suite. He performed a few fast calculations and made a lot of guesses. It would be rather awkward to fight with a big reactor mounted on his back. A long spear was also clumsy to wield. There was a chance the unshakable king could still bypass it despite his disadvantage in mobility. There should be just enough mass allowance left to add in a backup weapon. He said, I am tempted to throw in a cold steel knife, but it may be better to turn it into a plasma knife instead. If my reactor breaks or malfunctions, I do not think I have any hope of penetrating this guy's defenses. His daughter did not quite agree. What if the unshakable king's defenses are especially chosen to resist plasma and other thermal weapons? You should make a small cold steel knife that is able to penetrate through defenses with the help of special tech or materials. Hasn't the Red Collective promised to give you access to their internal stuff? There has to be something exotic that can help you finish him off. You told me that he is one of the biggest traitors among the Ascended Giants and that he wants to claim the bounty on your head. You need to be ready for anything. You're right, I will look into building something special with the help of the RC. Ves said, let's consider my next opponent. In the second duel, my phase lord self will fight against the fiery axe. This is a woman who has threatened to kill me if I don't put up a good fight. Hopefully, the Dark Apostle's performance against the unshakable king will be convincing enough, but in case that is not so, I need to be able to perform well right from the start. Given her hostility, I have tentatively decided to wield a spear with high penetration properties in order to help me land a fatal blow if possible. He drafted the solution in the design suite. The spear would be paired with a raiment that was lighter and more maneuverable than the one he intended to use in the previous duel. Andraste quickly figured out his overall strategy. From what I can see, the fiery axe is fast and strong in offense. She is just like the mech pilots of the Red Axes or Venerable Colic Glendale who pilots the Greenix. It is a pain to defend with their axes, so they try to go on the offensive as much as possible so that the fight will happen on their terms. If you want to counter this style, you either need to outfight them by relying on superior skill or move faster so that they cannot maneuver around you as easily. Ves drafted a larger and more powerful flight system on the back of the light. Raymond, I agree with your analysis. I don't have confidence in my weapon skills, so I think it is better to sacrifice hard defenses for superior mobility. This will be a highly dynamic duel. The winner will likely be the phase lord that is able to maneuver better than the opponent. I will tell the RC to develop a light raiment that is mounted with a disproportionately strong flight system. He would have preferred to design this raiment himself alongside collaborators that he trusted, such as the recently returned Juliet Stamaros. Unfortunately, there was not enough time, so all he could do was to transmit his specifications to the RC and wait for it to deliver the end products. He disliked the lack of control over equipment that he and his alter ego would rely upon to survive and win, but he had no other choice. Ves added a few backup knives to his configuration for the second duel, but they shouldn't be needed. He placed a lot of hope into the shorter but hopefully more lethal spear. This will be his main weapon and maybe the weapon to end a woman who had no qualms about killing her progenitor, due to her distorted pride. At least the unshakable king had a more pragmatic and rational motivation behind his desire to claim his head. It will be difficult to predict who will gain the upper hand in this duel. Ves commented, neither the Dark Apostle nor the Fiery Axe will have much in the way of defenses this time. A single good hit can easily turn into a heavy or crippling injury. All of the maneuvering around will further mess up any predictions. Andraste looked critically at the projected footage of the Fiery Axe. You could try outlasting her. She clearly fights like a hothead. Warriors like this have a habit of going all out right from the beginning and don't pay much attention to endurance. If you can withstand her offensive while holding back as much as possible, you can launch a furious offensive in the last 5 minutes against a tired opponent. Ves thought about it for a moment. That definitely sounds like a viable strategy, but I am not too sure the Ascended Giants will be impressed with the Dark Apostle after dragging out a match for so long. If I had a choice, I would definitely follow your proposal. Chapter 7150, Respect the Sword. When it came to the third and fourth duels, Ves did not take them as seriously. While it was still important to prepare as best as possible to fight against the other two leaders of the Ascended Giants, they shouldn't be as readily willing to kill him as the unshakable king and the Fiery Axe. He quite enjoyed the process of sharing his thoughts with his daughter. While he had to be careful not to mention anything too sensitive, he believed that the RC did not mind if he told her less incriminating information about the current situation. As an avid sword initiate as well as a capable marksman, Andraste was already 10 times the warrior. The third duel will be between the Dark Apostle and the Divine Harpoon. Ves told his daughter, as you can imagine, the Divine Harpoon carries multiple harpoons on his person, each of which is connected to chains that he can use to pull anything he has caught. One of the special features is that they possess very high penetration characteristics, though it doesn't mean he can instantly punch through every energy shield or spatial barrier. Just like us, he is not allowed to employ any superdimensional technology. That does not mean he can rely on other stuff to improve the penetration power of his harpoons. His daughter responded, I bet his phase water organs and raiment are all chosen to improve the strength of his throw and to make his harpoon penetrate better. You shouldn't underestimate what he is good at. He's the leader of the biggest troop. Right, I think he has chosen to specialize in harpooning enemy phase lords and phase whales. As long as he can land a good throw, he can catch a big prey and slow it down long enough for the rest of his troops to descend and finish it off. If he wants to make this happen, then his harpoons have to be able to punch through the spatial barrier of at least a lesser phase lord. Your words make sense. Ves hadn't thought about it from that angle. He watched the stolen footage of the Divine Harpoon carefully. Unfortunately, he was one of those human phase lords who typically did not show off his full might during his training sessions. He especially did not display his full harpooning prowess, likely to prevent his subordinates from collecting accurate data in preparation to mount their own leadership challenge. All of this placed the true strength of the Divine Harpoon underneath a cloud of uncertainty. Nobody knew how much power he had been hiding over the past few months, or what aspects he focused on improving. Even if he is absurdly good at punching his harpoons through the defenses of phase lords, I do not think I have to worry about it as much as I should. Ves tentatively said, we align with each other on a political level. The intelligence gathered from the headquarters indicate that he is pro-human. If this is true, then he should have a compelling interest in letting me win. This is why the Dark Apostle will meet him in the third duel. We are expecting him to make it a little easier for us to win. He can't be too blatant about it, but it is undeniable that it is in his best interest that we take over the phase lord department. His daughter looked thoughtful after hearing that. I have watched fighting tournaments where strategic losing is a thing. There are competitors that want to avoid a strong enemy or someone who can counter them pretty well in the next bracket if they win. There are also those who want to push one of their teammates ahead, and they can do that better by losing the right matches. There are rules that go against this, so it is not that easy to lose if you are known as a strong contender. How do these fighters cope with the restrictions? Ves asked. Their favorite game plan is to take greater risks than usual. Her daughter responded. They choose to fight more recklessly. It will look impressive, and it may allow them to win a match if they are able to maintain their tempo, but they will also expose greater openings. It is relatively easier to punish them for their aggression. If the Divine Harpoon is thinking about doing the same, then you should adopt a counterattack strategy. Avoid his harpoon throws as best as possible and try to attack him in between. That sounded like a viable approach. It might not be the only way to cope with the Divine Harpoon, but it was a good starting point. Ves smiled and rubbed his daughter's adorable head. Since the Divine Harpoon is a probable ally of ours, it is not a big priority for the Dark Apostle to possess a lot of lethality. This is why I am thinking about equipping my human phase Lord Self with a sword and shield combination. Why not a spear and shield combo? Your skill with a sword is worse than with a spear. That may be the case if I only wield a single weapon, but if I have to carry a shield, I can't wield a spear in the same way. It may be handier for me to wield a sword instead, he said. I have a way to make up for the gap in skill if it is necessary. His daughter frowned. You are disrespecting the sword. Kedis and the Sword Maidens would be angry if they heard you take swordsmanship so lightly. They will not be happy if they see you fumble around with a sword in your duel. I think it is better to stick with a short spear that you can comfortably wield with a single hand. As a budding sword initiate that Kedis trained in person, Andraste understood the perspective of sword practitioners very well. They took swordsmanship very seriously. To see their former patriarch wield a sword without putting in any art of passion into his fighting style was blasphemy. This was a surefire way to alienate himself from this key group of Larkinsons. Ves eventually nodded. I didn't think about this angle. You were right to warn me about the potential repercussions. I cannot afford to sour my relationship with the Sword Maidens and the other sword practitioners of our clan. I will stick with what I am more comfortable with and wield a spear alongside a shield in the third duel. Given the Divine Harpoon's offensive focus, I think it is better if I emphasize defense this time. This guy is probably not as threatening once you neutralize the threat of his iconic harpoons. He started to draft a set of equipment that looked heavier and more robust. The raiment was notably thicker and better armored at the front. He also added in a physical shield that was sized large enough to provide strong protection to his torso and head. While he preferred to make the shield bigger, the mass allowance limited the extent to which he could do this. Making a longer and larger shield ate up his mass budget pretty quickly. He did not deem it worthwhile to overinvest in this regard. Ves fully expected the physical shield to endure the brunt of the offensive. He already planned to look for any interesting tech or materials that could at least temporarily boost its toughness and enable it to better withstand strong piercing attacks. Given how much mass he allocated to the raiment and physical shield, he did not have much left over for the weapon. The spear had to be shorter than he would like. The lack of reach concerned him a bit, but he believed he could find other ways to compensate for this shortcoming. You do not need to chase after him, Andraste told her father. He needs to chase after you. That is the standard when it comes to mech duels. I think the same applies here. Even if both of you are equally as heavy as you enter the dueling ground, your defenses are thicker and heavier. From these images, there is no way the harpoons used by this phase lord are light. They are so big that he can't carry too much armor into the fight. That forces him to come to you as he possesses the advantage in mobility. You can legitimately stay in the same place and do nothing for an hour and still win the match by default if he refuses to come close. Ves frowned. That sounds nice, but I doubt the Divine Harpoon will continue to maintain his distance. He is an ascended giant after all. Even if he is one of the saner ones, he still has to embody the honor and ideals of his troop. He will be branded a coward if he doesn't even dare to come close. At the same time, my victory will ring hollow if I have won this match in such a lame manner. The Divine Harpoon was bound to get close when his initial harpoon throws failed to produce the desired results. Ves had to be ready to fight against an old and experienced soldier. However, there was also a lot more space for the Divine Harpoon to expose deliberate weaknesses. He could overcommit on his attacks or maneuver in directions that were not as optimal. The outcome of this duel heavily hinged on whether the divine harpoon was willing to play ball and concede victory to Ves. The problem was that he could not be certain whether the strategos of the faceless giants was willing to compromise his integrity to this extent. If his transformation into a phase lord had messed him up to the point where he prioritized his pride and honor above his goals. That was why Ves needed to take this possibility into account and make sure he could still stand a chance if the fight had progressed to this point. We may end up punching each other with our fists. Ves muttered. This may be a problem because I don't have many phase water organs that can help me resist more blows or punch harder. Perhaps my only advantage is that my true body is larger and denser than most of the ascended giants. The limitations on scale might not make this prominent, but the extra mass and flesh definitely makes a certain difference in fights between different phase lords. Maybe that is enough for you to win the fight. Weight classes are very important in fighting tournaments. Those who are twice as heavy as their opponents don't need to work as hard to win their matches. Andraste mentioned. It would definitely be a nice advantage to have. It might also help him out in his matches against the other phase lords. Ves knew that he possessed a powerful advantage over the ascended giants. He received special treatment from the heavenly authority of the Red Ocean. He knew that if he integrated more phase water organs into his true body, his phase water concentration magically increased at a rate far exceeding any normal level. Perhaps Ves could take advantage of this by implanting a few helpful phase water organs with the help of the Red Collective. The lack of time would prevent him from fully mastering the new additions, so they should be as simple as possible in order to be of use in the imminent leadership challenge. However, Ves worried about whether integrating additional phase water organs so quickly would strengthen the Dark Apostles' control over their shared true body. Ves had already learned his lesson about rashly progressing his phase lord cultivation without fully understanding what he was doing. Was it truly worthwhile to risk unanticipated consequences just to give himself a last-minute boost? Perhaps he needed to discuss this matter further with the collies. They might know a lot more about this subject. He seriously suspected that he would need the boost provided by more martial-oriented phase water organs in order to win enough duels. Chapter 7151. Large uplift project. While Ves appreciated Andraste's input, she needed to go to bed. He called over Lucky and instructed his cat to make sure that her daughter returned to their stateroom. Don't let her wander off in random directions. Once the red-headed girl left the design studio, Ves could finally tackle his work without too many interruptions and disturbances. He refined his drafts and added a few features that he had previously overlooked. There was still a lot of room for expansion and upgrades as he had yet to investigate what the RC could offer. He followed up on that by contacting his chief of staff and telling her to call for an update from the enforcement department. The department head had personally promised that Ves would gain expanded access to the internal stores and tech database. It was not wise to finalize his designs before he understood what was possible. Aside from that, Ves also intended to consult another source for assistance. He transmitted a few innocent messages to Gloriana and Kedis. On the surface, he merely relayed a summary of his weapon design ideas and asked them to provide their input whenever convenient. In reality, he embedded very subtle coded messages into the sentencing and formatting that relayed his request to meet each other in the system space at a very specific date and time. An hour went by as Ves continued to work, though he was not able to make too much substantive progress due to keeping a lot of design choices open. Since that was the case, he decided to enter into various tech libraries and databases in order to study the latest advancements on hyper-technology and e-technology, particularly in relation to a handful of familiar e-energy attributes. When the time had almost come, Ves began to space out while watching the clock very carefully. On the instant the right time had come, he instantly conveyed his intention to enter the system space. Just as expected, Ves along with Kedis and Gloriana appeared at the base of the meandering trail that led to the top of the mountain. The transition from an indoor naval environment to a natural outdoor environment was jarring, but Ves had entered the system space enough time to get used to the abrupt shift. The same went for Kedis, while Gloriana needed a moment to balance herself. Hello again, Kedis. Ves first greeted the swordmaster who he hadn't spoken to in person for a while. How is the expeditionary fleet doing these days? Fine, she said. I am actually looking to upgrade it into a first-class fleet, but this is such a gigantic and expensive endeavor that progress is slow. Ves raised his eyebrows. I thought that you were resistant to letting the expeditionary fleet turn into a force that is out of reach to second-class mech pilots. My opinions haven't changed, but, it is frustrating to see a highly experienced and highly successful second-class fleet like ours do so well, only for the results to mean little in the greater scheme of things. I hate to admit it, but only victories against stronger forces can drive back the native aliens from a territory and keep it safe over a longer period of time. Other second-class forces can handle the weaker alien fleets more or less. They will suffer greater losses than us, but they do not have to enter into battle as often if we are able to relieve the entire war theater by using our improved first-class mechs to slaughter their crack troops, destroy their staging points and kill their phase lords. Ves exchanged glances with his wife. Both of them understood that this was not going to be a quick and easy job. You need to complete a lot of steps in order to get this done. He told her. First, you need to acquire tens of thousands of first-class mechs, of which the cheapest are already many times more expensive than the quasi-first-class mechs that we currently field. Then you need to retrain all of those mech pilots on how to fight at this elevated level. The mostly old, fragile and outdated starships of our first fleet also need to be upgraded wholesale, which not only eats up an astronomical amount of funding and first-class bulk resources, but also requires you to book the orbital drydocks necessary to perform the mass refits. Then you have to convince the partners of the Golden Skull Alliance to play along with this expensive endeavor. This was such a huge project that Ves could not imagine getting it done within 5 years, let alone 10. Just the difficulty of trying to find enough shipyards to convert so many second-class starships into first-class ones was unimaginable. In fact, it may be faster and less troublesome to just construct completely new first-class starships straight away. The Larkinsons could pass on their second-class vessels to other forces or sell them off to other groups. Surprisingly, Kedis did not appear daunted at all. She smirked. This is not an impulse decision, Ves. I have already discussed bits and pieces of this plan with the rest of the Golden Skull Alliance for numerous months. Do you truly think they are content to fight with second-class or quasi-first-class hardware for the remainder of the Red War? They have been saving up the rich amount of spoils they have accumulated with every victory to fund and supply the materials for the massive upgrade effort for years now. We have destroyed enough alien phase fighters and alien warships to upgrade the exterior and much of the internal structural components of pretty much every mech and warship in our combined fleet. We are currently spending time on designing the right first-class hardware that can easily adapt the salvaged materials that we have stockpiled. Ves had to admit that reusing plundered materials could make this immense effort a lot more affordable. Besides, it was not as if the Larkinson clan was poor to begin with. Even with the rising inflation and the increasing difficulty of doing business in a more complicated new frontier, the clan still sold a lot of mechs, received a lot of rewards from the Red 3 and salvaged a lot of valuables from the battlefields. The same applied to the alliance partners such as the Glory Seekers, the Cross clan, the Adelaide Third Fleet and the Bujay clan. However, just having a lot of money and resources was not enough. The clan was notoriously lacking in infrastructure. What about the shipyards required to do all of the naval refits? Kedis remained optimistic. That is admittedly a bigger challenge. This requires a lot of diplomacy and horse trading, which I am not necessarily good at. I passed my request on to the Saint Commander and let her do the work of approaching the relevant parties. She told me that it may be possible to make arrangements with the Terran Alliance and more recently the Red Fleet since our relations have improved so much with them. Their own needs are great, but as long as we are willing to give them superdimensional matter and other goods, they may just accept our orders at the required scale. Our alliance partners aren't as wealthy. Ves pointed out. I am not sure whether we are giving them any superdimensional matter out of pity or friendship, but even if we do, it shouldn't be enough to make them available for trade. Kedis shrugged. They will have to make their own arrangements. We have been propping them up and offering a lot of direct and indirect aid to them since they have been such reliable partners for so many years, but at a certain point, they need to earn their way to becoming a legitimate first-class power by relying on their own strengths. You should know that groups like the Bujay fleet have been trying to get this done for multiple generations. They talked a bit more about the difficulties and complications of trying to promote into a proper first-class power. While it was not completely necessary to pair first-class mechs with first-class starships, a disparity between the two could really screw over the former one day. Second-class carriers and support vessels were slower, more fragile and most importantly a lot less resistant towards warp interdiction. The more superior versions of alien phase fighters and alien warships could catch up to them with greater ease and block their attempts to engage in warp travel and flee the battlefield. Once the aliens demolished all of those vulnerable starships, the first-class mechs would run out of energy and other resources sooner or later. That would turn them into sitting ducks. The only way to salvage anything valuable out of this mess was to eject the cockpits of the first-class mechs in advance and have all of the surviving mech pilots board the fastest starships before getting away. That would still cost the Larkinson clan a lot of hardware. Of course, it was not strictly necessary for the Larkinsons or the other alliance partners to arrange their own transportation for their own first-class mechs. They could try and partner up with an organization, state or star empire that possessed plenty of spare carriers or cargo vessels. They could ferry the expensive mechs to where they were needed. In fact, they did not even have to stick around. No matter whether a mech force made use of first-class, second-class or even third-class starships, they could all be used to transport mechs to a fortified planet before leaving to undertake other transportation assignments. The mechs would have no effective way to retreat even if the planet fell, but they could still fight like hell and contribute a lot to the local defense effort. At worst, the mech pilots could abandon their machines and pile up on evacuation vessels that left just before the planet succumbed to the invaders. In short, it was not the end of the universe if the remaining alliance partners failed to make any progress in forming a first-class fleet. How long do you think this uplift effort will take for the Larkinson clan only? Ves seriously asked. If we leave our alliance partners out of the picture, then around 4 years. The Swordmaster replied, this is just a loose effort. If we make more progress on some fronts, we can shorten that to 3 years. We could also get delayed to the point where we won't be ready until 6 years have passed. That's okay. I understand the complexities involved. In order to get this done, you need us to design a whole range of first-class living mechs, right? Kedis nodded. Yes. Retraining mech pilots is a serious pain, especially without using any ED-net quotas. We can still do it much easier these days than in the past. The auxiliary chi cultivation methods have done wonders in improving a mech pilot's capacity to learn complicated science and theory that were previously beyond their level. They do not even have to install high-quality implants in order to keep up with their theoretical studies, although it can still provide a lot of help. In any case, much of the reason why we need to wait at least 3 years is because it takes at least that much time for most second-class mech pilots to reach the absolute minimum standard of a first-class mech pilot. That sounded plausible. I see. So there is no immediate hurry in designing the first-class living mechs, correct? Yes, but I would still like you to work on them sooner rather than later. We are not looking for anything fancy or complicated. No multi-purpose mechs. If we want the transition from second class to first class to go as smoothly as possible, the first-class living mechs should ideally comprise of straight conversions of familiar mech models such as the Bright Warrior, the Ferocious Piranha, the Transcendent Punisher, the Valkyrie Redeemer, the Redax, the Stingripper and so on. If you can design first-class versions of them that possess the same feel and characteristics, then that would be great. I will see what I can do. Ves said while exchanging another glance with his wife. Chapter 7152, The Future Treatment of Ascended Giants. Ves was happy to hear that Kedis was seriously trying to uplift the expeditionary fleet into a first-class mech force. The expeditionary fleet had achieved amazing successes over the years. Its elite mech pilots had accrued a huge amount of experience and had become known as the top veterans operating in the middle zones. They all deserved a shot at piloting first-class mechs. They could use their rich experience and combat skills to much better use by trying to stall the aliens as they attempted to dismantle the critical defensive lines in the upper zones. The Larkinson clan could still fill up the gap left by the expeditionary fleet by forming a new second-class fleet. Although it wouldn't be as good as its predecessor, this new second-class mech force could still do its job of helping to defend the middle zones so long as it was led by a strong cadre of veterans, which the Larkinsons had in abundance. Ves would welcome the addition of Kedis and the expeditionary fleet to the upper zones. The Larkinson clan would gain greater importance in high society and also gained a lot of redundancy. If the worst happened to the premier fleet, the Larkinsons could still rely on the other first-class fleet to protect all of their interests and deter opportunists from trying anything nefarious. The only part that bothered Ves was that it would take an estimated 4 years to complete the uplift of the Larkinson contingent of the expeditionary fleet. Given how many radical changes occurred in the previous 4 years, Ves fully expected the next 4 years to radically upend the Red Ocean, especially now that the mutated Vorabugs had exploded onto the scene. Whether it was possible to complete the massive uplift project and whether there was still a use for the new first-class mechs remained to be seen. There was not much Ves could do to improve the situation. Perhaps he could approach Ilvain or the questionable prophets employed by the Red Collective to ask for glimpses of the future, but he knew that their visions could easily mislead him due to their lack of reliability. The Larkinson clan had little choice but to take a plunge in the unknown and lock in a multi-year commitment. Around 4 years later, Ves and the other Larkinsons would find out whether the massive investment paid off for their clan. I will definitely work on upgrading our staple mech models to first class, Ves promised to Kedis. However, I won't be able to start on them right away. My design schedule is already packed for the remainder of the year. More specifically, the Premier Fleet needs to field first-class multi-purpose mechs designed in-house. I want to complete these jobs first before I tackle your request. Kedis nodded in understanding. Take your time. We are not in a hurry considering that it will take more years for our second-class mech pilots to complete the necessary courses and train the required skills. Please take note that there is a limit to how much they can improve in a handful of years. Despite all of the support provided by our clan, not all of our second-class mech pilots possess the talent, the discipline or the motivation to persist. First-class mechs are faster, more powerful and more complex to operate regardless of how much you try to simplify them. The pilots who are least able to meet the elevated standards are the mech pilots who started off as third-raters. We are asking too much from this group. Third-class mech pilots learned only a fraction of the skills and knowledge that second-class mech pilots needed to master. Trying to make a second leap was far beyond them. They essentially had to go back to a mech academy and relearn everything but at a much higher tech level than before. While Ves felt sympathetic towards third-raters who survived all of the previous battles and contributed so much to the rise of the Larkinson clan, it was not viable to coddle them if they failed to keep up at this point. The Larkinson clan had already stepped onto a bigger stage. It urgently needed to build up more first-class forces in order to maintain a measure of security in an increasingly more dangerous dwarf galaxy. The expeditionary fleet simply wasn't important enough anymore. Its main role these days was to serve as a backup and a talent factory, but both responsibilities could easily be undertaken by other units. Whatever the case, if there were Larkinsons who failed to grow any further for whatever reason, then the clan could always transfer them to one of the many second-class branches. The standards there would remain the same and they also served as good places to retire or take it easy depending on their proximity to the front lines. Ves did not meet with the two women in order to discuss the uplift of the expeditionary fleet. Once they ended their discussion on Kutiz's big project, Ves briefly explained his thoughts and issues with the upcoming leadership challenge. He already knew what Gloriana thought about it, but Kedis had yet to voice her personal feelings. These ascended giants do not actually value honor in the same way as us. Ves's former student said with a frown. Your descriptions and explanations led me to believe that their fixation on honor is hollow. Perhaps they believe that they are being honorable on the surface, but their bottom lines are actually much lower than they realize. The fact that these ascended giants are willing to forsake their old oaths and betray everyone who has invested them with so much power and resources shows that their actual sense of honor is extremely poor by our standards. What does that mean for us, Kedis? It means that you shouldn't put your full trust in them. The ascended giants have lost the professional human soldier's strong sense of duty and sacrifice. They would never talk about creating their own race or joining the Red Cabal otherwise. Too many of them see red humans as cattle or slaves as opposed to their brothers and sisters. If you ever manage to take them over, you need to fix this problem right away. You cannot have these ascended giants think they are superior to regular humans every second of the day. Ves let out an exasperated sigh. I know that, but this is easier said than done. All ascended giants are delusional, and while I definitely intend to deprogram their strange and weird ideas, I am afraid that much of it is already ingrained in their psyche. We can only make use of the forces we have, not the ones that appear in our dreams. The RC and I already have multiple ideas on how to make this work. They have become much more hierarchical and will try their best to follow the orders of their Polymarchos, so long as he is strong enough to occupy this rank. That is one of the traits about the ascended giants that you can exploit. Kedis analyzed. I can understand why they are so obsessed with strength and how it can make people desperate. All of those phase lords think that they have become the main characters of their own sagas. Everyone else is simply not as alive and valuable as them. This is why these ascended giants would feel little remorse if they end up joining the Red War on the side of the native aliens and begin killing lots of human troops. Their pride and perceived honor caused them to become prickly and way too prone to resorting to violent solutions after suffering minor slights. Ves said as if he excused them for their mental changes. I will have to continue to maintain the strong act even if I win the leadership challenge. I can already foresee that it will be a nightmare to make sure that individual ascended giants do not individually defect to the native aliens under my watch. Is that not what your kinship networks are for? Kedis asked. Yes, but not to this degree of severity. Kinship networks operate best in groups that are already highly loyal as a whole. It is like a clear lake. Any sign of pollution will not only become easily noticeable, but solving this problem can also be done quickly, easily and without any trouble. Yet what if we are not dealing with a clear lake? What if we are dealing with a lake that is already polluted from top to bottom? I can't clean out the majority of those 361 ascended giants. What I need to do is to nudge them back in the right direction, but counteracting so much pollution is a challenge. Gloriana had her own opinion on this subject. If a normal kinship network is inadequate for the purpose, can you implement a stronger one? I know it is possible. You need a kinship network that does more than encourage people to become loyal. It has to compel this quality in them, strengthen its effect. Ves looked shocked. Do you know what you are talking about? That crosses a line. You are suggesting a proposal that violates one of the most fundamental taboos of our civilization. I know, but so what, Ves? Whatever force was responsible for turning them into pretender gods did it first. Do not look at it as a crime. Look at it as a correction. You are countering indoctrination with indoctrination. I see no reason why it would not work. You only need to ensure that the ascended giants do not get cold feet in desert before the network has time to reprogram them. Perhaps you should call them back first and make sure to surround them before issuing this demand. While his wife's proposal undoubtedly had promise, Ves felt very ambivalent about it. He did not want to betray the rust that the ascended giants put into him by brainwashing them against their will. It might not work, he said. Ves Lord cultivation is intricately connected to the Red Ocean. Who knows whether they will believe in their own godhood again whenever their phase water concentration reaches another threshold. As long as they remain connected to the enhanced kinship network, it should be able to detect what is happening and give you time to restrict the movements of the phase lord in question. Gloriana retorted. Then, you only need to wait for the network to do its job over time. As long as it is strong enough, it should be able to undo the damage. The way she spoke about reprogramming the minds of the ascended giants sounded quite eerie to Ves. She no longer treated them as individuals. She treated them as bots that regularly got corrupted by outside influences. Although Ves knew he could not afford to be soft-hearted towards the ascended giants, he truly did not want to mistreat them to this degree. There was another problem. The Dark Apostle definitely wouldn't like this proposal as he identified much more with the ascended giants than red humanity. It may turn into a huge topic of contention once he was able to voice his opinions. What do you think, Kedis? He asked in the hopes of getting a second opinion. The Swordmaster responded with a quiet voice. If the ascended giants aspire to form their own race that is separate from red humanity, then technically you don't have to extend human rights to them anymore. Let them form their own race if they want it so badly. Enslave them right afterwards. Make sure that they all become foot soldiers and cannon fodder in our war against the native aliens and the mutated vorobugs. We need all of the bodies we can get, and we can't always get them by being the nice guys. What an extreme opinion. There was a certain cold logic to Ketiz's argument, but Ves knew that it would lead to a huge amount of political repercussions. There was no way the Red Collective would accept such a radical solution. Perhaps the Collies and the rest of Red humanity might agree to implement this proposal if the Ascended Giants had already defected to the Red Cabal. Even then, it was easier to execute them and start over with a new batch of human phase lords. Chapter 7153. Resources are meant to be used. The subject on how to control the Ascended Giants in the event that Ves won the leadership challenge already induced a headache. Ves did not look forward to tackling this issue, but he could not avoid it if he and the Dark Apostle gained control over the Phase Lord Department. Becoming its department head meant assuming responsibility over the Ascended Giants. Their problems became his problems. Ves and his alter ego needed to make the hard choices in order to make sure the Phase Lord Department continued to occupy a productive place in human society. Though Ves loathed it, he realized that implementing an enhanced kinship network may ultimately be the gentlest out of a collection of bad solutions. Implementing it would violate the rights of the Ascended Giants, but then again, they were not quite human anymore. They had more in common with dangerous exo-beasts, which demanded a lot of restrictions in order to keep them in check. The Larkinson Biotech Institute even had to cull the mutated beasts it kept under captivity because the cost of containing them began to exceed any reasonable expectations of profiting off their unique evolution. There was no need for him to solve these problems just yet. He first needed to tackle the immediate issue first before he could think about subsequent problems. Who knew whether these ideas would turn useless if he lost the leadership challenge? As you may have already surmised, I called you here in order to find out whether you can lend me a hand with the leadership challenge. He said, I am about to browse the divine bazaar and the tree of possibilities for goods and enlightenment fruits that can give me an extra boost in the upcoming duels. However, you need more AP. Gloriana already guessed his motivations. Yes, can you spare a few hundred AP? Neither Kedis nor Gloriana were amused by this request. You came way too late, Ves. The wielder of the Heavensward said. The two of us have already completed a few small marathons and painstakingly earned the ascension points needed to upgrade the Dimension Observatory and open a larger and more long-lasting Dimension Breach. I already invested 100 AP into Breach Expansion, Level 2 in order to increase the maximum height and width of the dimensional portal by 5 meters each. And I fulfilled the demand that you imposed on me well on time. Gloriana mentioned with a hint of pride in her voice. I worked hard and solved all sorts of difficult and tedious missions in order to accumulate 500 AP. The instant I reached this threshold, I spent it all on Breach Extension, Level 3, which grants us the option to extend the longevity of the Dimension Breaches to 5 standard days. Ves swept his gaze back and forth between his wife and his former student. So, how much AP do you currently have in your accounts? 13 AP. Gloriana answered. 414 AP. Kedis responded. Before you think about laying claim on any of my points, 400 AP is already reserved for the Dimension Breach that I intend to open next. I have already given out hints and told the Larkinson clan to make advance preparations. Many parties have gathered at the current location of the expeditionary fleet in anticipation of an imminent mining rush into the blue dimension. If I spend my AP for your benefit, then that will massively delay the next opening. 400 AP was a large sum. Kedis could easily spend it on 1 or 2 decent enlightenment fruits that could give Ves much more solid fighting skills. She could also exchange it for interesting gadgets or raw materials that could give the Dark Apostle an edge in combat. Yet instead of spending it all on those items, Kedis was adamant about using her current reserve for its intended purpose, which was to significantly expand Red Humanity's stockpile of superdimensional matter. In a few days, Kedis would once again appear in public while pretending to use the Heavensward to create a larger and much more long-lasting gateway into the blue dimension. It was not an exaggeration that all of Red Humanity was holding its breath for this critical opportunity. Superdimensional matter was crucial to upgrading God pilots to the next level while strengthening Red Humanity's ability to counter enemy phase leaders. The Red Cabal had already begun to distribute more products made out of alien-grade superdimensional matter to its phase lords. If Red Humanity did not keep up in this arms race, then its forces would suffer increasingly more damage and lose more battles over time. Entire territories might fall and billions of humans would perish. Both Ves and Kedis could easily figure out the consequences of opening a dimension breach in time or delaying it by several weeks or even months. This was why Ves felt ashamed for making a request that sounded painfully selfish and short-sighted. It was not. Control over the Phase Lord Department ought to be worth at least a modest haul of superdimensional matter. If Ves and the Red Collective truly regained control over all of the rebellious and unruly Ascended Giants, then that could help the war effort just as well as the addition of a dozen superdimensional ace mechs. What about giving me half? Ves asked. With 200 AP, you can create a dimension breach that is just as large, but will only last a single day. I know it sounds bad to lose 4 whole days of extra mining time, but this is the same duration as last time, which means that nobody will know that you had a better option. We can always make up for the lost opportunities to mine additional superdimensional matter in the future. An opportunity to conquer the Ascended Giants and put them at our disposal only comes once. While his argument may sound decent, neither woman looked convinced. Kedis flatly rejected his proposal. Forget about it, Ves. You didn't have to accept this leadership challenge. Do you even understand how sacred it is? You are about to undertake a ritual where you prove your qualifications to lead a group of warriors by proving you are better than them. The challenge is deliberately difficult in order to make the results convincing enough. Only a leader that is strong enough, clever enough, and tenacious enough to endure all of the difficulties can earn the approval of the warriors in question. By accepting this challenge when you are not even certain when your strength and fighting skills are up to par is both arrogant and disrespectful. Her rebuke slightly worsened Ves's mood. He did not consider himself to be a warrior, so he did not take her criticism to heart. Yet he still felt a little guilty for letting his greed overtake his good sense. Not that his decision would have been any different at the time. The potential gains were too alluring. If he failed, then at least he made an honest attempt. He would not forgive himself for skipping this opportunity when he had a chance to succeed. Gloriana's gaze towards Ves grew increasingly more judgmental. How much AP do you have right now? Just 41 AP. Yeah, I know, I screwed up. I didn't spend as much time on completing missions in the past few months as I should have. Ves feebly defended himself in front of the two women. Look on the bright side. At least you two managed to earn hundreds of AP with my help. If I did not graciously allow you to pick the best and most attainable missions every refresh period, then you wouldn't have been able to get this far. That is a lame excuse and you know it, Ves. Gloriana practically growled. Kedis recalled something different. You are not entirely without options. Haven't you mentioned in the past that you have kept a number of lottery tickets in reserve? This appears to be the right time to make use of them. What tickets do you have left? 9 golden lottery tickets and 1 radiant lottery ticket. Ves responded as he indeed recalled he had kept them in reserve. While it is true that I can pull good stuff out of them, the results are always at least semi-random. Golden lottery tickets rarely yield truly good prizes, and the radiant lottery ticket can deliver a powerful prize but doesn't always fit my needs. The last radiant lottery ticket that I used at the wishing fountain gave me the flower parasol of all possibilities. That worked out well in the end now that you have turned it into the basis for Marigold. His wife mentioned. I know, but that is a completely different matter. What I need are solutions that fit my current needs and are immediately useful. The lottery draws cannot guarantee these results. Neither women took his complaints seriously. I do not think it makes much sense for you to save those lottery tickets for a future opportunity. Kedis personally judged. You are just hoarding them if you do not spend them right now. You should at least use up the radiant lottery ticket first. If I was in your shoes, I would try to aim for an enlightenment fruit related to spearmanship. Regardless of what the wishing fountain ultimately spits out, at least you get a fruit that can improve your fighting skills. Even if it is not what you were aiming for, you can still change your plans to adapt to what you have gained. Then there are the 9 golden lottery tickets. The chance that you can get a decent prize out of at least one of them should be quite good. Ves looked conflicted. A radiant lottery ticket was precious. That was not in doubt. He obtained the original Grand Dynamo elixir from one. He also acquired the mysterious Urvenk obelisk. He went on to fold the benefits of both into Blinky and his remarkable chi cultivation method. Although much of his potential was locked in the far future, the Star Cat was undoubtedly one of the most remarkable companion spirits in existence. Only Emma far surpassed Blinky in might and energy usage. A radiant lottery ticket could also yield powerful high-level artifacts such as the ocean collar and the flower parasol. These were ready-made objects that were marked with lots of mysterious runes. They possessed a wealth of powerful features and could do wonders to the right wielders. It was unfortunate that the 2 high-level relics that he obtained by using up radiant lottery tickets failed to fit his needs. He was at least able to transfer an upgraded version of the flower parasol to his daughter. The ocean collar remained dormant in the vault of eternity. Ves had stalled in his attempt to master the water element. While the ocean collar made for a convenient staff that could scale up to any size when fed with enough energy, it was not meant to be used as a blunt instrument. He was ultimately not the right wielder of this precious artifact. All of these examples illustrated how getting anything immediately useful out of the wishing fountain was completely random. That may be the point of this facility, but that did not mean Ves had to like it. The system could screw him over in many different ways. It was this fear of getting a useless prize that made him reluctant to expend this resource. Yet, the two women were right. The current problem at hand demanded that Ves use up whatever he kept in reserve. If his ascension points were not sufficient enough to cover his needs, then he had little choice but to let the wishing fountain decide his fate. Fine, he grumbled. I will use up the lottery tickets, but not right now. I still want to browse the Divine Bazaar and the Tree of Possibilities to see what is available and what I can aim for when I reach the wishing fountain. Chapter 7154, Prospecting Other Dimensions. Ves, Kedis and Gloriana toured the system space. They browsed the various goods on offer that could make a difference in the upcoming leadership challenge. Given his modest budget, Ves mainly directed his attention towards potions, elixirs and other consumables that could give him a temporary boost in strength. Qi Restoration Potion. Price: 80 Ascension Points. Ingesting this potion will quickly restore the Qi energy state of a cultivator while also generating a temporary state of heightened focus. When the active effects have passed, weaker cultivators will crash and remain exhausted for several days. I have tried one of these potions out in the past, he told the accompanying women. It works as advertised. It is truly worth the AP if you use it when you are tired but still have to finish the fight. If it wasn't so damn expensive, I would have felt tempted to purchase one right away. The Qi Restoration Potion did not interest Gloriana at all, considering that she was a pure civilian, but Kedis might have a good use for it in the future. 80 AP is not a small sum. The Swordmaster looked almost pained. I still need to improve my own design skills, and the Dimension Observatory demands its due as well. I have to earn 400 AP to open up another gateway to the Blue Dimension next time. I can't afford to spend 80 AP on this luxury item, particularly when I am already thinking about diversifying my offerings. Ves turned to Kedis. What did you just say? You heard right. Kedis grinned back at him. Ever since the Red Three opened up their eyes to the possibility that there are high-quality resources that are ripe for the picking in the higher dimensions, they have offered to help me research and prospect them in order to learn whether they contain materials that can offer comparable benefits to superdimensional matter. Once they have found a few good leads, I will spend a few AP to make use of the Dimension Telescope to take a peek at them. It only costs 5 AP to do so. If I like what I see, I can spend 10 or 50 AP to open a short-lasting portal that can allow us to retrieve samples. Only then will we be able to confirm for certain whether the new dimensions are worth exploiting. That sounded like a sound game plan. Ves particularly liked it that Kedis managed to entice the Red Three to do most of the groundwork themselves. Kedis had done her own legwork in order to pin down the Blue Dimension, but this was not a good use of her time. It was much better to let the professionals of the Red Three spend a huge amount of time and manpower on this task. She just needed to save up a bit of AP to confirm whether the research results were accurate before preparing to launch a full mining expedition in the newly discovered dimension. While Ves found this promising, he doubted whether it was worth spending the extra AP on this endeavor. Hitting the Blue Dimension has already introduced huge advancements in human tech and top-level combat power. He said, right now, there isn't nearly enough mid-grade and high-grade superdimensional matter to go around. In my opinion, it is best to focus on opening up periodic portals into the 365th dimension so that practically every ace mech is upgraded with at least a bit of superdimensional matter. Kedis pursed her lips. I do not necessarily disagree with you, but given how much we depend on senior ace mechs and god mechs to guarantee the existence of our race, I think it is important to keep finding more super-class materials that work on different principles than superdimensional matter. What if there are much more powerful hyper-materials hidden in a higher dimension? If we can discover where we can find these resources, I can open a portal to their location and give Red humanity another way to further increase the hard power of their best assets. It was ultimately a question of quality or quantity. Ves's argument favored focusing on mining superdimensional matter in order to make it more accessible to Red humanity. Letting every ace mech gain access to superdimensional matter would be extremely helpful in stopping the enemy phase leaders and assault fleets from overrunning the contested border regions. As far as Ves was concerned, Red humanity urgently needed to stem its short-term losses and regain stability in order to prevent its economy and industries from collapsing any further. Kedis on the other hand paid more attention to the future phases of the arms race between Red humanity and the native aliens. The phase whales of the Red Cabal were producing as many Saint Piercers and Saint Armors as they could manage. They would eventually become so ubiquitous that every greater phase lord and phase whale made use of superdimensional gear. Even if the material quality of alien-grade superdimensional alloy was not the best, they were still competitive enough to give phase leaders a chance to fight and win the human champions, especially if they enjoyed a numbers advantage. There is another important reason why Ketiz's new initiative has received so much support, especially from the Red Association. Gloriana said, our community is still rife with peak ace pilots that have stalled before they could step onto the road to no return. God pilot candidates such as the Mace of Retaliation lack the confidence to survive the most dangerous breakthroughs of their lives. The introduction of superdimensional matter has given them a small measure of hope as a better machine can help them survive the infamous mech-body merger process. If we can find more super-class materials to upgrade their mechs even further, we can potentially raise the success rate by 5 to 10%, which can result in 2 or 3 additional god pilots emerging in the next decade. Though Ves questioned her numbers, he could not argue with her overall logic. According to Kutiz's increasingly more accepted Heaven-Earth-Man trifecta, upgrading the Earth score could indeed help people increase their chances of breaking through. Although god pilots also had to satisfy high standards in the other 2 criteria, a stronger mech always helped. Ves looked thoughtful. If that is the case, then I agree with you. Diversifying your high-quality offerings can potentially make a huge difference. We urgently need more god pilots, especially since it appears that they are the only combatants that are capable of completely cleansing a star system of a vorabug infestation. One of the most annoying traits of the mutated vorabugs was that once they entered a star system, they could never be repelled without investing a disproportionate amount of time and combat assets into sweeping every planet, moon and asteroid belt. Given that most star systems contained an astronomical amount of asteroids, it was simply impractical to fully sweep the latter. Just the asteroids orbiting the star systems past the further planets alone covered a huge amount of space. Just a single vorabug could sneak into these distant asteroids and procreate. A swarm of vorabugs would emerge in no time and spread themselves across the mostly barren rocks, allowing them to multiply at an exponential rate. Fortunately, their reproduction speed in the outer reaches of a star system was much less dramatic in practice. The energy of the local stars was so much weaker than the vorabugs were not able to absorb as much energy from local radiation or from the frozen rocks. That heavily limited their activity levels. Fundamental biological processes such as digestion, growth and reproduction all needed to be fed with energy in order to take place. Unless the asteroids contained resources that could easily be burned in order to produce energy, the vorabugs were not able to bring billions of their numbers to bear against defenders that had already won an earlier incursion. That did not mean that this threat could be neglected either. So long as the star systems had not been fully swept, they would continue to produce periodic outbreaks. Whenever the dormant vorabugs had quietly restored their numbers without interruption, this was one of the reasons why Ves considered the mutated vorabugs to be the greater threat. They were difficult to fully eradicate and did not easily let go of their territories. Allow them to take root long enough, and they would definitely extract all of the valuable resources from the natural satellites, leaving nothing useful left to red humanity if they ever managed to recapture the star systems. Let's get back to browsing the items on offer, Ves said as he shoved his concerns related to the mutated vorabugs to the side. There has to be something decent available for cheap. If there was, the divine Bazer certainly did not make it easy. The consumables on offer that were potent enough to benefit the Dark Apostle during the upcoming duels were all prices out of his meager budget. Astral Energy Condenser Pill. Ingesting this pill will cause a temporary transformation that allows a cultivator to absorb astral energy at a much greater degree of effectiveness. Astral energy possesses great power at higher quantities and can be used to amplify existing techniques or fuel powerful astral techniques. Instant Reflex Boost Potion. Price: 60 Ascension Points. Ingesting this potion will temporarily amplify the physical reflexes and reaction speed of a cultivator. The duration and performance increase is dependent on the existing strength of the recipient. When the active effects have passed, weaker cultivators will become subject to exhaustion and soreness. These consumables sound useful, but I don't have that much AP to spend, Ves said as he regretfully turned away from the pill and potion. What about this sharpening stone, Ves? Gloriana called as she gestured for him to a particular booth. Ves had already come across this stone when he visited the Divine Bazaar in the past. It was a fairly cheap item all considered. It is useless to Ves. Kedis voiced her opinion as she examined the sharpening stone with a critical gaze. Duels between phase lords always start with trying to deplete the spatial barrier. This is an energy barrier that cannot be pierced with a sharp blade unless it is made out of superdimensional matter. If the rules allow for the use of superdimensional weapons, then this stone might be of use, but since that is not the case, I advise you not to bother. I don't understand the working principles of this item, but the enhancement is definitely temporary. The blade will dull long before it can be used to pierce through an enemy phase lord's raiment. Ves shrugged. That's what you get for just 10 AP. There was no miracle solution available in the Divine Bazaar. While Ves could still buy a couple of decent enhancements, their effectiveness was questionable. He did not think it was worthwhile for him to squander his limited AP on these minor boosts. Ves and the women began to climb up the steps until they reached the Tree of Possibilities. Hopefully we can find an affordable enlightenment fruit that is relevant enough to be useful. While most of the good stuff cost at least hundreds of ascension points, the Tree of Possibilities always offered a good selection of cheaper enlightenment fruits. Of course, most of them did not impart any combat-related methods, which made them useless to his current situation. Chapter 7155, Bargain Bin Fruit, Mass Release Day 1/5. Ves believed that the Tree of Possibilities was the most useful facility of the mech designer system. The other two users readily agreed with him. The ability to infuse knowledge, reflexes and to a lesser extent muscle memory into his mind, body and spirit was an incredible time saver. Humans were tool users, which meant that mastering knowledge was one of the best ways to enable its soldiers to gain strength. Ves had received countless benefits from the knowledge infusions acquired through the system. It had saved his hide more than once in the past. He hoped that it could do so again. When he appeared at the clearing that hosted the magical tree, his gaze immediately fixated on an enlightenment fruit with a very specific shape and coloration. He had dreamt about it so often that he was able to recognize it instantly among hundreds of other dangling fruits. Gloriana quickly noticed his interest in this particular offering. Divine Blacksmith Records price, 975 ascension points, imparts a large collection of related smithing recipes and techniques developed by a divine blacksmith. The majority of techniques consist of special hammering methods that can impart metallic and organic materials with special properties. The smithing recipes contain many combinations that enable a craftsman to forge powerful materials with the infusion of special energies and materials into a work. I can see why you are attracted to this fruit, she said in a mild tone. How long have you been pining for it? You only need to earn 934 more ascension points to afford this fruit. You need to work much harder and refrain from spending your points elsewhere if you want to acquire it. Can you even persist? Probably not, Ves admitted with a sigh. There is just too much stuff that is more affordable and more useful to me. I know that the system is generally stingy, but it never truly underpriced its own goods. I have a strong belief that absorbing this enlightenment fruit can completely revolutionize my craftsmanship and my works, but... Kedis shook her head. It is too expensive. This is a high-end enlightenment fruit that is clearly aimed towards users that have already become good enough to earn hundreds of AP with relative ease. I have been eyeing this particular fruit as well in order to learn how to forge the best sword artifacts, but there is too much stuff. I need more. I still need to spend my AP on basic enlightenment fruits that can strengthen my foundation as a mech designer. I also need to earn 400 AP on a regular basis in order to create portals that lead to the blue dimension and hopefully other dimensions. There is no way for me to justify an expenditure as large as this at this time. They all turned away from the Divine Blacksmith Records enlightenment fruit in order to avoid its temptation. Ves could almost swear that the system deliberately dangled it from the Tree of Possibilities in order to tease him and encourage him to earn more AP. Let's look at stuff that can strengthen my spearmanship, he said. There is a lot of useful stuff here, but we should focus on strengthening my foundation rather than learn exotic new powers. I need stuff that can hold up in a battle between two physically imposing phase lords. They did just that. It took time to go over every individual fruit and figure out whether they fit the criteria or not. Many of them sadly did not. Most of them were either unaffordable or did not impart the right set of skills and knowledge. That did not mean that Ves ignored all of the unsuitable fruits. He still took note of ones that looked interesting but always fell way outside his meager budget. Perhaps he could aim for them when he used up his Radiant Lottery ticket. The Stormlord's Spear inheritance price, 350 ascension points, imparts the inheritance of a peerless warlord who used to be hailed as the Stormlord. The inheritance imparts a full set of chi techniques, thorough understanding and initiation of how to summon the power of storms along with its constituent concepts such as lightning and wind while wielding a spear in battle. The Stormlord's inheritance possesses a strong offensive focus and centers around launching continuous attacks. Each strike of the spear builds up a charge in the surrounding environment that can slowly turn into a raging storm that can overwhelm champions and sweep apart entire armies of enemies. The Stormlord's approach towards combat excels at breaking down the protection of particularly resilient opponents, but performs poorly when the practitioner is forced to defend against incoming attacks. Since this enlightenment fruit contains a complete inheritance, it also contains a remnant of the Stormlord himself. Aspiring inheritors must pass its test and earn its approval in order to access its most powerful finishing techniques. Damn, this is the first time I have seen an enlightenment fruit that contains an inheritance as luxurious as this, Ves said as he studied the Stormlord's Spear inheritance enlightenment fruit. If it truly contains a remnant of this Stormlord fellow, I may be able to take it out and turn it into a design spirit. His wife did not like the sound of that. It is best to let the dead enjoy their rest. I do not think it is a good idea to revive an ancient warlord, even if he is human. Who knows how much his values clash with modern human civilization? He may have more in common with the ascended giants than us. Will he be willing to help you defeat them if that is the case? You're probably right. It is best not to take the risk. He went back to his search. A moment later, Gloriana encountered another desirable enlightenment fruit that was unfortunately outside of her husband's spending range. Look over here, Ves. This is exactly what you need, I think. The Lonely Spearmaster Manual price, 150 ascension points imparts the technique and philosophy of the Lonely Spearmaster, a famed duelist who has developed a self-made spear style. While his self-made techniques lack the elemental refinements of many other weapon styles, it possesses excellent basic spear-wielding techniques that are versatile and can be applied in many different combat scenarios. The Lonely Spearmaster's combat approach possesses a strong emphasis on survival and counterattacks. A practitioner of his spear style primarily focuses on blunting an enemy's offensive and waits for the right moments to parry and counterattack. This spear style performs well in most duels against single opponents, but fares worse when fighting against multiple enemies. You're right, it does look appropriate for my current needs. Ves could see the attraction in this fruit. It was quite reasonably priced. If he was able to scrounge up 110 AP, he would have felt tempted to redeem it right away. Unfortunately, he could not even muster up this amount in a short amount of time. He had no choice but to turn away or hope that one of his golden lottery tickets could deliver it to him later today. Perhaps he could use his radiant lottery ticket to aim for this enlightenment fruit, but that would most certainly waste the potential of the former. Radiant lottery tickets could yield prizes of much greater value than an enlightenment fruit that Ves could readily obtain for 150 AP. Ves shook his head. The value of this enlightenment fruit sits in an awkward range. It is too cheap for a radiant lottery ticket, but it is too expensive to fall within my meager budget. I probably won't be able to learn the Lonely Spearmaster's tricks anytime soon. They continued their search. There were not a lot of enlightenment fruits that primarily taught weapon fighting skills, and there were even less that imparted spearmanship in particular. While there were a number of cheap enlightenment fruits that promised to impart knowledge on how to fight with knives, swords and so on, Ves deliberately ignored these offerings. He would rather master a single weapon than become mediocre in wielding two different weapon types. He admired the strength of Venerable Davia Stark, Venerable Rosa Orphan and Saint Dice. They were the most solid proof of how mastery in a single weapon type could elevate them to success. That did not mean that wielders of multiple weapon systems were inferior, but Ves knew that he could not allocate enough time and resources into mastering so many different combat methods. It was better to tighten his focus and ensure that the Dark Apostle possessed the qualifications to become a real champion. The sacrificial spear throwing method price, 35 ascension points imparts a technique and weapon design developed by a forgotten spear tribe that can inflict great damage at a cost. By concentrating fire energy into the tip of a specially made spear or other polearm that is already attuned with the fire element, the weapon can explode upon impact with an obstacle. The higher the quality and the more fire energy it can accommodate, the greater the blast radius and blast power of the explosion. It is advisable to throw the spear as opposed to holding it in order to avoid getting affected by the violent discharge. The spear used to launch this attack will be destroyed after releasing a blast. Only fragments of the weapon can be salvaged. This may be just what you need to finish off an opponent during a close fight. Kedis said with clear interest in this fruit. You will need to design and make a spear or javelin that is specifically designed to work with fire energy in an explosive capacity. That might eat away at your mass allowance, but the power of this may be strong enough to make it worthwhile. Ves felt a little more conflicted. I have a suspicion that my mastery of the fire element will have a great influence over the potency of this technique. My comprehension of the fire element is not that impressive, to be honest. It is considerably worse than my understanding of the water element, and it is far below my affinity towards the darkness element. So you will turn away from this fruit? Maybe. Let's keep it in reserve. It can still be useful if I can put my own spin on the technique. Let's look at the remaining fruits. If there is nothing better, I will think about redeeming it. Using it may be costly, but the Red Collective has promised to supply me with most of the raw materials I need. I am more than willing to sacrifice a good weapon if I end up as a winner in the end. They continued to examine the other enlightenment fruits that fell within his budget. Only a handful more promised to teach him how to impart one skill or another related to spearmanship, but they were all lacking in potency. Ves already knew that what he would get out of these fruits would overlap with the spearmanship that he had already acquired from a previous enlightenment fruit. He eventually decided to turn back to the sacrificial spear-throwing method enlightenment fruit. Sacrificing an artifact for a momentary boost in power is a legitimate tactic. Kedis said as she understood Ves's dilemma. You are not used to treating your works as consumables, but there are times when there are no better options. Regardless if you attempt to pull a better enlightenment fruit from the wishing fountain, you should at least secure this method so that you have at least one strong finisher at your disposal. The lack of finishing moves can very well spell the difference between victory and defeat in duels. She should know considering that she was far away the best fighter out of the 3 mech designers. Ves hesitated for a dozen or so seconds, but eventually decided to redeem the enlightenment fruit. Here goes nothing. He bit into his newly acquired fruit. Chapter 7156. The potential of exploding products. The enlightenment fruit did not impart as much knowledge as most other fruits. This was to be expected as it only really focused on imparting a single method. However, what the sacrificial spear-throwing method lacked in breadth, it made up for it in depth. It went deep into the theory, the philosophy, the mindset, the artifact design and the chi manipulation techniques needed to turn any specially prepared spear into an explosive warhead. Ves gained an immediate boost in his understanding of the fire element, with a particular emphasis on its explosive properties. This was a welcome addition and one that would prove quite handy in combination with the other stuff he acquired. The enlightenment fruit also taught him very narrow applications on how to design and build the right spears. While it did not teach him any runes, it taught him how to identify certain properties of exotics and hyper materials that were naturally conducive to producing explosions. By combining them and mixing it with more stable materials as buffers, Ves could end up producing a powerful spear that remained inert unless he pumped it full with fire energy. Of course, it was not that simple to arm the spear this way. Doing so would make it way too prone to accidental explosions. Worse, other individuals, which also included enemies, could pump it full of fire energy and cause it to explode ahead of time. In order to ensure the spear remained safe to use while also making it possible to prime it on command, Ves had to combine materials into a refined structural arrangement by using special weaponsmithing techniques, only some of which Vulcan already mastered. These additional processes not only resulted in a more natural and optimal fusion between different exotics and hypers, but also increased the energy capacity of the speared IP and in some cases the shaft as well. They could temporarily exceed their normal capacities and become filled with so much excess fire energy that the resulting explosions would be cataclysmic, especially when the inclusion of highly volatile and exothermic exotic materials massively fed these reactions. Aside from that, Ves valued the fighting techniques that came with the enlightenment fruit. It was anything but complete, but it did teach him a crucial capability: how to throw his polearm. He could feel his true body shift and vibrate as it rapidly integrated the muscle memory of how to throw his spear with both his left and right hands. He also learned how to significantly extend the reach of this move by employing simple spear-throwing mechanisms that he could embed into the spear itself. Of course, this was a primitive solution for a time when ancient cultivators lacked the amenities of modern human technology. Ves could easily design a more powerful and consistent spear-launching mechanism that he could embed within his raiment. As long as he did not have to throw his spears on a repeated basis, he could easily amplify the power of these launching mechanisms and make sure they propelled his spear as far and as hard as possible. It would be even better if he amplified this move with the help of compatible phase water organs. One idea that came to mind was to use his recently acquired lesser acris organ to build up a powerful electrical charge in a makeshift mass driver contraption. The power of electromagnetism could be used to instantly propel the spear forward, driving it out as if it was an extra long and heavy Gauss profile. He had already begun to combine his recently acquired knowledge with his established know-how. The combination between the two produced surprising ideas and opportunities. Many puzzles that confounded Ves in the past suddenly became clear in his mind. As Ves completed the initial digestion of the enlightenment fruit, he opened his eyes and let out a satisfied breath. This is a good enlightenment fruit. It is definitely worth 35 ascension points. The only regret is that I did not learn how to wield a spear more skillfully in combat outside of learning how to throw it. I could probably give the divine harpoon a run for his money on this front. Knowing how to throw a spear was far from enough to win a duel in his opinion. He needed to be able to resist such a powerful opponent head-on with martial skill in order to be able to whittle down his or her defenses to the point where the use of a finisher move could guarantee victory. "Show me," Kedis demanded. "Now, yes. I want to see your technique and determine whether your newly gained ability to throw a spear is good enough to be used in a serious duel." It took a bit of time to get his hands on a rod that could approximate a spear. When Ves held it in his hands, he found himself a bit more comfortable with it. He could easily apply the staff fighting techniques that he learned in the past. If he pretended that one end was sharp, then he could work with that as well, though only with the most basic of moves. Now, a new tool had been added to his kit. He soon shifted his stance and adjusted his grip on the rod. He looked further ahead and began to run forward in order to build up more momentum. At the right timing, Ves seemingly hurled his entire throwing arm and torso like a wind-up toy, causing him to impart a lot of force into his weapon. The rod launched forward and soared through the skies before ultimately colliding against the surface of the mountain. Kedis raised her eyebrows. She looked mildly impressed. "That is a good throw. Accurate as well. I can definitely imagine that you, or rather your alternate self, would sink your weapon deep into the body of an injured phase lord, especially if you use the right tech and materials." Gloriana did not have much expertise in combat, but even a laywoman like her could see that Ves had momentarily looked handsome when he threw that rod with all of his effort. The ascended giants likely look down on the use of rifles and cannons due to their primitive sensibilities, but they shouldn't have any complaints if you throw your weapons instead. The divine harpoon sounds as if he has even made this his main source of strength, and he is in charge of the largest phalanx. It would be the aid of hypocrisy if your future subjects reject your use of spear throws when they have been fine with the head of the faceless giants all this time. If that was the case, then Ves might have to cancel his plans to devise an electromagnetic spear launching device. Such a weapon would inevitably be treated as dishonorable tech. This was problematic as Ves needed to earn their approval in order to take over as their new leader. He decided to set this matter back and see what he could do later on. Perhaps the use of an old-fashioned atlatl or spear thrower would not provoke too much alarm, as if it was only a single handheld tool that gave him more leverage onto the spear. He could even upgrade it in subtle ways, such as integrating a spring mechanism or making the electromagnetic acceleration as low-key as possible. "Can you pass me the knowledge that you have acquired from the Enlightenment Fruit?" Gloriana requested. "I can, but it will just be raw data and information," he said as he already went to work. "You won't be able to learn all of the theory in an instant, let alone acquire the trained reflexes and muscle memory that make it really possible to employ my new theories and techniques in practice." "That is fine. What I want to learn are alternate insights towards E-energy radiation and studying the principles behind different interactions. I am also interested in studying the associated design schematics. It should definitely hold valuable insights that can help us design better mechs." "You're right," Ves affirmed her guess. "My understanding of hyper-technology and E-technology has become more refined. I especially know what stuff can cause products to become more volatile. I can also reverse that and make a mech or other product less prone to blowing up in a catastrophic fashion. That may save lives in the future. Can you also use your newfound knowledge to induce an entire mech to explode without the use of any obvious propellants?" Ves hadn't thought about that yet. He frowned as he thought about it. "Technically yes, but practically I am not there yet. I need to process what I have learned and see how it intersects with mech design. I would have to purposefully design a volatile mech that can turn into a massive explosive vessel under the right conditions. I am afraid that the mech will suffer a performance hit in most parameters in order to accommodate this extra function. The explosion will be really powerful, though I think that there is a lot of room for improvement if I attempt to design and make such a mech on the spot." He wished he acquired this knowledge before he completed the final glory project. He could already think of numerous different ways to significantly increase the explosive yield of the very basic sacrifice mech that he designed and released a while ago. "Here you go," he finally said. He finished packing all of the information granted by the Enlightenment Fruit and proceeded to transmit the data package to the two women. He was able to do this because his mind was partially digitized. Much of the gains from the Enlightenment Fruit consisted of raw information that could easily be converted into virtual documents that he could send to others. This way, both Kedis and Gloriana received all of the theory on the sacrificial spear-throwing method. What Ves was not able to transmit was his artificially acquired understanding and mastery of all of the theory. While he did not understand all of the explanations at the level of a true god who had mastered the knowledge in depth, he could easily match a normal specialist in this specific field. That was already good enough for Ves as far as he was concerned. There were other limitations. He was incapable of transferring his increased affinity and comprehension to the fire element. That was much more mysterious. Even if he tried to explain his insights in plain standard language, the two women wouldn't necessarily get it, due to differences in how they perceived the universe. What he was also unable to convey was the reflexes, muscle memory and technical skill imparted by the enlightenment fruit. This was one of the qualities that made enlightenment fruits superior to other knowledge transmission systems. Fortunately, neither Kedis nor Gloriana urgently needed all of that extra stuff. They mainly grew interested in the theories and exploding spear designs. Interesting, Gloriana said as her much more superior cranial implant suite enabled her to go through the data package much faster. This is useful to me as well. It will be much more difficult to combine these theories with archimechs, but it is theoretically possible to turn them into self-destructive machines. The upper limit should be even higher due to their greater material densities. Kedis had less use for what she learned. I am not so eager to turn my mechs into explosive munitions. There may be a use case for exploding swords. Perhaps I will design and fabricate a batch of expendable sword Fae for the first sword Mark III. In fact, have you ever thought about combining these methods with superdimensional matter? If you can turn all of that extra dimensional mass into an explosive reactant, you can theoretically create a hand grenade that is powerful enough to destroy a first-class mech in a single massive explosion. Both Ves and Gloriana looked astonished. They hadn't formed this connection yet. Now that the idea crossed their minds, they realized that the Swordmaster's idea was not completely unrealistic. Chapter 7157 Bonus Prize. This was what he liked the most about acquiring new knowledge, and especially through enlightenment fruits. The new theories and insights may initially come in a self-contained package, but as soon as they settled into his mind, they began to cross-pollinate with each other. Brand new connections formed when none existed before. The wisdom of scientists and scholars of the past crossed paths with brand new technological advancements. The availability of new materials and production methods introduced a wealth of new possibilities to old tech. This was what happened to Ves as the cross-pollination process continued to produce one benefit after another. The basic premise of the sacrificial spear throwing method was to infuse specially developed spears with fire energy before throwing them out, causing them to explode and inflict great damage at their destinations. Since this was a method based on ancient cultivation science, it did not involve anything approaching modern science and propellants. Instead, it utilized the materials that used to be abundant and fairly easy to convert into explosive reactants. Those ancient creation cultivators figured out the theory and a series of recipes that enabled them to turn special combinations of exotics and hyper-materials into powerful explosives. Through the groundbreaking paradigms included in the Enlightenment fruit, Ves was able to contemplate the premise of turning superdimensional matter into the most powerful and compact explosive warhead possible. This was an insane idea, but could theoretically work. It's not that simple, he said with a frown. Among the three mech designers, he possessed the greatest understanding of superdimensional technology. Only specific varieties of superdimensional matter can be used for this application, and they need to undergo extensive processing, alloying and rearrangement before they can be turned into a powerful destructing construct. However, so long as you can solve all of these technical problems, a single mech-grade cannon shell can potentially inflict as much damage as the primary gun battery of a battleship. Gloriana grew enthused as she imagined all of the possibilities. We can attain the best results by using high-grade superdimensional matter. Their extra-dimensional characteristics are the strongest. We can design special ammunition and have them launch from a physical cannon wielded by one of our ace mechs. The combination of different enhancements can potentially allow one of our ace mechs to overwhelm the defenses of a particularly powerful greater phase whale. It might even be able to inflict injury on an ancient phase whale. Ves was already thinking beyond that. What if he applied what he learned to develop an insanely potent superdimensional explosive shell for the destroyer of worlds? The Ragnarok could be able to launch a projectile that could inflict significant damage to another god mech. The attack may even be potent enough to wear down the defenses of a god king, though that may be wishful thinking on Ves's part. Whatever the case, he fully recognized the potential in the knowledge he gained from an enlightenment fruit worth just 35 ascension points. The value of this enlightenment fruit may be accurately priced for ordinary mech designers, but for Larkinsons with enough knowledge. of superdimensional technology and access to superdimensional matter, the actual gains were worth much more. Unfortunately, Ves did not have the time or interest to explore the full potential of this new intersection of technologies. We should prepare an information package for Xanthar. Ves suggested. We shouldn't dump everything on his shoulders all at once. That is a bit too much. We should share the basics to him first and steadily grant him access to more advanced theories and designs. He would definitely love it and try to incorporate what he has learned into his own works. As the resident physical ammunition specialist of our clan, he is the best person to exploit the potential of this new tech. As the director of the design department, Gloriana carefully weighed his proposal. We can do this, but do not expect immediate results. Xanthar is still an inexperienced journeyman. He will have to put more effort into learning and mastering the basics of superdimensional theory. We can speed up his studies if we give him access to samples of low-grade superdimensional matter. He should be able to experiment and understand superdimensional theory through actual practice rather than book learning. We have lots of low-grade superdimensional matter in storage. Kedis mentioned. This stuff is the equivalent of sand and dirt. The only reason why we haven't tossed it aside is because they happen to possess relatively modest superdimensional properties. It doesn't matter too much if they are not suited to be used as the basis of a self-exploding projectile. We can take advantage of their superdimensional properties to stuff in a larger quantity of exotics and hypers that are configured to explode with great force. Her suggestion had potential. It would still take a lot of trial and error to figure out a cost-effective way to develop superdimensional explosive munitions, but a mech designer such as Xanthar should be able to puzzle it out in the next few years. There were many uses for low-grade superdimensional matter, but Ves did not mind it if the clan used its vast reserves as the key ingredients for explosive ammunition. Compared to using this relatively abundant matter to construct fortifications, Ves would much rather turn them into munitions that could drastically increase the firepower of his mechs and possibly his warships. Ves, Kedis and Gloriana continued to swap ideas about how to utilize the new knowledge. However, Ves soon turned his attention back to his immediate problem. He had no time to explore those exotic ideas when he still had a leadership challenge on the horizon. Now that I am out of AP, let's head down to the Wishing Fountain. It's time for me to use up my remaining lottery tickets. He had made up his mind regarding this matter. The lottery tickets represented a lot of potential wealth, but continuing to hoard them when he clearly needed an extra boost did not make sense. Of course, that did not mean he was willing to use up his most precious radiant lottery ticket right away. He retrieved the 9 golden lottery tickets and intended to use them up first. If he managed to win the jackpot with one of them, then he might be able to keep the radiant lottery ticket in reserve for a while longer. Both Kedis and Gloriana watched with a mix of fascination and bemusement as Ves tossed the first ticket into the well of the Wishing Fountain. The water began to light up in gold. Energy began to accumulate beneath the surface. When it finally reached a threshold, a message exploded in front of everyone's eyes. Congratulations. Regretfully, you have not won a prize this time. Thank you for your patronage. The female mech designers looked distinctly unimpressed. The system does this sometimes. Ves awkwardly said, as he looked embarrassed. Hopefully, not all of the tickets will end up as duds. He repeated the process with another ticket. Come on, give me something good. This time, the Wishing Fountain decided to oblige him and actually spat out an object. Ves caught the object. It looked like a skull. A human skull. What is this? Gloriana briefly looked confused before her companion spirit sensed a remarkable amount of power locked inside. Wait, is this the skull of an ace pilot? Kedis had already figured it out before the other woman. She looked at the skull with a perplexed expression. It was a good thing the Heavensward did not decide to accompany her into the system space this time. She feared how it might react when faced with the skull of an honorable hero and saint. Not a lot of ace pilots have perished in combat since the start of the Red War. Ves said as he held the skull with a bit of reverence. However, fatalities have risen ever since the Phase Lords have begun to employ Saint Piercers on an increasingly larger scale in the past year. I will have to look up the archives and see if I can match a name to this particular specimen. What will you do if you find out that the ace pilot has family or people who cared about him, Ves? Will you give them the skull so that they can bury him properly? Kedis softly asked. Ves shook his head. No, I can't explain how I obtained this skull. Besides, the Wishing Fountain gave it to me in order to make something out of it. I can easily imagine that the ace pilot who this skull belongs to would approve of any plan of turning it into a weapon against his killers. If we can gain the cooperation of the skull architect, we can provide a powerful boost to one of our high-ranking mechs. He did not have any intentions of giving away such a valuable prize. This was a relic that was equivalent in value if not greater than a whole mentalist crystal. Although it was macabre to use the remains of an ace pilot as a resource for his works, Ves truly could not resist the temptation. He readily succumbed to his weakness as a mech designer and had no thoughts about giving it back to the relatives of the deceased saint. Though Kedis did not quite agree with his decision, it was his skull considering he used up his own golden lottery ticket to obtain this prize. After Ves carefully stowed away the ace pilot's skull, he proceeded to use up his remaining golden lottery tickets. Congratulations! You have won a set of weapon gauntlets called the Tiger's Claws. Congratulations! You have won the design schematics of the Herzog Red 115B edition. Congratulations! You have won a replica of the corrupting orb. As the wishing fountain continuously gobbled up the golden lottery tickets and glowed in gold, Ves did not always obtain the desired results. Gloriana looked fairly impressed at Ves's luck. Out of the 9 lottery tickets that you have used up, 5 of them yielded no prize at all. This must not have been a particularly good day. I wouldn't say so, Kedis said. That skull is probably worth at least 5 golden lottery tickets alone. It is a pity that it is not immediately useful to Ves. Gloriana curiously picked up a pair of weapon gauntlets. Although they were merely low-level artifacts, they possessed a special charm that made them attractive to her. Their design was surprisingly elegant and delicate, making it clear that they were meant to be used by feminine users rather than masculine ones. Andraste would love them as a birthday present, she commented. Perhaps I should upgrade them like you have done with the flower parasol. Ves looked dubious at this idea. They are low-level artifacts. You can probably make a better weapon set by developing it from the ground up with superdimensional matter. I wouldn't be so quick to dismiss the value of these tiger's claws. Just look at how beautiful they are. The more I look at them, the more I admire their visual design. There has to be more to these relics than what is apparent on the surface. While the claws represented a novelty, the other 2 prizes were a bit more interesting. All 3 mech designers quickly understood the value of the design schematics of the Herzog Red 115B edition. This is an extremely advanced first-class multi-purpose mech design, Gloriana noted. In my view, it looks complete and legitimate. What is strange is that its technological refinement is unusually high. That is because it is a mech design from the cybernetic empire. Ves stated with certainty. This design contains a wealth of advanced technological applications that are at least a generation ahead of the rest of red humanity. The design itself is not necessarily valuable. What is truly interesting are the design solutions. If not for the fact that these files lack full documentation, we could easily master the underlying knowledge that allows this first-class multi-purpose mech to perform so well. This was an unexpected bonus prize. Chapter 7158. Lucky break. When Ves used up his golden lottery tickets, he completely did not aspire to get his hands on the valuable design files of a modern cyber first-class multi-purpose mech design. Yet he obtained them anyway. All 3 mech designers quickly understood the strategic value of knowing how the design of the Herzog Red 115B edition was put together. It was a versatile machine that could fulfill a variety of functions better than the mechs fielded by the other top powers such as the Red Association, the Terran Alliance and the Rubarthan Pact. When Ves estimated the Herzog's performance with the Dracoloid and the Omega Thresher that had become a mainstay of the Premier Fleet, the former offered such superior all-round performance that he saw little point in fielding the latter too. Sure, the Dracoloid had its powerful flamethrower gimmick that enabled it to get an edge at close range. The Omega Thresher's long-range damage output and precision still exceeded that of the Cyber Mech. Yet the Herzog performed well enough in both close range and long range that the gaps with the more biased mech models had no longer become decisive enough to pick the latter over the former. The Premier Fleet could make its mech units more versatile and vastly simplify logistics by fielding one technologically superior first-class multi-purpose mech model rather than 2 outdated models. The technological superiority of the cybernetic empire was simply too great. The polymath and many different scientists and engineers had worked hard to push the boundaries of hard science and technology. The design files easily exposed hundreds if not thousands of small innovations that could have only been attained through 1 or 2 mech generations of focused research. This was the reason why the cybernetic empire guarded its tech so much. The polymath clearly understood how much further she was ahead compared to the other human powers, and she also knew how easy it was to lose this massive technological lead if the wrong tech or designs got leaked. This was why the Cybers had taken great care in isolating Bridgehead 1 from the rest of Red humanity. They even went as far as maintaining their own separate galactic net, though they called it by a different name. What Ves just obtained through a random golden lottery draw essentially shattered the cybernetic empire's painstaking effort. Although the design files did not go in depth enough in the science and proof that delivered specific design applications, it should be easy enough for researchers to reverse engineer the theoretical backing that could produce consistently superior solutions. This mech design is wasted in our hands, Gloriana mentioned. As interesting as it is to get our hands on a mech design that looks as if it should be published 2 mech generations in the future, we lack the expertise and personnel to reverse engineer it by ourselves. It is best to leave this job to the professionals, and I can think of no better party than the Red Association. Perhaps we should approach the mech supremacist faction in particular, given that it should hold the greatest interest in what we have obtained. Offering the design files to the mech supremacists first can also be considered a reward for all of the help and goodwill that they have extended to us. If we do this quickly enough, we can exchange for valuable goods or tech that you can use to upgrade your dueling gear even further. Her suggestion sounded compelling. It felt a bit of a shame to give up this technological advantage, but it was not as if the Larkinsons could start producing Herzog without generating a lot of questions from the Cybers and all of the other parties. Besides, Ves knew extremely well that the information security of the Larkinson clan was pathetic in the face of a star designer who specialized in networks. As soon as the Larkinsons started to fabricate the Herzog on an industrial scale, the major players would soon get their hands on the copies of the design files. Rather than let all of these groups obtain a cutting-edge mech design for free, it was better for the Larkinson clan to share it in a private trade for guaranteed concessions. What do you think, Keddies? People will still wonder how we managed to get our hands on these sensitive design files. She said with a frown. The cybernetic empire may mistakenly believe that we are spying on them and that we happen to be successful in stealing sensitive data from them. What if they assume that what we reveal is only a fraction of what we managed to smuggle out of their isolated star system? The Swordmaster was right to worry about the reactions from different parties. The Larkinsons already violated a rule by possessing these design files. They would violate even more CE laws if they proliferated the design files in exchange for profit. After all, the Herzog was a cyber mech design. It did not belong to the Larkinsons. The cybernetic empire would definitely accuse the Larkinsons of fencing stolen goods or whatever. It was better to shove this problem to the Red Association and let the mechers figure out how to solve this mess. Of course, Ves also thought about obediently handing over the information to the cybernetic empire, but he and the Larkinsons had little reasons to do so. The Cybers would not appreciate this gesture. They would likely react with hostility and grow enormously suspicious towards the Larkinsons. The relationship between Ves and the polymath was complicated to say the least. They were not enemies, but they were not friends either. He knew that the polymath sought to enter into secret negotiations with the Oblivion Gate Consortium in order to become a member of the first true trans-galactic organization. The problem was that it was difficult to believe that this honorless and extremely rational woman had any pure motives in mind. If Ves could come up with the suspicion that the polymath wanted to steal the designs of the Oblivion Gates and erect her own transportation network between the old galaxy and New Frontier, then his mother would most definitely develop the same suspicion as well. Whether the polymath would become an ally of convenience or not depended on whether the Oblivion Gate Consortium would still be able to earn a hefty profit regardless if the star designer betrayed the organization at a later date. All of this was way too complicated to Ves. He fully wished Cynthia and the Evolution Witch luck in their attempts to wrangle with the polymath. We should refrain from disturbing the cybernetic empire, Ves advised. Working with the mechers is safer and more convenient. We can trust them to honor their commitments and they will not harbor any hard feelings towards us by trading goods acquired through irregular means. That was not quite true either. It depended on which group or faction of mechers the Larkinsons approached. Still, Ves could at least rely on the greed and obsessions of the mech supremacists to pay a hefty price in exchange for the design files of the Herzog. After they initially figured out on what they should do with the unexpected windfall, they finally directed their attention towards the final prize delivered by the system. This doesn't look like a corrupting orb. It looks like a cube. Keddies stated the obvious. That is because it is a container, more specifically one that can completely isolate the passage of energy including E-energy radiation. Gloriana informed the other two. It is remarkably effective at its job. We can use it to store other dangerous objects if we no longer need to contain this so-called corrupting orb. Well, that confirms that whatever it is, this object poses a threat towards others. We should be careful about opening this container. Anything that is called a corrupting orb is most definitely not a trivial item. Ves nodded in agreement. Even though the container prevented him from peeking inside, he already had a hunch that its contents were dangerous. The same hunch also told him that this may be the most valuable prize he obtained from his golden lottery tickets today. Let us set up a few precautions, he suggested. They did just that. They used the irregular landscape of the mountaintop to place the container in a shallow ravine. The three mech designers moved further away and made sure that there was plenty of solid cover to shelter behind. They also made sure they were situated at least 50 meters away from the container. Open it, Ves. Ves mustered up a small measure of his spatial abilities and physically unlatched the mechanism that kept it closed. As soon as the top of the container slid open, a dark purple orb became visible. The orb was slightly smaller than a human head, but not by much. It appeared completely smooth and even reflective, showing a distorted mirror of its immediate surroundings. While the orb looked mysterious and alluring, it also radiated dangerous energies into the environment. Ves could feel that it was transmitting a mixture of darkness energy and energy corresponding to other negative attributes. What are you doing, Ves? Stay here. It is not safe for you to get close. Well, maybe Kedis will be fine. Kedis studied the orb with a critical expression before she reluctantly nodded. My willpower shall protect me from this artifact. And you don't have a good way to mitigate the negative influence from this object. Ves told his wife. It is called the corrupting orb for a good reason. He ignored her complaints and approached the exposed orb. Kedis quietly followed suit. Her steps were slower and a bit more guarded, as if she was ready to bolt if the orb tried to lash out or anything. Fortunately, the artifact remained completely passive. It did not generate any special reactions towards the two individuals that had stepped close. Ves faintly paid attention to Gloriana. He was afraid that she may prove stubborn and get close regardless of the warnings she received. Fortunately, she showed a bit of good sense and remained safely in the distance. As Ves and Kedis drew close enough to the open container, they looked down and regarded the orb with a mix of vigilance and intrigue. This is a weapon artifact. Kedis formed an initial conclusion. It is no sword or spear. It is more akin to a source of contamination in a hand-portable form. Anyone who can harness this evil artifact can use it to fuel dark spells and channel its corrupting energies towards enemies. The foul energies radiated by the orb likely doesn't cause any physical damage, but they can probably bypass any form of defense and inflict mental and spiritual damage, which is hard to guard against. Hard to guard against by anyone except willpower cultivators such as you. Ves responded with a wry smile. This orb is probably doing nothing but irritating your mind and spirit. With Sharpie's protection, you can easily remain incorruptible. No high-ranking mech pilot will succumb to the influence of this orb. They are just too good at resisting these kinds of attacks. You are not doing so bad either, Ves. Your growing dark streak comes in handy this time. You look as if you are about to harmonize with this artifact. Ves responded with a wordless nod. He could not deny his attraction to an artifact that seemed a lot more compatible with him than the ocean collar and the flower parasol. Had the system finally given him a lucky break, this artifact may also be the perfect weapon to employ against all of those ascended giants. Kedis continued to share her thoughts. From what I have learned, Phase Lords do gain a measure of superhuman mental resilience, but not nearly enough to match their growth in physical stature. Their spiritualities should be far more vulnerable than their massive bodies. Their spatial barriers may help them block most attacks, but the dark energies released by this corrupting orb should be harder to impede, just like other forms of E-energy. You may be able to rely on this artifact to defeat the leaders of the Phase Lord Department from an unexpected angle. Chapter 7159, The Corrupting Orb, Mass Release Day 2/5. After studying the corrupting orb from a short distance for a few minutes, Ves finally decided to take a chance. He bent down and carefully grasped the orb in his hand. It felt smooth and cold to the touch. Ves felt as if he held an orb of ice in his hands. He could already feel a bit of his body warmth siphoning away from his palms. If he was a regular human, then he risked freezing his hands if he kept hold of the orb long enough. As a human Phase Lord, the tiny amount of warmth passing from his body was trivial to the point where he could ignore it entirely. Interesting. Direct contact with the orb drastically magnified its corrupting influence. Already, he could feel much of the darkness energy and other negative energies pouring straight into spirituality. It was as if the orb eagerly wanted to punish the individual that was foolish enough to grab hold of its form. Moreau. However, much of the negative energies failed to affect Ves in any obvious manner. His darkness affinity meant that he did not feel any repulsion towards the darkness spewed by the corrupting orb. Ves could even feel that he could absorb the darkness so long as he was willing to put in the hard work of digesting it and putting his own imprint on the energy. However, he was not completely immune to the other negative energies. Strange impulses of sadness, anger, disgust, irritation and so on began to affect his mood as the corrupting orb tried to suppress his positive traits while amplifying his negative traits. It was only due to his strong spirituality, his high alertness and his excellent mental resilience that he was able to keep most of the detrimental influence at bay. Even then, Ves was disappointed to find out that he was not completely immune to these effects. If they affected him long enough, he would lower his guard sooner or later. Momentary exposure to this orb should not be dangerous to me, he concluded. Other people may behave irrationally when exposed to its contamination, but as long as they are removed quickly enough, the effects shouldn't be permanent. What if the exposure is more prolonged? Gloriana asked as she still stood in the distance. Then they may irrevocably become changed or rather corrupted by this orb. He answered in an ominous tone. It is difficult to recover from the damage that this artifact can do. Only time, therapy and family can heal such scars. And if the orb keeps corrupting its victims, can it actually kill people after they have become exposed long enough? She wondered. Ves thought about it. He could roughly estimate how it could affect ordinary folk by measuring how it affected him in Blinky. He could roughly foresee that the mind and spirit would become increasingly more contaminated with darkness and negativity. Everything positive and neutral would get damaged or squeezed away, allowing the corrupting orb's malevolent energies to claim more ground. When the saturation of those evil energies reached 100%, no human would be able to remain the same anymore. They had changed in such a fundamental way that they could no longer be called human anymore. Yet that didn't necessarily mean they died at that point. Ves could very well foresee a scenario where they would still live on, as evil entities as opposed to normal humans. He suddenly became reminded of a type of entity that was entirely comprised of negative energies. Demons. Ves gasped as he looked at the corrupting orb in a new light. This can be used to convert living subjects into demons through prolonged exposure. It is like employing the soul whip but on an automatic basis. The soul whip technique that Ves acquired from enlightenment allowed him and his eldest sister to convert captive souls of humans and aliens into demons. However, this was a very tedious process. Helena certainly did not appreciate the need to allocate a significant part of her attention and power to whipping harvested souls into demons that were filled with hatred and other negative thoughts. This was a necessary step to produce the minor demons needed to produce more powerful variants with the help of the demon mixers. If Ves and Helena began to make use of the corrupting orb, then they may be able to automate this process, allowing them to churn out a stable output of minor demons which could subsequently be put into the demon mixers to undergo ritualistic cultivation. So long as Ves created more demon mixers, he could scale up the production of higher quality demons, thereby enabling him to produce a greater quantity of D-mechs and D-arms. This orb is not that powerful, he said as he eyed it with a critical gaze. It is clearly made to be used at an infantry scale. It doesn't look like I can make it larger like the ocean collar. This means that its potency is limited if I attempt to use it against a phase lord. You sound dissatisfied, Kedis said. Not at all, I am just pointing out a limitation. I am actually really satisfied with it even if it may not necessarily be useful in our current situation. This corrupting orb can greatly facilitate my demoncasting work. Besides, I can still use it as a weapon if I am willing to take a few risks. For example, I can use it as an extraordinary power source for a larger weapon or mech. There is no rule that forces me to use the orb as a standalone artifact. It actually seems rather underwhelming this way. Gloriana nodded in agreement. I have been entertaining the same ideas. The Phobos can become a much more powerful machine if we embed this into the machine. If you can channel its energies into the Geist system, you can drastically increase the potency and the growth rate of the expert mech's iconic fiends. Although the combination sounded attractive, Ves held the orb in a possessive grasp. No, I do not deny that the two are a good match, but there is only one corrupting orb. If I have a spare, then I would not hesitate to figure out how to best integrate it into the Phobos Mark II design, but for now this one is mine. I have too many uses for this orb. Besides, it is not necessarily the case that it will only remain useful at the scale of ordinary humans. If I was able to upgrade and reinvent the flower parasol, I should be able to do the same with this orb. The only difficulty is that I am not entirely sure how to do so, considering that this is a giant spherical crystal that appears to be made up of a single whole. It may very well be that the entire artifact comprised of just a single mysterious hard crystal. That made it a lot more difficult for him to tinker with it. Creating an opening or cutting it in pieces risked destroying the artifact entirely. He needed to obtain a lot more information and expertise before he gathered enough confidence to tinker with the corrupting orb. For the time being, Ves decided to keep it as a self-contained unit. While he could still slot it into larger constructs, he ruled out any suggestions that threatened the integrity of the spherical crystal. Ves, Kedis and Gloriana began to swap a number of ideas on how to leverage the properties of the corrupting orb into other equipment. I have a feeling that combining the effects of a corrupting orb with the effects of a mentalist crystal can produce powerful synergies. Gloriana said, I can feel my cranial implant suite reacting more violently to it than Alexandria, and that is from a distance. That sounded like an interesting idea. We don't have a spare mentalist crystal, though. Perhaps we can try our luck and see if the Red Association or Red Collective is willing to donate one, but I seriously doubt it. Those mentalist crystals tend to get used up quickly before anyone can steal it from their possession. It was rather ridiculous how extensively it became accepted practice for different groups to steal each other's mentalist crystals. This also fueled a lot of urgency among their owners. They tried their best to use up the crystals as quickly as possible. They needed to make it so that it became impossible to salvage the precious hyper materials once they became embedded into other products. I do not think it is a good idea to integrate it into one of your self-exploding spears. Kedis said, since you clearly want to retain possession of it, maybe it is better to embed it into your raiment or another piece of gear such as a physical shield. This way, you can gradually douse the enemy human phase lords with harmful radiation. Even if they are aware of what you are doing, they have no good answers because it isn't a regular weapon of mass destruction. Ves could see the merit of this idea. Even if the corrupting orb is a little weak when used against ascended giants, it can still influence the latter in increasingly more severe ways. Those phase lords will become more prone to irrational outbursts. Their negative emotions will hold more sway. Their discipline will crumble. The duelists will start to make mistakes, and that will give the Dark Apostle more options to turn a losing battle around. Although it seemed dishonorable to weaponize the corrupting orb in this manner, Ves did not have the luxury to deny a weapon that could potentially deliver him victory. He needed to think on how he could amplify its effects. The current level of passive radiation was nice and all, but if he wanted to corrupt a phase lord to the point of fighting like a mindless berserker, then he clearly needed to amp up its power. Ves already had an idea or two on how he could accomplish this. He needed to consult with Helena and possibly his mother if he was willing to entertain her son. After he completed his initial examination of the orb, he carefully placed it back into its original container. Everyone breathed a little easier now that the orb was safely locked inside its isolating box. Gloriana moved over while maintaining a vigilant expression towards the closed container. Normally, I would advise you to avoid working with such a dangerous object, but we can't afford to be picky, he said as he moved over and wrapped an arm behind her back. I am confident that I can handle it. I know you have opinions about playing with dangerous energies, but I already have a certain degree of experience with this. I know what I am doing. With Blinky at my disposal, I can easily handle any dangerous discharge of harmful E-energies. The orb will not be able to corrupt me in the slightest. His wife was still skeptical, but she was willing to place her trust in him. If you say so. Now that you have gained a number of valuable prizes, are you still in the mood to draw the Radiant Lottery ticket? Ves had to think hard on this question. The golden lottery tickets had indeed yielded better prizes than expected when they actually spat out more than empty platitudes. However, none of the prizes granted him the skills or the hard power he needed to reliably defeat not one, but multiple ascended giants in the dueling ground. I still feel that my fighting skills are too rudimentary to measure up against professional soldiers and warriors. He eventually said, I do not think I have a choice. None of the golden lottery tickets yielded an appropriate enlightenment fruit, so I can only place all of my hopes into my final ticket. Let's all hope that I can get what I want this time. Chapter 7160, The Return of the Prize Wheel. Ves pulled out the radiant lottery ticket from his system space. The ticket was quite precious and troublesome to acquire. He could only obtain it by fabricating a new masterwork mech of his own design. There were other criteria. It had to be a serious project. His contribution had to be decisive enough. He couldn't just outsource most of the grunt work to the other members of the design department, only to swoop in at the last second and finish the project in person. To claim that it was mainly his work was a form of professional dishonesty that he could not abide by. He was not that shameless enough. This was why he hadn't bothered to fabricate the first production models of the Bright Warrior Mark IV and so on. Their upgrades to the current mech generation were a bit too straightforward because that was all the subordinate mech designers could do. Without Ves spending enough time to reinvent the mechs in question, there was only so much they could innovate while still retaining the original character of the relevant product lines. Ves also realized that the more high-ranking masterwork mechs became available, the less opportunities existed to earn radiant lottery tickets. After all, mechs such as the Everchanger and the Phobos had already become masterworks. There was no way he could upgrade them to the next tier of craftsmanship anytime soon. The best way to still earn radiant lottery tickets was to design new custom mechs for the next generation of expert pilots that were rising up from the expeditionary fleet. Ves and his wife could also dedicate their valuable design time on servicing the needs of external high-ranking mech pilots such as the Glory Seekers. However, the more they spent time on satisfying external clients, the less time they had left to meet the demands of their fellow Larkinsons. It all came down to time. Ves and Gloriana had to juggle between many different needs. They could not simply drop everything and focus on maximizing the amount of radiant lottery tickets they could earn per year. Ves wondered how the system would react if both Ves and Gloriana contributed equally to a mech design project that ultimately yielded a new masterwork mech. Would both of them be entitled to earn their own radiant lottery tickets, or would the system award it to the highest contributor? It was an interesting question, and one that might very well get tested soon when they finally embarked on upgrading the Riot to her much more powerful incarnation soon. Before all of that could happen, Ves first had to complete the present affair. "Are you all right, Ves?" his wife softly asked as she approached his side. "You have been staring at that lottery ticket for an entire minute. Are you second-guessing your decision?" Ves slowly shook his head. "No, I don't have any doubts. It is just, this is my last radiant lottery ticket. This is my last shot at obtaining a miracle from the system. Until I earn another ticket, I can only rely on building up a reserve of ascension points. Let me guess, you have a persistent habit of draining your AP on anything that looks shiny." He chuckled. "More or less, that is a discipline problem. You need to set limits on yourself. Now go make use of the wishing fountain. Nothing will change if you keep standing here like an indecisive child." She was right. Ves knew that there was not much chance that he would change his mind on the matter. Despite all of the gains from the recent enlightenment fruit and the prizes from the golden lottery tickets, none of them granted him the degree of certainty that was necessary for him to build up enough confidence to win the leadership challenge. There may be a possibility that he was overestimating the combat strength of all of those ascended giants, but he did not think that was the case. These were all professional soldiers who had spent decades if not a century on polishing their fighting skills. Perhaps they may be new to fighting on the scale of a phase lord, and perhaps they did not have enough time to master their newfound spatial abilities, but their excellent martial prowess could not be denied. Ves strongly believed that up to a certain extent, skill trumped brute force. Saint Dice had proven this time and time again as she fought against one powerful monster or another. Out of all of the high-ranking mech pilots of the Larkinson clan, she embodied this principle the most. Her extraordinary swordsmanship allowed her to outfight opponents that possessed much larger bodies or had more hard power at their disposal. The ascended giants might not be able to match the ace pilot's exaggerated skill in swordsmanship, but they should all be highly skilled at wielding their chosen weapons. Ves could not allow himself to be the monster to a fighter that was at least as competent as a sword maiden in terms of fighting skills. Only by closing the gap would he be able to win not just one, but multiple duels on a consecutive basis. If he did not remedy this obvious fault, then he may as well put on a show and do his best to lose gracefully 4 times in a row. "I need this," he told himself. "I could have gotten away with remaining an amateur so long as I stick with being a mech designer, but now that there is an opportunity to effectively gain control over the Phase Lord department, I cannot miss this opportunity. I need to give this a shot, and to do that I need to become more similar to the ascended giants that I hope to command in the future. Even if the Dark Apostle would be doing most of it, Ves did not really mind too much, as the alter ego was essentially another part of himself. So long as they shared the same true body, their interests would remain aligned to a degree. Of course, that did not stop them from scheming on how to kick the other one out if they could. Both of them considered their body to belong solely to one of them. How could they possibly remain happy if they were forced to share to the point where they had to formulate a weekly schedule? It was absurd. Ves intended to look into this problem at a later date. For now, he had no choice but to give the Dark Apostle a better shot at defeating the leaders of the ascended giants and impress his future subordinates with his superior combat prowess. Please give me an enlightenment fruit that teaches me how to wield a spear. He beseeched the wishing fountain. It would be best if the fighting method also draws upon the power of the life, metal or darkness attributes. He was not sure how extensively the wishing fountain narrowed down the selection, but it did not hurt to be precise. Ves finally tossed the ticket into the fountain water. Just like in previous cases, the water began to light up in rainbow colors. A sense of grandeur and momentum began to radiate from the wishing fountain. Both Kedis and Gloriana looked impressed at the light show. They grew more and more interested in what the wishing fountain would produce. Soon enough, a very familiar wheel appeared in front of the three mech designers. Is that a prize wheel? Yup, that is what happens when you use up the higher grades of lottery tickets. It is not completely random. You can narrow down the category of prizes, and you can also exert at least a bit of control over what you want to obtain. That doesn't mean it is easy to get what you want, but at least the wishing fountain is generous enough to give us agency over the prize draw. Ves generally liked the prize wheel because it was simple and easier to predict than the other forms of prize draws. He especially disliked the time where he had to navigate in a little boat across choppy and windswept waters. Gloriana looked dubiously at the prize wheel. How can you control what kind of prize you can draw? This wheel looks as if it has considerable heft. You will need to calculate how much force you need to exert for it to spin just enough for it to land at the desired prize. It is impossible to make a correct estimation if we do not know the mass of this wheel and how much friction is generated. You're right, he said, that is why I just do it by feel. This is not a problem that you need to solve by math. Trust me, from the moment you spin the wheel, you can already get an impression of how heavy it is. You will have to guess how much more force you need to exert to make it spin far enough. What if your guess is wrong? Then I will still get something from the wishing fountain. It just won't be the prize that I had my eye upon. Ves shrugged. He had used up enough lottery tickets to make peace with this reality. Lotteries were not supposed to be reliable dispensers of goods in the first place. They began to examine the wheel. Just like before, the outer edge of the wheel depicted many different symbols that alluded to the prizes they were associated with. It was up to Ves and the others to interpret what they meant. Well, I believe the wishing fountain has answered your pleas, because many of these symbols depict spears. Kedis mentioned. Not all of them, though. At least a quarter of them depict other weapons such as swords, knives, halberds, hammers and even fists. Ves frowned. We will have to avoid them, then. That is easier said than done. These alternative weapon skills are not placed in their own quadrant, but they are instead dispersed across the wheel. Of course. Damn wishing fountain, he muttered. Aside from depicting the weapons that the skills were likely related to, the symbols also depicted other clues on what the fighting styles emphasized. For example, there was one hammer symbol that was accompanied by wavy symbols that alluded to tremors. This was likely a weapon skill that could produce area damage by shaking the surrounding environment, or inflict oscillating damage upon impact, similar to signature ability of the oscillating fist. The fact that these symbols were open to interpretation made it difficult to know for certain. Who knows whether Ves or Kedis read them correctly? Look here, Ves, this might be what you are interested in. Gloriana pointed at a symbol of a spear that was surrounded by three dark and ominous ghost-like entities. Ves frowned. He did not really have a good feeling about the possible prize associated with this symbol. Just because I have a preference for the darkness element doesn't mean I want to fight alongside an army of evil ghosts or something. I need to pay attention to my image. If I come across as a demon, people will eventually treat me like one. I will take this if there is nothing better for me, but I would prefer to aim for a different prize. He soon spotted a possible skill that appealed to him a little better. It was a spear that punched straight through a metal plate. This is probably a skill that focuses on increasing the penetration power of the spear tip and nothing else. Kedis judged. It is probably based on the metal element. It may be one-dimensional, but it is enough to dominate a fight. At best, you can turn any transphasic weapon into a superdimensional weapon in terms of piercing power. You can force all of those ascended giants to go on the defensive if you have mastered this capability. That sounded nice, but Ves was not quite sure whether it worked that way. There is not enough information to tell us whether the enhanced penetration power is also effective against energy defenses. He said, the biggest impediment to defeating Phase Lords is not their armor or their gigantic true bodies, but their spatial barriers. That is what I need to overcome first. Chapter 7161. The right spin Radiant lottery tickets were fairly high-end, which meant that the prizes that Ves could draw from them were always premium goods. The prize wheel clearly drew from a pool that contained a large variety of powerful enlightenment fruits. The symbols at the edge of the wheel made tantalizing promises. Their vagueness and lack of explanation stimulated the imaginations of the three mech designers. Look at this dagger, Ves. It gives off the impression that you can suck out someone's soul if you manage to stab them in the body. This collection of blurred spears is likely based around speed. You can unleash 10 attacks in the same time your opponent launches a single attack. Wow, look at this spear skill. A phoenix is launched from the spear. I wonder whether the summoned phoenix is alive. This must be a great way to soften up an opponent from a distance. This looks like a skill designed to slay giants. I wonder how it works. There were over 100 different prizes in the pool. The lack of clarification made it difficult for Ves to narrow down his selection and favor one prize over another. Nonetheless, he needed to carry on with the process. After examining every symbol one by one, Ves made a shortlist on the symbols that held the most promise from his perspective. He let his wife and his former student take a look at his list so that they could offer him feedback. You have put the penetrating spear skill at the top of your list. Kedis noted. Yes. Is that wrong? Not necessarily, but the gains will likely be similar to the previous enlightenment fruit that you have absorbed. The new skill will only make you better at performing stabbing attacks with a spear. What about defense? What about the other moves? I know you have a foundation in wielding staves, but this is different. The swordmaster raised a decent point, but Ves still believed that this was a decent choice. I do not mind it if all I get out of this fruit is a killer solution. The only reason why I am still keeping my options open is because I am not sure whether it is effective against energy defenses. If there is no special benefit in this aspect, then what I will get is not that useful in the initial stages of a fight. I will have to wear down the first layer of defense of an ascended giant the hard way. At least I should be able to produce more results by stabbing my spear more effectively. If you want to do that, you are better off with learning how to launch your attacks much faster than normal. Kedis advised and pointed at the third item on his shortlist. You pretty much know what you will get if you aim for this prize. There is not as much room interpretation. The ability to launch attacks faster than your opponents will not necessarily let you win a duel, but it is an undeniable advantage. The only downside is whether your body can persist in this long enough and how much faster your stamina will drain in combat. Every fighting method had its strengths and weaknesses. One was not necessarily superior to the others. The most suitable fighting skill depended on whether it fit his own inclinations and whether it was effective against his upcoming opponents. I think you should think about going for your fourth choice, Gloriana mentioned as she studied his shortlist. I know that you don't specialize in the fire element, but the ability to shoot out a phoenix from your spear is a much safer way to fight against phase lords who excel at close quarters combat. This is a skill that synergizes well with Blinky, who can shape and command the fire element in the Dark Apostle's stead. Her suggestion sounded good. This was the key reason why he placed this skill under consideration despite not possessing a strong preference over mastering a fire-based skill. Most of the skills offered by the prize wheel did not focus all that much on using the spear as a medium to launch spells. While that basically conformed to his initial demands, if the alternatives were good enough, then Ves was more than willing to change his mind. A phoenix was one of the most impressive mythological symbols associated with the fire element. Any skill that claimed an association with a phoenix had to be powerful. His ability to wield this skill upon acquisition would most likely be limited by how extensively Blinky could call upon fire energy and how well he was able to apply the newly mastered techniques. One big concern was whether this skill was powerful enough in a medium energy environment. A phase lord was a physically imposing adversary whose defenses were always formidable. Spraying such an adversary with flames might not work, especially if the power of those fire attacks turned out to be disappointing. Perhaps Ves could enhance the power of this skill by incorporating flamethrowers in his weapon or his raiment. That may be a good way to amplify the potency of his skills. You need to make up your mind. Kedis reminded him, many of these skills are located far apart on the prize wheel. If you target one skill, you will have to give up on acquiring the others. That is assuming that you manage to spin the wheel with the right force. She was right. Ves had to make a lot of hard choices when he formulated his shortlist, but this was not enough for him to complete the prize draw. He closed his eyes. He had reached the limits of his decisiveness by drawing upon his logic. Now, he chose to make his final choice by basing it on feel. Which one called to him more? Which skill would he or his alter ego enjoy mastering the most? Which skill promised to deliver the greatest satisfaction? Ves kept all of this in mind and more as his heart meandered back and forth between the different choices. It ultimately settled on the second item on the shortlist. It did not surprise him too much that he ended up picking it. While it came with an ominous implication, he believed it was a perfect fit for the Dark Apostle. His wife and the Swordmaster expressed more ambivalence at his final selection. This skill, Gloriana trailed. It shows a spear being wielded by a man who wears a horned helmet. The wielder may have undergone a transformation, but the symbol does not make that entirely clear. It also does not explain whether this transformation is temporary or permanent. I think it is only a temporary effect. Even if it is permanent, there should be solutions available that can reverse the process. Why favor this one over the others? Because it isn't as flashy. Ves responded, the other skills promise to make me launch my attacks faster, or have them punch through armor. These are flashy abilities, but they are a bit one-dimensional. My upcoming opponents can use targeted strategies or other solutions to limit the effectiveness of my new capabilities. It will be harder for them to counter me if my new skill is a lot more comprehensive. Kedis understood his argument. I can understand your logic. This indeed appears to be a skill that does not only transform you into a stronger state, but also lets you wield your spear with greater skill. If that was not the case, the symbol would not have included the weapon. There had to be something special about this skill. Ves did not have any hunches or anything that led him to believe that it was better than the others. He just believed that it offered a better fit than the other choices. Ves finally moved forward. He stepped to the side of the large wheel and grabbed hold of it before pulling it down to spin the wheel. Damn, this wheel is lighter than I thought. He only intended to exert a light amount of force in order to build up initial momentum and get a better feel of how much more force he had to put into it, but the prize wheel largely ruined his plan by being so light that it could already complete an entire revolution with the initial pull. Ves suppressed his panic and tried his best to adapt to the changing situation. He rapidly scanned the wheel and tried his best to figure out how to end up at the exact right angle to win his targeted prize. It was originally situated 3/4 of the way. If the wheel blew right past it in the first revolution, then Ves had to exert a small amount of force to make sure that it almost completed 2 revolutions. Ves knew that he also had to make sure to keep it to a light touch as he could already feel that the wheel did not endure that much friction. Its deceleration rate was not as much as last time, which further complicated his attempt to obtain the right prize. After he felt he had given the wheel enough momentum to complete a 630-degree spin, he let go and stepped back. Just as expected, the wheel did not spit quickly, but it did not slow down as fast either. It was agonizing to see it complete a lazy spin while not giving Ves a solid indicator whether it would slow down just enough to end up with the right prize, let alone enter the correct quadrant. I think this may be the wishing fountain's lesson to us that it is not a shop. Gloriana commented, we are never in full control, no matter how much we try to manipulate the outcome. A lottery must always remain a game of chance. If the outcome is predetermined, then it should go by a different name. Kedis crossed her arms. I am not sure about that. I think that there is a surprising degree of symbolism to how this wishing fountain grants us agency when we use up the more valuable lottery tickets. It may be a lesson that teaches us that as we gain more strength, we gain more and more control over our environment. The stronger we become, the more we can shape our surroundings according to our will. This is the universal truth of power. Ves was not so sure that there was so much depth behind the wishing fountain. His own personal explanation was that the system simply teased him and sought to subvert his expectations. The wheel had passed 1 revolution by now. It had also slowed down by a measure, but still retained plenty of momentum. Ves grew increasingly more nervous. While it would not be a disaster if the prize wheel delivered a different result than expected, he may have to rethink his entire approach towards the leadership challenge if he obtained anything weird. As the wheel slowly reached the right quadrant, it slowed down by a much greater extent. It continued to spin in a lazy fashion, taking a little more time to shift from one prize to another. Multiple agonizing seconds passed as the wheel finally reached the right prize. The wheel kept moving at a very slow pace and almost threatened to select the next prize instead. It stopped. Yes. Ves immediately felt relief. I'm so good. How? Gloriana looked gobsmacked. This is a highly improbable result. How could you end up with the right prize when you did not perform any precise calculations beforehand? Kedis smiled. Not everything has to be done by calculating your moves in advance. Confidence and intuition can help you bridge the gap. You should try it yourself if you end up in a similar position. Ves could not entirely explain why he succeeded this time, but he didn't really care. He already gazed hungrily at the wishing fountain as a pillar finally rose up from the water and presented a dark but glowing enlightenment fruit. Chapter 7162. Innate demon. Ves froze for a long time as his mind, body and spirit underwent major transformations. It became clear that the dark but glowing enlightenment fruit was anything but normal. The amount of knowledge and fighting skill imparted by the enlightenment fruit was so great that he had lost all awareness of his surroundings. As he rapidly internalized the contents of the enlightenment fruit, he finally knew what he had gained from the wishing fountain. Demonic possession spearmanship imparts the theory, skills, affinity and a starter vessel needed to practice demonic possession spearmanship, a forbidden art that combines spearmanship with demonology. Demonic possession spearmanship centers around the dangerous art of nurturing the innate demon inside yourself. This innate demon is the dark side of most existences, and sustains itself through the power of malevolence. Not all organisms possess an innate demon, and it is possible to remove it in advance. The practitioner of this art must persistently feed the innate demon in order to increase its strength. The practitioner must also direct the growth of the innate demon so that it can offer greater assistance when called upon with the help of specific methods. Care must be taken so that the growth of the innate demon does not surpass the practitioner's ability to maintain control. By mastering the right spear techniques, the wielder can call upon the power of the innate demon while maintaining separation between oneself and the dangerous being. More profound and difficult spear techniques can even manifest the innate demon in its entirety, enabling it to act independently, or facilitate complete possession, where the innate demon completely overlaps with the practitioner. At an advanced level of mastery, the practitioner can attempt to channel the power of other demons, such as those locked in artifacts or summoned from different locations. These power manifestations are more difficult to sustain, but can produce new manifestations that are not possible with the innate demon. This can enable the wielder. The combination between the skill of the wielder and the power of the innate demon can enable the spear practitioner to defeat most fighters and demons at the same level due to lacking the same advantages. The difficulty in practicing demonic possession spearmanship lies in placating the demon and preventing it from taking control. The practitioner must always stay on guard and not let the innate demon overpower him. The innate demon can be banished at the expense of invalidating much of the techniques of demonic possession spearmanship. Requirements. Strength must be 5 or higher. Endurance must be 8 or higher. Concentration must be 10 or higher. Spirituality must be 20 or higher. The system was not kidding when it described demonic possession spearmanship as a fusion between demonology and spearmanship. Ves needed to develop a considerable understanding and mastery in both fields before he could effectively practice this advanced fighting method. The consequences of losing control were great. This business about nurturing the innate demon did not come without risk. It was flirting with danger. Although it was a lot better than outright getting possessed by a demon, containment still remained a persistent issue. In order to make sure that Ves knew what he was doing and gained everything he needed to properly nurture and manage his so-called innate demon, the enlightenment fruit dumped a huge amount of knowledge related to the forbidden field of demonology into his head. This was incredibly valuable by itself. It should constitute an entire enlightenment fruit on its own, but Ves had no complaints that all of this dense theory was included in the current package. What mattered was that Ves gained much greater insight into the true nature and workings of demons. He not only learned where they came from and why they existed, but also understood a lot better why they were so universally hostile and even how to best gain their obedience. Ves learned many different clues and techniques on how to summon demons, how to create them and how to strengthen them, how to weaken them, how to banish them and how to kill them completely if possible. When he looked back on how he and Helena managed their demons, he wanted to palm his face. They were so ignorant that they had ignored very clear risks and dangers. Their methods were also painfully crude. From the effort it took to turn souls into demons to trying to upgrade them by putting them into the self-developed demon mixers, every part of this process was flawed from beginning to end. Now that Ves gained a surprisingly comprehensive foundation in demonology, he already gained a lot of ideas on how to redesign or start over those aforementioned processes. Doing so would enable him to produce middle demons faster and a lower cost than before. The middle demons would also end up stronger and master more comprehensive abilities when they emerged. There were major differences between different demons, much like there were differences between different humans. Humans that grew up in a third-rate state were naturally less capable than humans who grew up in a first-rate state. What Ves needed to do was to upgrade his own treatment and facilities for demons so that they conformed to a higher standard. The middle demons that he could produce under advanced conditions would definitely help him get more out of his new fighting method. And what a fighting method he obtained! Unlike the previous enlightenment fruits he ingested, Ves gained a much more complete foundation on how to wield and fight like a spear. He felt much closer to becoming a serious warrior. Although he did not think he had attained the mindset and dedication of a swordmaster, a demonic possession spearman was still a legitimate fighting profession, though it was largely based on chi cultivation and contract cultivation as opposed to willpower cultivation. Chi cultivators were much weaker than willpower cultivators in direct confrontations, but one of the advantages of the former was that it was much easier for them to draw power from external sources. That was the entire premise of demon possession spearmanship. There was inherent acceptance in the weakness of oneself. Only by acknowledging the truth could a spearman embrace a fighting method where he leveraged the strength of potent demons in order to enhance his combat techniques. In order to achieve the best results, the practitioner could not afford to neglect his spearmanship. As weak and flawed as it may be, it was still important for the cultivator of this fighting method to master the basics and build up a solid foundation. It was not necessary for the spear wielder to excel in any single move or technique. In fact, it was better for the practitioner to possess a rounded fighting style because that meant that he was able to channel the strength of any innate demon. The enlightenment fruit imparted him with a solid foundation, just as he desired. His skill in wielding a spear surpassed that of a staff. He understood the nuances of different moves much better. He particularly gained a lot of confidence in exchanging blows with humanoid weapon wielders. Demonic possession spearmen were largely expected to fight and win battles against swordsmen, spearmen and other martial cultivators. That did not mean that demonic possession spearmen were weak when they attempted to fight against exo-beasts or other monsters. The biggest difference was that brute force mattered a lot more than finesse. It was a good thing that the enlightenment fruit imparted Ves with a fairly basic but complete collection of templates that allowed him to leverage the power of his innate demon in useful ways. Ves called them templates as opposed to extraordinary spear techniques because he needed to fill in the blanks himself. Every innate demon was unique, and the most optimal way to draw from their power was also different in every circumstance. The best the creator of this fighting method could do was to create the broad strokes of offensive techniques, defensive techniques, movement techniques and other weird techniques. It was up to people like Ves to adapt the templates to his own unique input and experiment until he was able to produce the output he desired. That was a very simple explanation of a very long and dangerous process of developing effective power moves for this forbidden branch of spearmanship. Every individual expression of demonic possession spearmanship was unique. It was impossible for two people to fight in the same way because they had to adapt to the variables presented by their own innate demons. An innate demon that possessed an insidious and scheming character was more likely to promote a form of spearmanship that relied on traps and sneak attacks. An innate demon that constantly raged and possessed the mindless desire to destroy everything was more likely to facilitate a form of spearmanship that strongly emphasized offense and launching continuous attacks. An innate demon that wanted to conquer everything and subjugate as many slaves as possible would probably develop a more exotic form of spearmanship that could demoralize those that got struck and mobilize the power of minions in a fight. In short, demonic possession spearmanship was open-ended enough to accommodate a wide variety of circumstances. Ves definitely needed this because an unexpected mutation had occurred as he was rapidly assimilating the bounty from the potent enlightenment fruit. When it came time to nurture his own innate demon, the starter vessel, mentioned by the system got stuck and did not know where to go in order to do its job. It felt as if the starter vessel suffered an unexpected error as it encountered a situation that it had never accounted for in its programming. While Ves did not know whether he possessed an innate demon that he had yet to discover, the starter vessel could not decide whether to approach Blinky or the Dark Apostle. Neither of the two met the definition of an innate demon. With his new mastery of demonology, he understood quite well that so long as either of them still possessed positive traits, they remained positive life forms more or less. However, Blinky and the Dark Apostle just so happened to share enough traits with demons to be able to substitute for them if possible. Ves was reminded of a similar instance where he was able to mutate his expression of the Dark Apostle's self-defense manual by redirecting the worship of a dark and unfathomable existence to Blinky. Since Blinky's imaginary universe contained plenty of darkness energy and other negative energies, he could technically moonlight as a dark god. A similar situation applied in this case as well. Blinky possessed greater elemental compatibility, but the Dark Apostle was much closer to matching the definition of his dark side. Given that the starter vessel apparently mistook the two for potential innate demon candidates, that left Ves to choose who to treat as the innate demon for his new fighting method. Hey, he smirked. That is an easy choice. He would always prefer to rely on a friendly source of support as opposed to a more adversarial one. Besides, Ves questioned whether it made sense for the Dark Apostle to possess himself when he tried to channel any power moves. It was much simpler to draw on Blinky's power even if he did not technically meet the definition of an innate demon. Another reason why he settled on this choice was because Blinky was a much more powerful source of E-energy. That was important as demonic possession spearmanship was heavily reliant on negative E-energy to power all of its moves. In fact, Ves wondered whether it was possible to channel positive energies through the same spear techniques. Although this was very much not intended by the original developers of this remarkable fusion fighting method, choosing a companion spirit as his innate demon theoretically made this possible. Ves had essentially jailbroken an advanced fighting method before he had even begun to practice it in earnest. How exhilarating. Chapter 7163, Ves the Spearman, Mass Release Day 3/5. Although the so-called starter vessel encountered problems when trying to merge with Blinky, the Star Cat easily solved that problem when he proactively facilitated this process. It took a bit of problem solving, but the vessel finally integrated with the companion spirit, causing him to change in a subtle way. The best way that Ves could describe the changes was that Blinky gained additional ports, in a manner of speaking. In fact, Ves felt he had gained additional ways to draw upon the vast reserves of the Blinky verse. In the past, one of the limitations that made Blinky less effective as a combat supplement was his small throughput. The portal that connected the Blinky verse to the real universe was too small to channel too much E-energy at once. The so-called starter vessel that just merged with added a new interface that significantly eased this constraint by opening up new ways for him to channel E-energy to fuel a powerful demonic technique. Fascinating. As the changes to Ves as well as Blinky began to settle, they both remained still as they came to terms with their new selves. "Are you okay, Ves?" Gloriana asked with concern. "I am, dear. Just give me a few more moments." The enlightenment fruit was a big one, all right. The magnitude of changes is far greater than with the previous fruit. It is as if I have just swallowed a meal that was as big as my true body. There is no way I can digest it all right away. There is only so much the enlightenment fruit can grant me instant mastery over the entire package. It sounds as if you managed to get enough value out of the radiant lottery ticket. How much would you estimate it's worth? Fairly high, maybe 500 AP, but not that much more. Ves loosely guessed. It has a solid foundation, deep theoretical basis and a fairly complete initial framework. The only problem is that it is a bit lacking in specific applications. It is up to individual practitioners of this demonic possession spearmanship to convert theory into practice based on the individual traits of their innate demons. Considering that Blinky has received the innate demon hat, I will have to make even more improvisations in order to make it all work. Innate demon, let me send you another information package. I won't send everything since there are many parts of this knowledge that are dangerous in unskilled hands, but I will send you a description as well as the basic theory. Both Kedis and Gloriana fell silent as they perused the information package that they just received with their cranial implants. They grew increasingly more fascinated as they understood how this new fighting method worked. I have a better idea why this fruit is worth so much. If I understand this correctly, you became both a spearman and a demonologist, is that correct? Yes. Ves nodded. Technically speaking, I can treat them as two separate disciplines. I can do stuff related to demonology that is completely separate from swinging a spear around. I can also fight like a competent spearman without channeling any demonic power. However, the issue with that is that I cannot rely on one or the other to win the upcoming duels. Only when I combine the two together can I exert much greater power in the field. The potential is great, but much of the challenge lies in figuring out how to leverage the power of my innate demon through my spear techniques. This requires a considerable amount of time investment on my part. Well, perhaps not me. I can shove most of this work onto the Dark Apostle. He will be the one that must rely on the new fighting method to defeat a bunch of ascended giants. Wait, Ves, Kedis said, earlier, you mentioned that Blinky has somehow become the innate demon that this method is based upon. The Red Collective is working on a means for you to be able to shift your consciousness to Blinky when the Dark Apostle assumes control over your true body. Does that mean that you effectively become his demon under these circumstances? The thought had not yet crossed Ves's mind. That is a good question, Kedis. I truly don't know. We will have to experiment with this at least once. In my opinion, it may very well be true that I may be able to exert partial control over his power moves. I can make it weaker, stronger, or change its elemental alignment. I am looking forward to seeing how I can influence the ongoing fight. If Ves was able to take more active control of how the Dark Apostle fought, then he would gain more power in his uneasy relationship with his other self. It was better to have more leverage than not. Ves did not want to give too much freedom to the Dark Apostle, because he definitely came across as a personality who would break a deal the moment it was no longer convenient. Let's leave the demon stuff behind for a moment, Kedis said as she scrutinized Ves with an evaluating gaze. Do you think your spearmanship has improved enough to the point where you can rely solely on your new martial skill to keep up with those human phase lords? I don't know, Ves said, probably not, but I think the gap has definitely closed by a much larger margin. I don't just know how to throw a spear really good. I also know how to grip it in different ways, how to maintain my distance, what stance I should choose, how to lunge with it, how to parry and redirect the enemy's weapon, and etc. While my lacking combat experience will probably hold me back, that is a shortcoming that can be remedied over time. Then let's test that out right away. Better do this sooner than later. It is not every day that you can spar against a swordmaster like myself. Kedis briefly grinned. Let's prepare our practice weapons first. Ves picked up the rod that he used earlier while Kedis found a smaller rod that could serve as a general longsword. As soon as Kedis adopted a serious sword stance, her entire demeanor changed. Her willpower and intensity had become so much more pronounced that Ves immediately felt intimidated. Much of the confidence he gained from his massive increase in martial strength suddenly deflated. Compared to a real swordmaster, an artificially produced demonic possession spearman like Ves was probably a pushover. Fortunately, this impromptu sparring session was never about winning and losing. It was about familiarizing himself with his new fighting skills and testing it to see how it measured up against other opponents. Since Kedis did not do anything aside from trying to pressure Ves on a mental level, he decided he had to take the initiative. He shuffled forward at a slow but steady pace. The tension in the air increased until Ves suddenly threw out a lunge. Kedis easily batted aside the incoming rod with her own makeshift weapon, yet did not jump forward in order to press the attack. She instead shuffled back, giving Ves an opportunity to recover and launch another attack. He did this repeatedly. He tried his best to catch Kedis off guard and attack from different angles, but she was too sharp and fast. This prompted Ves to change his combat approach. He began to shift his grip and press forward in order to exert more leverage and force against the swordmaster. He introduced more movements. He put more of his weight behind his thrusts. He attempted to test her reaction speed by launching a flurry of spear attacks. He soon found out that Kedis's skill and combat awareness were amazing, as expected. Yet Ves was also not surprised to find out that his physical strength and condition were far superior to his sparring partner. This was pretty obvious as Ves was a phase lord while Kedis was still a human. For all of her transcendent skills and abilities, Kedis's frail human body held her back. It was not until she was able to break through to a sword saint that she would truly be able to exceed the limitations of her relatively weak physique, but even then the strengthening effect could not turn her into a human equivalent of a mech. There was only so much that her willpower could do to amplify the strength of her body. The base was too low. This was in sharp contrast to ace pilots, whose ace mechs were much stronger. Perhaps the sparring session might favor Kedis slightly more if she was allowed to equip herself with her superdimensional combat armor. but Ves could strengthen his capabilities by relying on his own gear. Whatever the case, Ves gained enough skill and understanding in spearmanship to know how he could leverage his superior strength and physicality to his advantage. Even if Ves was not able to call upon the bulk of his physical might and mass when his true body was in a folded state, he was still able to summon a fraction of a percentage of his total strength. This proportionately minuscule boost still amounted to being able to apply thousands if not tens of thousands more newtons of force. Ves grew bolder and launched swinging attacks that occasionally went as far as attempting to smack Kedis from the side with the other end of his rod. Kedis tried her best not to meet force with force, knowing that she suffered a disadvantage in this aspect. She instead moved to evade the attacks, which she could do with greater ease. The Swordmaster became a lot more difficult to hit. Ves grew frustrated as his skills and reaction speed were not enough to improve his performance. While he was able to move faster than Kedis, he needed time to go into motion and rely on his superior leg muscles to build up speed more quickly. If it came to making short shifts in different directions, Ves did not feel that there was a significant speed advantage between himself and his adversary. Kedis was just as fast as him when it came to the initial movements. The Swordmaster cleverly figured this out and circled around Ves in order to deny him the chance to ever build up speed. He was even forced on the defensive as Kedis amped up the aggression and constantly tried to smack her rod against Ves's body. While Ves was able to keep up and block every incoming attack, his few attempts at parrying had failed when Kedis rapidly darted away. The sparring session turned into such a challenging experience to Ves that he felt he was reaching a limit to his patience. Ves spontaneously called upon Blinky, who readily supplied him with a burst of darkness energy. He proceeded to take this darkness energy and channel it through his limbs and his rod in a specific way. Although the improvised weapon was a terrible carrier of darkness energy, its small size along with Ves and Blinky's formidable control managed to make it work, if only barely. The end of the rod suddenly turned dark and thrummed with power. As Ves thrust this empowered weapon forward with a surprising burst of speed, Kedis widened her eyes and hastily blocked the incoming strike. She even channeled the power of Sharpie, causing her own rod to resonate very minutely. A small dark explosion set off on collision, causing both combatants to uncontrollably take a few steps back. "Ah, I'm sorry, Kedis. I instinctively called upon my new powers when this should have been a test of my pure fighting skills. It is okay, Ves. I can handle surprises like these." The Swordmaster reassured him while making it clear that she remained unharmed. She stared at her own rod. "Whatever you did just then is certainly effective. Look at what you did to my makeshift weapon." Parts of her rod had become weakened and corroded by dark splotches. While it had not snapped in half or anything, it most definitely looked like it had seen better days. Chapter 7164. Short of true mastery. After concluding an exploratory spar, Kedis developed a good understanding of Ves's upgraded combat prowess. The Swordmaster was a scary opponent to fight against. Perhaps Ves could crush her if he unfolded his true body and tanked her powerful blows, but he saw no way he could beat her if he restricted himself to infantry scale. Ves always heard many praises about her combat prowess, but it was only when he faced her with a weapon of his own that he understood the gulf between her and other fighters. Swordmasters were serious business. Even if they had become mostly obsolete by the time humans adopted mechs and warships as their preferred combat platforms, that did not diminish the lethality of Swordmasters in the slightest. Ves could not imagine how much scarier it would be if he faced her while she was wielding her Bloodsinger or her Heavensward as opposed to a random metal rod. He gained a lot more respect for Kedis for this reason. Now that he had gained the fighting skills of a demonic possession spearman, he understood a lot better how much time and dedication it took to become so good at swordsmanship. And she still had enough time left over to become a journeyman mech designer. He knew that it was almost impossible for him to defeat her in terms of pure skill anytime soon, if ever. His new fighting method did not rely at all on developing superior weapon handling skills, but instead took a detour and relied on the unconventional magic of demonic possession to surprise and overwhelm opponents. It followed a completely different philosophy that could no longer be regarded as a pure martial pursuit. The inclusion of demonology elements irrecoverably tainted it and turned the art of wielding weapons into a vessel to channel the power of potent demons. Although victory could justify all means, as long as the enemy managed to counter his demons, or he lacked access to powerful enough ones, his ordinary spearmanship skills would not carry him far against truly challenging opponents. The feedback issued by Kedis basically confirmed his own evaluation. You have become a serviceable fighter. Your technical fighting skills alone are equivalent to that of a professional spearman mech pilot with several years of training and preparation under his belt. She gently praised. You are probably good enough to join an elite mech unit as a fresh recruit. Your foundation is solid, and you know your theory well. I sense but, coming. The female journeyman gave him an encouraging smile. You are not a true fighter, Ves. I do not mean this as an insult. I am just stating the truth in my professional capacity as a swordmaster. Technical skill alone is not enough to become a qualified warrior. While I know that you have shed blood in person on multiple occasions, you lack the killer instinct, the drive to defeat every opponent, the determination to master your weapons to the limit and so on. Since you have gained these skills through an enlightenment fruit as opposed to working for them the hard way, you lack true appreciation of how far you have come. A more vain and prideful person might feel insulted by her criticism, but Ves did not feel much hurt. Ves still did not think of himself as a true fighter despite gaining the skills to qualify as one. That is fair, he said. I absorbed this powerful enlightenment fruit to turn the Dark Apostle into a competent fighter. The fact that I have mastered the same skills as well is just a bonus as far as I am concerned. I will definitely be able to design better spearman mechs in the future. I would not say that you have attained true mastery over your technical skills. Kedis shook her head. Let me put it this way. As a chef, you have learned how to execute the standard recipes to a high degree of proficiency, but that does not necessarily turn you into a master chef. A true pursuer of the culinary arts has developed his own style or signature, his own taste as it were. He also knows how to adapt the static recipes to the actual circumstances. For example, variations in ingredients and differences in climate may compel him to increase the proportion of vegetables and decrease the amount of seasoning applied to a dish. The end result clearly deviates from the standard recipe, but customers undoubtedly prefer its taste over one that has rigidly stuck to written instructions. Do you understand? This was a simple enough analogy to understand for Ves. I understand. The enlightenment fruit has only given me instruction on how to execute the most standard and impersonalized form of demonic possession spearmanship. It has not given me any assistance when it comes to bridging the gap between standard practice and personalization. I still have a long way to go if I want to adapt and optimize this art until I have developed my own fighting style. Kedis smiled and nodded in approval. You have the right idea. This is a lesson that every sword maiden and heavenswarder receives early on. We have never insisted that sword practitioners must rigidly adhere to the exact specifications of every sword style or technique. That is folly. We are not raising bots. We are raising warriors. There is good sense in drilling the basics without too much deviation, but past an acceptable level of proficiency, sticking to rigid standards will do more harm than good as far as I am concerned. Mind you, not every fighter agrees with this stance. There are outfits that have made a strong focus on standardization work. They mostly filter out fighters who deviate too much from the uniform standards. Do this often enough, and you are only left with those who work well following the exact same standards. I do not think I can stand such treatment. Ves threw out a guess. That is right. Kedis gave him a measuring stare. You are far too individualistic, both as a person and a fighter. This is why my evaluation of you is so critical. There is an enormous gap between high proficiency and high mastery. You can only claim to master the art of wielding a spear if you have truly spent your training on personalizing what you have learned before testing your results against actual opponents. If you are willing to make this commitment, then I estimate that you can defeat most ascended giants if everything else is equal. What about their champions? You still stand little chance against them. She flatly said, I do not know too much about them, but from what little I can gather, every candidate of the Phase Lord department has to be an elite soldier or warrior from the onset. After all, the Red Collective wants to get its money's worth. It makes little sense to pump so much phase water into the bodies of mediocre combatants. The leaders and champions among them are definitely a cut above the rest. Their skills undoubtedly reached a higher level of mastery, but that is only a part of the story. They most likely possess talents that are rare or innate that put them ahead of others. Their intangibles are also far superior to your own. This is a gap that you cannot close unless you set everything aside and fully dedicate yourself to the art of combat in the next several decades. That was clearly impossible. For all of his exuberance about becoming a skilled and competent fighter, the pursuit of combat mastery did not hold as much attraction as becoming a master mech designer. I will leave that up to the Dark Apostle. Ves dismissively waved his hand as he refused to do so much work, only to benefit another person. Let me ask you this. Do you think that my weapon skills are good enough to defeat the 4 leaders of the Phase Lord Department if I combine them with other advantages such as the demonology stuff and superior tech? Kedis shrugged. Who knows? I can't say anything for certain when I have so little information. My guess is that you have raised yourself to a competitive level. The outcome of the leadership challenge is no longer heavily against your favor. While I do not think you have much of a chance against a former Galaxy-class boxing champion like the Oscillating Fist, achieving victory against the other 3 ascending giants should be well within your reach. That was enough for Ves. He smiled as he gripped his fist. He could sense the raw power that he could now command. One of the biggest benefits of the Enlightenment Fruit was that he was able to draw upon Lucky's power more actively. To be more precise, Blinky was able to channel a lot more E-energy from his imaginary universe. While Ves had yet to test the new limits on E-energy transmission, he already felt that he had acquired his own miniature spark reactor. Just like how the spark reactors made dreadnoughts so formidable on the battlefield, Ves had the potential to punch far above weight so long as he leveraged the much more accessible output of the Blinkyverse to the fullest. There was so much E-energy stuffed inside the enormous internal universe that Ves never had to worry about running out during any combat engagement. Since Blinky had begun to cultivate the imaginary universe method version 3.0 that his mother had customized for him, the companion spirit had been absorbing incoming E-energy radiation day and night. With so much reserves, Blinky's effectiveness as an innate demon was mainly limited by his improved throughput. Of course, not everything was optimistic. Due to his abnormal conditions, Ves did not turn into a demonic possession spearman. He had already deviated from the standard recipe from the onset. Blinky was a companion spirit, not an innate demon, and that changed a lot of stuff. The hybrid fighting method that he learned from the Enlightenment Fruit may be versatile enough to accommodate many different situations, but Ves did not think its original creator had ever accounted for this possibility. As a positive life form, Blinky lacked certain traits that were common in demons. Ves understood that many power moves would not work at all or become only a fraction as effective as they should, even accounting for regular adaptations. He, or rather the Dark Apostle, would have to spend a lot of time on testing them out and puzzling why they did not work properly. Then he needed to devise his own solutions and continue to test them until he was able to perform his extraordinary spear techniques at an acceptable degree of potency. In short, Ves and the Dark Apostle needed to pay the price for deviating from the standard formula of demonic possession spearmanship so much. It would be worth it in the end. Blinky might not be able to replicate all of the features of a demon, but he possessed properties that no demon could equal. Ves had little expectation of being able to explore these new possibilities in time for the upcoming leadership challenge, but that did not stop him from imagining how much more versatile he would become in the distant future. So is this everything you need from the system? Gloriana asked at the end. Yes, Ves confidently replied. More boosts are welcome, but strictly speaking, I have everything I need from the system to give me a realistic chance of winning the upcoming duels. Now I need to spend my remaining time on building up my wargear. I can channel my newfound skills and abilities much better if I have the right weapons and armor at my disposal. I hope that the RC has plenty of high-grade hyper materials on hand. I am going to need a lot of them in order to channel my newfound skills to the greatest extent at this time. Chapter 7165, Dulo's input. Ves exited the system space with renewed determination. He finally addressed a major shortcoming that diminished his chances of winning the leadership challenge. That did not mean that victory was about to fall on his lap. He still had to work for this outcome. It just became a lot more accessible to him than before. That was all he could ask for under the circumstances. One of the first actions he took after he exited the system space was to revise his equipment designs and alter his demands to the Red Collective. He added further specifications to the raiments that the Red Collective was supposed to develop for him for the upcoming fights. Now that he became a competent spear wielder, he knew a lot more about which armor sections needed additional layers and which ones had to be slimmed down to facilitate his moments. Not every spear wielder fought in the same manner. The fighting style imparted by the last Enlightenment Fruit was fairly expressive in terms of moves and techniques. It was excellent for dueling as it incorporated far more than simple stabs. In order to perform all of the spins and other wide sweeps with a fairly lengthy polearm, it was best if the raiment did not get in the way, or worse, limit his range of motion. Meeting his demand did not come without a cost. His raiments had to forego adequate protection in numerous areas such as the armpits and such, but there was not much he could do about it if he wanted to fight without his armor getting in the way. What was more important was that Ves wanted his raiments to provide greater support for channeling his abilities. The two enlightenment fruits granted him many new ways to turn his power into powerful effects. His gear could either hinder or complement his new fighting methods, and it was best if the latter happened more often than the former. There was not enough time for Ves and the RC to test everything out and develop the most optimal set of equipment for a deviant demonic possession spearman. They all had to make do with lots of guesswork. As a mech designer, Ves understood how frustrating it was to work on short notice with frustratingly little solid criteria, but he was in the same position. His sparring session with Kedis enlightened him to many different aspects about his new fighting style, but he still did not have a more complete overview of what he was capable of. He still had to make a lot of adjustments and adaptations to how he executed his techniques in order to make them work with a non-demonic entity such as Blinky. There was not enough time for him and the Dark Apostle to complete this enormous endeavor in a short amount of time. The best they could do was to pick the low-hanging fruit and solve the problems that hindered them from executing the simplest and most straightforward techniques. Anything fancy or more specialized had to wait until much later when the leadership challenge had already passed. Ves was not too worried. He believed the simpler fighting techniques should be enough to tide him over. He would just have to rely on his equipment to make up for the difference. He had great confidence that he could enter the dueling ground with much better gear than any of his opponents. Ever since the Phase Lord Department became estranged from the Red Collective, it had ceased to receive any resupplies. Its headquarters no longer received any phase water, exotics, hypers and so on. Its scientists and engineers also lost access to the Red Collective's internal network, which meant that they could no longer keep up with the latest R&D advancements made by the collies. Sure, the headquarters had already been supplied with a lot of riches prior to its isolation, but these were known quantities that could only be stretched up to a point. Ves was not arrogant enough to assume that the leaders of the Phase Lord Department did not make their own preparations. Their gear was probably receiving last-minute upgrades as best as their staff could accomplish given the limited conditions. Ves and the collies just had to ensure that they did a much better job. Their conditions were so much better that there was no excuse if his weapons and armor did not have an obvious gap with the gear used by his upcoming adversaries. In order to help him develop a better set of spears for his upcoming duels, he called over Dulo Voikin and brought the ED-Net graduate up to speed. The journeyman mech designer scratched his head in utter perplexment. I knew that the new frontier had changed far more than any one of us could have imagined during the time I was studying how to design first-class mechs in the ED-Net, but this is something else. This doesn't make any sense. How have you managed to become so good at spear fighting? I may not be a fighter, but my eyesight is not poor. There is no way you could have trained in spears until you have reached this level of proficiency in the few years that has passed. It is impossible no matter how ridiculous systematic cultivation has turned out. There is a limit to how much you can defy the laws of reality. Ves knew it was difficult to explain to Dulo how he suddenly became so good at combat, and he did not intend to offer a reasonable explanation at all. With his current status and prestige, he could get away with keeping people in the dark. He did not need an informed Dulo. He needed a compliant Dulo. Ves casually brushed aside the other mech designer's questions and proceeded to explain his initial plan for the 4 spears he intended to design for every duel. Once Dulo Voikin's attention shifted to the weapon concepts, he became a lot more focused now that they were talking about his area of expertise. I have a lot of comments, he said as he scrutinized the projected weapon designs. First, a plasma spear handles much differently from a solid alloy spear. Your maneuverability will also be enormously impacted by the heavy reactor module mounted on your back. Are you sure you are willing to commit to a restricted fighting style during your first duel? Ves nodded. Yes, the Unshakable King is a defensive powerhouse. It is unlikely that he will change his entire fighting approach for this upcoming duel. Besides, adopting a different combat approach for the first duel should catch the fiery axe by surprise when I fight against her with a completely different loadout and fighting approach. I see. I can understand the strategy behind your decision, but one of the revelations you have made is that you are able to channel powerful darkness abilities with your spear. I do not see how you can facilitate this when your equipment loadout for the first duel is so heavily slanted towards the use of a plasma spear. Shouldn't there be a contradiction between the darkness element and plasma weapons? That was a valid observation, and one that Ves had already thought about. That is why I intend to augment my gear with fire hyper materials, Dulo. This will be a high-energy loadout where I want my plasma spear to burn as hot as possible. The raiment should also be equipped with energy-intensive tech in order to make good use of that big reactor. Mobility is not as important as other criteria. Dulo frowned. That is a risky strategy. What if the unspeakable king proves more mobile than expected? Well, I can always purge my armor and restore my mobility. Ves shrugged. I am not too worried about this possibility. What if your strategy fails to be decisive enough? For all of the merits of your plasma spear, Phase Lords are notoriously tough. Ves began to smirk in response. That is why I intend to add another surprise to my weapon. I have recently learned how to turn hyper materials and more specifically fire hyper materials into volatile explosives. Let me give you the details. The other mech designer became more and more astonished when Ves gave an example of how he could turn a solid hyper product into a potent bomb. This is impressive tech, Dulo said. I can especially see how valuable it is when employed in spears. They are easy to produce and throw. Why insist on turning your plasma spear into a self-detonating projectile? Are you not afraid that it will accidentally blow up before it was supposed to do that? Why not carry additional javelins that are made for this purpose? The mass allowance for the duel is pretty tight. I do not want to weaken my raiment or my plasma spear just so that I can carry a handful of exploding spears on my back. I also do not think that weaker weapons can inflict enough damage against a defensive specialist. I need to whittle down the unshakable king's defenses before I can attempt to launch a killing blow. It is best if the detonation is powerful enough to take away his life. His treasonous ideas are intolerable to me. Causing the plasma spear to explode in front of his face, especially when he completely did not expect it, may be enough to finish the job. And what if this defensive specialist managed to survive this powerful strike? That is what the backup knife is for. Ves smirked. Unlike the plasma spear, this will be a solid alloy blade, so I will augment it with darkness hyper materials. If the duel has already reached this stage, then I expect that the reactor has largely exhausted itself. I may have purged it sooner for one reason or another. While it is risky to get close to the unshakable king, I believe I have a good chance of finishing him off if he has already suffered a lot of damage from my prior attacks. This was the least reliable part about his game plan for the first duel. A backup knife was not a great weapon, especially in the hands of a fighter who only knew how to wield polearms with skill. Demonic possession spearmanship worked best when fighting with a spear. A knife lacked the reach and other properties that could help with channeling a large variety of offensive power moves. However, there were still a handful of simple tricks that Ves could perform with a knife after he made a number of adjustments. The effects wouldn't particularly be strong, but the magnitude should be significant enough to make a difference. If the Dark Apostle still was not able to finish off the unshakable king at that point, then he may as well give up and allow his opponent to claim victory. As Dulo took in the information, he raised his finger and began to apply additions and modifications to the plasma spear. Lucky for you, one of the subjects that I have studied is the application of plasma technology in spear-type weapons. Your draft design is not bad, but the Red Association has mastered more advanced plasma spear templates that offer superior containment and fault tolerance. Your plasma edge is much less likely to fizzle out if we redesign the internals of these mechanisms. Dulo put the knowledge he had learned during ED-Net training to good use. His revised plasma spear design was indeed a lot safer and less prone to malfunctions. Of course, his renewed design relied a lot on rare and exclusive materials as well as tech that was exclusive to the Red Association. It was not so easy to develop such a weapon without the support of a technologically advanced organization. Everything was connected in a way. The Red Association's technological superiority was based on a broad basis of supporting tech. The same applied to the Cybernetic Empire, but to a much greater degree. Chapter 7166, The Value of a Second Perspective. It had been worth it to put Dulo Voikin through ED-Net training. Though he missed out on a lot of events during the last few years, he had spent a decade and a half on learning everything he needed to design the best first-class spearman mechs. He knew exactly what he wanted to become. He wanted to excel in designing spearman mechs just like how Kedis excelled at designing swordsman mechs. The problem was that Dulo was not able to become a combat master like the Sword Maiden mech designer. He could only make up for the gap in other ways. His chosen solution was to learn all of the tech related to spears and spearman mechs and nothing else. By maintaining such a narrow focus, Dulo lacked the qualifications to design rounded first-class multipurpose mechs. His expertise in high-tech ranged weapon systems was very inadequate compared to his other competences. However, he made up for his lack of versatility by deepening his specialization to a greater depth than generalists managed to learn. Ves may be able to design a decent first-class spearman mech, but Dulo could completely outclass him on this front. That made Dulo's help so valuable this time. Even if they were working on Phase Lord equipment as opposed to spearman mechs, many of the principles remained similar enough that his expertise was still very much relevant and useful. It took remarkably little time to reconfigure the plasma spear design. Dulo replaced many vulnerable electronics and mechanisms with miniaturized versions that were smaller and far better shielded than the alternatives. The cost and resource demands of the weapon rose sharply, but the projected performance gains were also undeniable. Ves gained considerably greater confidence in his ability to defeat the unshakable king with a stronger and sturdier weapon at his disposal. The greatest complication with the weapon project was to make it so that the plasma spear could explode with the greatest possible force. Dulo had to deviate from the standard template and make the capacitors more energy-dense and prone to violent discharges upon command. He also had to incorporate the strange arrangement of fire hyper materials that would turn into an explosive material when charged in the right way. Ves and Dulo worked together to puzzle out the solutions to these complicated technical problems in the shortest possible timespan. They drew upon external resources such as spare processing power and advice from technical consultants in order to complete their work as quickly as possible. Hours passed by until they completed the initial design of a unique plasma spear. This is not even its final form. Ves grinned in anticipation. Dulo winced. Do you truly have to apply this experimental, demonization process, onto such a beautiful weapon? The plasma spear is already powerful enough in my eyes, and its capacity for self-destruction is already significant. I fear your strange treatment may corrupt the mechanisms and disable crucial components that are essential to its operation. That won't happen, Ves reassured him. The treatment will mutate the weapon. That is unavoidable. It will not cause the weapon to lose its core functionality. The process somehow adapts to the properties of the original object. It is meant to enhance the weapon, not disable it. Besides, if you are correct and the special treatment has somehow resulted in too many flaws, we can always recycle it and fabricate a second plasma spear. Red Collective will cover the additional expenses and resource requirements. It was nice to know that the big super organization was willing to cover all of the expenses and open up a part of its strategic material reserves. The plasma spear already incorporated a small collection of those luxurious high-grade materials that were not available in the open market. Much of it happened to comprise of high-grade hyper-materials that the RC produced through artificial means. The production methods encompassed more than just piling lots of hyper-materials of a single element while placing normal materials in the vicinity that had the potential to evolve into superior forms of hyper-materials. At this level, the Kalis employed elaborate rituals and chi formations that concentrated and regulated the flow of E-energy. It was all fascinating and troublesome. Whatever the case, Ves and Dulo crammed as much of the good stuff into the plasma spear design as they could. This was not always possible as an excessive concentration of high-grade hyper-materials vastly increased the probability of accidents and unwanted reactions. They had to be reasonable and mix in a modest amount of mid-grade hypers as well as exotics that possessed stabilizing properties. Only by combining the strengths and weaknesses of different materials together were they able to complete the design of a plasma weapon that held great promise, but also preserved enough reliability to withstand the rigors of the only battle it was meant to be used. It is a pity, Dulo sighed. This is such a powerful weapon that it is too much of a waste to blow it up in the same battle it is debuting. I do not want the first high-end spear that I have designed since I have graduated from ED-Net training to have such a short lifespan. Is there any way for you to keep it longer? Ves shook his head. Unlikely. The Dark Apostle will have to dominate the first duel in order to make the final solution redundant, and I do not see that happening when fighting against an opponent of this caliber. The Unshakable King is long regarded as the second strongest human phase lord currently in existence. The fact that he is not able to challenge the oscillating fist directly is not a sign of weakness. The latter is just too strong. Against my phase lord self, the Unshakable King will definitely have an easier time. Only by doing the unexpected and triggering my plasma spear to explode do I have a chance to crack his formidable defenses. Though Dulo looked regretful after hearing that, it was not as if his opinion could change anything. They moved on to developing the second spear for the next duel. This was a different weapon for a different occasion. The fiery axe was a human phase lord who was famed for being able to launch crushing and burning axe strikes. Her unrelenting offensive prowess forced many ascended giants who were weaker or at the same level to go on the defensive and do everything in their power not to get struck by her continuous strikes. Ves did not want to confront such an opponent directly. He chose to rely more on mobility, which meant that his raiment had to be lighter than usual while equipped with a relatively powerful flight system. The good news was that all of this lightweight equipment left open a lot of mass for weapons. However, equipping the Dark Apostle with too many heavy weapons would clearly weigh him down, causing him to lose a lot of mobility and make it harder to evade incoming attacks. In order to make full use of the mass allowance while making sure to preserve as much mobility as possible, Dulo made a slightly inventive proposal. Segmentation is the answer, he said as he began to draft a spear with a long shaft. Who says that you have to deploy into the field with a single solid weapon? You can choose to arm yourself with a spear that is modular. Each section can be separated upon command. He proceeded to draw lines across the shaft to show how the weapon could be segmented. You can adjust the length of the spear by adding or removing segments. If you have a need of greater reach, you can add them to the shaft. If you need greater mobility, you can remove these dense and heavy segments and gain a lighter and more handy weapon in return. What is important is that you have the option to change the configuration of your weapon at any time. The idea sounded intriguing. Ves could see how it could work, especially for a solid alloy spear that originally did not incorporate any electronics. What do I do with the shaft segments that I have no use for? He asked. I can't just carry them around. They will just weigh me down and mitigate the mobility gains from removing them from the spear. Dulo shrugged. You can just toss them aside. Leave them floating around somewhere. If you need them again, you can go back to them and slot them back onto your spear. Wait. If you incorporate that self-exploding hyper-tech into this weapon design, you can even turn them into makeshift hand grenades. During critical exchanges, you can disconnect a segment and toss them into the fiery axe at close range where it is much more difficult for her to defend against this move. A critical explosion at the right time can create openings and help you land the killer blow. Of course, you can also toss your entire spear at your opponent and hope that the detonation will be powerful enough to win the duel outright. Those were great ideas. Ves wouldn't have been able to come up with these ideas on his own. This instance showed how valuable a second perspective could be, especially from a mech designer who knew his craft. The idea of segmenting his high-penetration spear had many possible applications. It added a lot of versatility and truly rounded out his equipment configuration for the second duel. There was only one complication. The tech related to creating self-exploding hyper spears that I have recently acquired only works with fire hyper materials. This is not going to be a plasma weapon. It will be a solid alloy spear, which means it is much more difficult to channel the power of the fire element through this weapon. Since my affinity for the darkness element is stronger than the 5 classical elements, I prefer to incorporate darkness hyper materials into this particular weapon. Oh, Dulo saw the problem now. Does that mean that self-destruction is off the table? Ves smirked. Not exactly. Just because the original inventors of this tech never thought of using other types of hypermaterials to make it work does not mean we have to do the same. I am sure I can puzzle out a way to substitute fire hypermaterials with darkness hypermaterials. We don't have much time to figure it out, so the solution will probably be sloppy, messy, underpowered and maybe not as reliable. However, as long as it can unleash a painful blast, that is all I need. They began to work on it right away. While Dulo designed the segmented spear, Ves busied himself with trying to apply the principles of exploding hyper weapons to hyper materials that were sensitive towards the darkness element. These experiments were not cheap. Darkness hyper materials were considerably rarer and difficult to obtain. It would be painful if Ves failed to produce a successful result. Fortunately, he managed to make it work, sort of. Although the resulting explosion was weaker than desired and possessed a vastly different character, Ves was pleased as long as it could inflict a significant amount of damage. There was clearly a lot of room for improvement. Ves wished he could spend a week optimizing his initial solution, but there was no time for that. He could only go back to Dulo and do his best to incorporate his improvised solution into the segmented high-penetration spear. Did you make sure the spear tip is as sharp as possible while still aligned with the darkness element? Yes, sir. There is only so much I can do with transphasic alloys, but I found a good combination that blends well with this type of high-grade hyper materials. The only problem is that the tip has to be thicker and more reinforced, as that sharpness comes at the cost of toughness. That is okay. Chapter 7167. Quick resolution. Mass release day 4/5. As Ves and Dulo continued with their collaboration, they gained plenty of inspiration from their current work. The plasma spear was an exquisite weapon that could be used as the basis of a first-class spearman mech design, or even a first-class multi-purpose mech design for the Larkinson clan in the future. They just needed to scale it down and substitute the rarest materials for more common ones in order to make it suitable for mass production. The only feature that Ves was not sure about removing was the self-exploding aspect. Other people could not detonate the weapon willy-nilly. They needed to practice and master the right cultivation technique. This was doable, but not in the short term. Any mech pilot that wanted to master the capability to throw exploding weapons had to cultivate the requisite steps in order to make proper use of this feature. Without a suitable wielder who mastered this capability, the spears simply wouldn't explode as desired. It would be a waste to design all of those extra complications. The Larkinsons would be better off if they made use of regular spears instead. In fact, the same rules applied even if Xanthar Larkinson sought to master this amazing new tech. He may be able to adapt the tech to kinetic projectiles, but as long as they needed to be primed by the mech pilot beforehand, it became a lot harder to use them in combat. Oh well. If Xanthar was unable to automate this process, then at worst the Larkinsons could raise a special mech battalion that was filled with ranged specialists who worked hard to master the necessary technique to prime their projectiles to explode. As Ves and Dula finalized the design of the segmented high-penetration self-exploding transphasic darkness hyper-spear, they finally turned their attention to the equipment configuration for the third duel. The Divine Harpoon is one of the lesser threats according to our analysis and predictions. Ves explained to Dulo. That doesn't mean we have to take him lightly. Regardless of how much resistance he puts up, he will definitely ensure that we have to work towards our victory. Since he specializes in throwing harpoons, I do not want to bet on whether the Dark Apostle will be able to evade his signature harpoons. That requires way too much experience and skill. It is better to just assume that the harpoons will land on their targets. What we need to ensure is that my other self is able to withstand this blow. He waved at the projection that showed a draft design of a heavy raiment paired with a short spear and an oval physical shield. This was a fairly defensive configuration where the physical shield was clearly designed to block as many harpoons as possible before it inevitably got wrecked. I understand your intentions, Dulo said as he scrutinized the depicted gear. I have one question. Do you have any special demands for the spear that you carry into this battle? There is only one real demand, and that is that it needs to be fairly light. I intend to allocate most of my mass budget for this duel into beefing up the oval shield and the frontal armor of the raiment. It is absolutely critical that the Dark Apostle can withstand all of the harpoon strikes. Static defense is not a real solution, Ves. Harpoons are often attached to chains or wires that enable the thrower to pull them back. The Divine Harpoon can keep retrieving and reusing the same harpoons. At worst, their tips may degrade due to repeated impacts to your defenses, but if you do not cut off their connections to their owner, they will continually strike at you. Normally, I would suggest that you try to close the distance as much as possible, but that is not feasible if your thick defenses are compromising your mobility. Dulo indeed raised a good point, but Ves had an answer to this. I will try to utilize my new fighting techniques to degrade the harpoons thrown by the leader of the Faceless Giants. The power of darkness is good at weakening and corroding everything it touches. I will make sure that the raiment and the physical shield will not let a single harpoon go unscathed after making contact. Ves had a bit more confidence in this as his prior experiments gave him a better insight in what kind of damage he could do with the darkness element. Okay, sir, I will take your word on it. If the harpoons can be dealt with, then this armored configuration may still work. It is likely that the Divine Harpoon will close in on you and attempt to beat you in close combat when he is down to a single harpoon. I know. That is okay. I am more than prepared to fight against him up close. At worst, I will purge a bit of my armor if that is hindering my movements. I am not too afraid of losing against him in this circumstance. If that is the case, do you truly need to equip yourself with a different weapon from the last duel? Dulo summoned a projection of the segmented high-penetration spear that they had just completed a short time ago. We can dynamically lengthen and shorten this weapon by adding and removing segments. If we cut this spear down to size, it will become much lighter but still remain a serviceable weapon that you can wield in a single hand. My advice is that instead of working hard to design a new spear, we can simply reuse this one. We can still abide by the mass limit by bringing in less segments than last time. What do you think? Although the choice of reusing the same kind of weapon was not entirely optimal, Ves did not have much objections to this idea. Sure, the tip of the high-penetration spear was extremely lethal and might easily kill the divine harpoon by accident. That was bad because there was plenty of proof that he was the most pro-human ascended giant among his kind. If Ves did not have enough confidence in the Dark Apostle's ability to avoid a killing blow, then it may be better to equip a less lethal armament. Maybe we should look into increasing the toughness of the spear tip at the cost of reducing its lethality. Ves suggested, we can do that, but I still think that you should retain the original specifications. The sharp tip is excellent at carving through armor. It can also inflict serious damage to the body of a phase lord whenever you desire. It is better to have the option available to you than not in the event that the divine harpoon is unexpectedly more powerful than you thought. A sharper spear tip can also be used to degrade the harpoons used by your enemy. You only need to exercise more control if you want to avoid any unintended fatalities. It took a bit of persistence, but Dulo successfully convinced Ves to reuse their previous work, though with a number of modifications to make it more fitting for the third duel. It was quite difficult to figure out the divine harpoon's complete combat routine. Most of the footage and talk centered around him gushed over his harpoon throws. It was unclear how good he was in close quarters combat. In any case, the work on preparing the armaments for the third duel concluded rather quickly as a result. Ves banked much on the quality and the performance of his raiment and physical shield, but he was not directly involved in their development. He could only hope that the collies would be able to do a good job and ensure they could resist and degrade the projectiles thrown by the divine harpoon. Ves and Dulo finally turned to the fourth and final duel. This was the one that Ves considered virtually unwinnable, so he decisively scheduled it as the last duel. He really hoped that it would not be necessary to win against the foremost fighter and leader of the Ascended Giants. The most recent upgrades gave him much greater confidence in the Dark Apostle's fighting power, but he may still end up losing once or twice. That meant that Ves needed to have a loadout that could give him a realistic chance of winning the fight. Yet letting the oscillating fist get close and giving him an opportunity to pummel the Dark Zephyr was extremely dangerous. This was why Ves decided to adopt a completely different strategy for this fight. I want this duel to unfold quickly and end on a fast note if I have failed to take him down quickly. He stated, in order to accomplish this, I intend to enter the dueling ground while carrying a pair of lances. Blast lances to be more precise. That caused Dulo to grow enthused. This was familiar territory for him. You mean the same kind of blast lances used by my relentless mechs? Yes, but we'll be making use of upgraded versions. We can readily apply the exploding tech we have applied in the earlier weapons that we have worked on. These lances need to blow up with the greatest possible force upon impact as possible. They need to rely on a combination of high momentum and powerful explosions to strip the oscillating fist spatial barrier in the first impact, and hopefully inflict a crippling blow in the next impact. To that end, the Dark Apostle will be equipped with a medium raiment that is paired with a powerful linear flight system. This was a risky configuration, but had the potential to finish the duel in the fastest and most explosive manner. Although it was a bit cowardly to avoid prolonged contact with the oscillating fist, Ves hoped that the Ascended Giants would still be happy with all of the spectacle produced by the explosive lances. Dulo looked intrigued. I think it has a chance of working, especially if you reserve enough mass for the two lances. The only detail that I find questionable is whether you can finish the job with just two lances. Isn't it safer to carry 3 or 4? Even if they are smaller, you can still make adjustments in case your initial charge attack failed to deplete your opponent's spatial barrier. If it is still left intact, then your final blast lance will probably be able to destroy it entirely, but leave your opponent's armored body relatively unscathed. Carrying more blast lances can help with this situation. You are right, Dulo, but I don't want to take too many chances. 2 charges are enough. Any more, and the oscillating fist may be able to launch a counterattack that can disrupt my approach. This battle must start quickly and end quickly before any further complications can arise. 2 blast lances has to do the job. One must be extremely good at breaking apart spatial barriers. The other must excel at eating through armor and compromising the body of the Phase Lord. What if the 2 blast lances successfully inflicted heavy injuries to the oscillating fist, but failed to force him into defeat? Then, Ves hesitated. Depending on his condition, the Dark Apostle may choose to engage him up close with a backup knife in an attempt to finish the job. The oscillating fist relies on a strong and healthy body to exert the utmost of his potential. If his body is compromised, his greatest weapon has also become compromised. He won't be as scary as before, at least that is what I hope. His alter ego needed to make a very important judgment call. If the oscillating fist still had a decent amount of fight left into him, then it was highly inadvisable to engage him up close. All in all, this game plan was hardly perfect, but it was the best that Ves could come up with. The next best option was to equip himself with a rifle or a cannon, but that was too dishonorable in the eyes of the ascended giants. By the way, sir, do you even know how to perform charging attacks like lancer mechs? Not really, but it shouldn't be too difficult, right? Chapter 7168. The importance of the Marigal Organ days came and went in sooner than everyone wished. The Red Collective worked hard to prepare for the first major crisis it had gotten caught up in since its founding. The Larkinsons also worked hard to realize the promise of effectively taking control over one of the strongest and most formidable fighting forces of Red humanity. Much was at stake. Those in the know paid a lot of attention to this event. Many more parties had secretly planted listening devices and other spying equipment around Jotunheim. The icy planet that orbited far from the three stars had become a focal point in Red humanity's history. Throughout all of this growing interest and scrutiny, the Larkinson clan played it cool. This was not the first time that Ves and the Larkinsons had found themselves at the center of a storm. They bore the scrutiny with practiced ease as they understood that it was pointless to engage with third parties. The Red Collective needed to solve this crisis internally, which meant that every source of help had to be routed through its channels first. It would be inappropriate for the Larkinsons to accept deals in exchange for concessions related to the Phase Lord Department. Whether the Larkinsons could succeed in this endeavor remained to be seen. Few people expressed confidence in a mech designer's ability to defeat not just one, but several professional warriors and champions in back-to-back duels. The entire leadership challenge did not even make sense to most people. How could a department as big and powerful as the Phase Lord Department be so idiotic to put its leadership up for grabs by giving it to the person with the biggest fist? This was barbarism. Such a phenomenon was a powerful indicator that Red humanity was regressing as a society. The more the madness of the Red Ocean seeped into the human consciousness, the more the human race deviated from the standards of the Milky Way. Many people grew concerned about this trend. A growing number of people came to believe that only strength mattered in this dangerous dwarf galaxy. When the rules of the jungle took primacy over the rule of law, it was the savages that held all of the power, not the scholars. Too many Red humans couldn't accept such a reality, yet their very own lack of power left them helpless to stop this trend. So long as the native aliens and the mutated Vorabugs remained a civilization-ending threat, there was no way to stop the rise of a new breed of leaders. It remained to be seen whether Ves Larkinson could transcend his origins as a mech designer and join the rising class of warriors. The fact that a mech designer was able to become a fighter king of sorts should have been a ludicrous notion, but he was not the first to distinguish himself in this way. With Kedis as the pioneer and forerunner, the notion that Ves could follow in the footsteps of his former student did not sound as unrealistic as it should. That said, many people still doubted whether he could succeed in the leadership challenge. There was only so much that superior gear could make up the difference in combat prowess. History was rife with smaller armies defeating larger ones, outdated warships trouncing modern equivalents and cheaper mechs humiliating more high-end machines. All of these examples proved that factors such as skill, grit, willpower, training, discipline, morale, experience and many other intangibles were just as important if not more. As a mech designer who never went through serious combat training, Ves Larkinson should still be an amateur in terms of combat. How could he possibly defeat the likes of the unshakable king and the oscillating fist? The Red Collective had done its best to recruit a strong batch of candidates among a large pool of top infantry combatants. It had definitely not slacked off or allowed nepotism to allow unqualified warriors to get selected ahead of much more qualified soldiers. Yet the current chief counselor of the Upper Council still chose to persist, which meant that he must have reasons to be confident about. Was a mech designer truly about to take over the Phase Lord Department? As unrealistic as it sounded, many people couldn't help but suspect that this unlikely scenario may very well turn into a reality by the end of the day. Ves was the most famous human in the Red Ocean who was not a part of a very exclusive club of Tier 1 galactic citizens by now. He had repeatedly proven his ability to succeed where many others would fail. His legendary track record forced everyone who thought this leadership challenge was initially a foregone conclusion to keep an open mind. If not for the fact that the Red Collective tried its best to avoid as much publicity as possible, a whole gaggle of starships would have arrived in orbit of Jotunheim in order to cheer Ves on and maybe lend a hand if the Phase Lord Department broke the agreement. As it was, the mechs and warships from the Enforcement Department arrived well in advance and maintained a pretty tight security perimeter around Jotunheim. They continually swept the surroundings of hard-to-detect spying devices and data relays. They also drove away tourists who had no business in the vicinity. Even the bulk of the Blue Jay fleet had to stay just outside the expanded security perimeter. It would not be fair for the ascended giants to commence their duels within the range of all of those intimidating warship gun batteries. Only the Tarask was allowed to enter into a closer orbit, and even she was forced to lock all of her weapon systems as a precaution and a gesture of goodwill. As the big day arrived, Ves had been putting the final touches on all of the fabricated combat equipment. Much of it had gone through special treatment that dramatically enhanced and mutated their appearance and performance. Though Ves knew that he had added a lot more complications to his wargear, he knew that he had little choice in the matter. Despite his newly acquired combat skills, he never grew conceited enough that this alone would ensure that he could beat up a bunch of giant-sized meatheads. Although Ves regretted that he did not have enough time to apply more powerful transformations to his weapons and armor, he did not become dissatisfied with the results. The treatments were relatively modest compared to what he could have made instead. The mutations fell within a reasonable range of tolerance and the risk of backlash remained small. Even if his new gear tried to cause any problems, his newly acquired knowledge granted him plenty of ways to manage the situation. His family stayed close to him in the final hour before he was about to show up at the dueling ground. "I love you, Papa. Don't lose," Marvane said as he hugged his father's leg. Ves grinned and picked up his son. "I am not planning to. I haven't spent the last few days in vain. Nobody should underestimate a mech designer who is given time and resources to prepare for his next challenge. Lucky says that you will regret saying that when you crawl back as a loser." Andraste cheekily said as she pressed the gem cat against her chest. "I think that Papa would not undertake a challenge that he is destined to lose." "I believe in Papa." Aurelia voiced her support as she held hands with her new best friend, Marigal. The humanized form of the former flower parasol did not voice any opinion, but her shining eyes betrayed ample confidence in the mech designer who reinvented her and gifted her with a new identity. "How is the latest phase water organ settling in, Ves? Are you still feeling off balance after the surgery?" Ves wearily smiled as he rubbed his side. The new lesser Marigal organ is probably the single biggest upgrade a lesser phase lord can obtain. The difference between phase lords who have this organ and not is much more significant than I expected. It should be up there with a facewater production system in terms of importance as far as I'm concerned. This organ has most certainly done its job of increasing how much of my true body can be folded into extradimensional space. If I maintain a compact size, my density and physical strength has increased by a sizable margin. I've become much tougher than before. How much taller have you become? Probably around 7 times the height of a mech. Ves loosely estimated. There are other consequences to my heightened body mass. A lot more phase water is circulating through my true body now, though the exertion needed to maintain my extraordinary condition has grown drastically as well. I have received a modest amplification to my spatial abilities, and I am better able to resist hostile abilities. However, it is the physical upgrades that matter the most. A denser and heavier true body is simply better at absorbing hits and carrying heavy stuff around. The Marigal organ was one of the key phase water organs that any martial phase lord had to acquire. It was because of this reason that it was quite a popular early upgrade for the human phase lords. Trying to fight them without this phase water organ was like fighting with a single arm. Ves did not have the luxury to secure victory with this handicap. This was why he agreed to the Red Collective's urgent suggestion that he leveled the playing field by integrating this phase water organ. The surgery proceeded smoothly. Ves did not undergo any weird personality changes, though he could feel his phase water concentration rising by a minute amount. His adaptation period was also much faster than usual. Normal phase lords would still feel under the weather by this time as their bodies required a lot more time to adapt to the changes wrought by the Marigal organ. Ves was an anomaly. The collies increasingly believed that he was truly blessed by the heavens. Of course, They were well aware that the Red Ocean's blessings always came with strings attached. The alternate personality formerly known as Sev must have gained slightly greater purchase on Ves's true body. The being who now accepted the identity of the Dark Apostle had been looking forward to this historic day. While that sounded great, if the Dark Apostle made any mistake, Ves may be the one who paid the price. Gloriana grew concerned as she pressed her hand on his shoulder. Try your best to rein in your dark side. As far as I am aware, the rules never accounted for your split personality, so if you concede the duel, then that should constitute a valid declaration on your end. The fighting must stop. If that does not happen, then the Ascended Giants have violated the rules. Ves hadn't thought about that, but now that she brought it to his attention, he realized that she was correct. This might save his life or at least the existence of his true body during a critical moment. Thank you for the idea. I will make sure to keep it in mind. He softly responded as he leaned in to plant a kiss on her cheek. The Dark Apostle may be too much of a muscle-brained honor-bound idiot to contemplate the idea of surrender, but I am different. I will make sure to do what is necessary. After inspecting the gear for a final time, he commanded it to get shipped to the surface of the frozen planet. The dueling ground was not very clearly defined, but from what Ves could understand, the fights must always start on the surface of Jotunheim. If necessary, they could fly upwards and finish the fight in space. It all depended on how the duel unfolded. They could last up to an hour at worst. Chapter 7169. Collared nanosuit. Both sides had set up small bases at opposite ends of a large valley. That was the site where they stashed all of their gear and set up resting and recovery facilities. Once the leadership challenge commenced, Ves was not allowed to withdraw to the Tarask or any other location. He could only receive treatment on site, in order to ensure that no funny business occurred. It was one of the more troublesome terms of the contract. The Ascended Giants were quite aware that the Red Three could muster up amazing tech to help Ves recover his physical injuries and exhaustion in a matter of hours. Such extravagant treatment defied the spirit of the leadership challenge and threatened to violate its sanctity. Personally, Ves thought that these meatheads were putting way too much stock into honor and tradition, but then again he was not a real warrior. Before Ves prepped for battles, he received a number of pre-combat boosts. The Red Collective were determined to wring out every legitimate advantage to the fight. To that end, Ves had to move to the middle of a large underground ritual chamber and feel different energies coursing through the air and into his body. He did not have a clue of what the majority of the rituals were doing. Even Blinky could not decipher the intricacies of the fine manipulation of E-energy. However, Ves was roughly able to sense that he was growing stronger in subtle ways. But only subtle. The biggest disappointment about them was that the effects were not as significant as he desired. Ves theorized that the enormous stature of his true body diluted the blessings by an enormous extent. Having an oversized body was not always good. Ves already felt incredibly bloated due to the effects of the marigal organ. It was as if he had multiplied in weight, yet still forced himself to don a suit that was fitted to hold old size. However, this was the price that he had to pay in exchange for power. Phase lords who accepted their departure from mortality turned this discomfort into a source of reassurance. They considered their true bodies to be their most authentic forms. They only shrunk their bodies to a more manageable scale for reasons of practicality, not because they were sentimental about their roots. In any case, after the rituals had concluded, Ves did indeed feel a little stronger, sharper, more focused and more confident. The gains would not make a notable difference if his opponent was overwhelmingly stronger than him, but it may end up becoming the deciding factor in a close match. We have done the best we can under the circumstances. Formation Master Andrea Voss walked up to Ves and said, "Many of these rituals had to be adjusted in a hurry in order to accommodate a phase lord of your stature as opposed to a normal human. The differences in power and magnitude are too great. If there is one aspect that human phase lords such as yourselves are good at, it is demanding many times the resources that others normally require." Ves smiled in amusement. "I can't help it. Phase lords are all like this. There is no powerful phase lord that does not have an immense body. I never asked for this, but somehow my trajectory has led to this point. At least I get to do something useful with it for once. Once you return from your first duel, our cultivators will be standing by to accelerate your natural healing process in conjunction with modern treatment facilities." The Farseer proceeded to explain. Phase lords are famed for being difficult to injure, but require a great amount of time to recover from more serious wounds. We will do our best to help you recover quickly, but there is a limit to how much we can accelerate the process. You should do your best to avoid damage that has managed to penetrate past your defenses. The more physical injuries you accumulate, the more you will start the next duel at a physical disadvantage. I know, I do not intend to prolong my participation in a fight that is already lost. Ves promised. Is there anything else I should know? Not from our end. We have been scrying the headquarters of the Phase Lord Department and have observed no particular surprises. The Ascended Giants have not made any special preparations to ambush you, to break through the blockade and flee the Central Star Node or secretly contact the cosmopolitan movement of the Red Cabal in order to coordinate a two-pronged attack. That said, our monitoring is hardly comprehensive, so we cannot rule out these possible actions. The Unshakable King is the greatest point of uncertainty. He is the most openly aggressive ascending giant and most sympathetic towards the Red Cabal. The leader of the most elite force of human phase lords should not be simple. That is why I am looking to duel him first. Ves smirked. He won't have time to pull off shenanigans in the dark if he is eliminated or killed in the first round. I agree with you that this guy is the greatest source of uncertainty. It makes sense to take care of him first in order to minimize the variables. They eventually entered a different room where a number of familiar faces were present. Demetrius Saul Clavia had arrived while wearing a gilded suit of combat armor. He looked quite impressive as the head of the enforcement department as he exuded both a martial and a regal vibe. There was little doubt to everyone that he was unquestionably in charge of this entire operation. The former Grand Marshal looked deeply at Ves and apparently grew satisfied with what he saw. You have made good use of your limited time. The patient builder complimented Ves. I have inspected the resources, manpower and facilities that you have commissioned. Your needs are expensive, but we do not mind so long as you have not wasted our aid. From your eyes alone, I can see that you are ready to meet this challenge. Let us hope that you have not misjudged your chances. Ves casually shrugged. What does intelligence say about my odds of winning? The secret department does not dare to make a prediction. Secret Keeper Zariel 775 spoke up from the side. It is difficult for us to accurately assess everyone's current combat power. Both of you employ secrecy and obscurity to maintain the element of surprise. We shall only find out later which side has prepared more trump cards than the other. Wow. That is helpful to hear. The secret department had been helpful, but they did not do anything remarkable enough to decide the outcome of the duels. In the end, it all came down to the actual fights in order to decide the winners and losers of the upcoming duel. That was certainly exciting, but it was not how Ves preferred to win his battles. He hated pitched battles. He despised giving his opponents a chance to win. He did not want to incur losses. He was a firm believer that good preparations already won most of the battles before they could even begin. Ves enjoyed enough confidence. In this area, however, the enemy also shouldn't be ignorant about this truth. The Ascended Giants still had enough human common sense left to get ready to do their best to maintain their leadership qualifications. By the way, have you guys completed the special solution that will allow my consciousness to linger inside Blinky when my other side has taken over? The Farseer nodded and gestured for an attendant to step closer. The approaching man carried a box which automatically opened to reveal a new nanosuit with a notably thick collar. This suit is the product of several difficult days. It took great effort and ingenuity to solve your problem without enlisting outside assistance. We have ultimately managed to develop a nanosuit that contains a special transphasic alloy collar that will act as a formation anchor. It will automatically become active when you unfold your true body. A formation will run that will ensure you will remain awake in one form or another. Keep in mind that you must wear this under your raiments and ensure it incurs as little damage as possible. The collar is especially important. The alloy plating is designed to split and follow the contours of your neck, but they can still become inoperable when they have received a powerful blow. So I should never let any incoming attacks hit my neck area. Got it. Mind you, I already had this goal in mind. Another important fact that you should know is that this is just an experimental product. The Formation Master continued to warn Ves. It is never designed to last more than a couple of days of intensive use. It is especially designed for you and is only meant to last for this leadership challenge. It is also designed to accommodate you as long as your true body does not grow beyond the height specified by the rules of the leadership challenge. I see. We will keep that in mind. What happens after that? We supply you with an improved version made out of superdimensional matter. Andrea Voss answered with a smile. The data that we expect to gather from your upcoming performance will help us troubleshoot and optimize the final implementation. What you will get is a collared suit that will act as a combination of a control device as well as an initial restraint. If the Dark Apostle ever goes on a rampage, this suit will help to hinder his actions long enough for reinforcements to arrive and subdue him. This should serve as a more tolerable means of keeping him under control. Ves felt a bit uncomfortable about these restraints because they could theoretically pin him down as well. However, Ves recognized that there was no legitimate choice for refusal. He was eager to keep the Dark Apostle in check, and so did the Red Collective. He just had to trust that the collies would not abuse the control they gained over his true body. Hopefully, Ves or the others would be able to devise a more acceptable means of keeping the Dark Apostle under control. It would be best if they could be split so that they each occupied a single body once more. Ves already had a small idea on how he might be able to accomplish this, but it would take a lot more waiting before he could see it come to fruition. Time is almost up, sir. Eliza Mo Regadan called. The Ascended Giants will be expecting you to arrive at the center of the open plains that is designated as the dueling ground. Ves nodded before turning back at the Chief Enforcer. Is there anything else I should keep in mind? This is your last chance to speak to me while I am still in control over my true body. After this, the Dark Apostle will be in charge. Yes, everything you do is political. Although we are not broadcasting this leadership challenge to the public, plenty of parties are paying varying degrees of attention to it. You represent the will of the Red Collective today. I hope your other self is careful of what he speaks. We do not want to divide our people any further. Your responsibility is to do the opposite. We must bring together a group of humans who have lost touch with their humanity. We must accept their diversity, but must also ensure that they connect with their human roots. These Ascended Giants are wayward individuals. Their swing towards treachery is not their fault. Not truly. We can be magnanimous and welcome them back into our fold, but only if they do so sincerely. What if they are not in the mood to change their minds? Then I hope that as the future leader of the Phase Lord Department, you can find a way to clean house without sparking total rebellion. Chapter 7170. The Meeting of Giants. Ves felt slightly uncomfortable in his new nanosuit as he finally stepped outside and began to move to the center. He traveled to the center of the silent and frozen plains while standing on a large lifter platform. The industrial device was powerful enough to haul mechs from one destination to another. That was more than enough lifting capacity to accommodate a large metal crate that stored his equipment. Though Ves could have opted to enter the dueling ground while wearing his new combat regalia right away, he opted to keep them under lock and key for a while longer in order to maintain the element of surprise. He also did not want his newly transformed gear to cause any incidents and potentially spark a full-blown civil war within the Red Collective. Ves also arrived at the agreed-upon meeting site by himself. He brought no one else, not even Lucky. He already knew that the Ascended Giants did not respect anyone lesser than themselves. It would be an insult to bring over any puny weaklings. It would also put their lives at risk in case an outbreak of violence occurred. Ves was confident in his ability to take a hit, especially after integrating the new lesser marigal organ. The same could not be said for others. Another notable absence was mechs. They were still visible in orbit and at certain other locations, but they made sure to remain as low-key as possible. They had been recoded so that they adopted bland and subdued colorations. They also kept their energy activity suppressed in order to appear less threatening and suspicious. All of this was designed to prove that the Red Collective was sincere about honoring the leadership challenge. Whether the RC would actually allow the Phase Lord Department to continue to operate while remaining in the hands of its current leaders remained to be seen. So long as Ves still had a legitimate shot at taking it over, the RC was content to show its good side to a group of former subordinates who had betrayed their mother organization. As his large lifter platform approached the center, Ves could already see that the other side had come fully prepared. Unlike Ves, these Ascended Giants had already grown as tall as two mechs stacked on top of each other while putting on their full combat gear. Each of them looked resplendent in their raiments. The transphasic alloys had been polished to a shine. The distant stars might not be able to provide much illumination, but the powerful fixtures that illuminated a central plaza gave plenty of opportunities for the gigantic armor to gleam. The Ascended Giants all showed stern expressions inside their open helmets. No one else attended to them. They came with just 4 of them as they believed they did not need any further assistance to do their jobs. Their gazes all showed varying degrees of disapproval as they observed the approach of Ves in his human guise. This was a calculated display to remind them that Ves was not readily willing to embrace all of their rules and traditions. He was still human. Only after the lifter platform stopped at the opposite side of the metallic plaza was Ves prepared to let his other side come out to play. He took a few deep breaths. Remember what we agreed upon. Stick to the deal, and you will be allowed to lead the Phase Lord department in most matters. Not all, but enough to turn you into the leader of the Ascended Giants in truth. If you do anything that will harm the cause of red humanity, then we will put you back in the box. With that message delivered, Ves finally surrendered his true body to his alter ego. His body began to inflate in size. He rapidly grew larger and taller. His nanosuit already began to stretch in order to protect his modesty and isolate him from the barren planetary environment. One notable shortcoming to his true body was that his lower left leg remained missing. He was not able to regrow it at all despite his immense physical growth and development because he had conceptually sacrificed this limb in order to birth Veronica. Most of the time, this sacrifice did not bother him. It even gave him enough room to fit a backup brain inside his psi leg. However, this physical shortcoming was a lot more consequential to a human Phase Lord. The good news was that the raiments designed for every duel already incorporated advanced cybernetic replacement legs. A considerable amount of mass had to be dedicated towards filling them up so that they turned into strengths instead of weaknesses. However, if Ves found himself separated from his raiments, then the lack of a sturdy leg might prove fatal in a duel. He had to make sure that the fight took place in space where solid footing did not exist. Fighting on the surface of a planet that possessed enough gravity to press down the body of a Phase Lord was not ideal with a missing foot. The Dark Apostle quickly took over the shared true body. The shift happened instantly and seamlessly. However, Ves did not disappear into the depth of the true body. The segmented collar that was wrapped around the neck of Ves's original body continued to do their work. Runes and symbols had been carved into the metal components and had become empowered by jewels and other hyper-materials. Each of them worked as advertised. Ves found himself in possession of Blinky's spiritual form once more. "Moreau, this is great." "Not in my opinion," the Dark Apostle glumly whispered. "I had hoped to undertake this leadership challenge without your irritating nagging and intervention." "Peef, keep dreaming." Blinky rolled his eyes. "You need me to keep you in line and to help you defeat these Ascended Giants. Don't forget who is responsible for infusing us both with new fighting methods. I am responsible for giving you a winning ticket. I just want to make sure that my investment is not in vain." The Dark Apostle certainly had no love for Ves despite the latest gifts. The only gift he desired was to take total control over their shared true body, but the Dark Apostle knew that Ves would never make this choice willingly. This was why the two would always remain in a state of subdued hostility. They knew that when either side saw an opportunity to kick the other one out, they would take it in a heartbeat. Fortunately, that day was still far away. It was more important for the both of them to cooperate in order to realize their shared goal. They could still understand this simple truth, so they did not do more than bicker for a moment before they concentrated on the matter at hand. The Polymarchos and the three Strategoi all looked at Ves with slightly greater respect and acknowledgement now that the latter had matched their size. "We welcome you to these sacred plains, Dark Apostle." The oscillating first greeted the arrival with an imperious voice. "Today, we shall decide who will get to earn the qualifications to lead the Ascended Giants as its strongest and most authoritative voice. Our people only listens to the strong, not the weak. By agreeing to undergo a leadership challenge that comprises 4 separate duels, you submit yourself to our ways and accept that true leaders can only be tested under arduous conditions. Do you agree with the terms of this challenge?" The Dark Apostle made a simple nod. "I do. I acknowledge how much I am putting myself behind by fighting several duels with only 3 hours of rest time in between, but this challenge wouldn't be as exciting if you gave me more time to recover from my exertion in between." The human Phase Lord smirked in a manner that was eerily characteristic to the normal Ves. There had been plenty of debates about how separate Ves and the Dark Apostle truly were in reality. Nobody could say for certain whether the latter was a completely foreign personality inserted by an external party, or whether he was truly a dark reflection of the former. However, many people who were familiar with Ves saw plenty of his more arrogant and outrageous traits in the Dark Apostle. It was as if the Phase Lord persona was the unfiltered and irreverent version of Ves. The two sides continued to exchange words for a few more minutes. The Dark Apostle was impatient to begin, but at least a small part of him understood the importance of patience and ritual. The Phase Lord Department was not in a hurry. Its leaders may be standing still, but in reality they were monitoring their surroundings carefully in case the Collies planned to launch an ambush. This was one of the prime moments to do so. The Collies controlled a large amount of the orbital space infrastructure. They could easily choose to launch a decapitation strike on the 4 visible leaders. That was still way too risky to execute in reality. Even if the Collies killed the masterminds of the Phase Lord Department, the many sub-leaders spread throughout space would instantly defect to any group that could give them shelter. It was due to this possibility that the Ascended Giants remained calm as they completed their necessary scans. It was not until the inspections cleared up that the Phase Lord leaders appeared ready to kick off the fighting phase. As part of the rules, you have been given the power to choose the order of your duels. Who do you intend to challenge first? The Dark Apostle raised his finger right at one of the more heavily armored Phase Lords. I challenge the Unshakable King to take part in the first duel. That surprised several of them. It was a common belief among the Ascended Giants that the man was the second strongest of all human Phase Lords that were currently in existence. For the Dark Apostle to challenge him first meant that this was a deliberate choice that was filled with meaning. The Ascended Giants grew even more serious now that they realized that their leader candidate was being utterly serious about the entire sequence. They needed to stay sharp and pay close attention if they sought to avoid getting bamboozled. The Ascended Giant slowly stepped forward while carrying a pair of impact hammers. The hammers did not look too big or exaggerated, but that made them particularly effective at inflicting repeated impact damage. These were excellent tools for breaking open transphasic energy shields. Strangely enough, the Unshakable King had opted to skip the kinetic cannon. Perhaps he thought it was too dishonorable to bring in a ranged weapon to a ritualistic duel. What a fool! Blinky assumed an air of disdain when he concluded that there was nothing in the Unshakable King's raiment or gear that would allow him to inflict damage at range. This was a particularly significant shortcoming for someone who preferred to rely on armor as opposed to speed. The Unshakable King looked at the Dark Apostle's unarmored form and frowned. Where is your wargear? Over there, inside those armored containers. Do not worry, I will don them soon enough. Before we begin, I would like to ask you one question. May I? Why should I oblige? Because your answer will determine whether I will kill you or spare you if the time has come. Blinky smacked his paw against his face. The Dark Apostle wasn't supposed to reveal their plan to claim the Unshakable King's life. The only consolation was that the leader of the Titan Phalanx did not look surprised. He already expected that his adversary might be looking to end him in a more permanent fashion. Interesting. Ask your question, then. The Dark Apostle paused for a moment before he did so. Tell me, how loose are your underpants? Chapter 7171. The Dark Mouth, Mass Release Day 5/5. A very awkward silence ensued after the Dark Apostle asked his bizarre question. For a moment, both humans and giants grew confused. Even Ves froze after hearing his alter ego utter those outrageous words. Admirably, the Unshakable King still managed to maintain his cool. His face, which looked as if it was chiseled from marble, looked completely unflappable. The only visible change was that his stare towards the Dark Apostle had intensified. Pardon, are you deaf? You heard what I said. How loose are your underpants beneath that thick raiment of yours? As Ascended Giants, we grow and shrink in size in proportion to our former mortal forms. This means that if you were a big boy from the beginning, your ascended form will proportionately remain the same. So tell me, how much free space is there inside that section of armor? I bet it must be big enough to fit more than a dozen humans in that cavity. Did you use them to fill up the free space? You must have done so, or else you wouldn't have enough padding for your raiment. No response. Then you admit that the body is naturally inadequate in this area. It must have been so bad that no amount of medical treatment could have solved this congenital deficiency of yours. It appears that not even becoming a giant has remedied this shortcoming, because you wouldn't be such a shameful coward who thinks about surrendering our people to the Red Cabal. Instead of letting us rule over ourselves, you would rather sell your fellow Ascended Giants into slavery just so that the Phase Whales can appoint you as their puppet satrap. To call you a giant is a misnomer due to how frail your masculinity must be to think that serving the native aliens is the best future for our people. The Unshakable King was clearly putting a great amount of effort to reflect his name. No matter what, he had to remain unmoved by the Dark Apostle's provocations. Ves and many others still grew perplexed at the Dark Apostle's effort. Why would he issue such juvenile insults at this time? It was unlikely to work against an opponent of this caliber. Soldiers dealt with profanity and insults many times during their career. They might appear nothing less than professional when facing a friendly audience, but in private they could be a lot rougher underneath their uniform exterior. When Ves tried to figure out this puzzle, he came up with a few theories. One reason may be to make the unshakable king angry enough to prevent him from conceding the match too soon. If the ascended giant gave up too quickly, then the Dark Apostle would lose his chance to end his opponent's life. Just because the unshakable king was used to insults did not mean he liked it. He hated the Dark Apostle a lot more than before. Another reason may be to publicly declare his stance in order to reassure Ves and the Red Collective that he would not go traitor anytime soon. It was an unexpectedly clever move. Whether the Dark Apostle was sincere or not, his public declaration had committed him to this stance. Everyone would expect him to follow through on his words. In the end, the Divine Harpoon stepped forward and interceded for his troubled colleague. A leadership challenge is fought through arms, not words. Please save your accusations for when you are able to assert your leadership over us. Your words are empty so long as you have not proven yourself to be strong enough to earn our obeisance. Please arm and armor yourself. We have waited long enough. The Dark Apostle did not bother to argue with the Divine Harpoon. The challenger instead turned to the locked container that held his wargear. It slowly parted open after transmitting a command. Panels of solid and protective metal slid apart. Slowly but surely, a rack that held up a fairly heavy raiment along with a thick backpack module emerged upright from the middle of the container. The armaments also appeared upright and by the sides. The large and prominent long spear along with a slim but ominous knife completed the ensemble. Everyone grew silent as they beheld the finished works. To many people who had been able to catch a glimpse of the design schematics or was involved in the development of the raiment, the current works looked drastically different from what they had last observed. The developers of the raiment exhibited the greatest degree of shock. What is that? This is completely different from what we have made on the chief counselor's behalf. This raiment looks as if someone has taken our work and let a moody teenager warp it beyond recognition. The armor has sharp angles where it should have none. There is absolutely no reason for those spikes to exist. Its energy readings have also become much more volatile than before. The Flame Lord raiment was supposed to be a clean and efficient product. Despite being developed in a hurry, the red-coated armor incorporated many best practices in the fields of infantry armor design and mech design. Although it lacked many frills such as integrated weapon modules and so on, it managed to make the best out of its limited capacity by adding in the most essential functions such as a hyper shield generator based on the fire element and a strong but compact space suppressor. Much of the internals had been designed with care so that the internal architecture could best transmit the potent amount of energy produced by the reactor backpack module to the other parts of the machine, such as its flight system. The developers all became pleased at how well they managed to put their design together in so little time. To see it all perverted by an unknown influence was like a nightmare come to life. What happened? What few people noticed was Blinky's disturbingly human-like smirk. Demoncasting happened. Though Ves was only able to integrate a minor demon into the Flame Lord raiment, it was enough to elevate its performance by a small but still significant degree. The Flame Lord raiment did a better job of living up to its name. Red lines glowed across the exterior. They pulsed as if they were synchronized to a demon lord's heartbeat. The sharper angles and the decorative spikes made it look much more menacing. What was most important was that its ability to attract fire energy had improved significantly. The reactor mounted on the rear benefited greatly from this as its energy output exceeded its standard norm. Perhaps it was due to the size of this raiment, but the degree of deviations was not as exaggerated as Ves expected. It was still very much usable, and the minor demon that unwillingly inhabited the red raiment was not strong enough to rebel against the likes of the Dark Apostle. The same applied to the armaments. Both the Turagon plasma spear and the murder knife had gone through a round of demoncasting. The Turagon plasma spear's tip had inexplicably lengthened in size. Spikes also jutted out along the shaft, which might make it a little more complicated to wield, but the fact that they were able to produce a weaker version of a plasma edge made them deadly to an unwary opponent. The plasma edge burned hotter and brighter despite its lengthening. Just as with the Flame Lord raiment, the Turagon plasma spear was able to absorb more fire energy and thereby raise its output in so many different ways. This was a weapon that was capable of burning its targets with two different fires. How it would fare against the unshakable king remained to be seen, but the human phase lord in question's expression seemed to grow a little more dour after catching sight of the demonized equipment. The final addition to the arsenal was the murder knife. This was in fact the only knife that Ves designed. It was meant to be used by him during all 4 duels, so he made sure that it remained focused and effective when used correctly. Although the wicked knife did not look like a big deal in comparison to the Turagon plasma spear, much of its potency was hidden in plain sight by design. Even its demoncasted form somehow maintained its subtle side even as its edge grew more menacing. The Dark Apostle began to equip his raiment. This was a partially automated process, so he did not encounter too many problems, even if the different parts of his armor were not as obedient as they should. Behave, Ves commanded through Blinky's body. Soon enough, the Dark Apostle looked like a true warrior this time. When he stepped forward again, the difference in equipment was incredibly stark. The challenger looked like a much more ideal embodiment of what the ascended giants strove for. His menacing red raiment radiated heat and power. Nobody dared to accuse him of being a pushover. Paired with the Turagon plasma spear held in 2 gauntleted hands, the Dark Apostle looked like a war god who had descended from the heavens in order to show the mortals how war was truly supposed to be waged. The Dark Apostle pointed the unactivated edge of the Turagon plasma spear straight at the unshakable king. You shall have the honor of becoming the first ascended giant to die at my hands. Do not even think of squirming away from my challenge. No matter whether you manage to save your life or not, I shall kill you and mount your head on a trophy. I must set an example to all of you who secretly aspire to betray your honor and your oaths just so that you can claim the bounty on my head and present it to the Red Cabal. The unshakable king did not attempt to defend himself or offer any response. He knew how the game was played, and he did not want anything to do with it. He would rather let his martial valor speak for itself. As the other 3 ascended giants began to retreat from the center of the dueling ground, the 2 duelists continued to stand on opposite ends of the metal plaza. The unshakable king's raiment should have looked fairly impressive if Ves hadn't stolen the show with his D-arms. Even so, his armor was still thick and reliable enough to withstand all sorts of attacks. He held his 2 impact hammers in a steady grip. Nothing about his stance betrayed any sense of frustration or rage. The unshakable king behaved as if everything around him was temporal and inconsequential. He was the only solid rock in a temperamental river. To him, it was a given that he would punish the Dark Apostle's impertinent behavior. There was no reason for him to wind himself up when beating down the arrogant mech designer provided much greater satisfaction than any verbal response. The tension grew in the air as both sides readied to commence the duel. A single bot flew in from afar and stopped at the exact center. The bot projected a large countdown. 10. You know, I respect you, Mr. Unshakable King. 9. You managed to climb your way up to become the strategos of the Titan Phalanx. 8. This is an unexpected accomplishment given your congenital deficiency. 7. Clearly the oscillating fist appointed you for a reason. 6. I think I know why you don't bother to say anything in response. 5. You have dedicated your lips for a different purpose than speaking. 4. Since the bottom half of your body has proven to be inadequate, you can only compensate with the upper side of your body. 3. How many times have you bent the knee to the oscillating fist and greeted him with your mouth? 2. 100 times. 1,000 times. It must be a great number, for I can see no reason why you are allowed to keep your position when you are so lacking in spine courage and spine. 1. Before this duel comes to the end, the last object your mouth shall wrap around will be the shaft of my plasma spear. Start. The unshakable king unexpectedly exploded into action at this time. Die, you cretin. Chapter 7172, Impact Damage. The Dark Apostle had done the impossible. He had shook the unshakable king. This should have been impossible. The unshakable king embraced his new name in every way possible. He had tried his best to become both a physical and mental bulwark. He was supposed to become the most solid backbone of the ascended giants, the leader who could endure every horror the Red Ocean could throw at them and remain completely unaffected in response. The man's background led up to this evolution. From starting out as an ordinary foot soldier, to discharging and becoming a law enforcement officer, the man formerly known as Xianxia followed a different trajectory than most of his fellow ascended giants. He had spent the most formative years of his life working to police the rowdy and heavily urbanized capital planet of his home state. It was there that he became exposed to the hidden depth of human nature. Xianxia came into contact with the most degenerate and rotten humans. From gang enforcers with the blood of innocents on their hands to deranged nihilists who thought that life was futile enough to go on a murder spree, his understanding of humans had sunk to the bottom. He also became exposed to the corruption and sin that took place in the gleaming halls of power. He learned of the indifference of bureaucrats and politicians who may talk a nice game, but actually did precious little to serve their constituents. Though Kirzan Hoslin still tried his best to cling to his duty as he had been taught when he served in a military organization, the complexities and ambiguities of law enforcement in a flawed society gradually filled him with pessimism. In the end, he gave up on humans at this point. He declared his fight to maintain the law and uphold order to be an exercise in futility and surrendered his badge. It was at this point that self-interest began to trump duty in his mind. He chose to enter the private sector, working first as a bodyguard to rich and vain clients who wanted to have a strong body between themselves and anyone who wished them ill. These gigs paid much better, especially when Mr. Hoslin was able to leverage his prior experience and qualifications for better pay and conditions. A part of him even believed that he should have entered the private sector much sooner. Whatever the case, he earned so much that he eventually started his own security company. With his understanding of the people who served his previous employers, it was easy for him to connect to younger soldiers and law enforcement. Hoslin had met with many different people over his career, and he learned what made the tick. That enabled him to succeed in recruiting more qualified employees, those that possessed records that looked good when skimmed over and could command better rates. Yet even as his business was doing better and better, he still couldn't dig himself out of the hole he ended up in. Once he had recognized and gotten caught in the darkness of the human race's heart, he found himself bereft of any meaningful hope and joy in his life. There was only so much that money could fill this gaping void. He emigrated to the Red Ocean in a desperate search for a light to dispel the darkness. Though it had taken a few twists and turns, he had finally found what he was looking for after becoming a part of the Phase Lord Department. He could finally distance himself from his dirty human roots and assume the identity of an ascended giant, a new and pure race that had yet to be stained with the sins and ugliness of humanity. Much like the other ascended giants, the unshakable king despised the phrase, human Phase Lord. It was too mundane. The very act of attaching the word, human, to his new race was an affront to his sensibilities. He refused to allow the filth of the human race to defile his new divinity. He also became offended by his progenitors' foul words. The strategos of the Titan phalanx had encountered many foul-mouthed humans over the course of his mortal career, but the fact that the first ascended giant not only refused to distance himself from the human race, but actively embraced their filth and degeneracy completely violated his bottom line. Ves Larkinson, or the Dark Apostle, had to be killed, not because the mech designer childishly questioned his manhood, but because he defiled the ascending giant race with his human flaws. Seriously, the unshakable king was not the fastest of Phase Lords, but his speed upon bursting into movement still caught the Dark Apostle by surprise. The Dark Apostle did not ignite the plasma blade yet, preferring to rely on the shaft of his polearm to meet the incoming attack. As two powerful impact hammers swung straight into the red-clad Phase Lord's direction, the Dark Apostle put his new skills to good use. He evaded one of the hammers entirely, which was still possible due to the good range of motion of his mutated Flame Lord raiment. The Dark Apostle was even able to force the minor demon locked into the raiment to lend a hand by activating an impulse booster embedded in the torso that gave his true body a small but helpful push to the side. This movement not only helped him evade one hammer, but also granted him a bit more force to redirect another hammer. In the end, the second hammer veered off just enough to skid off the surface of the Dark Apostle's spatial barrier. Though the energy barrier still took a mean hit, the damage was mostly undone. At this point, they began to separate again, but neither side had any intentions of backing off. They circled each other, displaying both speed and power as they began a rapid exchange of blows. Filth. The unshakable king no longer acted pretentious and masked his rage anymore. I am ashamed that you are the progenitor of our race. You do not deserve this honor. I shall cleanse the stain that you have passed onto us by slaying you myself. The ascending giant fought as furiously as his words. His twin impact hammers constantly sought to land on his adversary's spatial barrier, seeking to shatter it through concussive force. As much as the Dark Apostle attempted to redirect or evade the frustratingly fast hammers, it was difficult for him to defend against two weapons at the same time. The unshakable king may not be the best dual wielder in the Red Ocean, but he was still far more skilled than ordinary soldiers. The Dark Apostle had to wring out the most out of the weapon skills he had learned to fend off these strikes, but the impact technology incorporated into the hammers made that so much more difficult. A powerful but silent concussive blast occurred just as one of the flat hammer faces struck the side of the Turagon plasma spear's shaft. The force was so powerful that the polearm threatened to get wrenched out of the Dark Apostle's armored grip. If not for greater strength and mass bestowed by the lesser marigal organ and the mutated spikes giving the Dark Apostle an unexpected source of leverage, the unshakable king may have succeeded in shaking the plasma weapon out of red-clad human phase giant's hands. As it was, the effort to maintain hold over the weapon was so great that it left the Dark Apostle open to a follow-up attack from the other impact hammer. A huge concussive blow took place as the impact hammer struck directly at the Dark Apostle's spatial barrier. The blow was so much that the dust, dirt and ice crystals of Jotunheim exploded in every direction, causing optical sensors to become obscured for a short period of time. The two giants quickly rocketed out of it as they continued to clash against each other. The unshakable king had firmly taken the initiative and sought to overwhelm the Dark Apostle with an unending tide of empowered hammer blows. His armored true body fought against the bulk of his heavy armor. Facewater organs strengthened his muscles and made him move faster than he should. It was all the Dark Apostle could do to fend off most incoming blows. He had yet to light up the plasma blade, knowing that it was not a good idea to allow its relatively fragile head to get struck by the impact hammer. Despite suffering a few more powerful blows to his spatial barrier, the Dark Apostle did not appear desperate to reverse the situation. He even had enough concentration left to taunt his Phase Lord adversary. "Hey, so much for the vaunted, unshakable king. You are as honest and sincere as a Puelmer. To think it would take so little to break your composure. How do the Titans regard their leader now that they have seen you in their state? They must have assumed they completely misjudged you. To think that their supposed unflappable leader has hidden so much rage and shame." The unshakable king let loose a cry of fury and dramatically accelerated for a moment. This was a highly uncharacteristic move that he had never shown before. It was probably a trump card that he had held in reserve to defeat the oscillating fist or fend off a challenger who assumed that he was as slow as a turtle. Instead of saving this capability for a more opportune moment, the ascended giant chose to tap into its power early for the purpose of ending the progenitor's life as quickly as possible. Though the Titan leader's decision was reckless, he had timed it exquisitely. The Dark Apostle was in the middle of recovering his chance from the latest exchange of blows and could not stop the unshakable king from landing both of his impact hammers against his spatial barrier. Much more particles threw up into the air as the simultaneous collision of two impact hammers produced a much more blow than expected. The twin concussive blasts somehow resonated with each other, causing them to amplify each other and inflict a much stronger combined impact that significantly weakened the Dark Apostle's spatial barrier. By now, it had probably reached half strength, which was bad because the unshakable king's defenses had barely suffered any strain since the start of the duel. Yet strangely enough, neither Ves in possession of Blinky's manifestation nor the Dark Apostle seemed all that alarmed. They studied their adversary with great attention and scrutinized him in different ways. The Dark Apostle took the measure of the ascended giant's personality and motivations. The more they clashed, the more the split personality gained insight into what made the unshakable king tick. Ves meanwhile paid great attention to the unshakable king's gear. He was a mech designer, so he understood far more than these ignorant human phase lords how their technology worked. He could even deduce the overall thought process behind every significant design choice. The powerful twin impact attack had clearly overstrained the unshakable king. Though he clearly wanted to press on the offensive, he deemed it better for him to pause and allow his abused body and phase water organs a small period of recovery. No matter what, the unshakable king was still a defensive specialist. Offense was not his forte, though he had clearly proven his competence in this aspect. "You know nothing, Larkinson," the unshakable king spat back. "The Titans stand behind me, especially once I have claimed your head from your soon-to-be ruined body. Already your spatial barrier is about to go into shambles. Your edgy excuse of arraignment will follow suit soon enough. By ending your life, the ascended giant shall no longer be kept in bondage by your existence. Red humanity shall no longer lay claim to our race. Instead, we shall join our divine brothers in arms across the border and begin our reign as gods in earnest. No mortal sin or weakness shall taint us evermore. For this, I shall gladly have your blood in my hands." Chapter 7173, 7173. Subtle influence though the ascended giant needed to rest his overstrained body, he only needed a short time to allow his unnaturally strong constitution return to a more tolerable state. The unshakable king wasted no further time and began to charge forward, intent on finishing the job. Yet just as he was halfway to closing the distance, an accident occurred. A handful of the servos on his legs unexpectedly malfunctioned, causing the unshakable king's rhythm to become interrupted. Though he could still power through this unexpected event, the momentary break in momentum caused him to halt. "What did you do, foul human?" Blinky grinned like a cat that got the canary. "I did nothing. You are solely responsible for your own misuse of your equipment. Did you ever bother to read the manual of your raiment? This thing was never designed to facilitate such violent motions. The developers of your raiment built it like a tank with the expectation that you would fight like one. Your attempt to mimic a charging beast has clearly exceeded the tolerances of your armor, causing it to wear down at an accelerated rate, especially when you burst into motion with extreme force." The unshakable king had been so adamant about keeping his new capabilities secret that he had neglected to test them thoroughly enough. This clearly proved the ascended giants had become so authoritarian that they had neglected the sensible advice and recommendations of their staff officers. Just because the ascended giants assumed they were gods did not mean they were infallible. They could still be wrong because they clearly did not possess a lot of expertise in many fields, most notably a technical understanding of their raiments. Servos and motors were not necessary in most light raiments as the physical prowess of an ascended giant was more than sufficient to maneuver with so much mass attached to their bodies. The same could not be said for the kind of heavy raiment that clad the unshakable king's form. While it was outdated, it was truly a good example of robust engineering. Its developers had configured it with the expectation that the unshakable king would carry forth the Titan tradition of being defensive bulwarks. Enhancing mobility was therefore an afterthought, but in order to make sure that the Phase Lord could carry all of his bulk around without growing too sluggish, the raiment still contained a number of servos, just like heavy combat armor. Of course, it could still be argued whether these servos were necessary considering that Phase Lords were still considerably stronger even accounting for their exaggerated sizes. Blinky continued to grin as Vase criticized the meathead even further. "We allowed you to wail on us not just because you were doing a good job at abusing your own raiment, but also so we could take the measure of you. We know how fast you can move. We know how much force you can put behind your weapon swings. I have already calculated the force amplification of your impact hammer mechanisms. I know how this tech works. I understand its strengths, as well as its weaknesses." The unshakable king did not move. The more he listened, the more he frowned. There was a part of him that urged him to disregard the alarms transmitted by his raiment and continue to charge forward. A true ascending giant did not need to rely on armor in order to defeat his opponents. He would purge his heavy combat armor if that would help him close the distance faster. Yet just as this insane idea could take root, the unshakable king's discipline reasserted itself and squashed it into pieces. This was not a sound strategy. To discard the enormous defensive advantage of his raiment was a completely uncharacteristic notion. He would never come up with such an idea during normal times. It was at this point that the unshakable king realized that something greater was amiss. When he forced himself to reflect on his recent words and actions, he realized that he had comported himself in a completely different manner than he should. The strategos broke his own rules and answered too readily to his adversary's provocations. Even now, the unshakable kings had to resist several tempting but ultimately stupid ideas to go on the attack. One of them even called for throwing one of his hammers at the Dark Apostle. "You dishonorable cur." The unshakable king pinned his opponent with an accusing stare. "You did this to me. There is something about your presence that is quietly forcing me to lower myself to your level. What foul human sorcery have you cast on me that is responsible for clouding my judgment? Do you think I would be stupid enough to give you the answer?" Blinky huffed and swished his black-tipped tail. "We did nothing aside from exposing your true self that is hidden behind your stoic mask. If you were truly as noble and exemplary as your public persona suggested, then you would have shown such an ugly face to your fellow ascended giants." Only Vase and the Dark Apostle knew that the reason why the unshakable king behaved with fewer scruples and inhibitions than before was due to the corrupting orb. Vase had not wasted the recent golden lottery ticket prize. He had thought about how he could put it to good use in the upcoming duels. There was no time to develop anything fancy, so he simply decided to create a hidden slot inside all of the raiments that just happened to accommodate the new artifact. By surrounding it with darkness hypers and channeling more darkness energy into it, the corrupting orb strengthened its capacity to corrupt the minds and spirits of anyone that came in close proximity. Ves and the Dark Apostle were virtually immune to the orb's insidious influence, but the same could not be said for others. The unshakable king's mentality, discipline and phase lord endowments may have granted him much more resistance than most, but one of the dangerous aspects about the corrupting orb was that it exploited any chink in the armor. Even the greatest of heroes possessed one weakness or another. The corrupting orb played in on that, ignoring what others were good at in favor of preying on their weakness. Although the unshakable king was not an ordinary figure, his mind and spirit were still relatively weak compared to his undaunted true body. The close proximity of the earlier confrontations combined with the unshakable king's existing mental flaws meant that the corrupting orb only needed to induce a few small pushes here and there to induce a significant change in the human phase lord's behavioral pattern. Although it was a pity that the unshakable king caught on to his own abnormalities so soon, Ves was still happy at the results. The unshakable king's unambiguous words exposed his treasonous thoughts and ideas to both enemies and allies. There could be no mistaking his positioning, and Ves had every right to defeat and kill this traitor to the human race. There was a difference between killing a beloved hero and killing a traitor that would have led them to damnation. The Dark Apostle finally activated the plasma edge of his weapon. The Turagon plasma spear finally assumed its proper form. The minor demon locked inside the D-arm had been waiting long enough for this moment. It had become far too frustrated at all of the heavy defensive actions. That was not all. The Dark Apostle's Flame Lord Raiment entered into a second phase of readiness. Heat radiated from different ports and most notably the backpack module as the large reactor had become fully active. The Dark Apostle already felt a lot of heat wrapped around his physique. The insulation of his raiment was rather poor due to lack of time and capacity, so the Phase Lord had little choice but to allow his enormous true body to act as a makeshift heatsink. The flood of fire energy converging from the surrounding environment completely overshadowed the other elements. This included darkness energy which actively sought to shy away from all of the hot and scorching fire energy. All of this fueled the D-arms even further. Their energy levels had become notably higher. The flight system mounted in the rear even spread out and produced flaming wings. The unshakable king observed all of this. His raiment tried to analyze what was going on and make sense of it, but it was unable to come up with any coherent answers. Now that he had recognized his own faults, the Titan leader resolutely slipped back to his old ways. He did not choose to stand his ground, but instead lifted off and floated in the air. "I see you have decided to get serious now, Larkinson. Come join me in orbit. Let us end this fight in space. That is the true arena of our kind." The more pragmatic reason for insisting on fighting in space was that the unshakable king did not have to strain his raiment that much when fighting in space. His flight system as opposed to his legs were responsible for his mobility. There was less chance of equipment failure if he relied on the former to move around. It was already designed with a lot of rigorous activities in mind. The Dark Apostle did not refuse this invitation. He could have charged and forced the unshakable king back onto the ground again, but he too preferred to fight in space whenever possible. It took a bit of time for both of them to ascend to an acceptable height. The unshakable king finally stopped and maintained orbit while adopting a full defensive posture. He even activated his tarse organ to affix his body into the same relative coordinates and make him fully live out his name for becoming unshakable. The unshakable king did not mount any offensive actions. He simply hovered in place and silently invited for the Dark Apostle to go on the offense. The unshakable king seeks to exhaust us to death. His earlier displays of martial valor should have earned him a hefty amount of points. He can afford to stall us for the remainder of the duel. It is not honorable, but it was a much more effective approach. We must go on the offensive as we originally planned. The human phase lord accurately judged. Forget about other goals or side objectives. We must solely set our sights on the greatest threat. As the corruption orb took a backseat due to concentrating so much fire energy, the Turagon Flame Spear and the Flame Lord Raiment both sought to have a taste of Phase Lord blood. The Dark Apostle became determined to oblige them. He called upon their power and charged forth like a comet soaring through a star system. As the attacking party came close to the unshakable king, the Dark Apostle suddenly experienced discomfort and involuntary slowdowns as changes in gravity along with strange illusions was doing its best to distract him from his mission. This was the lesser tarse organ at work. It served as an excellent way to prevent starships from escaping the star system and to secure high-risk adversaries. Though the Dark Apostle already anticipated a move like this, he still grew clumsy despite all of the psychological preparation. Yet despite his lack of experience and the newness of his newly acquired fighting skills, the Dark Apostle pushed through all of these hindrances and thrust his plasma spear forward just as twin hammers either sought to demolish the plasma weapon or successfully blast it out of its current owner's grip. As if that would work. Short of striking the unshakable king's bulky form, an energy construct grew from the tip of the spear and struck the Phase Lord's spatial barrier. The briefly empowered Turagon plasma spear burned with unnatural hotness. Its tip had lengthened and was able to inflict damage considerably easier with the help of the extra reach. The spatial barrier of the unshakable king began to suffer intense blows. Though the human Phase Lord tried his best to compensate, his twin impact hammers felt like a burden and his maneuverability in space was not too great. Chapter 7174 Impact Hammers. The unshakable king dominated the initial engagement. In his fury and his loss of control, he exposed much of his strength and showed off how fearsome of a Phase Lord he had truly become. His strength was indeed formidable. His physical strength surpassed that of normal Phase Lords due to relying on several Phase water organs. His ability to boost his movement speed was also quite respectable. His impact hammers did a great job of channeling his strength and amplifying his blows. On top of that, he was also able to anchor himself in space and turn the surroundings into a spatial quagmire, making it a lot more difficult for attackers to maneuver around and create useful openings. Now that the unshakable king had come to his senses, he truly became a tough nut to crack. His impact hammers may have a relatively short reach, but they could lash out at Ves at any time when the ascending giant abruptly abandoned his space anchoring and unexpectedly lunged forward. The threat of getting whacked at any time prevented the Dark Apostle from treating his adversary as a punching bag. The unshakable king was not a harmless wall. It was a hedgehog. It was a fortress with teeth. Yet the Dark Apostle did not fight as feebly as before. Ves and the Dark Apostle had completed their initial observations of their foe. They had taken the measure of the unshakable king, and concluded that it was well within their capability to defeat the strategos. Of course, this was just an initial evaluation. There was no way the leader of the Titan phalanx possessed so little depth. He most definitely kept a few trump cards in reserve, but fewer than ideal due to his earlier impulses. Then again, Ves and the Dark Apostle did the same. They still kept a few secret weapons in reserve as the right time had not yet come. All that mattered now was that the pair needed to regain the lead by making short work of their adversary's vaunted defenses. The difference in strength between you and him is smaller than expected. Ves privately communicated to his Phase Lord side. The lesser marigal organ developed by the RC is not anything special, but it has given us a crucial jump in physical prowess. While the unshakable king can still overpower us with the help of other strength-boosting Phase water organs, they are more exhausting and temperamental in use. That sounds nice, but I am still going to suffer if I get hit. Then make good use of the reach of your plasma spear. It is admittedly not as long as we wish, but it still gives you a pronounced advantage. Call upon the power of your D-arms. Draw upon the power of the fire element. The Turagon plasma spear and the Flame Lord Raymond were originally designed to work with each other. You have yet to unlock their full potential. You can't just use the hardware. You also need to draw upon the power of the minor demons themselves. The Dark Apostle frowned. I have learned the same theory and techniques as you, so you should know that I can only do that with one D-arm at a time. Besides, they are so hungry that they will compete much harder to absorb the surrounding fire energy. Use your brain a little more. You are not alone. I have designed the Flame Lord Raymond for situations just like this where I want to control its more advanced technological functions. The demoncasting process should have preserved most of them. I will be taking root in your armor. Do not be surprised if it does stuff without your explicit command. While I am there, make sure you execute your new demonic possession spearmanship techniques that I have reshaped to draw upon the fire element. Blinky is fully prepared to let you draw as much fire-attributed E-energy from the Blinkyverse as possible. Don't worry about consumption. The duels won't last long enough for any critical imbalances to occur. Both of them had to work together in order to get the most out of their gear. As Blinky began to inhabit the Flame Lord Raymond, it soon began to light up even more. The equipment lit up even further. A fire hyper-energy shield came online that closely followed the contours of the active spatial barrier. Aside from that, the space suppressor became more powerful while specialized sensor systems paid a lot more attention to specific phenomena. Fire energy also began to radiate from the raiment. Blinky tried to supply as much fire energy to his gear as he could manage. This caused the armor to show faint illusions of flames, making it seem as if the entire Phase Lord had become a living inferno. The Dark Apostle worked hard to draw out even more fire energy in order to power up the Turagon plasma spear. The strong infusion of fire energy caused the D-arm's plasma tip to grow longer, thicker, and more hotter than ever. The massive energy boost clearly made the Unshakable King more concerned. The enemy Phase Lord braced himself even harder in space with the expectation that he would have to fend off a very powerful attack. Ready, ready. The two sounded like harmonious teammates. In the face of a common enemy, their own animosity towards each other had been reduced to a minimum. Both personalities understood the importance of winning this duel with as little consumption as possible. Go. Be patient and sap his spatial barrier. Target his impact hammers whenever possible. Attack the shaft of the sides of their hammerheads. Do not attack their flat faces. The Dark Apostle kept this advice in mind as he went on the attack. The closer he came, the more his form blazed with the power of fire and determination. Like a phoenix swooping in for the kill, the flaming ascended giant attempted to inflict a heavy blow with his first charge. When he almost reached his target, the Dark Apostle only became somewhat disoriented due to the change in environment. One of the Unshakable King's phase water organs made it a lot harder to navigate in his vicinity. However, the Dark Apostle was able to push through regardless. As soon as he came close enough, he activated one of the new modified techniques. More fire energy than ever surged from the Blinky verse and surged right into the Turagon plasma spear. The plasma edge abruptly heated up a lot more, causing its damage potential to soar, if only momentarily. With fire energy being expended at such a prodigious rate that the red-clad Phase Lord looked like a blazing comet, the fire-charged plasma spear struck the Unshakable King's spatial barrier and erupted in flaming fury. The damage of this basic power move was astonishing. The D-arm combined with all of the other factors had drastically increased the Dark Apostle's ability to inflict damage. Admirably, the Unshakable King flinched but did not lose his concentration. Even as the Dark Apostle attempted to fly away, the Unshakable King unexpectedly altered the expression of his tarse organ. This momentarily generated a fairly strong spatial ripple that caused the Dark Apostle's forward progress to become momentarily interrupted. Though this problem disappeared shortly after it appeared, it still caused the challenger's departure to be delayed just long enough for the Unshakable King to lunge forward and launch a devastating counterattack with his twin impact hammers. Yet before the powerful hammers could connect and almost blow away the Dark Apostle's spatial barrier, the flight system as well as a handful of boosters were hurriedly activated on Ves's command. The rapid response pushed the Dark Apostle out of the way just enough to evade the devastating blows. Missed. The Dark Apostle spun around again. The fire energy wafting from his increasingly hotter form made him look alive and full of passion. He looked far more valiantly than his current foe due to moving around. As the flaming Phase Lord turned around to commit to another charge, the leader of the Titan Phalanx responded not with his twin hammers, but with his armored foot. As the Unshakable King stomped the fabric of space, the latter shook as invisible space quakes spread from the epicenter. The Dark Apostle got swept by these powerful spatial ripples. These ripples were serious business, as his alter ego struggled to maintain his balance and positioning in space when the entire fabric of space started to curl up for whatever reason. It took significantly more effort for the Red Phase Lord to recover his stance and wit. This came not a moment too soon, because the Unshakable King had made another short-range dash that would put him right on top of the Dark Apostle. However, just before the Unshakable King could unleash his twin revenge strike, the Flame Lord armor released a seemingly uncontrolled blast of fire energy as well as reactor in every direction. The entire surroundings momentarily heated up. The Unshakable King lacked the means to look past the particle cloud, so when she headed straight into the mist field, the Dark Apostle had already made a getaway. Where? Behind. The Unspeakable King rapidly tried to turn around to meet the incoming attack, but his own bulk and lack of grace hindered his movements. By the time he was more than halfway through completing his rotation, the Turagon plasma spear did not strike the Unspeakable King's spatial barrier as expected, but changed course last second in order to land a serious strike on the hammer's side. Alloys melted while other parts started to exhibit signs of fracturing. The plasma spear ultimately inflicted moderate damage to the impact hammer, though the progress was not yet obvious. This is good. The impact hammer is still working, but if you whack it on this same side for a few more times, something eventually has to break. The design of the impact hammers makes it clear that it is designed to resist physical damage absurdly well, but it does not possess the same durability when it comes to blocking energy attacks. The unshakable king discovered the concerning condition of his own weapon. None of his adversaries had ever targeted his weapon specifically with the intent of disabling it first. Then again, the unshakable king was sure that his impact hammers were resistant against plasma damage. He specifically made this request when he commissioned their development. Anything is possible. My tech happens to be better than yours. This isn't your grandma's plasma weapon. You craven mech designer. Fight me, not my weapon. Ha, why would I when you are dangling them so confidently before my eyes? From the moment the unshakable king realized that the mechanisms of his impact hammer was vulnerable to the plasma spear, he showed a lot more restraint than before. He absolutely did not want his weapons to get ruined too soon, so he stopped his attacks when he judged that there was a risk that they would get smacked by a fire-charged plasma weapon on the side. This caused him to become less threatening, enabling the Dark Apostle to drain his spatial barrier with less risk than before. After a number of attack passes, the unshakable king's first layer of defense was on the verge of failing. It took a fair bit of time, because the enemy Phase Lord activated his Raymond's Azure Energy Shield on an intermittent basis to delay this breakpoint. Though the unshakable king's effort failed to save his spatial barrier from deteriorating so much, he at least managed to buy a bit more time. To a defensive expert like him, trying to run out the clock and win the duel on points was a familiar strategy to him. He was not in a hurry. What a hard energy shell. How many phase water organs are reinforcing your spatial barrier? The unshakable king did not respond with words, but made an unexpected move by lifting his foot and crashing it down, causing space to ripple just as violently as before. While the Dark Apostle anticipated this move and already started to back off and go on the defensive, the ripples were stronger than last time, causing him to remain off balance for a moment longer. If that was not enough, the unshakable king made another surprising move. He spread his arms and swung them into each other, causing the two impact hammers to collide against each other in their faces. A powerful spatial shockwave burst forth and destabilized the space around the Dark Apostle. Though the event only lasted for a short amount of time, this was enough for the unshakable king to take advantage of certain spatial characteristics and blink right next to the Dark Apostle. Meet your punishment, you profane worm. Chapter 7175 Equipment Reliance. Ves underestimated the capabilities of the impact hammers. He also underestimated the unshakable king's mobility. Although he only teleported a short distance away, he happened to do so during a moment where the surrounding space was still destabilized by his own actions. The idea was genius now that Ves thought about it a little further. There were two ways to inhibit spatial phenomena. The first was to strengthen the fabric of space. The harder it was to change it to facilitate a certain ability or action, the less capable a Phase Lord was able to do anything useful. The effects of their manipulation would either be lessened or suppressed entirely. Another way to stop Phase Lords from casting their weird space magic was to destabilize the fabric of space. Making it looser should normally facilitate spatial manipulation, but causing it to go into chaos made it almost impossible to perform any structured techniques. Almost. In a situation where the unshakable king was able to generate a highly focused, uniform and consistent destabilizing effect, it was theoretically possible for him to perform a simple spatial ability. A short-ranged instant teleportation ability barely fell within this scope. The initial attempts would definitely fail. The unshakable king likely also needed the support of an entire staff whose job was to collect readings, analyze the data and advise the ascending giant on how to thread the needle through all of the destabilized space. Through persistent practice, the unshakable king may eventually succeed in his endeavor. Where other human Phase Lords found themselves stuck, disoriented and unable to activate most of their spatial abilities, the unshakable king was able to power through his own disorder and resist the discomfort of ending up in the middle of an unstable area. You are unworthy to lead the ascended giants. Your over-reliance on gear has made you soft. The unshakable king began to wail at the Dark Apostle's spatial barrier with his impact hammer. The bad news was that the challenger was completely out of position and unable to fend off the attacks right away. The good news was that the mechanisms responsible for producing powerful concussive forces endured excessive strain and couldn't be activated for the time being. That being said, the unshakable king still possessed plenty of power on his own. Combined with his ability to anchor himself in space for greater leverage, he was able to strike at the spatial barrier with so much power that it was already on the verge of breaking. Though the Dark Apostle initially tried to put distance between himself and his teleported opponent, the spatial disruptions were much greater and hindered his forward progress just enough to enable the unshakable king to stick to him like a barnacle. After realizing that retreat was impossible for the moment, the Dark Apostle turned around and held his spear like a staff. He proceeded to use his acquired fighting skills to block or redirect the hammer blows. There was no opportunity for him to use the plasma tip to launch any counter-attacks because the unshakable king had entered into his full offensive rhythm. His hammers struck like galloping legs. While their force was not the greatest, the repeated strikes took an awful toll on the spatial barrier. Soon it cracked and disintegrated as the Dark Apostle was no longer able to retain his first line of protection. You are just as weak as your barrier. Now stay in place so that I can pulverize your entire body aside from your head. The Dark Apostle was not about to let that happen. Though his spatial barrier was gone, it had lasted long enough for him and his other self to prepare a so-called power move. Blinky had been saturating the surrounding with as much fire energy as he could spill out of his imaginary universe. He had also been channeling as much fire energy into the Flame Lord Raymond in preparation for a fierce counterattack. After the preparation period had passed, Ves immediately issued a command. Break plasma containment. At the same time, the Dark Apostle had drawn his spear back and held it in a very close grip by holding it right behind its rapidly heating plasma tip. The beleaguered Phase Lord aimed the tip right at his adversary while doing his best to activate an improvised technique. Dragon's Breath. The D-arm's plasma edge suddenly lost definition. The plasma that was normally supposed to be tightly contained had now come loose. A stream of thin but extremely deadly plasma struck the unshakable king's spatial barrier without any issue. The range was so short that it was impossible for the Dark Apostle to miss. The heat and brightness released by the stream of plasma was so bright that the enemy Phase Lord was unable to persist in his attack. The fire energy channeled into the Turagon plasma spear and floating in the environment significantly amplified the power of this dangerous torrent, causing it to inflict even more damage to the unshakable king's defenses. Unfortunately, the Turagon plasma spear was not primarily designed to function as a ranged weapon. It endured great strain to maintain this output, but once it neared its limit, the Dark Apostle was forced to cut off the plasma stream lest it melt through the internals of his main weapon entirely. It had done enough. Not only had the emergency move interrupted the unshakable king's offensive, his spatial barrier had depleted rapidly during this sequence. It should not take too many strikes with the plasma spear to collapse it entirely, though the Dark Apostle knew he had to give the weapon enough time to cool down. He therefore chose to back off and let his deactivated weapon rest for a short amount of time. Blinky nodded in approval. Be careful of another sneak attack. I do not know how often the unshakable king can pull off his earlier combo, but the act of generating a field of destabilized space in front of him must definitely be hard on his impact hammers. In fact, I am not even sure whether they can recover their original concussive enhancement effect. Although the unshakable king looked a little affected by the earlier move, he quickly began to sneer as he held his hammers at the ready. Again, you think you can save yourself with your technology. True strength comes from our bodies, not these toys of yours. I can say the same for you. The Dark Apostle huffed. Those impact hammers of yours caught us off guard, but that will not happen a second time. Besides, your hammers have become a lot more boring now that they don't produce extra force anymore. What is wrong? Have they failed to withstand the violence of your own moves? I do not need any tech to finish you off. Now that your spatial barrier is gone, there is nothing that can stop my hammers from bludgeoning you into pieces. As the unshakable king soared forward, the Dark Apostle flew backwards. No matter what, the Dark Apostle still possessed superior mobility. The enemy Phase Lord quickly recalled the futility of going on the offensives and stopped in place. He shook his head as if he discovered that he let his emotions overrule his good sense yet another time. I do not need to come to you. It is you that needs to come to me. The unshakable king smirked. If you do not hurry, then the clock will run out sooner or later. I shall definitely be able to win on points, thereby denying you of a victory. There were multiple reasons why the Dark Apostle had to go on the offensive. The challenger did not charge forward straight away. He instead waited to give his weapon a little more time to recover. Blinky had already dove into the D-arm in order to inspect its internals and facilitate its recovery through means that the human Phase Lord did not understand. A lull had formed. The two Phase Lords continued to hover in orbit of Jotunheim. The unshakable king did not mind the pause because his spatial barrier slowly recovered with each passing second. The Dark Apostle needed to make intensive use of his Turagon plasma spear very soon, so it was important to inspect it and wait for it to recover as much as possible. The two once again fell into a tense discussion. Despite your traitorous words, I think that you are not so different from myself. The unshakable king regained his cool to an extent. He was doing his best to maintain a tight grip on his emotions. You claim you fight for red humanity, but the way you fight is like a mercenary. You fight for greed, not for ideals. You are only getting along with these red humans because they have pressured you with a combination of enticements and threats. The Dark Apostle frowned. How did you know? I used to be one of them. I know how those who possess wealth and the illusion of power operate. To them, you are a threat that cannot easily be controlled, a being who has transcended the scope of their pitiful humanity. Instead of worshipping us as the superior beings we are, they reject our divinity and seek to enslave us, as they have done with others deemed different from their own race. Humans are one of the most xenophobic races in the Milky Way as well as the Red Ocean. You will never belong in their society. If they do not look at you with fear, they will look at you with loathing. This caused the Dark Apostle to frown deeper. Though he identified with the unshakable king's description, that did not mean he was willing to embrace the other extreme. Humans fear what they do not understand. We are strange to them, but who knows whether that will remain the same in a couple of centuries. Besides, the opinions of these worms do not interest me that much. I like the identity of an ascended giant, but there is a difference between standing up for your own race and volunteering to become a slave to the Red Cabal. Instead of working towards independence, you are working towards surrendering yourself and your fellow brothers to a band of aliens who have many reasons to hate us for our human heritages. Switching from one slave master to another is a stupid idea. You would not think so if you realize the true corruption that is festering in our society. Red humanity is too far gone. Only the native galactic community can lead us to a newer and better future. We are gods. We have embraced their enlightened ways. As long as we present ourselves to the alien phase lords and phase whales, they will recognize us as king and agree to add us to their governing council or whatever body that makes all of the decisions. Ha! The Dark Apostle sneered. You are utterly delusional if you think the native aliens cannot see past your human facade. You may hate the mortals all you want, but you have far more in common with them than any alien. Insolent brat, I know what you are doing, Larkinson. If you want to persuade me that my course is wrong, then convince me with your fists, not your words. The Dark Apostle finally went into action again, seeing that the unshakable king still don't want to move on a whim. The plasma tip lit up and began to release a familiar heat again. The D-arm had survived the earlier emergency move and would stay operational until at least the end of this event. As the Dark Apostle almost came close enough to attack, he veered to the side at the last moment and managed to tag the unshakable king's faltering spatial barrier by another fraction. Nothing special happened. The Dark Apostle repeated the hit-and-run attacks and found that the unshakable king had practically turned himself into a rock. This was not a guy who would respond to provocations anymore. Chapter 7176. The Father of Companion Spirits. The unshakable king painted the illusion of weakness at this time. His attempts to defend his faltering spatial barrier was considerably more feeble than before. Ves was not fooled. He urged the Dark Apostle to prioritize caution over recklessness, and this time the alternate personally obeyed without restraint. It appeared more and more clear that the unshakable king had pushed his weapons and armor beyond their safety levels. His raiment still performed fine more or less, but his impact hammers had taken an awful toll in a short amount of time. The Dark Apostle knew that so long as his adversary's main weapons remained partially disabled, the unshakable king was unlikely to overcome the spatial suppression and teleport himself or others in close proximity to their designated targets. The question was whether those impact hammers were truly stuck in a disabled state. Not even Ves was able to make this determination. Bring me closer, he instructed. I need to get a good look at them. Maybe I will pay them a visit. I won't be able to boost you as much as before, so you are on your own for the next few minutes. I do not need you to hold my own against the unshakable king. The Dark Apostle arrogantly said. My earlier performance was just a warm-up. Now that I have become used to fighting with these D-arms, I am sure I can inflict wounds on this guy. He did not intend to make idle boasts. Just after he said that, he boldly began to fight against the unshakable king. This time, the Dark Apostle properly took advantage of his better mobility and the reach of his weapon. He did not take any excessive risks and made sure to strike with his plasma spear lunged as far forward as possible. This put his armored form out of the reach of the impact hammer most of the time. While the unshakable king made various attempts to shift forward without warning, the Dark Apostle's caution and strategy foiled these attacks. The unshakable king's stressed spatial barrier only recovered by a small extent. Now, the Turagon plasma spear invalidated that recovery and inflicted even further damage onto it, causing it to move closer to total collapse. The Dark Apostle grew more and more eager to see this happen. He couldn't help but fight a little more aggressively in order to hasten this favorable. That did not mean he was unaware that this may be an elaborate trap. He practically expected it to be given the depth previously shown by the unshakable king. During these exchanges, Blinky remained absent on the surface. The Star Cat had secretly slipped inside one of the impact hammers. This was very much possible since it was a pure technological product that did not possess any inherent protection against his intrusion. It was not a weapon held by a high-ranking mech with willpower that was strong enough to rebuke an intruding spirit. It was not an artifact that possessed varying degrees of resistance against an unwelcome visitor. It also was not a D-arm that was inhabited by a hostile demon. The lack of protection gave Ves the confidence that Blinky could safely take a peek inside the weapon. Trying to understand the impact hammer from the inside was a challenging exercise. Ves did not gain access to a clean and organized blueprint. He instead felt as if he was a blind person trying to work out how a device worked by touching its parts with his fingertips. While Blinky was a lot more sophisticated than a physical limb, there was only so much he could do to help Ves piece together the blueprint. It took a lot more time than he expected for him to understand the mechanisms that powered the concussive force effect. It was, indeed, a clever piece of high technology. Ves had figured out the basic principles and could even replicate it to a lesser degree with the help of his stolen insights. What he could determine was that the tech was not as robust as it appeared on the outside. The hammer as well as its internals had to resist enough shocks with every violent impact. After all, Newton's third law still applied in this situation. The designers did make use of a variety of exotics to mitigate the opposing reaction and dampen the shocks coursing through the impact hammers. They only worked up to an extent as there was not enough room for more dampening effects. What Ves also noticed was that many parts possessed self-repair functionality. The developers of the impact hammer had made a good effort to prolong its lifespan and preserve its most powerful feature. The incorporation of self-healing exotics slowly restored the advanced electronics that were prone to breaking. Although their rate of recovery was slow, enough time had passed for the hammers to return to their full strength. Ves could not let that happen. He decided to take action himself. Just as Blinky was about to approach one of the more critical parts and got ready to ruin it by performing a small spell, another spiritual being suddenly entered the impact hammer, causing it to become a lot more crowded all of a sudden. A shrunken, unarmored and translucent version of the unshakable king flew in front of the intruding spiritual cat. "You do not belong here, you human slave. Muro. Figures I would get screwed by my own invention." Ves remembered that every ascended giant received their own companion spirit fruit. The human phase lords possessed powerful bodies, but their minds and spiritualities may still be vulnerable to targeted attacks, so they were advised to nurture companion spirits that could fend off such assaults. "For your attempts to desecrate my weapon, I sentence you to death." The miniature giant, which sounded ridiculous to say the least, uttered a war cry before charging straight at Blinky with fists rearing to punch. The hostile companion spirit was practically shaped for battle against other spiritual beings. He closed the distance quickly and began to wail onto Blinky's manifestation with blows that were infused with the concepts of force, oscillation and space. In other words, the giant attempted to leverage the same concepts mastered by the oscillating fist by deliberately shaping his chi cultivation around them. Though the companion spirit was too young, his superficial understanding of those concepts was still enough to empower him in battle. Blinky on the other hand was more of a generalist and a supporter. Though he was still able to block the incoming attacks by conjuring a spiritual shield that was constantly being sustained by the energies pouring out of the Blinky verse, the miniature giant proved to be surprisingly good at punching. Ves was momentarily stunned as he did not expect to be confronted by a hostile spirit. Yet just because he was caught off guard did not mean he was defenseless. The spiritual shield held, although it was just a simple ability that shouldn't have lasted as long as it should. The difference was that it was constantly being fed by the energies of the Blinky verse. While the miniature giant was inflicting greater damage than what Blinky was able to recover, the latter's effort was still helpful because it dramatically delayed how long it would take for the spiritual shield to get broken. Blinky had no intention of sitting back and doing nothing. The star cat's purple form began to darken slightly as he opened up his mouth and tried to suck in the miniature giant, or at least the ambient E-energy radiation. The cat had to reduce the amount of E-energy being fed to the spiritual shield in order to free up enough bandwidth to devour ambient E-energy, but the hostile companion spirit found himself in dire straits. The miniature giant felt an attracting force that was attempting to pull him into a dark, unfathomable and terrible space. The companion spirit instinctively knew that if he got pulled into the mouth of the purple cat, he would never be able to break out by relying on his own force. He no longer cared about protecting the impact hammer and tried to get away. Yet because he attempted to assault Blinky at such a close distance, the feline companion spirit's devouring force had grown strong enough to slow down his forward progress. Abomination. You are not human. Well, duh, I am a cat, silly. You are engaging in cannibalism. Peef, you are wrong. This form is modeled after a cat, while you are modeled after an ascended giant. We are not humans. We are predator and prey. It was a mistake for you to show up to me with your level of power. I am the father of companion spirits. Do you truly think I would have no defense against my own creations? Though the miniature giant was gaining more distance with every passing second, the shining white jewel embedded on his forehead briefly shone brighter. A small but focused beam of wuxia energy crossed the imaginary space and struck the miniature giant, inflicting a serious wound. Ah, how can you be so powerful? Ves did not deign to answer this question. Although Blinky had to use a small amount of precious and slow to replenish wuxia energy, its power was not in doubt. The star cat could have killed the miniature giant if he pumped more wuxia energy into this attack, but Ves wanted to save as much of it as possible for the subsequent duels. There was a large probability that Blinky might need to bail the Dark Apostle out if the latter had put himself into no-win situations. In any case, the miniature giant's injury not only broke his concentration and caused him to suffer a form of pain that he had never experienced in his short lifespan, but also weakened him just enough that the balance tilted against his favor. His translucent humanoid form was slowly moving closer and closer to Blinky's open maw. The devouring force felt unnatural. It was not only strong, but conveyed a strong sense of doom and despair. If the miniature giant was not the companion spirit of a powerful strategos of the Titan phalanx, he may have already chosen to give up by this time. Yet it was exactly because he was the partner of a human phase lord that he continued to remain unyielding. The miniature giant began to scream as he felt parts of himself breaking down into a more regular form of E-energy before being sucked straight into the star cat's metaphorical stomach. Blinky did not taste flavors in the conventional sense. E-energy was E-energy. It possessed its own characteristics. The companion spirit merely tasted a small measure of the spirituality that ultimately belonged to the unshakable king. At this time, his body froze minutely. The ascended giant most definitely felt the injury to his spirituality, long enough for him to mistime his defensive response. The plasma spear struck his spatial barrier and finally overloaded it after several minutes of fighting. This was a significant victory for Ves, because the unshakable king's spatial barrier was notably stronger and more resistant against damage with the help of at least one defensive phase water organ. Now, it had turned useless as the unshakable king could only rely on the protection offered by his raiment and his thick physical body to block subsequent attacks. Meanwhile, Blinky kept unraveling the hostile companion spirit in slow motion. A trickle of imprinted E-energy constantly drew away from the miniature giant and passed straight through the star cat's gullet. As this took place, Ves began to experience slightly stronger hallucinations of the unshakable king life before he became a human phase lord. The hallucinations remained relatively harmless for the time being, but he could easily guess that the chances of suffering a backlash was much greater if Blinky attempted to absorb a much more powerful being. Chapter 7177 Spirit Wound. The duel between the Dark Apostle and the Unshakable King had entered a new and much more intensive phase. Two confrontations took place at the same time. On the surface, the Dark Apostle finally made proper use of his advantages and successfully managed to whittle down the Unshakable King's spatial barrier without incurring any serious injuries to his exposed true body. Yet what happened out of sight of the vast majority of observers was the secret competition between companion spirits. Blinky's special traits and abilities happened to turn him into a nemesis towards many energy-based life forms. The furry and adorable-looking star cat might look innocent, but he assimilated the infamous devouring ability of the Unending One. Even if Blinky was unable to replicate the full might of the deceased dark god's frightening ability to devour nearly anything, the companion spirit was still able to pose a serious threat against a younger and relatively less developed counterpart. The miniature giant was quite impressive for being able to make so many gains in his focused training. He had also matured a lot faster than he should. Ves guessed that the Phase Lord department must have fed the miniature giant and other companion spirits with cultivation resources. If the Red Collective still supplied the rogue department with elixirs and such, the miniature giant definitely wouldn't have been as easy to disrupt. As it was, the enemy Phase Lord's companion spirit was ultimately wholly unprepared to fight against a companion spirit as remarkable as Blinky. At this time, the Star Cat dispelled his spiritual shield so that he could fully reverse the flow of the aperture that led into his imaginary universe. He wanted to see what would happen if he devoured the miniature giant in his entirety. Would the companion spirit remain intact when he found himself trapped inside a completely different universe that operated through completely different rules? Would the unshakable king lose his connection to his companion spirit, and would he suffer grievous damage to his mind and spirit if that happened? There were so many questions swirling in Ves's mind that he couldn't wait to complete this sequence. While the unshakable king grew alarmed at what was happening to his companion spirit, what could he do? His amazing physical prowess and his specialized spatial abilities may be useful against corporeal opponents, but they pretty much posed no threat against a pure energy-based life form like Blinky. The miniature giant was supposed to be the Phase Lord's answer against more esoteric threats, but it was too bad that this companion spirit was at least several years too young to pose a credible threat against Blinky. After letting out a haunting wail, the companion spirit unraveled into a spiritual yarn before getting sucked right into the Blinky verse. The miniature giant died before he could reach the other side. He was ultimately not strong or tough enough to stay in one piece before he passed through the other side. Nothing was left of him aside from the spiritual building blocks that used to make up his existence. The Blinky verse was rapidly beginning to assimilate them by wiping out their original imprints so that they could integrate properly in their new universe. The loss of such a precious companion spirit had a very pronounced effect on the leader of the Titan Phalanx. He suffered a headache like nothing else. His composure broke and he completely lost his cool. Yet despite suffering such a serious spiritual injury, his resistance abruptly grew stronger as he held nothing back anymore. You deserve to die. Both of you deserve to die. No more games. No more words. Since your companion spirit saw fit to devour my own, I shall do the same to you. Progenitor or not, I shall feast on your flesh and gnaw on your bones. Your skull shall become my new winecup. The unshakable king's body swelled beneath his raiment, causing it to become much more strained than before. The furious Phase Lord moved with alacrity and struck with greater force. He no longer abided by the normal limits of his enhanced physique, but pushed himself to the utmost even if he was threatening to tear his own muscles. If that was not enough, he decided to supercharge his phase water organs. He did this by decisively burning the phase water that was embedded in his own lifeblood. His phase water concentration dropped by the second, undoing an escalating amount of his hard-earned progress. Yet for the time being, he was able to strengthen his abilities far above their usual levels. The surrounding space almost completely fell into the sway of the unshakable king. His control over it had reached a decisive level. The Dark Apostle was no longer able to pull off any effective external spatial techniques because he was unable to exert any control over the surrounding environment. The unshakable king suddenly disappeared from view and abruptly appeared behind his foe with both hammers swinging down to dent the Dark Apostle's exposed rear. Defective or not, if those hammers struck the backpack module containing the power reactor, there was a large chance that it would malfunction, causing the plasma spear to run out of power. Fortunately, the sudden turn of events did not cause the Dark Apostle to lose his complacency. He had seen his adversary pull off this trick once, and he had already prepared a response in case it happened again. He was actually thankful that the unshakable king had made the predictable choice to approach right from the rear. It would have been trickier to fend off the traitorous Phase Lord from other angles. Just before those twin hammers could strike, the Azure Shield generator that had already been primed to respond briefly activated while putting much of its power in the rear rather than the other directions. Since the hammers were made of a higher standard of transphasic alloys, the Azure Energy Shield only lasted for a short moment before bursting apart. The hasty activation had done it no favors, but the shield had thankfully lasted long enough to do its job. The unshakable king had wasted a lot of energy and effort to launch this teleport strike, yet failed to do anything but disable a backup measure. The backpack reactor module remained intact, which came in really handy as it began to channel greater power into the Flame Lord Raiment. Boosters helped the Dark Apostle spin around fast enough to be able to score the chest plate of the Unshakable King with the Turagon Plasma Spear. The empowered D-arm burned and vaporized deeper across the thickest chest portion than the enemy Phase Lord expected. This was the power of a D-arm. Even a hastily designed and fabricated product was able to carve through the thick armor plating like a hot knife through butter. Though the weapon was enduring a lot of abuse due to operating at a higher level than it was rated for, the effects were more than satisfactory. While the Dark Apostle had launched a successful counterattack, he did not think it was wise to stay so close to his berserk foe. As the challenger attempted to create more space and back away, he found it difficult to move away due to the enemy's superior control over the surrounding space. It was as if an empty vacuum had turned into a confining tunnel network. It became a pain to maneuver through. If that was not enough, the Unshakable King utilized another means to ensure his opponent remained within the reach of his twin impact hammers. His raiment launched 4 tethered hooks that instantly found purchase on the Dark Apostle's raiment. Although the Flame Lord raiment was already beginning to burn the hooks and tethers, they were made out of extremely resistant materials. Only the plasma spear or another potent weapon could cut through them quickly. You shall not escape. The Unshakable King did not intend to give his adversary an opportunity to cut even a single tether. He closed in and swung at the red-clad Phase Lord with his hammers. This time, the Dark Apostle was only able to partially fend off the incoming attacks. He was completely forced on the defensive as he relied on the shaft of his weapon to block as many hammer blows as possible. The fact that Blinky had quietly ensured that the concussive force mechanisms remained inactive only provided a small measure of consolation as the hammer blows kept dinging against the Flame Lord raiment. The red armor plating did not break, but they most definitely began to deform while also transmitting a lot of painful forces to the flesh underneath. The Dark Apostle gritted his teeth as he prioritized the defense of his helmet and his head. A powerful blow to his head could rattle his brain and leave him wide open. Ves, I need your help. I am already on it. Just hold out for a few more seconds. The Dark Apostle suffered multiple more hammer blows to his raiment, but finally the time had come. Armor purge. Several occurrences happened in a short sequence of time. First, an excess of fire energy channeled into the sections of armor that covered the sections of armor that had been hooked by the enemy. These armor sections abruptly exploded from the main armor and launched straight at the Unshakable King. Since the hammer-wielding Phase Lord was stuck in a full offensive posture, there was nothing he could do to prevent the glowing armor sections from smacking into his own raiment. At the moment of contact, they exploded, generating small but potent explosions that dented and damaged the thicker armor. While the damage did not seem trivial, it finally freed the Dark Apostle and interrupted the Unshakable King long enough to interrupt his routine. By the time the angry Phase Lord was ready to resume his offensive, the Dark Apostle had already approached him at an angle and thrust out with his plasma spear. The powerful D-arm almost burned a hole through the entire side of the raiment. The Dark Apostle flew back around and did his best to push through the hostile space to strike another powerful blow. This time, the leader of the Titan Phalanx was ready. He teleported just a few giant steps forward, but that was enough to mess up the attack run and cause his raiment to suffer several painful hammer blows. Despite the pain, the Dark Apostle muscled through it and turned around to launch another attack run. However, none of them inflicted more than surface scarring on the enemy Phase Lord's raiment as the Unshakable King relied on all of his remaining advantages to meet the incoming attacks and retaliate with his own hammer blows. The Dark Apostle saw little hope of making progress with this method and decided to back away for the time being. Get back, you coward. The Dark Apostle was not in the mood to obey. Even if his current actions impinged on his honor, he knew he needed to be smart in order to win against this fierce ascended giant. If I toss the plasma spear at him in his current state, will it end his life? No, Ves answered through Blinky. The integrity of his raiment remains high. The damage you've inflicted on it is fairly respectable, but they do not generate enough structural weaknesses to blow it all apart. The Unshakable King's raiment will absorb much of the explosive force released by the self-destructing plasma spear. That is an inescapable fact. However, I can guarantee you that there will be nothing left of it at the end. His physical body will also suffer light to moderate injuries. These are only surface wounds. His more crucial phase water organs remain well protected. If you decide on this course of action, you will have to finish the fight with the murder knife. Fitting. The Dark Apostle formed an ironic smile. It is only right that a knife named for the deed gets to be the first to claim the life of an ascended giant. That has to be a ritual of sorts, right? Our knife fighting skills are not as good as our spear handling. I know, but what else can we do? As long as the explosion wrenches those impact hammers away, I think I have a good chance of ending the fight. My Flame Lord raiment is still mostly intact. That should give us enough breathing room, hopefully. Fine. You are the one who is in control of our true body now, so you get to make the call. Just do not regret your choice. Chapter 7178. The first spear throw. The duel did not go according to plan. Neither Ves nor the Dark Apostle harbored an obsession about following a plan to the letter. Anyone with enough experience in life would know that the future could never be completely calculated. Perhaps the polymath might disagree, but Ves never assumed he could predict with 100% certainty how a sequence of events would play out over time. That did not mean that plans had no value, but people needed to be adaptable and ideally have contingency plans in place to account for accidents and the like. Ves and the Dark Apostle entered the dueling ground knowing that the Unshakable King was the second strongest member of the Phase Lord department. What he had demonstrated so far truly exemplified his combat power. Compared to conceited and close-minded alien Phase Lords that the Larkinsons had battled over the years, the overall qualities of this human Phase Lord was undoubtedly superior. His training and his use of tech and equipment already made him considerably stronger than the average lesser Phase Lord. That made it difficult for the Dark Apostle to outfight the Unshakable King, especially now that the latter had suffered a soul injury that sent him over the edge. The Unshakable King was overdrafting his strength. His phase water concentration burned faster whenever he was actively clashing against the challenger. He seemingly had no other goal left in his mind aside from demolishing the man responsible for killing his companion spirit. The logical response to such an unhinged display of aggression was to back off and let the Unshakable King tire himself out. The greater the delay, the more his lack of fulfillment put him in a depressed mood. However, the fight had already taken more minutes than it should have. A duel between Phase Lords could potentially last for days or even weeks depending on how timid they were and how big their bodies had become. The more mass at their disposal, the more hits they could take. While it was possible to kill a Phase Lord quickly by targeting his brain or his most essential phase water organs, the Unshakable King understood this truth extremely well. Even in his deranged state, his excellent fighting instincts and acumen still shone through. He defended his head and his torso against any attempt made by the Dark Apostle to target them directly. The Turagon plasma spear had not been able to scorch the helmet once, and only inflicted marginal damage to the torso armor. The Unshakable King's raiment had plenty of buffer left to expend. The plasma spear would have to repeatedly scorch the same sections of armor in order to create a breach. Then the Dark Apostle would have to slip in and target this single weak point, which the Unshakable King would defend with great effort. It was much easier for him to block or redirect the plasma spear strikes when he knew what it was targeting. The only way to overcome this disadvantage was to create other armor breaches, but that would take precious minutes. The Unshakable King knew that time was on his side. As recklessly as he was fighting at the moment, he had never truly made any risky moves. Whether he did so with or without intention, he had turned his furious display of aggression into a brilliant defensive posture, making it far too dangerous for the Dark Apostle to mount his own offensive. This was why the Dark Apostle wanted to make use of the sacrificial spear-throwing method sooner than they originally planned. They ended to break the situation and strip the Unshakable King of his signature thick raiment. Now that they had come to this point, the Dark Apostle assumed a static position relative to his adversary and began to grip his weapon in a very different manner. A mechanism hidden in the end of the spear shaft unfolded, exposing an integrated atlatl-like construction that would enable the human Phase Lord to hurl his spear forward with greater force and leverage. There was nothing wrong with the classical way of throwing a spear, just like there was nothing wrong with building your own rocket if you were stuck on a planet and wanted to launch into space. Ves at least tried to stick to the spirit of primitive warfare and kept it barebones. He did not add any electromagnetic launching mechanism nor did he add any aim assistance or target guidance functions. This meant that there was a larger than zero chance that the Dark Apostle could miss his crucial throw. In practice, this should not happen. The sacrificial spear-throwing method was not a joke. It imparted a great amount of expertise to Ves and his alter ego on how to throw spears, to the point where they could probably join a sports competition and achieve good results. Perhaps their real experience may be lacking, but at this distance, the probability of missing was minimal, especially now that the unshakable king's control over the surrounding space had degraded. One of the downsides of losing his cool was that he was unable to maintain enough concentration to shake or solidify the surrounding space with his phase water organs. He was still able to cause momentary disruptions, but these effects ended far too soon to divert a spear thrown at this distance. As the Dark Apostle assumed the right stance, he utilized his own spatial abilities to anchor himself into position as much as possible. Unlike the unshakable king, the Dark Apostle had yet to implant the lesser tarse organ, but that did not mean he was unable to pull off this particular trick. Just as phase lords were already capable of teleporting short distances without the use of specialized phase water organs, the Dark Apostle was able to anchor himself in a specific coordinate in space, though only relative to a nearby satellite such as Jotunheim. It was much more difficult to pull off this technique well outside of any nearby gravity wells. Though the Dark Apostle had to strain himself a lot more to keep his position fixed, it was more than worth it as he could leverage the full power of his leg and back muscles into his throw. At the same time he relied on his acquired skills in spear throwing to execute the correct throwing posture. He also used the more esoteric side of the method to pump the Turagon plasma spear full of fire energy. They did not blindly mingle with the hyper materials, but they also activated the D-arm's ability to saturate itself with far more fire energy than was safe. As the fire continued to absorb more fire energy, it grew increasingly hotter and less stable. Heat and light wafted from the shaft as an excess of energy induced greater strain onto the structure of the weapon. Even if it was designed to contain all of this fire energy, it did not mean that it was able to maintain this state forever. Once the Dark Apostle chose to sacrifice the spear, he started an irreversible process that could only end with the weapon destroyed. There was no going back at this point. The minor demon that had been forcibly reshaped to serve as its artifact spirit also knew what was going on. It had previously cooperated perfectly with the Dark Apostle. It facilitated the offensive by powering up the plasma edge just before the moment of impact and lowering it when it was not being used to burn through anything. The demon also helped to regulate the flow of fire energy and prevented it from burning anything that was not supposed to endure so much heat and fire. Yet now that the minor demon knew that its vessel and likely itself would become sacrificed to fuel a powerful explosion, all thoughts of cooperation disappeared. He resisted with all his might. Spikes grew out of the spear as he sacrificed portions of his own strength to sting the hand that held the spear. The minor demon also tried to sabotage the priming process by creating malfunctions and redirecting fire energy elsewhere. Yet before he could go any further, Blinky appeared and brutally used one of the more forceful demonology techniques to suppress and immobilize the minor demon. You shall do nothing to ruin this moment. Know that in the short time of your second existence, your life shall be used to fuel the redemption of hundreds of human phase lords. With that complication settled, the Dark Apostle was ready to execute the sacrificial spear-throwing method in reality for the first time. His eyes and his other senses locked onto the unshakable king. There was no hiding the Dark Apostle's intention. In response to this imminent throwing attack, the unshakable king first decided to charge forward and whack the Dark Apostle into concussion before he could complete his throwing attack, but suddenly thought better of this foolish course of action. He stopped and hunkered down instead. He did not anchor himself in space, but he hunched his body and held his hammers across his chest in preparation to block the incoming spear as possible. A short moment of stasis passed. Both human phase lords appeared frozen as they faced each other in orbit of a frozen planet. Many observers held their breaths as they awaited the outcome of this critical move. They knew nothing of what was about to come, but most of them were smart enough to deduce that throwing a plasma spear that had performed so well up to this point was not a trivial move. This was especially the case when it was absolutely stuffed with far more fire energy than any hyper weapon had any right to contain. Just a few seconds passed in reality, but to those involved in the fight, it felt as if an eternity had whizzed past their gazes. Then, the moment passed, and both ascended giants grew tense as they knew that the time of action had come. As the Dark Apostle stretched his body backwards just a bit further, he finally uttered the decisive words. The flames of hell have come to punish you of your sins. The Dark Apostle's armored body made an exaggerated bow-like motion as he hurled the Turagon plasma spear forward with great force. The atlatl construction enabled him to exert extra leverage into his throw, causing the volatile D-arm to soar towards the unshakable king with enough speed to ensure a hit. The plasma spear seemed to scream as it rapidly crossed the distance. This was not a scream that was audible to normal ears, as space did not carry any air that was capable of transmitting sound. The scream was of a more spiritual nature. What the people in the vicinity managed to hear was the death cry of a minor demon who knew he was racing directly towards his demise. This silent scream cut off almost as soon as it started, for the Turagon plasma spear struck the unshakable king head-on without any deviations. A massive explosion erupted instantly afterwards, causing the armored form of the strategos and the immediate surroundings to become engulfed in an expanding fireblast. An excess of heat and force completely consumed the local area. Even the Dark Apostle, who made sure he was well outside the danger zone, had to back off a bit further in order to remain unaffected. The fireball continued to blaze well after the initial explosion had ended. The excess concentration of fire energy took its time to disperse. There was just so much of it that they continued to fuel the flames. The Dark Apostle and Blinky both watched on with astonishment at the magnitude of the explosion. "That is more powerful than you described. My calculations were off. I failed to account for a number of variables. I think that the conversion into a D-arm is the biggest mutating factor. I simply had no way to determine how it would interact with the sacrificial spear-throwing method. Now you know." Chapter 71-79 Ves the Field, Engineer. The awe-inspiring explosion proved how well Ves had spent his 35 ascension points. This was no mundane explosion or hyper-explosion. This was a sacrificial ritual that ended with a potent detonation. The fact that a minor demon had become part of this violent ritual made the explosions even stronger. A minor demon was actually not a big deal. Ves could not have imagined how much more powerful the explosion could have been if he casted a middle demon into the Turagon plasma spear. As it was, the D-arm may have existed for a short amount of time, but it had fulfilled its purpose in an impressive fashion. As the lingering fireball finally began to shrink and disperse, everyone could finally observe the unshakable king's condition. He was in bad shape. His raiment had clearly taken the brunt of the sacrificial ritual. Its thick layers and its other protective measures had only held out for so long before it was almost entirely blown away. Only scorched and blackened pieces and fragments were left of what was once the thickest and arguably the most damage-resistant raiments used by red humanity. All of the hard work put into combining the strengths and advantages of mech design, infantry armor design and alien phase lord raiment design had met its end. The generous amount of phase water used to augment the protective properties of the mid and high-grade materials had done their best to keep their wearers safe. They partially succeeded. It was pretty clear to see that by the time the initial blast had wiped out a lot of armor plating, especially at the front, not much force was left to batter the flesh underneath. The unshakable king certainly did not enjoy a relaxing hour in a sauna. His front torso remained intact, but it had been cut and bruised to hell. A few of his ribs may have been broken as well. What was even more important was the burn damage. Phase lords were highly resistant against fire due to the enhancements brought by phase water. The phase water organs they chose to integrate also played a big role. The unshakable king definitely possessed a lesser marigal organ, just like Ves, and likely integrated other phase water organs that improved his physique. All of this enabled phase lords to resist attacks from mechs and even warships with their physical bodies alone. In fact, the unshakable king could have resisted incoming attacks a lot more effectively if they reached the full size of their true bodies. Being restricted to their current height did the leader of the Titan phalanx no favors. He remained small enough that the entire front side of his body became exposed to the blast as well as the lingering flames. Though phase lord bodies were resistant to flames, it was still possible for their transphasic flesh to succumb to them. This was especially the case when the flames were fueled and empowered by fire energy. The burns certainly looked bad on the surface. Entire portions of skin and flesh had become blackened into ash and coal. The less affected portions of the body also suffered varying degrees of burn damage. The wounds on the face looked especially ugly. As well protected as his head had been, the unshakable king's helmet had also been blasted apart by the explosion despite his attempts to shield his head with his hammers. While his weapons provided critical protection to the head, the sacrificial explosion hadn't been kind to them. The hammerheads had separated from their shafts, likely colliding into the helmet before getting flung away. Whatever the case, even if the helmet had done their job to shield the unshakable king from the worst of the explosions, it offered little protection to what came next. The lingering flames burned through the skin of his face, exposing blackened flesh, brown teeth and eyeballs that still bore a strong look of hatred. Neither Ves nor the Dark Apostle could explain why the eyes remained intact. Perhaps he activated an emergency device or a failsafe phase water organ that preserved his most essential body parts during a time of crisis. The burns had done far more than melt off half of his face. His torso and limbs lost that aesthetic masculine quality that made him look handsome and heroic. Now, all that was left was a monster that resembled a burn victim. From the glaring eyes of his adversary, the Dark Apostle could easily tell that the explosion and subsequently burning had hurt his opponent, but had hardly taken him out of the action. The phase water organs buried inside his body remained unaffected for the most part. They may have been bruised due to suffering a powerful concussive blow, but they should still remain in working condition. Several more seconds passed by in silence as everyone beheld the strategos defiantly clinging onto his life. Slowly but surely, he began to move. He moved slowly but without acknowledging the huge amount of pain generated by his many injuries. Since he had lost his weapons, he was able to use his blackened and burned hands to remove the remnants of his raiment. They no longer offered complete protection aside from the rear, and even that had mostly become a hindrance due to losing all power and functionality. They had become a burden to him at this point. Even as he removed every single piece of artifice from his true body, he still glared straight at the Dark Apostle as if he only had murder in his eyes. He opened his mouth to speak, but could not convey any words. The loss of his raiment deprived him from transmitting his voice, and the loss of his companion spirit deprived him from alternate means of communication. His eyes grew increasingly more erratic. They shook and became more frenetic. His body, which had truly appeared unshakable after the explosion, suddenly twitched and shook as if he was losing control over his own limbs. Blinky looked surprised. "What did you discover?" "Remember the minor demon, he has not entirely died. Most of him disappeared with the Turagon plasma spear, but enough residual negative energies managed to get out and jump into the unshakable king to contaminate his spirituality. The opportunity was too good to resist. After I devoured his companion spirit, a temporary gap had formed. The remnant of the minor demon exploited this very obvious vulnerability and has seemingly merged with the phase lord." "What does that mean for us?" the Dark Apostle asked. "I am unclear, but my guess is that the unshakable king will become more violent and unpredictable. He is easier to rile up, but his aggression will fuel his final stance. It will not be easy for us to finish him off, but the deed has to be done. Do not let him raise his arms and admit surrender." The time had come to finish this lengthy and difficult duel. The Dark Apostle had so far incurred little actual damage, but he reminded himself that this was just the first of 4 duels. He unsheathed his murder knife. As his second offensive D-arm, the murder knife looked exactly like how one would expect it to appear with such a name. The power of darkness suffused the weapon. It had been stuffed with as many darkness hypers as Ves could fit in such a slender blade. This gave it an ominous aura that dimmed the space around it and enhanced the lethality of the blade in ways that no one could explain. This was a knife designed to end lives, simple as that. It was a weapon of final resort that lacked the reach and heat of the Turagon plasma spear. The D-arm was not made for throwing. Ves did not incorporate any of the adapted tech that could turn it into a powerful hand grenade. He instead utilized solutions that made it tougher and sharper so that it could do its sole job as best as possible. A knife was hardly the most ideal weapon to use in a duel between phase lords, but it was all the Dark Apostle had at his disposal. At least that was originally supposed to be the case. I added a last-minute surprise to the raiment. It is time to use it. Give me control over your true body for a moment. I need to do a bit of field engineering and I don't trust your clumsy hands." The Dark Apostle did not question Ves's request and straightforwardly gave the original owner access to the true body. The human phase lord efficiently went to work. He immediately transmitted a special command that detached the reactor backpack module from his raiment. The reactor was fairly compact and had already expended much of its power to feed the hungry Turagon plasma spear. Now that the weapon no longer existed, there was not much point to keeping the reactor. Ves began to use his armored limbs to push and pull at different grooves and other seemingly innocent parts of the backpack module. Soon enough, the casing started to part from the construct. Ves folded up the pieces of casing and linked the amalgamations together. He then retrieved a wrench and other basic tools scaled to his current physique from the sides and the internal cavity of the reactor module. He used these tools to cobble together a staff. By the time Ves was almost done with his bizarre crafting session, he produced a complete metal staff with a round shaft and decent balance. It was not nearly as good as the shaft of a proper spear, but it was still impressive that Ves had managed to anticipate this kind of situation and made preparations in advance. Ves proceeded to place the handle of the murder knife into an open slot that just happened to match the exact dimensions of the weapon. A few actions later, the knife solidly became affixed to the shaft. Ves had managed to produce a glaive. Though it literally consisted of a knife at the end of a pole, it had a lot in common with spears, so much so when Ves withdrew his control, the Dark Apostle immediately felt at home while wielding the improvised polearm. He spun the shaft of his new polearm before pointing its dark blade directly at the unshakable king. "Your reign ends here. I enjoyed this fight. For all of your ideas, you fought with honor and tenacity. I will respect and remember you for the rest of my long existence as the first ascended giant who perished at my hands." The Dark Apostle wasted no more time and went on the attack. He encountered much less spatial interference than before as the unshakable king was no longer in a good physical and mental state. Despite his erratic tics and his absence of control, his fighting skills and instincts were still mostly intact. In fact, his partial demonic possession caused the strategos to fight with greater brutality and a complete disregard of how much abuse he was putting his body through. His pain stoked his rage, and his rage propelled him to strike at the Dark Apostle with his fists and legs. The difference in mobility was much less than before. The unshakable king may have suffered serious injuries, but the removal of his thick raiment made him a lot faster than before. He was even able to outmaneuver his opponent at times. A large amount of blackened fists and feet struck the Dark Apostle's raiment. This was despite the latter's effort to preserve his armor and avoid as many attacks as possible. The unshakable king was so fast, while the Dark Apostle's own raiment slowed him down. The flurry of attacks weren't negligible either. The unshakable king already displayed an abundance of physical strength when he was wielding his impact hammers. Even without his familiar weapons, his unarmed combat skills and raw physicality were still enough to pose a serious threat against the Dark Apostle. Chapter 7180 The End of a Dream. Everyone knew the final phase of the battle had begun. The unshakable king suffered a grievous injury that should have eliminated most other ascended giants if they had received the same attack. It was a testament to his formidable defenses that he survived and managed to retain enough combat effectiveness to still pose a credible threat to his opponent. The duel was not over. Whatever people may say about the strategos of the Titan phalanx, he attracted a lot of admiration from his men due to his resilience and his refusal to surrender to his pain and injuries. Even now, when his body was put in such a serious condition that his body must be generating a lot of agony, the unshakable king continued to demonstrate unrelenting aggression. Only murder was on his mind. He had to kill the man known as Ves Larkinson at all costs if he wanted to have any hope of proving his godhood and lead the ascended giants in the right direction. The unshakable king still had plenty of phase water left to power his final stand. It did not matter that his phase water concentration was shrinking at a worrying rate. So long as his phase water concentration remained high enough to sustain his current scale, anything surpassing this threshold may as well be regarded as tribute to his dreams. The powerful strategos knew how to fight against spear users. He utilized his damaged but still relatively nimble body to move faster in space. He used his ability to anchor his body or just a body part to the fabric of space by creating footholds for his feet. This was a means to maneuver across the battlefield by sprinting across it with the help of invisible platforms. This granted him a surprising mobility advantage, which he put to good use by circling around the Dark Apostle's armored form and performing lunging attacks at angles where the glaive could not easily reach in time. The unshakable king pummeled the Dark Zephyr with a flurry of punches and kicks before darting out of reach. These blows struck like jackhammers. The power of the attacks was not much, but they were still strong enough to stress and deform the metal plating. The Dark Apostle was not having an easy time at the moment. His lack of real combat experience left him flustered and unable to figure out a proper response. Though he managed to use his glaive to cut into the opposing phase lord's body a few times, the wounds were too shallow to hinder the unshakable king all that much. The Flame Lord Raymond released more heat and fire energy as it struggled to endure the accumulation of damage. Armor plating got deformed, parts started to break and glitches occurred in other adjacent systems. Yet despite this unrelenting aggression, the Dark Apostle quickly got the hang of his new weapon and initially held it like a staff in order to block or redirect the incoming attacks. Once the Dark Zephyr finally managed to create a bit of distance, he finally chopped the glaive from top to bottom with the intention of cutting right through the unshakable king's skull. The unshakable king finally uttered a wheezing cry of pain just after he made a last-minute dodge which spared his head from damage. Instead, the murder knife attached to the pole bit deep into the shoulders. Though the blade of the glaive failed to cut through the shoulder entirely, the wound still represented a serious blow. The Dark Apostle wrenched his glaive back and quickly attempted to distance himself from his opponent. He could have chosen to double down and launch a follow-up attack, but he was too afraid that the unshakable king was about to launch a powerful counterattack now that he was well within striking distance. As the Dark Apostle took stock of the situation, he saw that the murder knife-turned-glaive had done its job. The wound to the shoulder looked ugly and serious. It may have damaged a number of muscle tendons, making it challenging to heal those injuries in a short amount of time unless he possessed phase water organs that promoted cellular regeneration. That may actually be possible, but there was another factor that made the wounds more serious than was apparent on the surface. The power of darkness festered in the wounds. The murder knife did not just cut flesh. It corrupted anything it touched. This was the entire purpose why Ves had integrated as much high-grade darkness hypers into the weapon, to the point of making other concessions that reduced its performance in other aspects. Ves knew that it needed to function as a finisher first and a tool to induce weaknesses second. The latter was important when fighting against enemies with plenty of fight left in them. Each strike with the murder knife was supposed to bring them closer to death, as the injuries corrupted by darkness were not only more difficult to heal from, but also threatened to fester and spread its corruption further. The unshakable king made an admirable effort to power through this injury, but it was very clear that the punches launched from the arm attached to his injured shoulder simply weren't the same anymore. The Dark Apostle had a significantly easier time with coping against his opponent for this reason. It did not take long before he managed to cut deep into one of the legs. This significantly reduced the unshakable king's ability to move around in space like he was jumping on solid ground. More cuts followed that weakened his limbs further, but remained shallow enough that he was still able to maintain his aggression. The wounds did not discourage him at all, despite the very obvious fact that he was growing weaker. He uttered silent screams as he obsessively tried to beat the Dark Apostle to death. The Flame Lord Raymond did an admirable job of absorbing a lot of blows. Although the unshakable king was decent at unarmed combat, it was very clear that he was more comfortable with wielding weapons. His drive to win still remained strong, but his execution became increasingly more flawed. He gave his all. His life was on his line, but his self-control continued to dwindle with each passing second. To be honest, the unspeakable king no longer appeared as valiant and strong as before. After suffering a small soul injury and getting contaminated by the remnants of a minor demon, the powerful Phase Lord's cognition had gone downhill. He had become the epitome of the worst kind of Phase Lord, namely a madman who only knew how to solve his problems by pummeling them to pieces. Many members of the Titan phalanx had grown disappointed at their strategos. They had never solely admired his martial prowess. They also admired his intelligence, his leadership, and his ability to maintain his composure under the direst of circumstances. Where had all of that gone? Right now, the ascended giant had gone feral. He was no longer able to communicate with any measure of coherence. He had more in common with exo-beasts than humans or aliens at this point. It was a shameful end to the short career of an ascended giant who used to be respected as the number 2 of the Phase Lord department. Perhaps that was no point in killing the unshakable king. He no longer posed a threat anymore now that his mind had become completely scrambled. Yet, neither Ves nor the Dark Apostle had any intention of showing mercy. Once they drew the murder knife, they were not going to rest until their blade had snuffed the life of their opponent. After sufficiently weakening the unshakable king without crippling him to the point where the duel should automatically come to an end, the Dark Apostle easily backed off and thought on how he should end this inaugural duel. The unshakable king is a traitor who has clung onto detestable ideas, but he is still a human who has done a good job of leading the Titan phalanx. Ves softly said, "If you want to take over the Phase Lord department, then you must earn the respect and appreciation of the phalangites who make up the best of the best. You don't have to show mercy to your opponent, but you should not engage in pointless brutality. Make it quick. Don't ruin his body any further than necessary. Let the Titans retrieve the body of their fallen leader and send him off with respect. This will provide closure to them and allow you to command them without too many hard feelings." This is a leadership challenge. The Dark Apostle actually wanted to make his opponent suffer further, but there was little honor to be gained from torturing a crippled duelist. Everyone increasingly understood that this fight had already been decided. Any further delays would only annoy everyone who knew quite well that the Dark Apostle could have ended it sooner. He gripped his glaive with a stance that preceded a charge. Though the Dark Apostle thought about unmaking it so that he could land the killing blow up close, he clamped down on this idea. Even now, the Dark Apostle still feared the unshakable king. The powerful enemy had produced a number of surprises. What if he had another one in reserve? No, this had to be done in the safest and most effective manner. After mentally preparing himself, the Dark Apostle stared straight at the rabid but increasingly more tired eyes of the unshakable king. Your dream ends here. After your passing, I shall ensure that no ascended giant or other humans shall pick up your torch and turn your goals into reality. This is the price of defeat. My vision shall trump yours, now and forever. Rest easy knowing that you have successfully strengthened my resolve. I shall do whatever it takes to lead the ascended giants to a better future, one where they can coexist peacefully with red humanity. No matter how strong we have become, we must always remind ourselves that we are not the only gods in town. With this final declaration, the Dark Apostle initiated a fateful charge. With his weakened and underpowered flame lord Raymond, he did not leave a handsome trail of fire behind. He instead charged with silent momentum, as if he did not need to pour any passion or aggression into this final attack. The Dark Apostle already treated this as an execution rather than a desperation move. Even if he was secretly poised to abort and back away if the unshakable king unexpectedly recovered, no such freak occurrences took place. When the distance had shrunk to spitting distance, the unshakable king raised his weakening arms as if that would help. It didn't. The blade of the murder knife neatly bypassed them and swung straight through the exposed neck of the unshakable king. It was a lot harder to cut through the neck than it sounded. So much thick transphasic flesh and bones were in the way that a normal strike would have stopped before cutting much deeper into the spine. Yet because the Dark Zephyr had built up a fair amount of momentum during his charge, he was able to channel enough force for the corrupting blade to go all the way through, ultimately beheading the unshakable king. The head of the human phase lord tumbled away from the rest of his body with a look of disbelief. His limbs ceased to move at all while spurts of phase water-infused blood spurted from the corrupted wound. The power of darkness seemingly infected the blood as well, causing it to darkness and look more ominous even as they floated further into space. As for the Dark Apostle, he closed his eyes after he completed his charge. A sense of deep satisfaction sprung from the murder knife. Claiming such an impressive first kill through ritual combat had caused it to grow and evolve in an unusual fashion. Although it was just a single kill, the strength and status of the unshakable king were so significant that the murder knife reaped a lot of rewards from being used as the killing implement.